Supreme God Emperor Chapter 1095 to Chapter 1153. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Wooden City. You, go forward too. However, at this moment, Iyuji pointed at Qin Tianyu and walked in front. Me? That's right. You lead your men and scout ahead. Iyuji snorted. If you cause any trouble, you'll die first. Qin Tianyu wanted to resist, but at this moment, resistance meant immediate death. This Iyu was simply turning hostile and refusing to recognize him. Qin Tianyu had no choice but to lead the group of disciples to the front. Senior brother Yi, this Qin Tianyu has always been arrogant. In front of senior brother Yi, he has to be obedient. Feng Ruoqing walked up at this moment and smiled flatteringly. You, go to the back. Senior brother Yi, didn't you hear what I said? As soon as Iyuji finished speaking, Feng Ruoqing's face immediately turned cold. This Iyuji, when he turned hostile, he simply did not recognize his own family and would bite whoever he caught. However, how could he dare to get into a conflict with Iyuji? Without saying anything, he walked resentfully to the back of the group. Senior brother Feng, this Iyuji is looking down on us. A disciple following Feng Ruoqing snorted. Ignore him for now. Feng Ruoqing said coldly. This guy is extremely prideful. Let's give him enough face. There will be a chance to make him suffer. Yes. For a moment, Qin Tianyu led Xianxia and the others to the front. As for Feng Ruoqing, she brought her people and walked at the back. Iyuji and the others walked in the center. At this moment, if any problems occurred, no matter who it was, the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance would not be the first to be attacked. Iyuji's actions were truly unique. Seeing this, Mu Yun knew that it would not be good for him to trigger a change in the formation next. If he hurt Xianxia, he would be letting Ren Gang down. He had to save Xianxia first, then deal with these people. After making up his mind, Mu Yun followed behind without saying a word. After some adjustments, Iyuji led the group forward again. Strangely, no trouble occurred this time. Iyuji was also confused. Was what happened just now just an accident? He really couldn't understand why such a thing would happen. However, it was fine as long as everyone was safe to prevent any problems. The group was cautious as they moved forward, Iyuji's illusion cloud domain. Following it, they realized they had appeared in front of a forest. However, this time, the forest in front of him was no longer a forest that was hundreds of meters tall. Instead, the trees were only tens of meters tall. Looking from afar, the entire forest seemed to have no end. Yi Xiaoyu, Wang Yan, you too, check what's going on. Iyuji. Yes. As soon as Iyuji gave the order, two figures immediately flew out. Everyone, take a rest. Iyuji was his that kind of exhaustion did not come from the consumption of immortal qi, but from the consumption of mental power. Along the way, they had been tense all the time. Now that they could relax, everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Mu Yun, who saw this scene from behind, sneered. Rest, how can I let you rest so comfortably? Mu Yun waved her hand gently. Suddenly, invisible blades shot forward at a slow speed. However, as the blades moved further and further away, they became faster and faster. Slash! Slash! Ah! Two screams suddenly sounded at this moment. The two disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower at the back immediately screamed and died. What's going on? Hearing the sound, Iyuji immediately walked to the back. He saw that the two disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower seemed to have been cut into pieces by the sharp blades. They looked hideous and terrifying. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Feng Ruoqing was even more furious. In the Heaven Sword Tower, there were only a few dozen disciples of the Sword Vault, and only a dozen of them were above the 5th stage Earth Immortal Realm. Those who submitted to him were only a dozen, but now, 2 out of the dozen of them had died. How could he not be angry? What's going on? Iyuji shouted. I don't know. Feng Ruoqing's voice was not as calm as before. Suddenly, these 2 junior brothers died. Suddenly died? Hearing this, Iyuji's face was filled with disbelief. This place was really strange. Iyuji checked the surroundings, but there was nothing at all. Other than them, there was not even a living thing. At this moment, the rest of the people were not in the mood to sit down and rest. They were tense again. Senior brother Yi. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyu and Wang Yan, who were sent out by Yi Yuji to scout, returned. How is it? Yi Xiaoyu said in a low voice, there seems to be a city in front, but, it's very strange. Very strange? Yi Yuji was surprised. What's strange about it? I can't say for sure. Senior brother Yi, you'll know when you take a look. Is there any danger? I can't tell for now. I guess we'll have to go inside to see if there's any danger. When Yi Yuji heard this, he nodded. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, he had a feeling that this operation was too hasty. He had a feeling that something might happen that he could not afford to overlook. But then he remembered that he was a third-stage heavenly immortal. In this golden immortal ruins, other than those who were ranked above him, who else could threaten him? Let's go. After making up his mind, Yi Yuji immediately waved his hand and left this place. When they arrived at the city that Yi Xiaoyu mentioned, Yi Yuji finally understood why the two of them said that it was strange. It was indeed strange. The city in front of them was completely supported by wood. Even the city walls were supported by wood. The 100-meter-tall city walls were all made of wood. Moreover, they were crisscrossed with each other. There were no flaws at all. The group approached the city and walked to the bottom of the city walls. Only when their palms touched the wood did they realize that the wood used to build the city walls appeared to be very sturdy. Furthermore, when they touched it, they felt cold, like steel. Yi Yuji slashed with his sword, and a clanging sound rang out. Only a shallow sword mark was left on the wooden wall. What a sturdy wall! Yi Yuji was astonished when he saw this scene. With his full strength, not to mention a wooden wall, even a high-grade Earth-rank immortal artifact would be damaged. However, only a shallow mark appeared on the wooden wall. The most important thing was that the mark was still slowly healing. Everyone, be careful. Yi Yuji warned. His warning was naturally directed at the dozens of people who had followed him here. At the same time, Shi Yayue and Dou Luotian led several dozen people to investigate in another direction. What are you doing? Yi Yuji immediately shouted when he saw the two of them leading the group away. Haha. Senior brother Yi, I say, are you used to being high and mighty? Shi Yayue sneered. We only followed you here, not at your command. Don't be mistaken. That's right. Now that we've discovered the secret, we naturally have to investigate. You, seeing this, Yi Yuji immediately pointed with his finger. He was indescribably furious. This place is filled with danger. Be careful, don't die in there. Senior brother Yi, don't worry. Dou Luotian smiled. If we die in there, wouldn't it be perfect for you to explore the way? Hearing this, Yi Yuji's face turned completely pale. It wasn't that he couldn't kill these two guys. However, if he killed them, it was very likely that he would be seriously injured. Doing such a thing in the ruins of a golden immortal was not worth it at all. The two of them weren't going too far, so he didn't need to deal with them at this moment. Then you're on your own. As soon as Yi Yuji finished speaking, he left with the several dozen people following him. The two sides immediately parted ways. Senior brother Yi. Feng Ruoqing brought his fists together and said, the map doesn't have any detailed information about this wooden city. I think we should split up and investigate. That way, we won't have to waste time here. You want to split up with me too? I wouldn't dare. Feng Ruoqing immediately brought his fists together and said, Shi Yayue and Dou Luotian have teamed up. There are so many of us here. If we team up too, wouldn't it be a great loss if they get the loot first? Let's split into 3 groups and spread out to search for clues. It's better than them, right? After all, 3 groups will cover a wider area than a single group. Yi Yuji knew that Feng Ruoqing was right. Qin Tianyu, Feng Ruoqing, the two of you will search on your own. If you find the golden immortal badges, I'll reward you handsomely. Yi Yuji said, however, let me tell you, if you find the golden immortal badges and take them without permission, you know the consequences. Yes. Yes. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. If they continued to follow Yi Yuji, they would be the first to risk their lives. If this continued, they would almost all die, and they would not be able to find anything. Naturally, this was the best way to go about it. Only by temporarily splitting up would they be able to find something. Seeing this, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Naturally, he was extremely happy to see this scene. With the three groups separated, it would be easier for him to make his move. Let's go. At this moment, Iyuji led the team directly into the city. Feng Ruoqing and Qin Tianyu stood behind them. Senior brother Qin, this time, I think we can definitely join forces, right? Feng Ruoqing looked at Qin Tianyu and said with a smile, Iyuji is a Tier 3 Heavenly Immortal, and one of the top 10 in the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Shiyayue and Do Luo Tian are also Tier 2 Heavenly Immortals, but their strength is not ordinary. If we don't join forces, I'm afraid we'll only be lambs waiting to be slaughtered here. Hearing Feng Ruoqing's words, Qin Tianyu frowned. Feng Ruoqing's words were not without reason. However, joining forces with him was like asking a tiger for its skin. In his eyes, Feng Ruoqing was not only a tiger, but also a fox. He was so cunning that it was difficult to guard against him. However, Feng Ruoqing was right. Now, there was no other choice. You're right, we should join forces. However, even though we have 100 people, in terms of strength, we're not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Different thoughts. Senior brother Qin, why are you thinking about this? Feng Ruoqing said again, it's true that we can't afford to offend either of them, but why should we? Why not let them fight among themselves? Fight among themselves? There must be something going on here. There's bound to be a conflict, and we won't be able to help them. It won't be too late for us to intervene when they fight to the death. All right. Qin Tianyu immediately agreed, I've had enough of that Iyuji for a long time. It's disgusting to see him pretending to be a gentleman. If that's the case, let's not fight each other anymore. Not a problem. Qin Tianyu dragged Tian Xian'er into the city. In the blink of an eye, only Feng Ruoqing and his crew were left outside the city. Senior brother Feng, are you sure you want to work with Qin Tianyu? Work together? Feng Ruoqing said with a hollow laugh, are you kidding me? Work with him? That idiot won't even know how he died. Keep your eyes open. Don't offend any of them. If you find anything good, give it all to them. But don't forget, try your best to create a chance for them to fight. If they don't fight, how are we going to reap the benefits? Besides, if you see anyone on Qin Tianyu's side who is alone, kill them immediately. Yes. The last group of people entered the city. On the other side, Qin Tianyu glanced at Luo Shuiyan beside him and said, Junior sister Luo. Will that kid Feng Ruoqing work with me? Of course not. Luo Shuiyan said with a smile, why would he work with you? He's just using you. Senior brother Qin, please be careful this time. If Iyuji, Shimanue, and Do Luo Tian don't get along well, we'll be able to take advantage of the situation. I understand. Qin Tianyu smiled faintly as he approached Luo Shuiyan. His large hand slid down her back as he ruthlessly pinched her back. He said, then, if you meet Feng Ruoqing's people who are alone, just kill them. Ruthless enough, I like it. Qin Tianyu looked at Luo Shuiyan, his eyes shining. Although this Luo Shuiyan was a fickle woman, she was very skilled in bed. There were several times when she had made him drunk. This made Qin Tianyu trust Luo Shuiyan even more. Senior brother Qin, what's the point of keeping this woman alive? Luo Shuiyan looked at Tian Xian'er and smiled. Could it be that senior brother Qin still wants to, although junior sister Xian'er was Rengonggong's woman, he's dead now. Junior sister Xian'er, I don't mind, you serve me. Qin Tianyu walked up to Tian Xian'er and chuckled. Bah! Tian Xian'er immediately shouted, Qin Tianyu, don't forget that Mu Yun is still here. If she finds out, none of you will be able to escape. She won't find out. At this moment, Luo Shuiyan narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, little sister Xian'er, senior brother Qin is deeply in love with you. Why don't I train you properly and let you serve senior brother Qin well? You have a way? Hearing Luo Shuiyan's words, Qin Tianyu couldn't wait. Bad man. Luo Shuiyan scolded Qin Tianyu angrily and said, are you still not satisfied with me? Of course not. Qin Tianyu immediately said, if I take Xianxia, the tower master will be my father-in-law. In the future, it will be me, Qin Tianyu. If I become the tower master, how can Fengruoqing compete with me? If that's the case, I can help senior brother Qin to teach junior sister Xianxia a lesson. Luo Shuiyan chuckled. However, senior brother Qin, you have to promise me one thing. Luo Shuiyan covered her mouth and laughed. What is it? Qin Tianyu immediately became serious. As long as he could teach Xianxia a lesson, the beauty and power would be his. My condition is that junior sister Xianxia is willing to serve senior brother Qin well. Senior brother Qin, you have to bring me along with you. Luo Shuiyan said softly. Haha. Good, good, good. Qin Tianyu laughed and said, when the time comes, I will make sure that both of you will be satisfied. Shameless. Seeing Qin Tianyu's smiling face, Xianxia understood what he was trying to do. When the two of them were together, they were a pair of adulterers. Senior brother Qin, there's something strange in front. However, at that moment, something unusual happened in front of him. What's going on? Qin Tianyu walked to the front and looked at the front. The wooden city was filled with wooden buildings. The houses and streets were all made of wood. He couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Qin Tianyu walked to the front and saw a huge wooden house at the end of the street. The house was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. From the outside, it looked like a simple wooden house. However, when they entered the house, they realized that it was a pavilion with many floors. The place where they were now was the first floor of the pavilion. The dozens of people immediately spread out to check the surroundings of the pavilion. When they saw this, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. This place did indeed look very strange. On the surrounding walls and on the wood, there were many pictures carved on them. The pictures depicted a group of people surrounding a bonfire. Each of them was holding a token in their hands. The scene was almost identical to what Muyun saw earlier. However, the only difference was that this time, two of the people did not hand over the tokens in their hands. Could this token be a golden immortal token? Qin Tianyu guessed immediately. It's very likely. Luo Shuiyan looked at the pictures and said, look, there are two people in the pictures who didn't hand over their tokens. These two people entered the forest together. One of them entered, here. The other person is nowhere to be found. This means that it's very likely that there's a golden immortal token here. Luo Shuiyan said in surprise. Find it. Qin Tianyu immediately ordered. He Yao, Luo Hui, the two of you lead 10 people and guard the bottom. Remember, hide yourselves well. If anyone comes near, inform me immediately. The rest of you, follow me up to investigate. Qin Tianyu immediately ordered. Yes. The 10 people stayed behind. The remaining 40 people immediately followed Qin Tianyu up the stairs to the second floor. He Yao, did you notice that Luo Shuiyan's butt is getting sexier? One of the two disciples who stayed behind said. Shu. Are you tired of living? He Yao said in a low voice, who doesn't know that senior brother Qin and Luo Shuiyan have sex every night? They do it at least 8 to 10 times a day. Sigh, don't you find it annoying? Nonsense. He Yao said again, Luo Shuiyan has a lot of tricks. Senior brother Qin said last time that he and Luo Shuiyan haven't even played 1/10 of the tricks. I think it's going to take 8 to 10 years. When they heard He Yao's news, the rest of the group immediately gathered around. Seeing that the others had gathered around, He Yao became more and more excited as he spoke. Gradually, some of the people present had a reaction. F*CK, I really want to press Luo Shuiyan under me and dote on her. Luo Hui could not help but scold as he swayed his body. Stop dreaming, I'll tell you. He Yao coughed and turned around. With his hands behind his back, he faced the wall and said, it's said that Luo Shuiyan is a natural seductress. Every time she's with senior brother Qin, from the foot of the mountain to the peak, under the spring, under the waterfall, on the roof, on the tree, she's practiced all kinds of positions. TSK, think about it, how many men has Luo Shuiyan seen? She's done all kinds of positions. I say, why are all of you so quiet? Are you all imagining it? After speaking for a long time, Xiao felt that no one was responding to him. He turned around immediately. However, as soon as he turned around, a black figure appeared in front of him. The 9 people who were originally listening to his wonderful speech had now silently turned into 9 corpses. Xiao was just about to shout when a long sword was pointed at his chin. He had no doubt that as long as he opened his mouth, the sword would definitely take his life before he could say anything. This was because the person in front of him was none other than Mu Yun. Your speech was very exciting. Not bad, it's a pity that I'm the only one listening. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up as he smiled. Brother. Brother priest. Xiao immediately squeezed out a smile. However, that smile of his looked even uglier than his crying face. After all, he was a 6th grade Earth Immortal while Mu Yun was a 7th grade Earth Immortal. How could he resist? No, looking at Mu Yun's aura, it seemed that she was no longer a 7th grade Earth Immortal. 8th grade, Mu Yun had reached 8th grade Earth Immortal. With a gulp, Xiao immediately said, Senior brother Mu, Senior brother Qin brought Senior sister Luo and Senior sister Tian to the 2nd floor and left us to guard this place. Why didn't we know about this? Oh? How's Xianxia now? She's fine. However, Senior brother Qin and Senior sister Luo are planning to, the 3 of them, that. Hearing this, Mu Yun snorted. Senior brother Mu, please spare my life. Spare your life? Mu Yun pointed her long sword at Xiao and said in a low voice, You're a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. You've received the favor of the Tower Master, Tian Junyu, not Qin Tianyu. Xianxia is the Tower Master's daughter. Now, you're following Qin Tianyu shamelessly and watching Xianxia being captured. You're asking me to spare your life? As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun did not bother to listen to Xiao's explanation and took his life with her sword. Blood piled up on the ground. Mu Yun looked at the bloodstains on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xianxia was in a bad situation. He had to think of a way to save Xianxia as soon as possible. If there was no other way, he could only kill them. He was an 8th stage Earth Immortal and had various tricks up his sleeve. Facing Qin Tianyu, who was a 1st stage Heaven Immortal, he might be able to win. Mu Yun looked at the corpses on the ground and waved her hand. Heavenly fire spread out. In the blink of an eye, only dust was left on the ground. As the wind blew, the dust spread. However, when Mu Yun was about to walk to the 2nd floor, she was stunned when she saw the wall on the 1st floor. The picture scroll, it was the people sitting around the bonfire again. However, this time, 2 of them withdrew their hands when they took out their tokens. Mu Yun naturally knew what the 2 of them meant when they stopped fighting. It was because they had stolen the Golden Immortal tokens, 2 Golden Immortal tokens. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Red Jade Fire Serpent Fruit. It was obvious that one of them had walked into the house, while the other had walked in another direction. It meant that there was a Golden Immortal badge in the pagoda. Mu Yun went straight to the 2nd floor after realizing this. As expected, there was no one on the 2nd floor, nor was there anything worth mentioning. When Lin Yu walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor again, he realized that there were sounds of fighting, and the smell of blood was spreading. Lin Yu stuck his head out, only to discover that within the 3rd level, it had already become a battlefield. However, there were strange wooden figures with branches all over their bodies on the battlefield. It was not right to call them wooden figures. Those wooden figures with strange branches had agile bodies, and they held various weapons made of wood in their hands. They were even more ferocious when they fought. However, Mu Yun did not notice the existence of Qin Tianyu and Luo Shuiyan. There were only a dozen people fighting against those wooden figures. Mu Yun did not say anything. She immediately charged forward and slashed at a wooden figure. The wooden figure was split into 2, but gradually, it began to heal. Mu Yun was startled when she saw this. Heal? Let's see if you can heal under the heavenly flame. The Cloud Herder sword was drawn, and 4 streaks of heavenly fire blasted out. Crackling sounds were heard. The 4 heavenly flames burned the wooden figure in front of her into ashes. The surrounding disciples were shocked when they saw this. Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. When they saw Mu Yun appear, there were more than 10 disciples, and they were terrified. Where are Qin Tianyu and Luo Shuiyan? Mu Yun looked at the dozen or so people and shouted. Let's attack together and kill her. However, one of the disciples gave the order without hesitation. Idiot! Mu Yun charged forward with her sword after hearing this. Poochie sounds could be heard as the sword fell. The disciple's body twitched, and blood flowed from his neck. He was no longer breathing. 8th tier Earth Immortal. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Mu Yun was an 8th tier Earth Immortal. The aura of an 8th tier Earth God was not something that they could withstand. Beside Qin Tianyu, only Zhui Wuqing and Luo Shuiyan had reached level 8 Earth Immortal Realm. The highest cultivation among them was only level 7 Earth Immortal Realm. Since you don't want to talk, I don't think there's a need to keep you alive. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she immediately attacked. Senior brother Qin took Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia to the next level. A disciple immediately shouted. Humph. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to argue with these people and directly rushed to the next floor. When the remaining disciples saw this scene, they were all scared out of their wits. That disciple from earlier was a rank 7 Earth Immortal. Yet, he was killed by Mu Yun with a single sword strike. This Mu Yun was too strong, 8th tier Earth Immortal Realm, rapid progress and powerful strength. Heavenly Sword Tower is going to change. However, at this moment, the remaining disciples did not have the time to think about this. At this moment, the wooden puppets had completely surrounded them. They did not have the heavenly fire to display their divine power. They could only rely on their own strength to kill the wooden puppets. At this moment, Mu Yun had already arrived at the 4th floor. Logically speaking, Qin Tianyu should be accompanied by more than 10 people at this moment. Mu Yun was still hiding her aura as she arrived at the 4th floor. However, similar to the 3rd floor, the sound of fighting could be heard again on the 4th floor. More than 10 people were left here. However, this time, their opponent was not the wooden puppets, but a tree that grew in the middle of the attic. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. The tree was only a dozen meters tall, but it was 100 meters thick. It occupied almost half of the area of the 4th floor. At that moment, the frantically moving tree branches began to frantically attack those disciples. At this moment, Lin Yu realized that Qin Tianyu should only have Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia by his side. Understanding this point, Mu Yun immediately charged out. When the crowd saw Mu Yun again, they could not help but shout out. Don't let her pass. Kill her. The 2 disciples immediately said. As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately charged out. Chen Che, you're on the left. Okay, Kuan Ming, you're on the right. Stop her. You must not let her pass. I understand. The 2 of them were Qin Tianyu's right-hand men. They were both at the 8th grade Earth Immortal Realm. However, they had not been in this realm for as long as Zhui Wuqing and Luo Shuiyan. At this moment, seeing that Mu Yun dared to barge in alone, the 2 of them naturally charged out immediately. Puff puff, in an instant, before the crowd could see anything, 2 poochie sounds were suddenly heard. The 2 corpses had already fallen to the ground. However, Mu Yun's figure had already disappeared. Suddenly, the entire 4th floor was dead silent. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even a disciple who had lost an arm forgot about the pain. What just happened? What exactly happened? Mu Yun moved in a flash, and the 2 of them were dead. Oh my god, everyone felt like they had gone crazy. They did not know what had happened. Mu Yun had killed the 2 of them just like that. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to investigate this. An ordinary disciple at the 8th grade Earth Immortal Realm could not pose any threat to him. Unless it was an ordinary disciple at the 9th grade Earth Immortal Realm who could stop him. Genius, peerless genius, demon, and heavenly sage aptitude. Among the 4 grades of genius, he had the heavenly sage aptitude, which meant that he had the ability to kill those of a higher grade. Geniuses were not worth mentioning in front of him. Peerless geniuses could only cause some disturbance. As for demon, it would only take some time. As for heavenly sage aptitude, he had not encountered one until now. He went directly to the 5th floor. However, before Mu Yun reached the 5th floor, he heard a series of panting sounds. The panting sounds came from a man and a woman. The moment he heard the panting sounds, Mu Yan's heart tightened. Was he too late? If he was really late, he deserved to die 10,000 times. He went directly to the 5th floor. When he saw the scene in front of him, Mu Yan was shocked. What was going on? At this moment, in the 5th floor, Luo Shuyan's clothes were torn into pieces. She was lying on the ground. Qin Tianyu was standing behind her. What the two of them were doing was self-evident. On the other side, Xianxia was put aside. Her face was red. She turned her face away, and she was angry out of humiliation. These two fellows were still in the mood to do this kind of thing at this moment. Mu Yan only felt that his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. These two fellows were too explosive. At this moment, Luo Shuyan was lying on the ground with her head on the ground. She happened to look behind her. The moment she saw Mu Yan, she immediately screamed. Qin Tianyu was also shocked by this scream. He immediately turned around and saw Mu Yan. He was also stunned. Mu Yan. Qin Tianyu immediately pulled up his pants and looked at Mu Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. You didn't come earlier or later. You just had to come at this time. Qin Tianyu looked at Mu Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. You guys are really strange. You still have the mood to do this kind of thing at this time. At this moment, Mu Yan leisurely walked to Xianxia and untied her. Mu Yan, brother gang, I know. We'll talk later. She knew. Xianxia gradually recalled the strange things along the way and immediately understood. Mu Yan, so it's you. Qin Tianyu also understood at this moment. The strange things along the way were all because of Mu Yan following them. Thinking of Mu Yan's proficiency in formations, it was not hard to imagine. It's me. So what? Mu Yan directly raised the blacking sword and said in a cold tone. These two guys were really love-struck. At this time, the disciples below were risking their lives for them, but these two guys were doing such a thing here. Be careful, Mu Yan, Xianxia warned. The two of them ate the fruits growing on the wall. That's why they suddenly. As Xianxia improved, Mu Yan realized that a wall had appeared on the stairs of the 5th level. Furthermore, there were branches extending out from the walls. On the branches, there were fiery red fruits. Ruby fire snake fruit. Mu Yan said softly when she saw the fiery red fruit. You recognize this fruit? Luo Shuyan asked in surprise. Of course. Mu Yan smiled. She finally understood why these two guys were still in the mood to do such a thing here at this moment. The red jade fire serpent fruit had an extremely strong fire attribute. More importantly, the strength of this fruit was that it had a strong enhancement effect on immortals in the sky immortal realm. Warriors in the earth immortal realm would have 9 core spirals in their bodies. Warriors in the sky immortal realm would have 9 core spirals combined into one. Then, the core spirals would condense into a core source. This core source was the origin of the core spirals. With the convergence of the core source, one could form a nascent soul. Once the nascent soul was formed in the Dantian, it would absorb the immortal chi of heaven and earth as easily as eating and drinking. This fruit was a dream for warriors in the sky immortal realm. Similarly, it had a strong effect on immortals in the earth immortal realm. It could stabilize the core spirals and increase the speed of condensing the core spirals. This fruit was rare and precious for immortals in the 1st tier to the 9th tier. However, swallowing this fruit could only have an absolute effect once. If it was swallowed again, the effect would be greatly reduced. At this moment, there were more than 100 ruby fire snake fruits hanging on the wall. What fruit is this? Why is it that after the two of us swallowed it, we only felt an explosion of energy in our bodies? However, it was unbearably hot and unbearable. We couldn't help but want to do things between a man and a woman. Qin Tianyu's lower body was in unbearable pain. However, Mu Yan just had to appear at this moment. This is called the ruby fire snake fruit. It has a great effect on warriors in the earth immortal realm and sky immortal realm. Swallowing one is a blessing that you have cultivated for 100 years. However, the side effect is to arouse the desire in your body. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Let's see if I dare. Don't bother about him. Luo Shuyan was a fickle person. Now that she was tempted by the red jade fire snake fruit, she couldn't take it anymore. Even if it was a male pig, she would do it without hesitation. She clung onto Qin Tianyu's neck. Luo Shuyan's heart skipped a beat. You don't have to bother about me. Mu Yan smiled and said, do whatever you want. The rest of the fruits are mine. After Mu Yan finished speaking, she swung her sword without hesitation. Puff. 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 Sword chi flew out, and a ray of 7-colored light flew out. It was Little Seven. Little Seven was even more anxious than Mu Yan when he saw these fruits. The higher the level of the fruit, the more he wanted to eat it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Mu Yan could collect them, Xiaoqi had already grabbed over 100 fruits in one go. This guy, Mu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She immediately shouted to Little Seven in her heart, you can't eat it now. Father will tell you how to use it later. Otherwise, you will suffer. Oh. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Little Seven hid in the chart of celestial extermination and looked at the pile of red jade fire snake fruits. Smacking sounds could be heard from the eggshell. Mu Yan looked at the two of them. She saw Qin Tianyu and Luo Shuyan looking at her with strange expressions. The two of them were naturally shocked. How did Mu Yan do it? With a wave of her hand, hundreds of fruits were all gone. Wasn't this too fast? The two of them looked at each other, dumbfounded. Both of you, the fruits are all collected. However, this is my brother's woman. You have kidnapped her all the way here and spoke rudely to her. Shouldn't you apologize? Mu Yan looked at Qin Tianyu and Luo Shuyan and said with a smile. F***CKU. Qin Tianyu felt like he was about to explode. Mu Yan still wanted him to apologize. She was delusional. Seeing Mu Yan, Qin Tianyu was filled with anger for no reason. This guy was always annoying every time he appeared. Mu Yan, you have ruined my plans again and again. This time I won't let you off. Qin Tianyu looked at Mu Yan with red eyes. He didn't know if it was because he was angry or because of the effect of the red jade fire snake fruit. Alright, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The Mu Yan darking sword was in front of him. He looked at Xianxia and said, Sister-in-law, stand aside and be careful. No. Xian immediately. Tian. Renggongong's death was a huge blow to her. Iyuji was the murderer, and Qin Tianyu and Luo Shuyan did not care about her life at all. Therefore, she hated the two of them even more. Then be careful. Mu Yan said. She stood up and attacked Qin Tianyu with her sword. Raging flames. As the sword slashed out, raging flames rushed out. On the Heiyin sword, there were 4 fire snakes that directly shot out. Qin Tianyu did not say anything. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Mu Yan, an 8th grade Earth Immortal, dared to challenge him. She was simply courting death. In his heart, he already hated Mu Yan. This time, it was finally his turn to attack. This time, he would definitely make Mu Yan die without a burial place. On the other side, Mu Yan was also very cautious. This could be said to be her first time facing a Heaven Immortal expert. There were 9 grades of Earth Immortal. Each grade formed a core vortex. At the 9th grade, the 9 core vortexes would completely condense into a core source and gather in the dantian of the abdomen. When the core source was formed, it would evolve into a nascent soul. The so-called nascent soul was the essence, chi, and spirit of the martial artist. When the core source evolved into a nascent soul, the martial artist would reach the Heaven Immortal realm. When the nascent soul breathed, the immortal chi could be said to be like a torrential river. It was far more vast than the immortal chi of the 9 core vortexes. Mu Yan was very cautious at this moment. If she was not careful, she would die. A first-grade Heaven Immortal, even if it was only a first-grade Heaven Immortal, was completely different from a martial artist of the Earth Immortal realm. This gap was very strong. Raging flames? I think it's you, Mu Yan, who should fly out. Qin Tianyu suddenly shouted and took a step forward. At this moment, Qin Tianyu was full of murderous intent. Under this angry murderous intent, Qin Tianyu's aura was violent. Boom, boom. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud explosion on the 5th level. The two figures separated as soon as they made contact. However, when the two figures separated as soon as they made contact, Mu Yun was slightly embarrassed and directly retreated. Qin Tianyu's power was very violent, like a sponge. When he punched, it seemed to be weak, but it also had a crazy reverberating power. To be precise, it was more like the sea, rolling up layer by layer, gathering layer by layer, and then exploding. How is it? It doesn't feel good, right? Whether it feels good or not, you'll know when you try. Mu Yun did not say a word and once again raised her sword and attacked. Hell slash! With this sword, a gloomy giant door appeared directly in front of Mu Yun. When the sword was out, the door opened, the gloomy sword Qi, with the aura of the netherworld, rolled out directly. At this moment, Mu Yun directly condensed the sword realm. Once the sword realm appeared, it immediately swept toward Qin Tianyu and firmly wrapped Qin Tianyu's body. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Mu Yun's sword Qi directly attacked Qin Tianyu. And Qin Tianyu's figure became incomparably slow in the sword realm. However, he wasn't restrained. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun could not help but exclaim. The tyranny of the heaven immortal realm was indeed difficult to fathom. At this moment, Qin Tianyu could still move freely under his sword realm, but his speed was affected. It was enough to see the tyranny of the heaven immortal realm. Get lost. Suddenly, Qin Tianyu roared and took a step forward. Cracking sounds could be heard, as if something in the surrounding space had shattered. Mu Yun's face turned pale, and she immediately retreated again. Her sword realm was forcibly broken by Qin Tianyu. Suffering from the backlash, Mu Yun immediately retreated, and her face turned pale. The sword realm could be said to be the foundation of a swordsman who comprehended the sword Tao. It was like a part of the body's power, which carried the power of the rules. This power of the rules was the swordsman's own rules. Once the rules were broken, the swordsman would naturally suffer the backlash. Mu Yun looked at Qin Tianyu at this moment, and the corners of her mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. This guy was too strong. This was the ability of a heaven immortal realm warrior. The nascent soul realm was not a joke. Do you still have any moves? Qin Tianyu looked at Mu Yun proudly and said coldly, if not, then die. With red eyes, Qin Tianyu directly turned into an afterimage and charged toward Mu Yun. Inferno Heavenly Sword Slash. Directly slashing out with her sword, Mu Yun's entire body glowed brightly. Swoosh, 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 the sword Qi covered the sky and earth. Those sword Qi were like flying swords, directly attacking Qin Tianyu. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianyu smiled slightly. Ridiculous. He was in the heaven immortal realm, a first-stage heaven immortal. He had been immersed in it for 100 years, and it could be said that he was extremely familiar with the control of the nascent soul realm. Mu Yun had not condensed her nascent soul yet, and she did not even have an elixir source. She was simply courting death by trying to compete with him. Under such circumstances, if Mu Yun did not die, he would die. With a sinister smile in his eyes, Qin Tianyu directly broke through the sword Qi and charged toward Mu Yun. As expected. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun could not help but sigh in her heart. It was impossible to defeat Qin Tianyu with just the Inferno sword art. Since that was the case, she could only show her trump card. Empty blade. With a low shout in her heart, Mu Yun stretched out both hands, and the sound of air breaking was immediately heard. However, at this moment, there was only the sound of air breaking in front of Mu Yun, but there was no attack. Qin Tianyu broke through Mu Yun's sword Qi and charged out again. Although he didn't see anything, he could clearly hear the strange changes in the wind. He took a step forward, and a wild power immediately leaked out. A shiny armor appeared around Qin Tianyu's body. The armor was golden and covered Qin Tianyu's entire body. However, one could see a bulge below Qin Tianyu's waist, which looked very strange. This time, it's useless to wear the black tortoise shell. At this moment, Mu Yun directly raised her sword and charged out. With the empty blade in front and Mu Yun behind, she directly charged out. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, empty blades swept through the air and attacked the surface of Qin Tianyu's body. However, when those empty blades landed on the surface of Qin Tianyu's body, they made clanging sounds when they collided with the armor. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianyu's expression suddenly changed. Then, cracking sounds could be heard. Qin Tianyu had no choice but to attack with his long sword again to block the invisible attack. Empty blade attack, how could it be? Qin Tianyu was completely dumbfounded. How could Mu Yun, who was at the Earth Immortal realm, perform an empty space attack? This was simply inconceivable. At the same time, Mu Yun directly raised her sword and charged. Surprised, aren't you? Seeing the shock on Qin Tianyu's face, Mu Yun smiled and said, the shock is yet to come. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she directly stabbed out with her sword. This sword was instantly unleashed. However, at the same time, Mu Yun's other attack also attacked. Empty vortex. The empty blade condensed into a vortex at this moment and directly surrounded Qin Tianyu's body. At this moment, the armor on his body was constantly attacked and gradually could not withstand it. Qin Tianyu had no choice but to perform his swordsmanship to block the empty space attack. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was already charging at him with her sword. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's attack was not aimed at Qin Tianyu's upper body. It was the lower body, because Qin Tianyu had swallowed the red jade fire snake fruit. At this moment, Qin Tianyu's body could not suppress the violent power that wanted to be released. Unfortunately, Luo Shuiyan was close by. The two of them could work together and circulate the power. However, at this moment, Mu Yun appeared and would not give him this opportunity at all. Helpless, Qin Tianyu could only hold his grievances at this moment. With this grievance, Qin Tianyu suddenly felt very uncomfortable. However, at this moment, Mu Yun's attack was specifically aimed at his lower body. Don't you care a lot about my sister-in-law? Just in case, I will make you unable to covet my sister-in-law for the rest of your life. How dare you? As if understanding what Mu Yun wanted to do, Qin Tianyu immediately roared. See if I dare or not. However, Mu Yun came over with her sword. Seeing this scene, Qin Tianyu immediately wanted to be on guard. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios sister-in-law, leave quickly. Those space blades spun and released their power violently, forming a vortex that completely enveloped Qin Tianyu's body. Qin Tianyu wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. The space blades and space spins were really too powerful. This was a space attack. Although he didn't know how Mu Yun controlled this kind of attack, Mu Yun obviously looked very familiar with it now. He couldn't guard against this kind of attack. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately charged out. With the sword in hand, her sword attack became more and more powerful. You're courting death. Even though his figure was bound by the space spins, Qin Tianyu was still arrogant. However, Mu Yun charged forward with her sword at this moment and didn't retreat at all. Seeing this, Qin Tianyu was enraged. He roared and tried his best to resist the space blades and space spins around him. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was already approaching. As Mu Yun approached, her attacks immediately became wild. However, at this moment, Qin Tianyu was being attacked by the space blades and space spins and had no time to attack her. However, it was also very difficult to hurt Qin Tianyu. Mu Yun made up her mind and took a step forward. With a swoosh, she attacked with her sword. Qin Tianyu was attacked twice and had no choice but to dodge. You didn't manage to kill him? Mu Yun looked at Qin Tianyu's lower body and immediately laughed. Again. Without another word, Mu Yun attacked again with her sword. Crackling sounds were heard. This time, Mu Yun's sword aura was very accurate. However, Qin Tianyu still dodged. Again. Mu Yun still didn't give up and continued. At this moment, Qin Tianyu was already sweating all over. Mu Yun's blacking sword was accompanied by heavenly fire. If she cut off his little brother with her sword, the heavenly fire's burning effect would probably immediately seal the wound. In this way, he wouldn't feel any pain when the sword cut him, but he would lose some flesh. Qin Tianyu didn't want to become a eunuch. This was absolutely intolerable. Your attack is useless. Seeing Mu Yun persevering and attacking with her sword, Qin Tianyu immediately. Is that so? However, seeing this scene, Mu Yun did not mind and said, if you do it a few more times, you might hit the jackpot. Damn it. Seeing that Mu was determined to make him a eunuch, Qin Tianyu was infuriated. This fellow was truly abominable. However, he knew Mu Yun could. This time I'll definitely take your flesh. Mu Yun shouted and took a step forward without another word. The black Yin sword emitted flames and instantly attacked Qin Tianyu, who was surrounded by the whirlpool. However, Qin Tianyu wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. He directly attacked with his sword. Qin Tianyu was fearless and blocked Mu Yun for a short period of time. However, on the other side, those empty blade attacks appeared again. Qin Tianyu had no choice but to defend himself again. However, seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately seized the opportunity and attacked with her other palm. Nine Nether Finger. Although it was only the power of the Nine Nether Finger, this finger was already powerful enough. Puff, at this moment, Qin Tianyu didn't expect Mu Yun to attack at this moment. Moreover, even if he expected Mu Yun to attack at this moment, he didn't have the strength and ability to defend himself at this moment. Those endless whirlpools enveloped him tightly and he couldn't do anything about it. With a puff, the armor on his lower body shattered and blood flowed out. Qin Tianyu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Qin Tianyu shouted and his eyes were bloodshot. The pain in his lower body only lasted for a moment. Immediately after, it was healed by the scorching aura of the heavenly fire and formed a scar. However, with a plop, a piece of flesh fell to the ground. Qin Tianyu was completely dumbfounded. Qin Tianyu shouted crazily. There was only wild murderous intent in his eyes. This murderous intent exploded instantly. Mu Yun, you deserve to die. You deserve to die without a burial ground. At this moment, Qin Tianyu had completely fallen into arrogance. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored elixir appeared in his palm. With a gulp, he swallowed the fist-sized blood-colored elixir. At this moment, Qin Tianyu's murderous aura was even stronger. Streams of blood flowed out from his limbs and bones, as well as the surface of his body. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun knew that this guy had most likely swallowed some kind of elixir that stimulated the potential in his body in a short period of time. Die. Qin Tianyu let out a wild roar and took a step forward. Rumbling sounds were heard. In an instant, those whirlpools of air blades were split apart by Qin Tianyu's sword. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was shocked and hurriedly retreated. What kind of elixir did this guy swallow to tear apart the whirlpools of air with one sword? However, no matter what kind of elixir it was, Mu Yun could tell that Qin Tianyu was in a completely crazy state at this moment and didn't have any decision-making ability. He only knew how to kill. Oh no! She didn't expect Qin Tianyu to have such a trick up his sleeve. Mu Yun's expression changed instantly. Die. Qin Tianyu immediately rushed forward and slashed with his sword. Boom, Mu Yun dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. However, when the sword was unleashed, a violent force spread out. Even though Mu Yun was affected by the aftershocks, he still lost control of his body. With a loud bang, he crashed into the wall. However, this wooden wall was quite sturdy. The force of Mu Yun's entire body crashing into the wall could be said to be violent, but it still didn't break the wall. However, Mu Yun was affected by the aftershock, which was already so powerful. If she was hit by this slash, her body would probably be split into two. Seeing this scene, only madness was left in Mu Yun's eyes. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Tianyu shouted and rushed out again. Bang bang bang, the continuous attacks were violent and explosive. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely powerless to resist. Poochie poochie sounds could be heard. At this moment, bloody wounds had already appeared on her body. On the other side, Tian Xian'er and Luo Shuiyan were separated from each other. At this moment, Luo Shuiyan's clothes were torn apart and a large part of her skin revealed an alluring radiance. Senior brother Qin, good job. Luo Shuiyan immediately came to Qin Tianyu's side and supported Qin Tianyu's shoulder. She smiled charmingly and said, kill the two of them. Get lost. However, Luo Shuiyan's teasing at this moment made Qin Tianyu's body burn up again. Even if it was burning up, he no longer had any chance to make Luo Shuiyan feel good. With this low roar, Qin Tianyu released the anger in his heart and slapped Luo Shuiyan away. With a smack, Luo Shuiyan's head burst open like a watermelon as she was caught off guard. Her body was smashed into the wall and smashed into a pulp. Until her death, she did not expect Qin Tianyu to attack her at this moment. This was simply unbelievable. However, looking at this scene, Mu Yun knew that Qin Tianyu must have swallowed an overbearing elixir that caused Qin Tianyu to become slightly deranged. Mu Yun. Sister-in-law, leave quickly. Mu Yun shouted, this guy has already lost himself. Leave first. I have a way. Leave. I still have to ask you about Brother Gang. He won't die. Don't worry. Looking at this scene, Xianxia could only nod. She understood that Ren Gang had always said that Mu Yun was a person who could create miracles. Therefore, she trusted Ren Gang. Now, she naturally trusted Mu Yun too. Xianxia immediately turned to leave. Trying to leave? Get back here. Your opponent is me. However, how could Mu Yun allow Qin Tianyu to stop Xianxia at this moment? Seeing that Qin Tianyu was about to attack, Mu Yun immediately stopped him. Mu Yun, you are dead meat. You forced me into this situation. You will definitely die. Unfortunately, many people have said this to me, but until now, I am still alive and well. Mu Yun shook her head and said, Qin Tianyu, your time of death has really come. Mu Yun looked at Qin Tianyu with a mocking smile. This person had always been wild and arrogant. He had never thought that one day, he would be forced into such a situation. However, Mu Yun was still struggling in her heart. She originally thought that she could kill Qin Tianyu with her sword principle, exquisite swordsmanship, and the attack of the empty blade and empty spin. However, she did not expect that she still did not succeed. Now, there was only one way to try. Mu Yun looked at Qin Tianyu's footwork that was charging towards her, and a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Qin Tianyu, you are finished. Mu Yun immediately rushed out after saying that. Boom boom boom, Xianxia had just left the 5th level when suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The entire 5th level seemed to have been turned upside down at this moment. The violent explosion shook the entire 5th level. Feeling the trembling of the ground, a look of worry appeared on Xianxia's face. Just now, Qin Tianyu's casual slap directly smashed Luo Shuiyan into meat paste. Where did this explosion come from? What happened to Mu Yun? Xianxia was worried. No. In the end, Xianxia could not bear the torment in her heart. She turned around and walked to the 5th level. Cough cough, a series of coughs sounded, and Mu Yun spat out mouthfuls of blood as she stood at the entrance of the 5th level. Damn it, I almost blew myself to death. A curse sounded. Mu Yun raised her head and looked at Xianxia below. Mu Yun. Xianxia quickly walked up and supported Mu Yun. Are you okay? I'm fine. It's just that I was affected. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, fortunately, I reacted quickly. What about Qin Tianyu? Him? Dead. Mu Yun said indifferently. Dead. Xianxia was stunned. How could it be? She clearly saw that Qin Tianyu's aura was unstoppable. How could he be killed by Mu Yun in an instant? Mu Yun did not explain at this moment. Qin Tianyu was very strong, but no matter how strong he could not withstand the explosive power of his blood essence pearl. He had accumulated this blood essence pearl for more than 10 years. One could imagine its power. Translator, Audiobook Studio. Another one. This blood essence bead could be said to be his life-saving means. However, at this moment, it was indeed a life-saving situation. When Qin Tianyu swallowed the last pill, he was indeed unable to resist. The heavenly immortal realm was still very strong, Mu Yun finally understood. Even if an 8th-tier earthly immortal unleashed his full strength, it would still be difficult for him to contend against a heaven immortal. Only by becoming a tier 9 earth deity and condensing the 9 core spirals into core sources would he have a fighting chance. At this moment, when the disciples on the 4th floor below saw Mu Yun appear, they immediately looked at each other and hurriedly retreated. Run! It was unknown who shouted, but everyone immediately fled without looking back. Mu Yun was the god of death. At this moment, they could only run. Seeing this, Mu Yun was powerless to chase after them. Forget it, let them go. Mu Yun said when she saw that Xianxia still wanted to chase after her. Are you alright? Yes. Mu Yun said slowly, sister-in-law, swallow this red jade fire snake fruit first. As Muyun spoke, a fiery red fruit suddenly appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Xianxia's pretty face immediately turned red. Now that she had consumed the red jade fire serpent fruit, what if? Thinking of the two of them just now, Xianxia immediately lowered her head. Cough cough, Muyun blushed and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. This red jade fire snake fruit needs to be peeled off the crispy skin on its surface before it can be consumed. The surface of the fruit skin has a very strong stimulating effect, just like what happened to Qin Tianyu and Luo Shuiyin just now." Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly understood. Xianxia slowly peeled off the skin of the fruit, but she didn't throw it away. Instead, she put it away. Muyun did not mind. She sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recover. Taking out a red jade fire snake fruit, Muyun looked at the jade-like fiery red fruit and only had one thought left in her mind. With this fruit, he would be able to reach the 9th-tier Earth Immortal realm. The only way to gain a foothold in the ruins of a golden immortal was to condense 9 core spirals. After calming down, Muyun slowly calmed down. After calming down, Muyun looked into her body and discovered that the immortal chi in her body had once again erupted. As the fire fruit spread out, its power entered Muyun's body layer by layer. Gradually, Muyun felt as if her body was about to explode. A scorching aura spread throughout her body. But even so, Muyun felt comfortable in her heart. It was the desire and pursuit of power that made Muyun want to improve and strengthen herself at this moment. Within his body, immortal chi collided and raged violently. His strength was increasing at this moment. Gradually, Muyun's eyes were filled with determination. At this moment, the core whirlpool in her body spread out. The scarlet jade fire serpent fruit had a miraculous effect on condensing the core vortex and gathering the core source. At this moment, Muyun gradually felt that the energy fluctuations in his body gave him a very comfortable experience. Continue. Gradually, Muyun began to experience the scorching aura. Compared to the burning of the heavenly fire, this kind of destructive power did not have much of an effect on him. Another one. At this moment, Muyun's fighting spirit burned in her heart. She immediately swallowed another one. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was stunned. When she swallowed a scarlet jade fire serpent fruit, she already felt that the degree of heat in her body was unbearable. But now, Muyun actually swallowed another one. This guy completely did not want to live anymore. However, how could she know how Muyun felt at this moment? Enjoyment, pain and pleasure. At this moment, Muyun only had these two feelings. It was very painful, but it was very comfortable. Not long after, she swallowed another scarlet jade fire serpent fruit. Although the effect of swallowing the scarlet jade fire serpent fruit was the best, now, Muyun's body was like a water tank, and the scarlet jade fire serpent fruit was like a bucket of water. There was no way to pour these buckets of water into the water tank. At this moment, Muyun could not be satisfied at all. Muyun swallowed the scarlet jade fire serpent fruits one by one. Now, Muyun's entire body was scarlet red. Her body was like a furnace. The scorching aura made people feel that it was very painful to get close. Xianxia felt the manic heat in Muyun's body. She could not help but stand up and change positions. However, not long after changing positions, Xianxia felt that her body was once again infected by the scorching aura. Hence, she stood up again. In the end, Xianxia had no choice but to leave the 5th level and go to the 4th level. At this moment, the immortal aura in Muyun's body had already condensed like a river or a lake. It was surging and raging. The 9th core whirlpool was completely condensed at this moment. However, that was not all. When the 9th core whirlpool was condensing, Muyun's entire body's strength was also rising violently. The power of the bloodline, Muyun could feel that after she used up the blood essence and blood pearls, the blood in her body boiled and gathered again. Blood essence was drawn out from every meridian and gathered in her dantian. And this slight change caused the aura of the core whirlpool in Muyun's body to fluctuate. The 9th core whirlpool that had just been opened had already begun to condense. The 9 core whirlpools began to connect into a line at this moment. They gathered in her dantian and formed a circle. And this circle was filled with a violent energy that was wreaking havoc. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun looked into her own body and discovered the tyrannical power. Bang! 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 Explosive sounds rang out. At this moment, the meridians in Mu Yun's body seemed to have completely cracked open. The crackling sounds were refreshing. This kind of sound was very unusual. Mu Yun was instantly shocked and directly struck out with her palm. Boom! Explosions rang out in front of her. However, Mu Yun was not concerned about the position in front of her, but the inside of her body. When she struck out with this punch, the power erupted from the 9 core whirlpools at the same time. This surprised Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was suddenly inspired. She struck out her palms repeatedly, and explosions rang out continuously. At this moment, the power that filled Mu Yun's body completely spread out. As it spread out, Mu Yun could clearly see that her body had become even stronger. As the power fluctuated, the speed at which the 9 core whirlpools connected became faster and faster. Gradually, the 9 core whirlpools showed signs of merging into one. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was instantly taken aback. This was the tyrannical power of power. Elixir source, the 9 core whirlpools began to rotate and gather into an elixir source. Her power was increasing at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun did not expect that she would actually break through to the heaven immortal realm at this moment. Slowly, the power of the 9 core whirlpools continued to condense. The power that was spreading out was completely condensed at this moment. Seeing this, Mu Yun was slightly shocked. The elixir source was really about to condense. However, suddenly, just as Mu Yun was wholeheartedly observing her body, a mark suddenly appeared on the wall in front of her. At this very moment, the imprints began to spread out. Just as Mu Yun was about to ignore all of this, the imprints suddenly started to spread out all of a sudden. Dong! The wall shattered, a tyrannical repulsive force directly sent Mu Yun's body flying. Originally, the core whirlpools that were merging into one in Mu Yun's body suddenly stopped at this moment. The 9 core whirlpools connected into a line and condensed into an elixir source. However, they did not condense into a nascent soul. He had yet to step into the heaven immortal realm. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun cursed angrily and did not want to pay attention to the changes in front of her. However, when those strange marks appeared in front of her, Mu Yun could no longer ignore them. Unable to ignore them, Mu Yun directly took a step forward and completely released her power at this moment. Dong dong, a dull sound was heard, and the wall completely collapsed. A ray of light shot directly at Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun had no choice but to stop. If she did not stop, she would be the unlucky one. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun cursed softly and did not speak anymore. She directly stopped her actions and reached the step of condensing the elixir source. Mu Yun looked ahead. A tunnel appeared in front of her. Although she was hesitant in her heart, when she thought that this tunnel might lead to the place where the golden immortal token might be, Mu Yun immediately could not calm down and walked directly into the tunnel. The golden light was so dazzling that one could not look directly at it. At this moment, Mu Yun held her breath and did not dare to hesitate. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, just as Mu Yun walked forward, a series of air-piercing sounds suddenly sounded at this moment. As the air-piercing sounds fell, the black-ink sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand and she slashed out directly. The tyrannical force caused her body to retreat continuously. Under such a violent force, Mu Yun retreated backward. However, the more it was so, the more it aroused the anger in Mu Yun's heart. Raging flames swirling. As she swung her sword, the flames surged. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura suddenly surged, and the strength of the impact was incredible. A 9th grade Earth Immortal was only one step away from the Heaven Immortal realm. The increase in power was more than 10 times. This was the power of a 9th grade Earth Immortal. When the power was tangled together, it could not be ignored. Suddenly, Mu Yun was filled with confidence. As she swung her sword again and again, Mu Yun's figure kept approaching the front. At this moment, the violent force suddenly exploded. As she walked, Mu Yun did not know how much time had passed. However, when the last ray of light appeared, Mu Yun suddenly realized that time had stopped at this moment. A vast world appeared in front of her. However, there was only golden light in that vast world. At this moment, Xiaoqi flew out directly. A 7-colored dragon egg kept jumping up and down, shouting loudly. Father, there is such a strong aura in here. It makes me feel very comfortable. It's such a comfortable aura. Xiaoqi shouted loudly, full of joy. This little guy had not hatched from the dragon egg yet, but at this moment, he felt very comfortable. Comfortable? However, Mu Yun looked at Xiaoqi in surprise. This little guy seemed to be very happy in his heart. Could it be that there was something mysterious about this golden aura that filled the sky? At this moment, Mu Yun could not detect it at all. However, gradually, as Mu Yun's breathing intensified, the dragonization in her body began to be gradually triggered. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Super Gift. Mu Yun did not dare to be careless and immediately took control of the situation. At this moment, the power started to spread. Mu Yun's body instantly felt extremely comfortable. The dragon form was becoming stronger. At this moment, the dragon scales of the rainbow heavenly dragon appeared on Mu Yun's body. As the dragon form that he cultivated mainly relied on the dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon blood of the rainbow heavenly dragon, the dragon scales that appeared on the surface of his body were also in the form of the dragon form's dragon scales. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately panted heavily. The power of the dragon form was indeed very comfortable. Mu Yun's heart was filled with calmness. This golden light. Could it be related to the divine dragon? It should not be. Mu Yun was already very surprised that a shameless dragon like Xiaoqi appeared in the immortal world. And now, Xiaoqi's appearance made him even more incredulous. According to the ancient records, the dragon race formed a world of their own, and it seemed to be called the dragon world. The divine dragons that lived in the dragon world rarely left. In the immortal world, the appearance of two divine dragons was already enough to surprise Mu Yun. Now, there were traces of divine dragons here. Mu Yun could not help but be shocked. At this moment, Mu Yun's mind was filled with these questions, but he did not realize that Xiaoqi's body had already started to change. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the surface of Xiaoqi's body. Breaking out of the shell. By the time Mu Yun realized this, it was already too late to stop it. Father, I want to come out. I want to come out. I need power. Lots and lots of power. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately understood. The power that Xiaoqi was talking about was all the treasures. Without another word, Mu Yun directly took out all the treasures in his divine space treasure cave. The dragon egg of the rainbow sky dragon absorbed all of the power into the dragon egg. Seeing that the power was not enough, Mu Yun did not dare to act rashly. He once again took out all the treasures at the bottom of his chest. Just these alone were not enough. Let's fight. Gritting her teeth, Mu Yun took out the last 10 million Earth Yang pills that she had accumulated. However, it was still not enough. Mu Yun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Still not enough? What's going on? However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not have the time to think about this. Mu Yun's power grew rapidly layer by layer. At this moment, she could only continue to plunder. In the end, Mu Yun had no choice but to throw out the red jade fire snake fruit. A single red jade fiery snake fruit could allow a 9th-tier earthly immortal martial artist to reach the heavenly immortal realm. It could be said that martial artists at the Earth Celestial stage could use this elixir to increase their cultivation level by 1 level. If this pill was brought back, it would be able to raise the cultivation of at least 100 Earth Immortal disciples of the Sword sect. But now, it was all given to Little Seven. This time, Mu Yun was really penniless. So pitiful that he didn't even have a single mortal yang pill left. At this moment, Mu Yun was so heartbroken that she could not breathe. Father, get out of the way. I'm coming out. Little Seven cried out at this moment. However, before Mu Yun could get out of the way, there was a cracking sound. The eggshell broke. In an instant, the entire space of golden light dissipated. All that was left was the 7-colored light. The 7-colored light filled the entire space. Everything lost its light. Slowly, a figure wandered out from the light. The 5-meter-long figure raised its head proudly. Divine Dragon, although it was only 5 meters long and looked weak, the strong pressure caused Mu Yun to spit out a mouthful of blood. The scales on its body were shining with 7-colored light. Every strand and inch of it made people afraid to go near it. Those dragon whiskers gave off a faint golden light, shining brightly. It had the face of a horse, the claws of an eagle, the antlers of a deer, the scales of a fish, and the torso of a snake. This was a dragon. It was formed from the combination of any kind of spirit beast in the world to form the body of the most arrogant dragon. At this moment, Mu Yan's breathing was heavy. Although the divine dragon that little Seven had transformed into was only 5 meters long and looked like a snake, the pressure it gave off was not weak. Moreover, it looked completely different from Xianxia, that shameless snake. In comparison, Xianxia did not look like a dragon, but more like a scabby-headed snake. If Xianxia was here at this moment, Mu Yan really wanted to ask him why there was such a huge difference between them. Father. However, at this moment, little Seven, who had transformed into a dragon, roared excitedly and rushed over. As she galloped, little Seven's figure transformed into a human figure. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind. She was petite and looked like a 3 or 4-year-old girl. Her pink little face was rosy and she looked extremely cute. This was the strength of the divine dragon race. Little Seven, who had broken out of the shell, could transform into a human figure in an instant. However, at this moment, Mu Yan's breathing was hurried. Little Seven looked really cute at this moment. Moreover, she was wearing a rainbow-colored feather robe and looked like a little fairy flying in the air. Father. However, while Mu Yan was in a daze, little Seven had already flown directly into Mu Yan's arms. Hee hee, little Seven's bell-like laughter came out of her mouth. At this moment, Mu Yan had a feeling from the bottom of her heart. He really felt like a father now. Rubbing little Seven's hair lovingly, Mu Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Little fellow, how is it? Are you very happy to have emerged from that stuffy and dark place?" "Yes." Little Seven nodded desperately and said, "Of course I'm happy. Little Seven has finally seen father's appearance. It's completely different from what I imagined." "Oh? Then what does father look like in little Seven's eyes?" I don't know. Anyway, it's different." Little Seven immediately grinned and said. Hearing this, Mu Yan only rubbed little Seven's head lovingly. Lil Seven was happy, but he was now a beggar. A beggar without a single cent left. Mu Yan suddenly felt bitter in her heart. The only thing missing was the black yin sword. However, Mu Yan felt an indescribable sense of excitement when he saw how happy little Seven was circling around him. He really wanted to know how he would feel when he saw Qin Mengyao again. He wondered how he would feel when he saw his own child. Mengyao should be giving birth soon. Father, father. Little Seven looked at Mu Yan at this moment and said in a daze, "Father, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Mu Yan smiled and said, "Father is feeling happy about little Seven's birth." "Really?" "Of course." "Oh yeah." Little Seven looked around happily and immediately flew up. Mu Yan really liked his appearance from the bottom of her heart. "You really did it." However, at this moment, Guiyi's voice sounded faintly. What? Nothing. Guiyi chuckled and said, "It's just that what you did really surprised me." Hearing Guiyi's ambiguous words, Mu Yan was even more puzzled. "Didn't you realize that the power of your bloodline has increased?" Guiyi said mockingly, "Otherwise, how do you think this little fellow broke out of the shell? Just by relying on the weak dragon aura inside?" "Me?" Mu Yan immediately pointed at herself and said, "How can I? You won't understand even if I explain it to you." Guiyi was too lazy to explain and simply stopped talking. Mu Yan was used to Guiyi's strange temper and did not continue asking. At this moment, little Seven dashed over. "Father." No, according to human thinking, I should call you father or father." Little Seven immediately smiled and said, "Little father, you made me break out of the shell. I also want to give you a gift." "Little father," Mu Yan immediately laughed and said, "Why do you call me little father? Is it because I'm not your biological father?" No, little Seven doesn't care who my biological father is. Little father is my father. It's just that little father looks like his bone age is only a few hundred years. According to the lifespan of human immortals, little father is actually the same as me according to the dragon race's age. However, he should be considered a child. That's why I call you little father." Little Seven giggled and said, little father, let's not talk about this first. I want to give you a super big gift." Super big gift? Mu Yun looked at little Seven and coughed solemnly. She said, okay. Let me see what our little Seven's serious gift is. Little father doesn't believe little Seven. Little Seven pouted and said, but it doesn't matter. Father will believe little Seven in a while. Little Seven instantly giggled, her eyes filled with joy. Then, little Seven directly flew up like a little fairy, her hands dancing in the air. Gradually, following Xiaoqi's actions, the dragon eggs, which had originally been shattered, started to gather back together. However, at this moment, Mu Yun still did not understand little Seven's actions. It could be said that he knew nothing about the dragon race. After all, the divine dragon, even when he was the most powerful back then, sounded like a legend. But now, little Seven seemed to be confident and directly used her methods, eager to give it a try. Mu Yun was not anxious at this moment. She wanted to see what little Seven was up to. As little Seven's actions began, the light that gathered around her gradually became more and more violent. The fragments of the seven-colored dragon shell gathered together and began to slowly absorb the strange dragon aura in this space. The seven-colored light covered the golden dragon aura. Little father, look carefully. This is the dragon shell that my incarnation shed. It contains an extremely strong defense. Little father is now in the 9th stage Earth Immortal realm and is about to become a Heaven Immortal. According to the classification of humans, the Heaven Immortal realm should be the gathering of the elixir source to form the nascent soul and promote the growth of the nascent soul. Little Seven said solemnly, Little Seven will now use this dragon shell to absorb the dragon aura left behind by the five-clawed golden dragon to help little father. At this moment, it will directly condense into the strongest nascent soul, a nascent soul that will be mixed with the dragon aura of the five-clawed golden dragon from the dragon shell. After little Seven finished speaking, she immediately used it. However, Mu Yun was stunned at this moment. Wait, what's this, five-clawed golden dragon? What kind of divine dragon was that? In this way, the dragon race was also divided into various types. What kind of dragon was Xiaoqing's shameless dragon? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios First Stage Heaven Immortal. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely stunned. His power was being devoured endlessly. The state where the 9 core revolutions in his body had merged into one was broken at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun could only rely on his own senses to feel around. In an instant, it was as if all the power in his body had been dispelled at this moment. The core revolution spun crazily. As the 9 core revolutions spun crazily, a trace of additional power was mixed in Mu Yun's body. The broken eggshell turned into streams of essence power at this moment and entered Mu Yun's body directly. Sensing this strange change, Mu Yun wanted to resist. After all, the core revolutions were the essence of his cultivation. However, when he thought of what Little Seven said, Mu Yun immediately stopped. Little Seven wouldn't harm him. This power wouldn't harm his core whirlpool. Mu Yun made up his mind and started to stabilize his mind, allowing the light from the eggshell to enter his body. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering change began to take place. The 9 core revolutions that had stopped just now started to condense completely at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun once again began his path of advancement. The 9 core revolutions spun at high speed, and the core source gathered even more tightly. Gradually, within the dense core source, Mu Yun's body started to transform into various shapes. Human shape, the nascent soul was condensing. Mu Yun was very sure that he did not activate any changes in his nascent soul at all. However, at this moment, the nascent soul was continuously condensing. All that Mu Yun needed to do was, let nature take its course. Mu Yun said from the bottom of his heart that there had never been a time when a breakthrough was as simple as today. Everything went smoothly, as if it was natural. However, this did not last very long. Not long after, the figure of a nascent soul took root in his dantian. At this moment, Mu Yun could clearly feel that the true soul in his mind and soul si had entered a stable state at this moment. And now, the nascent soul in his dantian was firmly rooted. It was as if Mu Yun had shrunk dozens of times. This was a nascent soul. At this moment, Mu Yun only wanted to roar at the sky. Awesome, the nascent soul was completely formed. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, Mu Yun's true soul was communicating with her nascent soul. She immediately realized that her nascent soul had a trace of indescribable power. That indescribable power came from the dragon shell that Xiaoqi had released into her body. It was just that those dragon shells had already been shattered to the point of being minuscule. Not only that, but the nascent soul also gave off a dignified and majestic aura. Dragon breath, Mu Yun was surprised. Little Seven, what did you do? Mu Yun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hee, I gave little father some benefits. Little father has done so much for me. It's only right for me to repay little father. Xiaoqi chuckled. Little father, don't underestimate my eggshell. It's an existence that gathers all the essence of our dragon race. Moreover, you humans, even immortals, after cultivating the nascent soul, it can be said to be the most fundamental step in the immortal Tao. Everyone below the heaven immortal realm is just an ant. Therefore, in the heaven immortal realm, the nascent soul is very important. However, the nascent soul is very fragile. After combining with the true soul, once the nascent soul is destroyed, the true soul will also be severely injured. Mu Yun naturally knew this. The nascent soul was in the dantian, while the true soul was in the mind. It could be said that one was in charge of external matters, while the other was in charge of internal matters. However, the true soul was in the most important position. Once the true soul was annihilated, the cultivator would be completely dead. However, if the nascent soul was destroyed, the cultivator would need to reassemble it. They would not die, but their strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Moreover, the true soul would also be implicated. It could be said that the true soul and nascent soul were the main and auxiliary. However, the nascent soul in the heaven immortal realm was indeed very fragile. Once the nascent soul was hit by the opponent, the cultivator would almost instantly lose the ability to resist. Therefore, I put a protective layer over little father's nascent soul. It combined the power of the rainbow dragon eggs and the dragon chi of the five-clawed golden dragon. Even if a mystic immortal wants to destroy little father's nascent soul, it will not be that easy. It would not be that easy for a mystic immortal to make a move. These words made Mu Yun exclaim in surprise. It sounded very frightening. If the nascent soul of a ninth-grade heaven immortal could not be destroyed by a mystic immortal, then this nascent soul could be said to be a heaven-defying nascent soul. It's really that powerful. I really don't need to worry. But Little Seven, what kind of dragon is the five-clawed golden dragon that you mentioned? Mu Yun was indeed more concerned about this question. The five-clawed golden dragon is a kind of divine dragon. It is born with 5 claws, and it leans towards the metal attribute that you humans call power. Little Seven said seriously, its status is about the same as us rainbow dragons. It is also very powerful in the dragon clan. The dragon clan is also divided into factions? I'm not too sure. Regarding this, I was just born, so I don't know much. Then do you know that there is a kind of dragon in the dragon clan? It is covered in scales and looks like scrap metal. It is also very shameless, short-sighted, and extremely ugly. Do you have this kind of dragon? No. Little Seven shook his head. No? How could there not be? Mu Yun did not believe it. Xiaoqi was like this in his previous life. He was like a rotten loach that jumped out from the mud. His appearance was shameful, and his actions were even more shameless. There should be. Little father, don't be anxious. It could also be that a large part of my memory about the dragon clan has not awakened, so I can't think of it in a short period of time. Little Seven comforted him. Little father, don't worry. I will definitely tell you when I think of it. Okay. At this moment, Mu Yun also knew that these things could not be forced. In his previous life, he and Xiaoqi, one man and one dragon, galloped and fought, and they were always successful. Although he was a shameless dragon, he was still a divine dragon, but now that he thought about it, this shameless dragon was simply too inferior compared to his dragon daughter in front of him. No matter how he thought about it now, he could not figure it out. Xiaoqi shouldn't be such a person, right? Forget it, these things were not what he could think of now. It was better to leave it for the future to plan. Now that the nascent soul was condensed, Mu Yun could be considered to have completely stepped into the heaven immortal realm, first stage heaven immortal realm. In this life, from the human immortal realm to the earth immortal realm, and then to the heaven immortal realm, it was simply several times faster than in his previous life. But Mu Yun was not worried that this rapid improvement would cause his cultivation to be unstable. Every step of his improvement was after careful consideration, and he relied on his own efforts to achieve it step by step. In addition to the experience of his previous life, if he could not compare to those geniuses in this life, then he was really stupid. At this moment, Mu Yun made up his mind, and his heart completely calmed down. When he looked at his surroundings again, the scene changed drastically. Without the shroud of the golden light, Mu Yun finally saw the scene in front of him. Between the vast heaven and earth, there were wooden walls everywhere. It was like a vast wooden bowl that enveloped the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in the center of this place. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was extremely surprised. All of this seemed too illusory and unreal. If it was naturally formed, it was really too unbelievable. But if it was said to be a work of art, Mu Yun naturally did not dare to believe it. This is still the golden immortal ruins? Mu Yun could not help but be very puzzled at this moment. It was indeed unbelievable. Of course. Xiaoqi said with a smile, I feel the aura of the dragon clan here, but I don't know why a five-clawed golden dragon would appear here. A five-clawed golden dragon appeared here. Could it be that there really was a five-clawed golden dragon? Mu Yun could not help but be puzzled. However, it did not seem to be the time to care about this now. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mu Yun smiled and said, Xiaoqi, can you tell what's strange about this place? Hearing this, Xiaoqi looked around and shook his head. Mu Yun stood in the center and could not tell what was going on. Array formation? He could not tell, everything seemed to be very natural. However, gradually, standing in the center of the place and looking around, Mu Yun had a strange feeling. Something was wrong here. He could not tell what was wrong, but the nascent soul in his body was restless and felt that something was amiss. Could it be here? Mu Yun immediately shouted and took a step forward. Here, he pointed with his palm and directly pointed a finger. Bang, a piece of wood fell to the left of Mu Yun. As the wood fell, suddenly, a sparkling golden light appeared in front of Mu Yun's eyes. Golden Immortal Token. The Golden Immortal Token fell directly into Mu Yun's hands. Everything looked so natural. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun completely understood. Perhaps it was because of the aura of the five-clawed golden dragon in his body that he saw something unusual about this place. He took a step forward and the Golden Immortal Token fell into Mu Yun's hand. Seeing the Golden Immortal Token in his hand, Mu Yun became more and more curious about this place. This was the ruins of a Golden Immortal, but how could such a place appear? It was really inconceivable. Mu Yun did not think that a Golden Immortal could control a five-clawed golden dragon. Everything was strange. However, at this moment, Mu Yun could not explain the strangeness of this place at all. Forget it, let's go. Looking around, Mu Yun sighed. His strength was low. Even if he had reached the Golden Immortal Realm, it would be difficult for him to explore the mysteries of this place. In such a huge Golden Immortal ruins, it was already good enough that he could see the reason, let alone here. As he turned around, Mu Yun was about to leave this place. Hee. Junior brother Mu, long time no see. However, just as Mu Yun turned around, a laugh sounded in front of him, and dozens of figures appeared in front of him. The leader had a smile in his eyes, and his eyes were full of self-satisfaction. However, there were a few figures beside that person, and they were holding a person. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. 3 fingers pointed phone watching. Mu Yun said coldly, I advise you to let go of Xianxia, or else what can you do to me? However, phone watching took over and immediately shouted, Mu Yun, even if you have great ability, if you don't hand over the Golden Immortal Badge in your hands now, you will die without a burial place. If you don't believe me, take a step forward and I'll kill her immediately. Phone watching sword landed on Xianxia's shoulder. Seeing this, Mu Yun scolded himself for being careless. She didn't notice that Xianxia had been forced to the 4th floor. Qin Tianyu wasn't the only one in the Wooden City. Phone watching and Yuji were here too. Now, they were at a disadvantage. However, she wasn't worried about handing over the Golden Immortal Badge. Instead, she was worried that phone watching would go back on his word if she did. Xianxia immediately yelled, "Don't worry about me. Giving him the golden immortal badge is better than feeding it to the dogs. Mu Yun, you just have to promise me that you won't forget about Brother Gang's death. Kill Yuji and avenge him." Feng Ruoqing was enraged by her words. Slap, Feng Ruoqing slapped Xianxia's face and yelled, "Little bitch, I spared your life, but you're heartless." At this moment, when Feng Ruoqing saw the golden immortal token, he seemed to be unable to bring out his gentlemanly act. He directly made a move. He took a step forward and sent out a slap. The crisp sound of the slap landed on Xianxia's face. Seeing this, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth trembled. "Stop." Mu Yun said coldly, "Let her go, and I'll give you the golden immortal badge." Seeing this scene, Feng Ruoqing instantly started laughing loudly. "You know what's good for you, Mu Yun." At this moment, Feng Ruoqing was extremely pleased with herself. Judging from the battle below, Mu Yun should be very weak now. The dozens of people led by Qin Tianyu would be enough to deal with her. "Alright, let her go and give me the badge." Feng Ruoqing smiled and sheathed his sword. He pushed Xianxia. Mu Yun threw the golden immortal badge and then pulled Xianxia back. Looking at the golden immortal token in her hand, Feng Ruoqing was overjoyed. "Mu Yun, oh, Mu Yun, no wonder Yi Gushiwe and Gushiwe take you and made you as the Heavenly Sword Studio. Mu Yun. Oh, Mu. Mu Yun, Mu Yun, Mu Yun, Yi, Mu Yang Studio, Mu Yang. Is Mu Studio. Mu Studio Studio a Mu Studio Yang Yi Studio. Mu. Thank you. Mu Yun cupped her hands and smiled at Feng Ruoqing. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. It's a pity that you're standing on the opposite side of me. Since that's the case, I can't let you leave." Feng Ruoqing stroked the golden immortal badge and smiled. "I'm sorry, Mu Yun. You're going to die here today." "Damn it," Xianxia snorted. "Mu Yun, I've implicated you." "Implicated? How did I implicate you?" Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and smiled. "I'm just getting ready to practice." "Hey, Feng Ruoqing, the golden immortal badge is in your hand. You should be warm now, right? Now, it's time to return it to me." "Return it to you?" Hearing this, Feng Ruoqing instantly laughed wildly. "It's fine if I return it to you. It's meaningless for a dead man to hold on to a token." Feng Ruoqing waved his hand as soon as he finished speaking. Swish swish swish, 3 figures immediately charged out. The 3 of them were all 9th level Earth Immortals. Even Qin Tianyu did not have any 9th tier Earth Immortal disciples around him. However, Feng Ruoqing had 3 9th tier Earth Immortal disciples with him. From this point, it seemed that Feng Ruoqing's influence in the Heaven Sword Tower was not as simple as it seemed. This person really couldn't be underestimated. However, when Mu Yun saw the 3 level 9 earthly celestial disciples rushing toward her, she did not think much of it. He took a step forward. Kill, a sword slashed out. Puff puff puff, immediately, the 3 figures stopped dead in their tracks. Blood spurted out from their bodies. 3 9th grade Earth Immortal disciples were killed instantly. In an instant, the entire place was deathly silent. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. How could this be? A sword slashed out 3 9th grade Earth Immortal disciples. How could Mu Yun's strength become so terrifying all of a sudden? You've reached the Heaven Immortal realm? Looking at Mu Yun, Feng Ruoqing gritted his teeth and could not help but shout. "I think so." Mu Yun said with a faint smile. "I think so, then all the more I can't let you live." After Feng Ruoqing finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword, aiming at Mu Yun. "You guys, kill that woman for me." After Feng Ruoqing gave the order, he charged toward Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun said to Lil 7, "Protect this sister, okay? Don't worry, little daddy. I can do it." Lil 7 grinned, showing his cute dimples and innocence. Seeing this, Mu Yun could only laugh bitterly. This clown, however, at this moment, Feng Ruoqing had already charged toward her. Mu Yun did not say anything and went forward to meet him. She slashed out with her sword. At this moment, Mu Yun's strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was the strength of a nascent soul. Even the strength of 9 core spirals could not compare to the strength of a nascent soul. Clang, the long swords collided with each other, and a clanging sound was heard. The two figures separated upon contact. However, when Feng Ruoqing looked at Mu Yun, he was stunned. This girl. How did she suddenly become so terrifying? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Mu Yun's change shocked them. This fellow was simply too tyrannical. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Ruoqing did not say anything and attacked again. He had been in the first-grade Heaven Immortal realm for dozens of years. He was much stronger than Mu Yun, who had just entered the first-grade Heaven Immortal realm. However, this was only his subconscious thought. Mu Yun had just entered the first-grade Heaven Immortal realm. However, his nascent soul had merged with Xiaoqi's dragon shell and the 5-clawed golden dragon's dragon breath. With such a powerful nascent soul, the absorption of immortal qi simply didn't care about the rules. As long as he wanted it, he could absorb it. Buzz, at this moment, the blacking sword in Mu Yun's hand emitted a dazzling light. The blacking sword had improved again. After sensing its master's improvement, the sword also became more powerful. This was the true nature of the blacking sword. The improvement in strength and quality also allowed him and the blacking sword to have a telepathic connection. Kill, zing zing zing, streaks of sword chi exploded. At this moment, the blacking sword had completely exploded. Dull thuds could be heard. The blacking sword's sword radiance was even more murderous. At this moment, Mu Yun really wanted to howl to the sky. The extreme increase in strength made him feel that his entire body was filled with power. Boom, boom. Boom, in an instant, Mu Yun brandished sword techniques one after another. This sword technique was the most ordinary attack. It was extremely ordinary. However, its power was unparalleled. Gradually, Mu Yun's attacks became more and more powerful. Feng Ruoqing gradually realized that he could not resist the most ordinary attacks from Mu Yun. Damn it, damn it. Feng Ruoqing immediately shouted and bit his palm. Blood dripped out. In an instant, Feng Ruoqing's body expanded by more than 10 times. The strong wind whistled. At this moment, Feng Ruoqing's body was filled with the sound of the wind. It was impossible to ignore it. Crackling sounds could be heard at this moment. The sound was so violent that it made one's ears ache. Xiaoqi waved her hand. A ray of light appeared in front of her and Xianxia. All the raging waves disappeared the moment they touched the light screen. Suddenly, Mu Yun saw this scene and sneered. She immediately attacked with her palm. Bang, the wind from her palm whistled and hit Feng Ruoqing's body. However, it immediately turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Seeing this, Mu Yun had some thoughts. Without another word, she flew on her sword and slashed. Inferno Heavenly Sword Slash. As the sword slashed out, the wind howled and crackled. At this moment, the sound of explosions could be heard. Dong. 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 The dull sound was like an explosion, causing one's ears to ring. This slash exploded the moment Mu Yun's strength increased. Clang. Clang, clang. Clang. Get lost. Feng Ruoqing's body, which was dozens of meters tall, took a step forward. The floor shook, and power poured out. The streaks of sword chi stopped there. However, Mu Yun did not care at all. 9 nether finger. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand. She pointed 3 fingers, it was 3 fingers, crackling sounds rang out as Mu Yun pointed out 3 fingers. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was released, and his entire body was completely relaxed. 3 fingers were unleashed. She attacked Feng Ruoqing in a triangular formation. Get lost. Feng Ruoqing still let out a low shout when she saw the explosive power coming. However, this time, Mu Yun's fingers exploded. 3 fingers poked into the surface of Feng Ruoqing's body. The violent explosion of power caused Feng Ruoqing's face to turn cold. Slash, Feng Ruoqing swung his sword down. Mu Yun's tiny figure was negligible in his eyes. However, it was this tiny figure that had blocked Feng Ruoqing's attack when the sword slashed down. The blacking sword glowed brightly. With the sword in front of him, Feng Ruoqing's seemingly arrogant attack was directly blocked. Charge. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately let out a low roar and charged out. With another wave of his hand, a series of popping sounds rang out, and 3 fingers immediately shot out. Feng Ruoqing's seemingly tough body was unable to defend against the attack of the 3 fingers at this moment. Poking sounds could be heard. Bloody marks appeared on the surface of Feng Ruoqing's body. At this moment, Mu Yan's figure started to move strangely. At this very moment, Feng Ruoqing was so anxious that he went crazy, but he was completely helpless against Mu Yun. His body was still being attacked by Mu Yun. And that power was not immortal qi. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. I don't need it, Feng Ruoqing roared wildly, but he could not do anything to Mu Yun. Damn it, damn it. Feng Ruoqing's feet kept stepping on the ground, but Mu Yun's nimble figure made him unable to grab hold of Mu Yun's body. As they went back and forth, Feng Ruoqing's enlarged body became his hindrance. 9 Nether Finger. After reaching the Heaven Immortal Realm, the power of 3 fingers is already enough to make Feng Ruoqing unable to resist. This finger technique is indeed domineering. Mu Yun was secretly surprised. The martial techniques that he got from Guai had never disappointed him. However, this was only the beginning. The final wild power had yet to appear. Mu Yun roared and took a step forward. The power around her body completely exploded. 9 Seal Stacked Kill Roar. With a roar, origin energy surged from her abdomen to her chest like a river. Roar. Suddenly, a wild roar came from Mu Yun's mouth. That wild roar not only shook people's hearts, but it also shook the entire ground. At this moment, it was completely shaking. The 5-story pavilion was completely shaking at this moment. The surface of Feng Ruoqing's body in front of Mu Yun seemed to have been eroded by the wind. Puff! Suddenly, the sound wave formed a line and directly pierced through Feng Ruoqing's body. Blood flowed down Feng Ruoqing's waist. Feng Ruoqing's nascent soul was directly pierced through. A heart-wrenching scream was heard at this moment. At this moment, Feng Ruoqing's complexion was completely pale. Her enormous body was unable to support itself any longer, and directly collapsed. Swoosh! A piercing sound was heard, and Mu Yun's figure appeared directly in front of Feng Ruoqing. Mu Yun stepped out and looked down at Feng Ruoqing. She said slowly, Feng Ruoqing, you were the one who sent the people in the dark mystic stone quarry to the One Leaf Sword sect, right? How did you know? Feng Ruoqing's nascent soul was damaged at this moment, and he had lost 99% of his strength. It was extremely difficult for him to speak. Of course I know. Mu Yun smiled. Because, 3rd Elder Qiao Ding Tian is already one of my men. Qin Tianyu's sword sect is not the Sword Pavilion sect's sword. Heaven Sword Tower's disciples, other than him, you. What? Feng Ruoqing was completely stunned when she heard this. How could Qiao Ding Tian become one of Mu Yun's men? How could he choose to give up Qin Tianyu and not choose him, but Mu Yun? However, Feng Ruoqing had no time to think about all this. At this moment, Mu Yun held her sword with both hands and pointed it directly at Feng Ruoqing's head. No, no, no. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Feng Ruoqing immediately said in horror, I'm willing to do anything for you, anything. No, I don't need it. Mu Yun said slowly, I just need you to quietly accompany Qin Tianyu and die together. Pfft. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword, and blood splattered. Mu Yun put away the golden immortal token. Turning around and looking at the other side, Mu Yun was stunned. Xiaoqi and Tian Xian were looking at her in a daze. Around them, the disciples of Heaven Sword Tower who followed Feng Ruoqing were already dead and injured. Xiaoqi, you're so powerful. Mu Yun looked at Xiaoqi and praised. Ha ha ha, Xiaoqi stuck out his tongue and looked at Mu Yun. Father, you're so stupid. You wasted so much time with so few people. Listening to the conversation between the two, Tian Xian was completely dumbfounded. Just now, when Xiaoqi attacked, she did not see what happened at all. The surrounding disciples, from level 5 Earth Immortals to level 8 Earth Immortals, were all dead. And Mu Yun, facing Feng Ruoqing, who was a level 1 Heaven Immortal, seemed to be very relaxed. However, at this moment, she was most surprised. Who was this Xiaoqi in front of her? Mu Yun, it's not the time to talk. Let's leave this place immediately. There are still disciples of Triji Heavenly Alliance here. It's not good to have a conflict with them. Hearing this, the two of them immediately left the place. Not long after the two of them left, several figures flew over. It was Xianxia and Do Luotian from Triji Heavenly Alliance. Isn't that Feng Ruoqing who was following behind Yuji? How did he die? Xianxia looked at the scene and was slightly stunned. Could it be, swoosh swoosh swoosh? However, just as the two of them arrived, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard again. More than 10 people had arrived. When they saw the scene in front of them, the person in the lead was stunned. Feng Ruoqing. Yuji looked at the corpse on the ground and immediately exclaimed, Xianxia, Do Luotian, why did you kill him? Yuji, don't talk nonsense here. As soon as Yuji finished speaking, Xianxia immediately shouted, the two of us just arrived. Do Luotian's temper was a bit more impatient. He immediately snorted, Yuji, look again. How could the two of us have caused such a huge commotion when we killed him? Who knows if Feng Ruoqing or Qin Tianyu fought? Where's Qin Tianyu? Yuji discovered that after entering the city, he indeed did not see Qin Tianyu. He could not help but ask. I don't know. I haven't seen him at all. Wang Yan replied. Seen your brother Yi. However, at that moment, a figure appeared outside the door and entered. Yi Xiaoyu walked in with a Heaven Sword Tower disciple and said, Seen your brother Yi, this person knows. Speak. Yuji shouted as he looked at the Heaven Sword Tower disciple whose face was already ashen. Seen your brother Qin was killed by Mu Yun. We saw it with our own eyes. He was killed by Mu Yun. I don't know what happened after that either. Trash. Yuji slapped the disciple when he heard those words. With a crack, the disciple's head exploded and he died. Yuji immediately shouted, Mu Yun? How could this person kill Qin Tianyu? Qin Tianyu is a rank 1 heavenly immortal after all. Yuji's anger was boiling in his chest. His voice was icy cold. Seeing your brother Yi, there's a high possibility that there's a golden immortal medallion on the first floor below. It seems like the golden immortal medallion has been taken by someone else. Damn it. Yuji shouted, find Mu Yun immediately. I don't care what method you use. My Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance has more than 10,000 disciples here. I don't believe we can't find Mu Yun. Understood. Yuji looked at the corpses on the ground and felt even more frustrated. I don't think there's anything special in this wooden city. If the two of you are willing to stay here, then stay here. Yuji snorted and left angrily with a dozen or so people. Seeing this, Xianxia and Do Luotian looked at each other and felt pity. They didn't expect that Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing would encounter them here. However, most importantly, a golden immortal medallion had been obtained by Mu Yun. Who knew how many golden immortal medallions there were in the golden immortal ruins? Even if a single one appeared, they would fight for it with all their might. The disciples of the 5 great sects wanted to obtain the golden immortal medallion to reduce the tribute they had to pay to the sect. As for them, they wanted to obtain the status to enter the inner alliance through the golden immortal medallion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Yun had left the wooden city with Xianxia. They had already left the illusory formation. No matter what was hidden in the pavilion, it was definitely not something he could control. Thus, Mu Yun was absolutely certain of this. Since that was the case, it was impossible for him to investigate the secrets inside. He might as well just leave. Looking at this scene, Mu Yun smiled faintly. At that moment, he had left the illusory formation. However, Yu and the others were still inside the city. If he wanted to leave the city, he had to pass through the illusory formation. Since that was the case, with a thought, Mu Yun turned around and returned. He entered the great formation and began to get busy. Only after half a day did he reappear. At that moment, seeing Mu Yun panting and sweating profusely, Xianxia was even more puzzled. What did you do? Xianxia asked. Curiously as she looked at Mu Yun. Nothing. I just gave them some trouble. Although I couldn't kill that EU, I could at least make him lose a lot of experts. Hearing this, Little Seven chuckled and said, Little Father is so bad, hee hee, alright, let's go. Mu Yun patted little Seven's head and said with a smile, "All right, little father is the big bad guy, and you are the little bad guy." The three of them immediately left the place. "By the way, sister-in-law, I haven't asked you yet. What's going on with brother Gang?" Mu Yun had just settled everything and looked at Xianxia. At the mention of Ren Gang, Xianxia's face immediately turned gloomy. "Brother Gang and I met in the ruins of a golden immortal. We found many fire-type spirit stones in a volcano. There were all kinds of them. The two of us started mining them. Later, we met Yuji and the others. They found something strange in the volcano, so they asked us to lead the way. Brother Gang and a few of our junior brothers were forced into a magma pool by them." "Magma? Volcano group?" Hearing this, Mu Yun said, "Where is it? Take me there now." "Now?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "We can't enter it now." "What happened?" "Brother Gang and the others were forced into the magma. In the end, many fire lizards burst out from the magma. Those fire lizards have extremely strong attack power. Moreover, they have flames around them. It's very difficult to kill them." Hearing this, Mu Yun crossed her arms and pondered. "I still want to take a look." In the end, Mu Yun made up her mind. "Are you suspecting? In any case, I don't believe that Ren Gang is dead without seeing his corpse." Mu Yun said firmly, "He won't die so easily." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Xianxia's eyes. "Really? I'm not sure either," Mu Yun said slowly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun felt bitter in his heart. She was indeed not sure. Ren Gang and Cho Chien were her father's two personal guards back then. According to his father's brain, for these two fellows to be able to become his personal bodyguards, there must be something unusual about them. If they died so easily, how could her father take a liking to them? "All right, I'll take you there immediately." Hearing this, the hope in Xianxia's eyes grew even stronger. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Flame Mountain Range. Long ago, Ren Gang had said that Mu Yun was always able to surprise people. After hearing Ren Gong's description of Mu Yun, Xianxia was even more certain that Mu Yun could bring miracles to people. What others could not do did not mean that he could not do it. Moreover, it was a volcanic area. Mu Yun had 4 heavenly fires, so she should be able to fight against those strange fire lizards. Since that was the case, she would take a gamble. Xianxia quickly led the way. Along the way, Xianxia's mood was obviously much better. "Little Seven, why do you call Mu Yun little daddy?" "Because he's my father," Little Seven said innocently. "Don't you humans call daddy daddy or father?" "Little daddy is still young, so I call him little daddy." Xianxia giggled when she heard Little Seven's innocent words. She looked at Mu Yun. "I didn't expect you to have a child." "Ah?" Hearing this, Mu Yun's face turned red. "Little Seven, if you say any more nonsense, little daddy won't bring you along." Little Seven immediately covered her mouth when Mu Yun said that. She whimpered and stopped talking. "You're really good at scaring children." Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said, "I know that you once had a dragon egg. That should be a real divine dragon, right? However, I can tell you that divine dragons only exist in legends in the immortal world. Very few people actually encounter them, so, of course I understand." Mu Yun looked at Little Seven and nodded. "No one can hurt her." However, Ren Gang actually told you about this. It seems that although he said that he has scruples, he has honestly accepted you as one of his own. Xianxia's face turned red when she heard Lin Yu's teasing, and she stopped talking. The three of them walked together and gradually moved forward. Inside the golden immortal ruins, the sky was always blue and cloudless, so there was no distinction between day and night. Even so, the two of them had to travel for almost a day and a night before they reached the group of volcanoes that Xianxia had mentioned. This was indeed a group of volcanoes. Many thousand-meter-tall mountains were surrounded by flames from the foot of the mountains to the top of the mountains. Even though they were 10,000 meters away, the hot air waves had already arrived in all directions. However, Xianxia was slightly taken aback when she saw this. "What is it?" Mu Yun said when she saw Xianxia in a daze. Someone seems to have gone in? Xianxia said slowly, it wasn't like this when we were here. Although Yuji and the others killed many of those fire lizards, there weren't so many corpses. Did someone go in? Mu Yun had a bad feeling. Since there was someone who could enter from here, it was enough to show that this person's strength and methods were more powerful than he used. Mu Yun looked around. The forest was short and thick, and the trees were thick and dense. Arriving at the forest, Mu Yun immediately started setting up an array formation. I'll leave a small formation here. You can hide in this tree trunk. It'll be enough for you to move around and digest the vermilion jade fire serpent fruit's effects. Mu Yun said slowly, with your current strength, it'll be difficult for you to resist the flames here, so, I know. Xianxia immediately said, I'll wait here. I just hope that if Brother Gang is still alive, you can bring him back. Mu Yun nodded when she saw the look in Xianxia's eyes. After everything was set up, Mu Yun flew up. With his current cultivation of first-tier heavenly immortal, he could at least put up a fight against the top disciples of the 5 great bronze factions. For example, the top disciples in the Heaven Sword Tower, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing were only first-tier heavenly immortals. What he needed to be careful of now were the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. There were more than 10,000 disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance who entered the Golden Immortal Ruins. The weakest was a 5th-tier Earth Immortal, and the strongest was a 5th-tier Heavenly Immortal. 5th-tier Heavenly Immortal, a Heavenly Immortal martial artist would condense his nascent soul. Every increase in grade was a change in the nascent soul's body. It could be said that it was an improvement in their essence. Therefore, there was a difference of 5 grades between 1st tier and 5th tier. Every grade was 10 times the difference between a human immortal and an earth immortal. Just like Yiru Xue, whom he met last time, this person was the top 3 in the outer alliance of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a 5th-tier heavenly immortal. Mu Yun could never forget the pressure he felt when he faced that guy. It was so strong that he could not resist. Even now, Mu Yun could still say that he could not resist Yiru Xue when he met him again. The difference between a 1st-tier and 5th-tier heavenly immortal was too big, although he did not want to admit it, it was the truth. Mu Yun understood. Swoosh, 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 flying into the group of volcanoes, Mu Yun asked Little Seven to enter the chart of immortal extermination and wander around. He chatted with Guei and found trouble with that old guy. Mu Yun was all alone as he flew between the volcanoes without caring about anything. Roar, all of a sudden a low growl was heard. A figure dashed out in front of Mu Yun. That figure was covered in flames, and its scales were like protruding stones. Flames danced on its body, and the big guy's body was completely covered in flames. Seeing this, Mu Yun dodged instantly. But it was too late, the 4 legs were like a lizard that had been magnified dozens of times. They swallowed him in one gulp. Boom, in the next moment, 3 fingerprints blasted out. With a rumbling sound, Mu Yun escaped from the mouth of the 4-clawed fire lizard. A painful roar sounded again. Mu Yun looked at the 4-clawed fire lizard below. Its body was 100 meters long, and its tail was also 100 meters long. Its 4 claws were like palm leaf fans, firmly grasping the ground. As it swallowed and spat, the flames were strong. This was the 4-clawed fire lizard that Xianxia had mentioned. Seeing this, a smile appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. Die. Without saying a word, a heavenly fire condensed in her hand. It was the exotic elemental cold fire. The exotic elemental cold fire condensed into a fire dragon and swooped down. An extremely cold temperature instantly spread out. When the wind blew, the 4-clawed fire lizard that was wrapped in flames turned into ashes. Seeing this, Mu Yun did not hesitate and continued forward. However, after that, Mu Yun became even more cautious. This was only the periphery, and such a big guy with such quick reaction had appeared. Then, what else would appear inside, Mu Yun did not know, but it was always right to be careful. As she continued forward, Mu Yun realized that the volcanic range was vast. The deeper she went, the higher the mountain range. She did not expect that such a flaming valley would be born in the golden immortal ruins that were wrapped in seawater. It was a spectacular sight. But Mu Yun was not in the mood to appreciate such a spectacular sight. She focused all her attention on her surroundings, and Mu Yun calmed down. Kill. Just as Mu Yun was about to go deeper, a shout came from the front. Everyone, listen up. Assemble the array formation and surround this gigantic four-clawed fire lizard. Remember, attack its four claws as much as possible. Don't let it run. A hoarse shout entered Mu Yun's ears. Hearing this voice, Mu Yun felt as if thunder was rumbling in her ears. Slowing down, Mu Yun rushed forward. She was shocked when she saw the scene in front of her. More than 100 people gathered around a four-clawed fire lizard and began attacking. That four-clawed fire lizard was indeed a gigantic beast. Its body was 1,000 meters long, and every protrusion on its body was the size of a stone the size of a water tank. Just the sight of such a colossus was enough to make people feel terrified. At this moment, Mu Yun was leaning against the back of a mountain. The scorching aura of the magma was so hot that other people had to put up their immortal chi to protect themselves. But to him, it was like a drizzle. Looking at the actions of the people in front of her, Mu Yun calmly breathed steadily. Xianxia, you have to guarantee that we will gain something this time. Otherwise, I spent so much effort and even lost a few of my trusted subordinates. This is not worth it. At the front of the crowd, two figures stood in midair, one on the left and one on the right. One of them had white hair and a beard, and he looked like a white-haired youth. However, the tyrannical aura around him slowly spread out, making people feel that he could not be underestimated. As for the other person, he had a robust figure and a smile on his face. He gave people a very amiable feeling. Yu Wuqing, don't be anxious. After all, you are ranked in the top 10 of the Outer Alliance of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. Don't you have this bit of patience? The robust man slowly smiled and said, you need to know that this gigantic lizard is more than 10 times stronger than the ones we encountered before. This means that we have already reached the core of the volcanic region. Everything will be revealed soon. You and I can also understand the uniqueness of this place, right? Yes. Hearing this, Yu Wuqing slowly nodded and said, only you, Xianxia. If it were anyone else in the top 10, I would definitely not cooperate with them. Since that is the case, the two of us should also take action. After saying this, the two figures immediately dispersed. A long spear appeared in the hand of the man named Yu Wuqing. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate and handsome person would actually use a spear as a weapon. It was truly hard to imagine. As for Xianxia, a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was more than 3 feet long, and its entire body was suffused with a sharp silver light. One could tell at a glance that it was not ordinary. The two figures immediately separated upon contact, each rushing in a different direction. Kill. Almost at the same time, the two of them attacked. Whoosh, a sword glow appeared in Xianxia's hand. The sword glow covered the sky and earth, and it looked like a small sun. It emitted a strong sword aura that illuminated the entire land. Whoosh. Giant four-clawed lizard. It could be seen that the back of the enormous fire lizard was the toughest part of its body. But even so, Xianxia still slashed out with his sword, showing no mercy at all. And at that moment, on the other side, Heartless raised his hand and thrust out his spear. Previously, Xianxia's fierce strike had attracted the gigantic lizard's attention. At that moment, Heartless had attacked from behind, slashing out with his sword. Poochie! Poochie! A series of poochie sounds were heard as the spear slashed at the left forelimb of the giant lizard, bringing with it a series of spear lights. With a cracking sound, the force of the spear completely destroyed the forelimb of the giant lizard. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out at this moment. At this moment, the giant lizard's entire body started twisting violently. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately retreated. However, Xianxia attacked again. Waves of sword chi that were stronger than the previous one surged out. At that moment, Xianxia looked like a ghost from hell. Controlling the sword in his hand, he killed without a sound. From this point alone, Mu Yun was able to determine that this Xianxia was much stronger than Yu. More importantly, this person's swordsmanship was much stronger than that of Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing. This was very surprising. Feng Ruoqing and Qin Tianyu could be said to have the qualifications of peerless geniuses. Looks like this Xianxia also has monstrous talent. Such a genius could indeed be called tyrannical. At this moment, Mu Yun was hiding and paying more attention to the fight between the two of them. When Jiang Yan and Heartless worked together, there was no gap. There was not a single gap to speak of. This made Mu Yun even more surprised by their methods. Tyrannical and unparalleled, although that enormous lizard did not possess the strength of a rank 5 heavenly immortal, it was at least a rank 4 heavenly immortal. There was no doubt about that. At this moment, Mu Yun could see how powerful this big guy was. However, when the two of them joined hands, it was actually unable to resist. Puff, suddenly, the two of them worked together again and cut off one of the giant lizard's hind limbs. This time, the giant lizard had completely lost its ability to move. It could only become the target of everyone's attacks. At this moment, the two figures landed on the ground. Phew. The big guy's attack power is very strong and fast. Unfortunately, it met you and me. Heartless exhaled and said slowly. Well. Alright, we'll leave the rest to them. Jiang Yan also calmed down, looking ahead, and exhaled slightly. Among the 100 people, there were about 10 of them were Earth Immortals, and Earth Mu, there were about 10 of them. The 9 Heavenly Immortals were Earth Immortals, and Immortals, and Immortals of Immortals. Iman of Immortals IMS. Immortal 10, Immortals woo. However, just as the two of them were prepared to watch from the sidelines, the giant lizard, which had 2 of its legs cut off, opened its mouth and let out a heart-wrenching cry. The cry seemed to pierce one's heart as it came directly from the giant lizard's mouth and spread out. It made people feel as if their hearts were being pierced through. Seeing this, Mu Yun knew that things were not looking good. It was indeed not looking good. The cry was not a dying struggle, but it seemed to be, calling for its companions. Mu Yun was, after all, experienced and knowledgeable, so she reacted immediately. Dong dong dong, suddenly, the entire mountain range shook violently, and the earth seemed to be roaring. Everyone's bodies immediately became unstable. Stop it. Seeing this scene, everyone shouted out explosively. At this moment, Mu Yun once again concealed his tracks. Heartless frowned, his white hair fluttering in the wind, and his face was filled with dissatisfaction. Damn it, this guy is really despicable. With a deep roar, Heartless immediately took a step forward. At this moment, the spear in his hand emitted a dazzling beam as he swept it down. Bang! 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 Immediately, an explosion sounded. The giant lizard's head was shattered by the spear, and it died without a burial ground. Retreat! Heartless immediately roared. No. However, at this moment, Jiang Yan immediately stopped him. We can't retreat. Are you mad? I'm not mad. Jiang Yan said calmly, this guy has attracted all its companions here. We can take this opportunity to enter the depths. This way, it will be the safest inside. Lunatic. However, Heartless cursed, if we charge into the depths, we will have to clash head-on with these big guys. That won't happen. Jiang Yan immediately shouted, these big guys are attracted by their companions, so they have no time to care about us. We can definitely charge in. Fortune comes from danger. Heartless, you and I both know that we are ranked 9th and 8th. To take another step forward and become an inner league member, we can only take risks. Upon hearing this, Heartless was immediately taken aback. He and Jiang Yan were ranked 9th and 8th in the top 10. Thus, it was very difficult to gain a firm foothold in the 9th or 8th position. Furthermore, they had to surpass their predecessors. Now, it was the moment they needed to make a breakthrough. In terms of talent, they were not as powerful as the few fellows ranked at the front. They only had opportunities, but where could they obtain opportunities? It was through repeated life and death trials that they could obtain opportunities. Now, it was a decision. Forget it. If I don't succeed, I'll become a chicken. At most, I'll become a roasted chicken. Heartless immediately cursed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan only laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing. I never expected that Heartless, who has been called a cold-faced gentleman, would have a moment when he jokes. This isn't a joke. Heartless immediately said, we will definitely suffer heavy losses this time. Let's watch carefully. After Heartless said that, he immediately took a step forward. Charge! With that said, more than 100 people immediately followed without a word. It was as though all they needed to do was follow orders from Xianxia and Heartless. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun could not help but sigh. These two fellows were indeed very courageous. If it were Qing Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing, they would have long turned around and left. The two could still chat and laugh as they charged straight into the heart of the mountain. However, the situation seemed to have become even more complicated. According to Xianxia, it was very likely that they had not attracted the attention of the gigantic lizards when they first arrived. It could only be said that their first arrival had already alarmed the gigantic lizards in the mountain range. And now, with the appearance of Heartless and Xianxia and company, these people's vigilance had turned into vigilance. In that case, it was likely that there was a secret behind this. Mu Yun had to admit that these two fellows were extraordinarily courageous. Everyone quickly entered. At that moment, Mu Yun was following behind them as they charged into the depths of the mountain range. However, at the instant they flew forward, Mu Yun's heart palpitated. His current position was too close to the crowd. However, with the scene before him, those people probably would not notice him at all. At this moment, gigantic four-clawed fire lizards were galloping and crawling towards the crowd at lightning speed. These gigantic fire lizards were all alarmed by the roar and rushed over. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun's heart palpitated. These fellows were piled up together like moving 100-meter-tall hills. He felt his scalp go numb when he saw them. In front of him, the situation of the Triple Heavenly Alliance disciples was not much better than his. Xianxia and Heartless looked at each other and were also taken aback. However, the two of them clearly did not want to retreat at this moment and directly flew forward. Swoosh, 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 an astonishing scene suddenly occurred. At this moment, those gigantic fire lizards did not pay any attention to them at all. They simply circled around the crowd and flew away. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Flames spread all over his body and adjusted the temperature of his surroundings to be the same as the surrounding mountain range. Slowing down, Mu Yun directly flew above the heads of those four-clawed lizards. As expected, those four-clawed lizards did not even look at him. Phew! Exhaling slightly in his heart, Mu Yun immediately increased his speed and caught up to the crowd in front of him. However, Mu Yun maintained a certain distance from Yi Futian and did not dare to get close. In less than 15 minutes, the crowd's figures seemed to have appeared in the heart of the mountain range. The surrounding mountains were all tens of thousands of meters tall. And 10,000 meters away from the surrounding volcanoes, in the core area, there was a 30,000-meter-tall volcano that was constantly spewing out magma. Magma flowed down the mountain range from the volcano and formed a magma lake around it. The scorching aura was boiling from the magma lake. Upon seeing this scene, not only Mu Yun, but Heartless and Xianxia also looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. It was really too magnificent. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. However, when Mu Yun's gaze landed in front of her, she could see that there was nothing in the middle of the magma lake. The magma that was spewing out was hollow in the middle. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun exhaled slightly. From the looks of it, Ren Gangang and the rest were most likely forced by Iyuji and the rest to jump into the center and disappear. However, this place was filled with strangeness and they might not die. They had to enter the magma mountain range to investigate. At this moment, Heartless and Xianxia also discovered the abnormality of the main peak. It seems that we have to take a huge risk this time. Xianxia smiled and said, "This place is not a place where we can enter and leave as we wish. We should be careful." "Why? Didn't you say that danger and opportunity coexist? Are you worried now?" Heartless smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. We have already come this far, so." Three Seals Formation. Seeing this scene, Xianxia could only smile bitterly. This guy had always been like this, lawless and out of control. Xianxia looked at the people behind him and said, "This time, all of you came with me. I should protect all of you. However, I'm not sure what lies ahead. I might not be able to protect all of you. If you are willing to come with me, then come with me. If you feel that it's too dangerous, you can also stay here and wait." "Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, what are you saying?" One of the disciples chuckled and said, "We followed senior brother Jiang here because we want to achieve something. If we shrink back because of the danger, then we are cowards." That's right. Isn't the path of cultivation always fraught with danger? The slightest carelessness could cause one's Tao to vanish and one's body to perish. We naturally have this kind of awareness. Yes, without experiencing wind and rain, how can one be tempered into steel? Many disciples were eager to give it a try. Seeing this, Xianxia nodded. Since that's the case, let's see what's in the magma. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, she also leaped up. Seeing this, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while, Mu Yun slowly stood up and looked at the mountain peak. "Ren Gang Gang, you can't die so easily. Otherwise, my risk would have been in vain." Swish, immediately after, Mu Yun entered the central mountain peak. As she flew up, Mu Yun stood high in the sky. Only then did she discover that there was a perfectly straight tunnel in the core region of the mountain peak that led directly to the interior of the mountain peak. Seeing this, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief again. Jump. In the end, four heavenly flames condensed around her body. Mu Yun leaped and entered the mountain peak. Boom boom boom, at this moment, the flames surged and the heavenly fire whistled. Mu Yun felt a strong pressure spreading from the surroundings. The magma began to gather from the bottom of the mountain. The entire mountain was hollow, and the magma was completely close to the mountain, leaving a passage with a diameter of 100 meters in the middle. However, this 100-meter-wide passageway had a forceful squeezing force that was unbearable. Fortunately, Mu Yun was still surrounded by 4 heavenly flames, which allowed her to withstand such a forceful pressure. It was unknown just how those tripolar Heavenly Alliance disciples in front withstood it. As they dived deeper and deeper, Mu Yun realized that the pressure was actually getting less and less. This mountain was 30,000 meters high, but when Mu Yun dived down to 10,000 meters, she found that she had reached the bottom. Mu Yun's feet landed on the solid ground. She wasn't even sure and directly punched the ground. However, the earth remained unmoved. There was no reaction at all. How sturdy! Mu Yun raised her head and began to observe her surroundings. At this moment, the magma was still climbing up the inner walls of the mountain peak. However, a cave appeared behind him. The entrance of the cave was more than 10 meters high. It was completely red and led deep into the cave, making it impossible to see what it was like. The black-yin sword appeared in her hand as Mu Yun slowly headed deep into the cave. Step by step, the temperature in the cave was not as hot as before. It gave her a very comfortable feeling. Mu Yun stepped into the cave and her body felt increasingly relaxed. This was a form of mental relaxation. And at this moment, on the other side of the cave, Jiang Yan, Yi Wuqing, and company were leading the 100 people behind them as they headed deep into the cave. The deeper they went into the cave, the cooler it felt. The cave was dark and deep, giving off an extremely gloomy and cold aura. Yi Wuqing continued to hold his spear as he looked ahead. His breathing was extremely calm. As for Jiang Yan, she held her sword beside him as she looked around indifferently. It was obvious that the two of them were somewhat nervous. However, they did not encounter any trouble along the way. Instead, they were unimpeded. They walked along the cave tunnel for 1,000 meters. However, they slowly realized that they were heading downwards. Oh? However, Yi Wuqing suddenly stopped as he walked in front. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Wuqing stop, Jiang Yan immediately turned nervous. There's a corpse. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked ahead nervously. Indeed, in front of them, there was a corpse lying in a corner. Its body was covered in tiny wounds. The wounds looked like they had been gently slashed by a dagger. They contained a power that made one's heart tremble. Everyone, be careful. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yan became even more cautious. From the looks of it, someone had already entered before them. However, the person who had died seemed to have suffered a great blow. The safety in front of them was not that safe. And at the same time, Mu Yun passed by and was stunned when she saw the corpse on the ground. Qiao Qing. Mu Yun recognized this person. He was an internal sword pavilion disciple who had followed Xiao Dingtian to attack him. However, after that incident, he was subdued by him. All these years, he had been following Ren Gang Gang. From the looks of it, Ren Gangang and company had indeed arrived here and had encountered trouble. However, they did not see Ren Gangang's corpse. It was very likely that Ren Gangang was still alive. Ren Gangang was still alive. Mu Yun looked ahead and immediately became even more cautious. However, after an hour, Mu Yun felt that they had dived for about 10,000 meters before they reached the end. A vast underground world appeared in front of him. This underground world had mountains, rivers, flowers, and grass. It was like a paradise that was fresh and refined. Most importantly, the immortal chi in this underground world was so abundant that it had developed into a liquid state. This discovery immediately left Mu Yun dumbfounded. It had actually reached such a stage. What kind of place was this? However, even though they were 10,000 meters below the surface, Mu Yun could tell that they were still in the belly of the mountain. They had not truly reached the bottom. But even so, the scale of the scene was still shocking. Boom, just as Mu Yun was in a daze, a series of explosions suddenly came from the front. Mu Yun immediately saw that Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing, who were originally good friends, were actually fighting at this very moment. Not only that, the hundreds of people behind them had also gathered together and were fighting. Crackling sounds of explosions rang out unceasingly in this paradise. Mu Yun immediately squatted down and watched the two sides fight. At this moment, Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing were ruthless in their attacks. They were fighting as if they were determined to kill each other. Mu Yun watched and felt her heart palpitate. What were these two doing? There did not seem to be any treasures here that were worth them falling out with. Why were the two of them fighting at this moment? However, just as the doubts in Mu Yun's heart settled, she suddenly looked ahead and immediately understood. These two fellows were possessed. To be precise, they were under the influence of the array set up in this place. At this moment, the two of them were completely fighting. Mu Yun raised his head to look. Above the group of people, there was a faint halo that was shining. They were probably bewitched by the illusion array. Mu Yun realized that ever since she entered the Golden Immortal Ruins, it seemed that every strange place had an illusion array. This Golden Immortal mighty figure was probably an extremely powerful Golden Immortal Realm expert when he was alive. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately understood and exhaled. Kill. Boom boom boom, in the field, the Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciples were all in a killing frenzy. Even if they were to be seriously injured, they still wanted to kill their opponents. Mu Yun still decided to bypass these fellows and walk to the other side. At this moment, they had crossed the path, so Mu Yun naturally would not step into the illusion array and be bewitched again. As for saving people, Mu Yun was not that kind. Moreover, she was here to look for Ren Gangang. These Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciples were all looking at them with disdain. They were the subordinates of the Bronze and Iron forces, so Mu Yun had no intention of lending a helping hand. As Mu Yun moved forward, after bypassing the fighting crowd, she came to the front and saw a stone platform. This stone platform looked more like a dry well with a lid covering it. Moreover, looking at the traces of the lid, it seemed to have been moved not long ago. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately squatted down. This place looked very strange, so she had to be careful with every step. However, while he was being careful, Mu Yun discovered that this place was also an array formation. Seeing 3 rays of light appear in the 3 corners, Mu Yun carefully observed. Triple kill seal array. Seeing the angles where the 3 faint rays of light rose, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. These 3 rays of light looked dazzling. The reason why Mu Yun concluded at a glance was that this triple kill seal array did not refer to any kind of array, but a type of array. This type of immortal array relied on the 3 most powerful killing weapons. These 3 killing weapons could be said to be the eye of the array, so it was very troublesome to crack it. Most importantly, it needed 3 people to do it together. They found it. We must have fallen into an illusion array. Slowly, Heartless spoke. What did you see? Jiang Yan looked at Heartless and asked in surprise. Yeah. Heartless said helplessly, these disciples should be. Heartless did not finish his sentence, but everyone already understood what the situation was. These disciples were most likely killed by themselves. Upon seeing this, many disciples immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet in anger. They had killed their fellow disciples with their own hands. Everyone, just as everyone was beating their chests and stamping their feet, a voice suddenly sounded. Swish. Swish, almost instantly, the remaining 100+ people took out various immortal artifacts and aimed them at Mu Yun. Up to this moment, Mu Yun did not speak. They did not even realize that there was such a person standing behind them, dressed in an azure-colored long gown and a black robe, with a hood covering her back. Mu Yun looked like a specter at that moment. However, this specter looked rather delicate. Who are you? Looking at Mu Yun, Xianxia immediately asked cautiously, why are you here? My name is Mu Yun, a disciple of Heaven Sword Tower. Mu Yun. Heartless looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, so you are Mu Yun. I seem to have heard this name somewhere before, but I can't recall it at the moment. You haven't answered my question. However, Xianxia was extremely cautious. This place is extraordinary. I had a friend who came here and disappeared. Therefore, I came here specially to search for him. Mu Yun said calmly, I happened to see the few of you trapped in an illusion array here, so I lent a helping hand and dispelled the illusion array. Lent a helping hand? Heartless and Xianxia looked at Mu Yun suspiciously. They naturally did not trust Mu Yun. How could there be such a coincidence? What's your friend's name? Ren Gang. Mu Yun said neither humbly nor arrogantly, I'm the last disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower's Tower Master. He and I are good friends in the mortal world, so I came here to look for him. I didn't expect to meet all of you here. In that case, we still have to thank you. There's no need to thank me. Mu Yun said seriously. Upon hearing this, Heartless nearly laughed out loud. You said you came here to look for your good friend. How do you know he's not dead? Because I'm sure that he won't die so easily. Mu Yun said resolutely. Hee. Intuition? Heartless said with a smile, at times, intuition can deceive people. Hearing this, Mu Yun didn't say much. There was no need for him to argue with these guys over this kind of issue. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Heartless' mouth revealed a look of helplessness. Everyone began to rest and reorganize, while Mu Yun stood on the spot and looked around. What are you looking at? Seeing that Mu Yun seemed to be observing her surroundings, Xianxia walked over and said with a smile. Previously, they had unknowingly entered an illusion array. Thankfully, Mu Yun had taken action to pull them out of the illusion array. From this point, it could be seen that Mu Yun had some understanding of array formations. And at that moment, they did not discover anything. From Mu Yun's appearance, she seemed to have some understanding of the array formation. Find a way out. Mu Yun said casually, since there is an illusion array here, it means that the person who set it up is likely an array formation expert. If I want to continue exploring and find my friend, I naturally need to see if there are any array formations around. Then, have you found it? Heartless interrupted at this moment. I've found it. Mu Yun said casually once again. However, the moment this was said, everyone immediately looked at Mu Yun with strange gazes. Could it be that this fellow didn't pull them out of the illusion array by chance, but had some means? Was this fellow really proficient in array formations? Then tell me, what's the problem? Mu Yun looked ahead and said, there, it's there. Following Mu Yun's gaze, everyone looked ahead. Mu Yun walked forward step by step under everyone's gazes. Upon seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other, dumbfounded. Could it be that this fellow really had some means? This array is called the 3-seal killing array. This killing array is formed by the condensation of 3 killing artifacts. It requires 3 people to use it at the same time to crack the array. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said, I believe all of you have heard of the 3-seal killing array. The 3-seal killing array is an immortal array formation that can only be set up by an immortal array master. It looks like you are indeed proficient in array formations. Heartless said at this moment, in that case, you have a way to crack this array? I don't dare to say that I have a way, but at least I have a certain level of confidence. However, I need the cooperation of the 2 of you. All right. Heartless said with a smile, I also want to see how you crack this 3-seal killing array. Heartless did not seem to be worried that Mu Yun would harm them. In fact, there was indeed no need for him to worry. There were more than 100 people behind him. A mere first-grade heavenly immortal like Mu Yun would not be able to stir up any waves. Look carefully. This 3-seal killing array is clearly sealing something. Furthermore, the activation time of the array formation is not long. Mu Yun analyzed. My friend must have accidentally entered this place and triggered the array formation. That's why the array formation was activated. Upon hearing Mu Yun's words, the few of them went forward to take a look. However, they discovered that some places on the stone platform were already covered in a layer of dust. However, some places were brand new, as if they had just been moved. Can you crack this array formation? Jiang Yan asked with some anticipation. Mu Yun had really exceeded his expectations. Coming from the Heaven Sword Tower, she had extraordinary knowledge. Although she was a first-grade heavenly immortal and was considered the top in the Heaven Sword Tower, she was indeed not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, this fellow was unfazed by their honor and disgrace. She did not curry favor with them, nor was she arrogant. Jiang Yan wanted to see if all of this was an act by Mu Yun or if it was real. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not seem to care about what this fellow was thinking. Instead, she walked to the edge of the stone platform and looked at the two of them. The two of you, please cooperate. I can't crack this array formation alone. The three of us need to work together. What should we do? Tell us. Heartless was also interested at this moment. From the looks of it, Mu Yun did not seem to be fooling around. However, what ability did this disciple from the Heaven Sword Tower have? He was also very curious. The two of them immediately followed Mu Yun's instructions and stood to the side. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said solemnly, this 3-seal killing array requires the three of you to work together to deal with the illusions that appear in the array. All three of you must succeed. Once one of you fails, the array formation will fail. Every failure will strengthen the array formation. I hope the two of you will be careful. Is it another illusion array? Heartless asked as he did not know much about array formations. Yes, but this illusion array has a killing array. If you die inside, you will really die. It's not just a result of being bewitched. Mu Yun's expression was calm. Heh. If you aren't afraid, why would the two of us be? Heartless and Jiang Yan looked at each other and smiled. There was no fear in their eyes. On the contrary, the two of them were eager to give it a try. They planned on experiencing it properly. When Mu Yun saw the eagerness in their eyes, he only smiled and did not speak further. He naturally knew about the conversation between Jiang Yan and Heartless. It was not difficult to determine that this fellow was ranked in the top 10 of the outer alliance of the three extremes Heavenly Alliance in the Golden Immortal Ruins. He naturally had a certain level of pride. In front of him, he did not want to lose face. Mu Yun understood that the two of them wanted to show him a certain level of strength. With this in mind, Mu Yun was even less anxious. Without another word, Mu Yun looked at the two of them and nodded. In an instant, with a wave of his palm, array talismans condensed in Mu Yun's palm. The array talismans that blotted out the sky immediately covered the stone platform. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a vast mist. Mu Yun's attack was at least 10,000 array talismans. Upon seeing this, the two of them were stunned. Not only the two of them, but the others were also stunned. When an expert made a move, it was obvious whether he was skilled or not. Although they were amateurs, they could tell that Mu Yun's method was very brilliant when they saw Mu Yun's performance. The moment he attacked, immortal chi condensed, and the Tao of array talismans immediately appeared. It was said that an ordinary immortal array master could at most condense 100 array talismans. The system's immortal array masters were divided into low-level, mid-level, high-level, and top-level. Above immortal array masters were immortal array masters. Generally speaking, among the 4 levels of immortal array masters, there were very few who could condense 10,000 array talismans in such a short period of time. It was pitifully few. Only an immortal array grandmaster, however, the current Mu Yun did not look like an immortal array grandmaster. The two of them immediately looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. This Mu Yun was not simple. Upon seeing this, the two of them immediately understood. This Mu Yun was indeed skilled. Suddenly, with a wave of her palm, the array talismans combined. The trajectory was strange, and the two of them could not figure out what it was. In an instant, the two of them felt that the scene in front of them had suddenly changed drastically. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing were stunned. In the next moment, the two of them suddenly realized that the three of them actually existed in an illusory and grotesque space. The interior of this space looked extremely luxurious and majestic. Furthermore, it was filled with traces of dazzling gold and jade. Upon seeing this scene, the two of them were immediately shocked. This is an illusion. Mu Yan held the black Yin sword tightly in her hand and said calmly, "Next, we have to eliminate the killing weapons in the 3 array cores before we can break this array." "Then what is our opponent?" Yi Wuqing asked. "Ourselves." As soon as Mu Yan finished speaking, she directly left in a direction. Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan looked at each other with an incomprehensible look in their eyes. What Mu Yan said seemed very strange. However, the two of them did not expect to be able to hold their weapons in this illusory space. However, the two of them also understood that this was only the doing of their thoughts. Once their thoughts died here, they would suffer a great blow. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Ghost Whisper Sword. Let's take one side each. Yi Wuqing said with a smile as he looked at the 3 tunnels. Alright, let's see who will break through this illusory killing array first. No problem. The two of them separated. At the same time, Mu Yan walked to the end of the tunnel in the illusory killing array. The 3 seals killing array required 3 people to break through it. The most difficult step was to break through the illusory killing array on the surface. Kill with all their might. If they succeeded, they would break the array. If they failed, they would most likely die. At the end of the tunnel, Mu Yan saw the opponent he had to deal with. Yi Ruxue. Mu Yan was surprised when he saw the figure in front of him. It was Yi Ruxue who was standing in front of him. Mu Yan naturally knew that this guy was a fictional character. His real strength was not as strong as Yi Ruxue's. However, it seemed that this illusory killing array was quite famous. Before this, his closest enemy was Yi Ruxue. Mu Yan was still holding a grudge against Yi Ruxue for robbing him of the golden immortal token. It seemed that the illusory killing array had grasped their thoughts the moment they entered it. However, since that was the case, then, let's kill to our heart's content. Once he understood this, Mu Yan immediately wielded his sword and attacked. At this moment, he was already a rank 1 heavenly immortal. Although Yi Ruxue was a 5th grade heavenly immortal, the gap between them had shrunk. What Mu Yan wanted to do was to kill Yi Ruxue in the golden immortal relic. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However, Mu Yan admitted that he was not a gentleman. He was stubborn and protective of his family and friends. He was even more vicious and merciless to his enemies. However, this was who he was. Not only Yi Ruxue, but Iyuji also had to die. Whether he found Iyuji or not, Iyuji had to die. Mu Yan had made up his mind. Naturally, he had to get rid of this heart demon once and for all. Kill. Mu Yan's figure attacked with his sword. Boom, and at the same time, on the other side, Heartless and Jiang Yan heard the explosion. Immediately, they were alarmed. Mu Yan had already begun. However, the two of them looked at the figure in front of them and could not make a move. Similarly, a figure stood in front of Heartless. However, that figure was wearing a white robe. As his black hair fluttered in the wind, there was a trace of a smile on his delicate and pretty face. Good little brother, in your heart, you really want me to die the most. Even though I'm already dead, you still want to kill me, right? The white-robed youth said with a smile on his face. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Heartless immediately raised his head. The two of them actually looked quite similar to each other. Yi Yoshin, you don't deserve to live. The moment Heartless' words faded, he finally struck out with his sword. On the other side, a woman was standing in front of Jiang Yan. The woman had an exquisite figure. She had a curvy upper body and a concave lower body. On her exquisite face, the most difficult thing to shift one's gaze away from was her pair of eyes. It was a pair of eyes that looked charming, gentle, and incomparably pure. Her expression was very complicated, but it could hook one's soul. At this moment, when Jiang Yan saw this woman, the sword in his hand could not help but tremble. Jiang Lang. The woman said softly, do you want to kill me? The woman walked forward and looked at Jiang Yan. She said softly, do you really want to kill me? Swoosh. However, before Jiang Yan could speak, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly sounded. The woman took a step forward, and the sword in her hand exploded. Puff. 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 Jiang Yan was caught off guard and was struck 3 times. His entire body immediately smashed into the ground with a clang. Upon seeing this, only a dense killing intent was left in the woman's eyes. However, the woman did not stop her actions at this moment. Clang. At this moment, Jiang Yan was gradually counterattacking. Mayor. You're already dead. Then, disappear completely. Jiang Yan shouted loudly and charged out. Time passed bit by bit. The 3 figures faced their own opponents on their respective battlefields. However, at this moment, Mu Yun had already stopped fighting earlier than the 2 of them. The bloody figure in front of her had already dissipated. Upon seeing this, Mu Yun clapped her hands and looked at the other 2 sides. I hope the 2 of you won't be a burden. Looking at the other 2 sides, Mu Yun was indifferent and speechless. Finally, Mu Yun waited for 2 hours before she saw the 2 of them walk out from the 2 passageways in a sorry state. Let's go. Mu Yun did not say anything. When she saw the 2 of them appear, she waved her hand. Immediately, an array talisman appeared in her palm. The 3 silhouettes instantly disappeared within. Suddenly, Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan opened their eyes. Their bodies swayed, and they nearly lost their balance and fell to the ground. However, at this moment, their faces were somewhat pale. There was even blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Let's recover first. Looking at the 2 of them, Mu Yun said directly. At this moment, Mu Yun's complexion looked very normal. It was as if she had not expended any energy. However, Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan knew how dangerous that mysterious place was. The reason why they could survive there was because they had severed the emotions in their hearts. However, Mu Yun did not seem to be affected by the painful torment. They admired Mu Yun from the bottom of their hearts. However, the 2 of them didn't know that Mu Yun's reaction was because he had indeed met someone who made him very unhappy. However, this person could not make her feel anything. She only wanted to kill him. Mu Yun did not care about what the 2 of them thought of her. She waved her hand. Swoosh, 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 the array talisman that had stabilized earlier flew up at this moment. Dong, 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 3 dull sounds were heard. 3 items appeared from the triangular array formation. One of them was a pitch-black spear. The other item was a long sword. As for the last item, it was a broken sword. The broken sword looked very exquisite. Compared to the perfect longsword, the craftsmanship used to forge it was much more intricate. Mu Yun was not the only one who thought so. Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan also saw this point. However, the only flaw was that it was a broken sword. Swords controlled the immortal aura in a warrior's body. Once it was broken, the immortal aura would not be released when using sword techniques. The power would be greatly reduced. Everyone knew this point. At this moment, the 3 of them saw the 3 immortal artifacts that landed on the stone platform. Seeing that Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan's gazes were fixed on the stone platform, Mu Yun already had a plan in her mind. 3 treasures. How about the 3 of us take 1 sword each? Mu Yun said slowly. Of course. Jiang Yan immediately smiled and said, if not for you, we would not have been able to break this array formation. In that case, the 2 of you can choose first. The rest belongs to me. When Mu Yun said this, Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing were stunned. What did Mu Yun mean? The 2 of them could not figure it out. Hee, there's nothing I can do if you don't give me these 3 immortal artifacts. I'm already satisfied to be able to get one. If you really don't give it to me, I won't be able to get any. After all, there are more of you. Mu Yun said with a smile, being able to clearly understand your situation and make the most appropriate judgment is the best, isn't it? Interesting. Yi Wuqing looked at Mu Yun and nodded. You are really an interesting person. In that case, I want this long spear. Since that's the case, give me this longsword. Mu Yun smiled without saying a word. She picked up the broken sword on the ground. Even though it was a broken sword, this broken sword was still extraordinary. Holding it in her hand, Mu Yun's immortal aura entered the sword. A surge of power directly attacked her. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun was immediately stunned. This sword was a good sword, although it was a broken sword, it was not affected by the fracture at all. It was as if this sword was not as broken as it was when it was whole. The fracture was just right. Perfect. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun exclaimed in her heart. She did not expect that she would give up such a good sword when she gave it up. This sword was definitely not as simple as a heaven-level immortal artifact. Mu Yun kept the broken sword without batting an eyelid. She had to admit it at this moment. Because little Seven had broken out of her shell, the only treasure she had now was this broken sword. When Mu Yun kept the broken sword, a series of whispers suddenly sounded from the broken sword. Mu Yun was immediately stunned. Immediately, she felt that the broken sword had settled down. Mu Yun said slowly, "Fine, fine. In that case, I'll call you Yo-Yu Sword." Yo-Yu, Mu Yun said in a low voice. He looked at the stone platform and said slowly, "The array has been broken. We should go in." "Okay. All right." Yu Wuqing looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, "I'm really getting more and more curious about you. However, with your talent, be it the Iya Sword Sect or the Heaven Sword Tower, they are not enough for you to use. Just your talent in array formations is enough to catch the attention of the Inner Alliance elders in our Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. If there's a chance, I can recommend you to join our Tripolar Heavenly Alliance." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, "I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I still prefer to take one step at a time." "Interesting." Jiang Yan also said with a smile, "In the beginning, I thought that you were deliberately mystifying us to make us think highly of you. Now, it looks like we have no choice but to think highly of you. That friend of yours is really lucky to be favored by you. You risked your life to save him. If we can help this time, we will also lend a helping hand. Then, I'll thank you in advance." At this moment, Mu Yun appeared humble. However, he did not have any intention of getting close to the two of them. The reason why the two of them did not look down on him was because of the talent in array formations that he had displayed. Furthermore, it could not be said that the two of them really had a good impression of him up to now. However, this time, Mu Yun had made up his mind to find Ring Gang Gang. Therefore, before he found Ring Gang Gang, he should not cause any trouble. Boom. 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 The stone platform gradually opened. A beam of light rose into the sky. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Giant Fire Anthus. When Mu Yun saw everyone's surprise, doubt, and worry, she jumped down without another word. Immediately, Yu Wuqing and Jiang Yan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "It seems that the two of us aren't as straightforward as this guy. I'm afraid that he's not straightforward, but eager to save someone. I really want to know who his friend is. He's really lucky to have such a friend." "Why? Yu Wuqing, you also want to be friends with him?" Hearing this, Yu Wuqing laughed and said, "If it's possible, why not?" In the blink of an eye, Heartless took a step forward and jumped into the beam of light, disappearing. Jiang Yan immediately followed. One after another, the figures entered the space below in a single file. The time taken to fall was far longer than what everyone expected. The pillar of light fell along the stone platform, reaching a height of a few thousand meters. In the end, after about half an hour, everyone finally landed on the ground. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. However, when the group of people landed below, they saw that there was an empty area under the formation on the stone platform. However, in the middle of the empty area, a palace hall came into view. The entire palace hall looked to be 100 meters tall. Moreover, it was red with bricks and red tiles. It gave people a strong visual impact from a distance. It seems that our previous efforts were not in vain. This place shouldn't be that simple. Maybe there's a golden immortal badge? Yu Wuqing and Jiang Yan looked at each other and smiled. "Oh? Where's Mu Yun?" However, the two suddenly remembered that Mu Yun had come down before them. But where was she? "Let's go." The two immediately took a step forward and flew towards the palace hall. After trying step by step to reach the step, they did not wish to discover anything good and let Mu Yun snatch the opportunity. However, when everyone approached the palace hall, they realized that Mu Yun was standing in front of the palace and looking ahead. Oh? Seeing Mu Yun standing there motionlessly, everyone immediately became cautious. Could it be another illusory array? However, Mu Yun slowly turned around and looked at everyone. Did you guys feel something different? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Heartless frowned and said, "This place has become a lot hotter?" Yes. Hearing those words, the crowd immediately felt as if that was indeed the case. Yes, that's right. Xianxia nodded. Everyone, be careful. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she stepped into the hall. Seeing Mu Yun's bold move, the surrounding people sighed. This guy really dared to enter directly. Go. At that moment, Heartless and Xianxia no longer hesitated. They took a step forward and entered. Boom, a muffled explosion sounded in everyone's ears. This kind of explosion was not targeted at them. Instead, it was directed at all of them. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly stunned. In the entire palace hall, on the ground, there was a fire pillar that appeared every 10 meters. The fire pillar was more than a meter tall. It spewed out flames from the ground like a fountain. However, this fountain was a fire fountain. In the palace hall that was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, flames spewed out. The magnificent scene of flames was disorderly and picturesque, giving people a very illusory feeling. Furthermore, this palace hall had a path that led to the end. From the entrance, one could see that it was the same, even deeper. Everyone was on high alert. Mu Yun was naturally no exception. Standing in the palace hall and looking ahead, Mu Yun increasingly felt that this place might also have a golden immortal token. Step by step, Mu Yun looked ahead carefully. Boom! Boom! Muffled explosions sounded from beneath her feet. At that moment, Mu Yun was fully focused on her surroundings. The blacking sword was emitting a faint black glow. For some reason, as he walked deeper into the hall, it became darker and darker. Mu Yun became even more cautious. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, when everyone entered the palace hall, figures suddenly appeared from the lava fountain. Each and every one of those figures was covered in a fiery red aura. Following the appearance of those figures, the temperature within the large hall began to rise. Seeing this, Mu Yun's eyes were gloomy. She took a step forward, and her body rose into the air. Beneath her feet was already occupied by those fiery red figures. Ants, giant, fiery red ants. Those giant ants were each the size of a human. Moreover, their bodies were covered in flames. Most importantly, those burning flames surrounded the giant ants from head to toe, like battle armor. Seeing this, the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance instantly flew up. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, those giant ants waved their limbs and charged towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, crackling sounds could be heard. One by one, the giant ants turned into fireballs that were covered in red light. Dong! 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 Explosions could be heard. The speed of those giant ants immediately exceeded the knowledge of everyone present. They rose rapidly and instantly ignited a few disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Screams could be heard. Those disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance did not even have time to react. Their bodies were covered in flames, and they were completely ignited by the flames. Damn it! Seeing this, Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan immediately tried their best to reduce the casualties. At that moment, 4 arms appeared around Mu Yun's body. The giant fire ants that were charging at him were crushed one by one in each hand. Fiery red blood exploded with crackling sounds. Oh? At that moment, Yi Wuqing noticed Mu Yun's posture. Heavenly fire! Yi Wuqing immediately shouted when he saw Mu Yun's actions. He did not expect Mu Yun to have heavenly fire on her body. This was indeed a little inconceivable. However, what he did not expect was that Mu Yun waved her hand. At that moment, those fire ants no longer approached her. They were also afraid of the 4 tentacles formed by the 4 heavenly fire around Mu Yun's body. However, at that moment, Mu Yun was looking in front of her. She landed and took a step forward, continuing to advance deeper into the forest. Damn it! Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing naturally shouted. That rascal sneaked in by himself. Jiang Yan could not help but say. He has no need to help us. Furthermore, this person said that he is here to find his friend. As for what he is here for, neither of us can be sure. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was tongue-tied. Yu Wuqing was indeed right. They did not have any friendship with Mu Yun. Mu Yun was eager to save her friend, so she naturally thought of his friend. Why would she care about them? Moreover, I reckon that this fellow knows that these giant fire ants can't stop us. Yu Wuqing said with a wry smile. He believed that Mu Yun was very certain that they could kill these fire ants. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Xianxia immediately shouted and took a step forward. What appeared in his hand was the immortal sword that he had obtained from the three seals killing array. The immortal sword swept out, producing slashing sounds. Each strike was stronger than the last. It directly penetrated the bodies of the giant fire ants in front of him. How powerful! Upon seeing this scene, Yu Wuqing immediately said in surprise, Xianxia, this sword of yours is truly extraordinary. It's probably a middle-grade heaven-level immortal artifact, right? I don't know either, but I feel that it's really, very handy when using it. Xianxia said in surprise, I really picked up something good this time. In that case, let me try this spear in my hand. The moment Yu Wuqing's words faded, he stabbed out with his spear. Boom! 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 Immediately, the hall resounded. And at that moment, these rumbling sounds naturally had nothing to do with Mu Yun. At that moment, Mu Yun was walking in the hall and looking ahead. There was a cold expression between her brows. In front of her, after passing through the giant fire ants, a sacrificial altar appeared in front of Mu Yun. The entire sacrificial altar was not on the ground but was suspended in midair. At that moment, corpses were hooked under the sacrificial altar. Some of the corpses had already decayed and weathered, leaving only skeletons. However, some of them looked like they had just died. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun's heart immediately tightened. However, after circling the sacrificial altar and looking around, Mu Yun did not find Renggang's corpse, which made her heave a sigh of relief. Renggang, you can't die. Mu Yun thought to herself, otherwise, I really won't be able to answer to father. From everything that her father, Mu Qingyu, had set up in the lower realm, it could be seen that Renggang and Chou Qian were his trusted aides. If they died, her father would probably not feel good about it. The reason why Mu Yun insisted on finding this step was that she was certain that this person whom her father had taken a fancy to must have extraordinary abilities. Not here. Mu Yun confirmed it once again. He heaved a sigh of relief as he stared ahead in a daze. After going around the sacrificial altar, a wall suddenly appeared. And on the wall, a picture scroll appeared again. This picture scroll did not show a group of people surrounding a fire circle, but a figure walking along a volcano in a dense forest and into a tall mountain. If that mountain wasn't where Mu Yun was right now, where else could it be? Mu Yun's gaze locked onto the man's hand and suddenly saw a token. Golden Immortal Token, another Golden Immortal Token, there was also a Golden Immortal Token here. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. She did not expect that there would also be a Golden Immortal Token here. Mu Yun's heart was completely shaken. However, at that moment, she seemed to have reached the depths of the main hall, and there was no way forward. Mu Yun wanted to find a way out anxiously. He knew that Yu Wuqing and Xianxia were amiable towards him because there was no conflict of interest between them. However, once a Golden Immortal Token appeared and there was a conflict of interest, then, everything would be uncertain. Mu Yun understood this point and immediately took action. Walking to the bottom of the wall and looking at the picture scroll, Mu Yun continued to look at it. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. You forgot a problem. Then, the altar spun at high speed, and the wall opened. That person held the Golden Immortal Token and directly entered. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun understood something and came to the front of the altar. It should be an array, Mu Yun guessed in his heart. He walked forward and looked at the altar in front of him. What array? Mu Yun was puzzled and stepped under the altar. It was very dangerous to do so. But now, he had to try it. Understanding this, Mu Yun immediately took a step forward. Dong, suddenly, his heart beat violently. Mu Yun could not say a word. Dong dong. Dong dong, the strong stimulation instantly caused the blood vessels on the surface of Mu Yan's body to surge. His entire face was as red as blood, and his body was as if it was about to explode. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan panicked. What was going on? This feeling almost caused the blood in his body to boil. It was as hot as boiling water in a pot. Mu Yan's eyes gradually turned red, and his entire body was emitting a strong light. Blazing light. Huff huff, panting heavily, Mu Yan saw rays of light suddenly rising from the ground under the altar. Mu Yan wanted to stop it, but now, there was no way to stop it. His bloodline was completely agitated, causing his entire body to tense up at this moment. This feeling was truly unsettling in his heart. Mu Yan was completely restless and uneasy. In an instant, dripping sounds could be heard from the ground. Under Mu Yan's feet, blood condensed into a river and directly penetrated his body. The blood appeared inexplicably and directly wrapped around his body, making him unable to move. Drops of blood flowed into his body, filling his blood vessels and bones. The heat was even more intense. Damn it! Mu Yan understood that this was not an array at all, but a strange altar. Although he did not know where the blood came from. However, every drop that entered his body wanted to tear his body apart. Time trickled by, and Mu Yan gradually felt her mind becoming heavy. Guai, what is this? Mu Yan said with difficulty. What did you say? Guai said nonchalantly, it's not like you're going to die anyway. What are you afraid of? Mu Yan gritted her teeth and said, if this goes on, I'm afraid I'm really going to die. How could you die? You're so powerful. Guai chuckled and said, don't worry, I can't kill you here. How did you? Mu Yan didn't even have time to ask before the blood in his body started to boil even more violently. However, as she became even more irritable, Mu Yan discovered that the reason why her bloodline was irritable was because of the blood that had invaded her body. To be more precise, his bloodline was enraged. Sensing such a change, Mu Yan immediately felt incredulous. However, gradually, his bloodline was like a supreme god. Sensing that it was an ant that looked down on it, it directly became angry. Roar. Finally, after letting out a roar that sounded like both a human and a beast, Mu Yan took a step forward. In an instant, the pain all over her body disappeared. Her bloodline returned to its normal state. At this moment, Mu Yan's body was completely relaxed, and she could not feel anything at all. When he sensed this, Mu Yan's breathing became steady. How strange. Until now, Mu Yan still felt very strange. Just now, she was in extreme pain, but now, everything had returned to normal. It was really too strange. How is it? Seeing Mu Yan's calm expression, Guai chuckled and said, how can these little things hurt you? Old Master Guai, can you stop keeping me in suspense and explain it to me? Mu Yan was speechless. When will this guy stop hiding his true strength? Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Guai chuckled and said, listen carefully. This altar is based on blood. Those who enter will have their blood devoured. It's only effective for others. To you, it's just a mau mau rain. What do you mean? Are you stupid? Because of your bloodline, your cultivation has improved, so this little trick will not affect you at all. Do you understand now? Guai scolded, you're really ignorant. Sooner or later, you will know what benefits the bloodline power in your body will bring you. Benefits? Yes, benefits. Guai said with certainty, you don't understand now, but you will in the future. After Guai finished speaking, Mu Yan really did not know how to refute. In that case, my bloodline power in my previous life was very powerful? Does that mean that my identity in my previous life was not simple? Could it be that I was a god? Mu Yan probed. Guai seemed to know, but he was unwilling to tell him. This was what confused Mu Yan the most. It's your sister. Guai snorted and said, you want to find out secrets from me? Give up. Mu Yan scratched his head and was speechless in the end. This guy had always been so careful with his words. Aren't you going to save people now? Hurry up and find them. Guai could not help but urge him. Mu Yan really wanted to curse. This wily old fox was stubborn. He had probed him time and time again, but this guy had never said anything important. At this moment, standing on the flat ground under the altar, Mu Yun looked at the corpses. Gradually, he figured out the mystery of this altar. From where he stood under the altar, he could clearly see that the corpses hanging in the altar looked very orderly. The 99 Goei technique, Mu Yun suddenly understood, and he already had a plan in his heart. Mu Yun stood directly under the altar and took a step forward. Then, he continued to perform his footwork on the altar. However, the space under the altar was only so big. Mu Yun went back and forth, taking a total of 9 steps. But in the end, he returned to his original position. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled slightly and took a step forward, leaving the altar. Ka-ka-ka sounds could be heard. Following that, the ground beneath the altar cracked open, and a staircase appeared. It's actually below. Seeing this, Mu Yun was stunned. The guy who set up the altar was really scheming. He actually set up an entrance and exit here. Without saying anything, Mu Yun directly entered the passage and went down to the bottom. However, Mu Yun had doubts in his heart. From the looks of it, Ren Gangang did not appear here. Could it be that he had also found a way to enter the altar? That was not possible. Mu Yun was very puzzled. However, as he entered the passage and saw the scene in front of him, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. After entering 100 meters, he reached the bottom. This was a vast world. Looking at the mountains and plains, there were green grasslands everywhere. When the wind blew, the grasslands swayed like an ocean of green grasslands. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was completely stunned. This was too mysterious. From the beginning, he entered the volcanic range, followed by the 10,000-meter passage, and then a lush mountain forest. Now, a grassland appeared. Everything looked as if it was formed naturally. But in reality, it was not. Moreover, from the moment he entered the Golden Immortal Ruins, every place Mu Yun went to had an array formation. Such a setup was really brilliant, Mu Yun secretly praised in his heart. After stepping into the grassland, Mu Yun felt that he was like an ordinary person who could not be more ordinary. Small and weak, this was Mu Yun's deepest feeling. Feeling deeply shocked, Mu Yun only wanted to howl at the sky at this moment. However, before Mu Yun could howl, the sound of something tearing through the air came from 1,000 meters in front of him. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something tearing through the air sounded at this moment. Mu Yun looked ahead and immediately hid his figure. What was that? Mu Yun exclaimed in surprise as he looked ahead. However, Mu Yun was taken aback when he saw a group of figures flying in the sky. There were people. Mu Yun was certain that he was the first to enter this place. There were only 2 possibilities for there to be people inside. First, there were people in the Golden Immortal Ruins. Second, there was not only one entrance to enter this place. Mu Yun immediately crouched down and looked ahead. He silently submerged all his aura. His entire body was hidden in the vast grassland. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air sounded behind him. The sound of something tearing through the air was from Yi Wuqing and the others. At this moment, Yi Wuqing and the others had also arrived. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun was even more careful in hiding. The 2 teams finally met. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Jiang. A slightly familiar voice entered Mu Yun's ears. I was wondering who it was. So it's Junior Brother Luan. Junior Brother Luan Dong Song, Mu Yun was certain almost instantly. No wonder the voice just now sounded familiar to him. Enemies were bound to meet, Mu Yun secretly made up his mind. He did not have the chance to get rid of Luan Dong Song in the lower realm. Now, he could not miss it. Furthermore, he was very certain that Luan Dong Song wanted to kill him now. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Luan Dong Song, why are you here? Yi Wuqing was not as polite as Jiang Yan and directly called him by his name. Senior Brother Yi, I found a secret place outside. After a few twists and turns, I finally came here. I don't know what's so strange about this place. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan frowned. Clearly, they did not believe Luan Dong Song. In that case, let's take a look. If you encounter any danger, you can look for us. After all, we are all junior brothers in the alliance. Yes. As Luan Dongsong said this, he bowed and immediately left with the others. Why are you being so close to him? Seeing Luan Dongsong leave, Yi Wuqing immediately snorted. This Luan Dongsong has gained the favor of Inner League Elder Yun Shan. He thinks that he has a big backer. In the Outer League, he can do whatever he wants. He's just a Tier 1 Heavenly Immortal. In the Outer League, he can do whatever he wants. I've long been unhappy with him. You also know that he has Elder Yun Shan as his backer. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and said, this kind of person is like a venomous snake. He has a vile character. It's best not to provoke him if possible. Look at him. He's probably not telling the truth. However, it seems that we are not the only ones who entered this place. There might be others. As Yi Wuqing finished speaking, his fingers moved. You forgot a problem. Jiang Yan said at this moment. What is it? Since we entered this place, it can be said that the path ahead was opened up by Mu Yun. Then, what about Mu Yun? When this was said, Yi Wuqing was stunned. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Verdant Grassland. Mu Yun had come here before them. Logically speaking, the person who met Luan Dongsong should be Mu Yun. This guy, we should have asked Luan Dongsong. Heartless said. Oh? Now that you think of asking him, didn't you say that this person is so and so? You still have the mood to tease me at this time. This Mu Yun is rather proficient in arrays. With her around, we can face less trouble. Let's hope that's the case. Jiang Yan muttered to herself, this guy might be deliberately hiding from us. If that's the case, I think we should carefully search for other places to see if there are any mysteries. Okay. The two looked around and immediately led hundreds of people away. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun, who was hiding in the grass forest, heaved a sigh of relief. Following Heartless and Jiang Yan all the time would be troublesome. Now that she had not met Ren Gang along the way, and more than one group had entered the grassland, it was very likely that Ren Gang was not dead. Mu Yun was increasingly certain. Ren Gang, where are you? Mu Yun looked at the endless grassland and muttered to herself. At the same time, on the other side, Luan Dongsong was flying over the grassland with dozens of people. Junior brother Luan, Heartless and Jiang Yan actually came here. I'm afraid we will encounter a lot of trouble this time. What are you afraid of? Luan Dongsong laughed and said, no matter how powerful Heartless and Jiang Yan are, they are only third-grade heaven immortals. Compared to Elder Yun Shan, they are nothing. What can they do to me in here? I'm more curious about how these two fellows entered this place. Luan Dongsong was puzzled and said, you have to know that when we entered this place from the outside, we had to go through many illusory arrays before successfully breaking through. If not for the immortal artifacts that Elder Yun Shan gave me, I would not have been able to reach this step so easily. But, how did the two of them accomplish this? Luan Dongsong was extremely puzzled. The two of them did not look like they were proficient in arrays. Then we continue searching for that immortal beast. Luan Dongsong snorted, I don't believe that this immortal beast can fly. Yes. Oh right, senior brother Qin Yang, did you ask the disciples in the alliance to help find Mu Yun? I've already spread the news. I believe that it won't be long before news comes back. Qin Yang smiled and said, this Mu Yun is only a tier 7 earthly immortal. He just entered the golden immortal relic. Even if he had some opportunities, he would at most be a tier 9 earthly immortal. If he meets him, he will definitely die without a burial place. Don't be careless. Luan Dongsong waved his hand and said, this Mu Yun, even though her cultivation level is not high, she can often easily kill those above her level. I have seen it too many times. Yes. Although Qin Yang did not say anything on the surface, his heart was filled with disdain. This Luan Dongsong was as timid as a mouse. Counterattack? Skipping levels, that was in the lower realm. In the immortal realm, the difference between tier 1 and tier 1 was like heaven and earth. How could it be so easy to counterattack? In this regard, the disciples in the Triple Heavenly Alliance were the most outstanding elite disciples in the entire Sovereign's Abyss. If they were placed in the small families and forces, they could become the clan leaders. If they were in the iron-ranked forces, they would be the most authoritative elders. If they were in the bronze-ranked forces, they would be the core of the core. How many silver-ranked forces were there in the whole 33 heavenly sword sects? There were only about 20 of them. As the inner disciples of the silver-ranked forces, even if they were just outer disciples, they were the top existences in the various subordinate forces. Qin Yang did not put a mere Mu Yun in his eyes. However, Luan Dongsong kept mentioning Mu Yun. Qin Yang despised Luan Dongsong even more. Even if he was favored by Elder Yun Shan, he was still like this and could not achieve anything. The group continued to move forward. At the same time, in the volcanic mountain range, figures also entered one after another. Xiaoyu, what's the result of the scouting ahead? Yuji shouted with anger between his brows. Senior brother it's a group of volcanoes, but there are traces of fighting. It seems that someone has entered in advance. Xiaoyu bowed and said. Damn it, what bad luck. Yuji could not help but shout, we entered according to the array diagram, but we came out wrong. It caused us to lose many disciples. Senior brother could it be Mu Yan's doing? Wang Yan said at this moment, this guy can actually kill Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing. It seems that he is not simple. We have underestimated him previously. That's right. Xiaoyu also nodded and said, when we entered the array, it was very strange. There was clearly no Mu Yun. How did he appear there? Moreover, we encountered many dangers and unforeseen events when we were there. Now that I think about it, that's right. A ruthless look appeared in Yuji's eyes. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Mu Yun's actions were very strange back then. I was wondering how this guy could enter the illusion array without the array diagram. Now that I think about it, it's very strange. That golden immortal token might have been obtained by him. The more Yuji spoke, the angrier he became. Damn it, damn it. Yuji shouted, this time, we must find Mu Yun and kill this brat. How dare he trick me, Yuji? He's courting death. Yes. The group of people directly flew into the mountain and headed toward the vast volcano. Not only these people, but figures also flew out from the volcanoes. They looked into the forest and groped around. This was the ruins of a golden immortal. No one cared which sect you were from. Everyone only cared about strength. This time, the disciples of the 5 great bronze rank forces wanted the golden immortal token to work hard to reduce the total amount of contribution to their sects. However, the Outer League disciples of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance wanted the golden immortal token to be promoted to Inner League disciples. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance was mainly divided into Outer League disciples and Inner League disciples. The Outer League disciples were between Tier 5 Earth Immortal and Tier 5 Heaven Immortal. The Inner League disciples were above Tier 5 Heaven Immortal. The difference in status between the two was like the difference between a direct descendant and a bastard in the secular world. It was a world of difference. Becoming an Inner League disciple meant obtaining Heaven Immortal techniques, Heaven Immortal pills, and Heaven Immortal artifacts. Only then would they have the opportunity to become a stronger expert, surpassing Heaven Immortal and becoming a Mystic Immortal. In the future, they might even become a top true immortal like the 3 league leaders, who controlled a large silver rank force. Nothing was certain. Gradually, more and more martial artists gathered in the grassland. Not only the disciples of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, but also the disciples of the 5 great bronze rank forces and their subordinate iron rank forces. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun felt relieved. The more people there were, the more chances she had to take advantage of the situation. However, the grassland was so big that it was beyond Mu Yun's imagination. Most importantly, in the half a day's journey, there was only grassland everywhere. There was nothing special at all. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun found it even more difficult to understand. Was this place really that ordinary? Mu Yun really could not figure it out. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as Mu Yun was puzzled, a series of booms suddenly sounded in the wilderness. Crackling sounds instantly filled the air. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Clouds and mist lingered, and the earth suddenly darkened. What was going on? Not only Mu Yun, but the others also saw this scene in an instant. All of a sudden, figures began to move across the grassland. Those figures flew out one by one and rushed toward the explosion. Mu Yun was naturally among them. Mu Yun would not let such a scene go. One figure after another flew towards the location of the explosion, and Mu Yun was no exception. In just a short while, Mu Yun realized that there were no less than 100 people gathering around her. Mu Yun did not notice these people at first. Now that they appeared, Mu Yun was shocked. It seems that the grassland has attracted many people. Mu Yun had an idea in his mind and immediately flew away. Boom, boom, boom. As the booms got closer and closer, Mu Yun could already feel the ground shaking. Therefore, Mu Yun landed and began to move stealthily on the grassland below. As she moved stealthily, Mu Yun was stunned when she looked at the ground beneath her feet. It was very strange. There were all kinds of weeds on the grassland, and they were all about 1 to 2 meters tall. At this moment, when Mu Yun landed, she realized that there were cracks on the grassland. Those cracks were like the veins in a human body. They were densely packed and very fine. However, with every tremor, the cracks widened a little. In just a short while, Mu Yun saw that the cracks had more than doubled in size. Roar! Right at this moment, a deafening roar rang out from the front, causing the entire grassland to tremble and ripple. With a swoosh, Mu Yun disappeared from her spot and went straight ahead. The rumbling sound did not stop. It seemed that the chaos in front of her was getting more and more violent. When Mu Yun arrived and saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. In front of the vast grassland, an immortal beast that was 1,000 meters tall stood proudly. The immortal beast's skin was emerald green, and its limbs were thick. Its entire body was covered in emerald green light. It looked dazzling and majestic. The emerald green immortal beast looked like a tiger wearing emerald green armor. It was ferocious and majestic. At this moment, numerous figures surrounded the immortal beast. Jiang Yan, Yi Wuqing, Yi Yuji, and Luan Dongsong were among them. In addition to these people, there were others here as well. However, Mu Yun did not recognize them. However, there were two figures that caught Mu Yun's attention. Ku Zhen, Lu Ruochen, these two people were the ones who followed Yi Rushua that day. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Green Armored Tiger Beast. If the two of them were here, then where was Yi Rushua? Mu Yun looked around, but did not see Yi Rushua. And at this moment, in the sky, those people were surrounded by immortal chi from head to toe, tightly surrounding the huge emerald green tiger beast, doing their best to suppress it. The roar from before had also come from the mouth of this tiger beast. Seeing this, Mu Yun became cautious. Ku Zhen and Lu Ruochen were here, and Yi Rushua had not shown herself yet. She should be nearby. Mu Yun did not dare to be careless. Although he was a Tier 1 heavenly immortal now, he would still die if he faced Yi Rushua. At the same time, the martial artists in the sky were communicating with each other. Open your eyes and look carefully. A deep shout immediately spread out. Luan Dongsong shouted, "This is the hunting ground of the Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciples. Everyone else, get lost." Luan Dongsong looked at the people lying in ambush and roared. His roar made the disciples of the other forces in the surroundings shrink their heads. The Triple Heavenly Alliance was an existence they could not provoke. However, these disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance naturally wanted to see what good things were here. If they encountered something good and missed it, it would be a great loss. Luan Dongsong's roar let them know that these disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance would not give them a chance to pick up the leftovers. "Junior brother Luan, why do you have to do this?" Jiang Yan said. "These people are just here to watch the show. I think the most important thing is that we work together to kill this tiger beast first. Then we can talk about the rest." Hearing this, Luan Dongsong frowned, looking displeased. "Let's deal with this big guy first." On the other side, Ku Zhen also said. "Ku Zhen, it's easy for you to say. Aren't you following Yi Rushua?" "Where is Yi Rushua?" Luan Dongsong asked. "We naturally don't have the right to question what senior brother Yi does." Ku Zhen did not speak, but Lu Ruochen said, "I don't think senior brother Yi needs to deal with this tiger beast. We're all at the heavenly immortal realm, so killing this tiger beast shouldn't be a problem." After Lu Ruochen finished speaking, she looked at Luan Dongsong and said, "Luan Dongsong, since you asked us to help you, you should at least tell us, what exactly is this guy? What good will killing it do us? Don't you find it strange?" At this moment, Luan Dongsong ridiculed, "This place is filled with grasslands. We have almost walked all over and only found a tiger beast hidden in the grasslands. This tiger beast might be our breakthrough this time and discover the secret of the grasslands. You have no proof. Upon seeing this scene, Heartless bellowed, just because of your guess, we have to help you slay this tiger beast? As Heartless spoke, he stopped as well. He was too lazy to do such a thing. No, no, no. Seeing that the few of them were actually planning to stop, Luan Dongsong immediately said anxiously, look at what's under the tiger beast's neck. After Luan Dongsong finished speaking, the few of them looked at the area below the tiger beast's neck. On the surface of the exposed green armor-like skin, a layer of light suddenly appeared. It was the brand of a token, the brand of the Golden Immortal token. Seeing this scene, everyone's breathing became heavier. The Golden Immortal token, it was actually the Golden Immortal token. Not only did the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance see this scene, but the disciples of the other sects also saw this scene. Immediately, everyone was astonished. The Golden Immortal token, why did they come here? It was for the Golden Immortal token. Now, seeing the brand of the Golden Immortal token on the tiger beast's body, even a fool would understand that the tiger beast and the Golden Immortal token were definitely related. At this point, everyone was thinking about the Golden Immortal token. The existence of the Golden Immortal token was the ultimate goal of their trip. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the other sects also began to breathe heavily at this moment. This time, regardless of the threat of the Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciples, they had to take action. Moreover, there were hundreds of people gathered here, and the people of the Triple Heavenly Alliance only accounted for less than 1/3 of them. Could they deal with the green armor tiger beast as well as them? Immediately, the hearts of the hundreds of people became restless. I told you, why would I harm you when I asked for your help? Now, look at those disciples, each and every one of them. At this moment, Luan Dongsong saw that the surrounding disciples of the major sects could not take their eyes off the Golden Immortal token's brand. If they saw the Golden Immortal token, wouldn't they turn the sky upside down? They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Why do you care so much about them? Who dares to snatch my spear? I, Heartless, am truly heartless. Heartless immediately shouted. The realm of a third-tier heavenly immortal was enough to intimidate everyone present. Jiang Yan, Heartless, and Yi Yuji were all well-known figures in the outer alliance of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. In the entire Sovereign's Abyss, they were also famous. Seeing this scene, some disciples couldn't help but shrink back. However, most of them were still in high spirits. That was the Golden Immortal token. Obtaining the Golden Immortal token for the sect would be the supreme reward of the sect. If they didn't take the risk now, when would they? At this moment, Mu Yun was also looking at the center of the crowd. At this moment, her interest was also piqued. The brand on the chest of the green-scaled tiger beast wouldn't appear out of thin air. Killing the green-scaled tiger beast might allow them to find the Golden Immortal token, or even news of Rengangang. Of course, Rengangang was also very likely to be in the crowd. Kill. In an instant, the people of the Triple Heavenly Alliance charged out. At this moment, the disciples of the other sects were just watching from the sidelines. At this moment, there was no need for them to make unnecessary sacrifices since they didn't see the Golden Immortal token. They might as well watch how these fellows subdue the tiger beast so that they could reap some benefits from it. When the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance killed the tiger beast, they would wait for the opportunity to make their move. Seeing this scene, Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. The appearance of the tiger beast was inexplicable, and the cracks on the ground were also inexplicable. Along the way, the cracks didn't spread because of the battle here, but maintained the same degree of cracks throughout. This was enough to show that this change wasn't caused by the fight between the tiger beast and the crowd. Then, what was the reason? Mu Yun restrained his soul ripple to avoid being recognized as he watched the battle. He had to admit that Jiang Yan, Yi Wuqing, and Yi Yuji were worthy of being in the top 10 of the outer alliance of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. The three of them were Tier 3 heavenly immortals. When they attacked, they were very proficient in their respective martial techniques. However, what surprised Mu Yun the most was Luan Dongsong. Luan Dongsong was a Tier 1 heavenly immortal, the same as him. However, at this moment, the technique that Luan Dongsong used was very mysterious. As Luan Dongsong waved his hands, a series of hand seals formed into a barrier in all four directions. The move was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the lower realm. However, there was an obvious difference in the ripple of power. Thinking about how Luan Dongsong entered the Triple Heavenly Alliance as a subordinate of the Inner Alliance Elder Yun Shan, Mu Yun already had a guess in his heart. Elder Yun Shan probably fancied the square seal technique that Luan Dongsong had learned when he was a venerable in the small reincarnation world in the lower realm. Coincidentally, Elder Yun Shan was also proficient in this, so he accepted Luan Dongsong as his disciple. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was cautious and carefully looked at Luan Dongsong. Roar! At this moment, the green-scaled tiger beast was besieged by hundreds of people. Even though it was powerful, it could not hold on for much longer. Gradually, the green-scaled tiger beast could not hold on any longer. After all, although the green-scaled tiger beast was powerful, the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance complemented each other. It was obvious that they were very familiar with each other. Boom! As time passed, the green-scaled tiger beast's huge body finally fell to the ground with a thud. However, at this moment, not only did the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance rapidly approach, even the disciples of the other forces also rapidly flew out. Their speed was extremely fast. The green-scaled tiger beast was dead. It was time for them to take action. Stop them. Whoever dares to come up, immediately kill without mercy. Luan Dongsong immediately roared. Stop them. At this moment, Yu Wuqing said indifferently and directly rushed towards the corpse. Don't let them come close. Iyuji also similarly charged out. Kuzhan and Lu Ruochen naturally also gave the order. Immediately, the crowd flew out and immediately charged out. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes turned red. They did not care who was blocking their path. A battle had completely begun. However, the disciples of the other forces who rushed in from the periphery were stopped by the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. But in the inner circle, Iyuji, Jiang Yan, Yu Wuqing, Luan Dongsong, Kuzhan, and Lu Ruochen also began to fight. After all, if the corpse had secrets, only one side could obtain the golden immortal token. But now, they were all four sides. This was not good. Moreover, among the four sides, Jiang Yan and Yu Wuqing's combined strength was clearly the strongest. Next was Iyuji. After all, he had Yi Xiaoyu and Wang Yan by his side. Then there were Kuzhan and Lu Ruochen. Kuzhan was a rank 2 heavenly immortal, while Lu Ruochen was a rank 1 heavenly immortal. Their strength was extraordinary. Naturally, they were not simple to be chosen by Yi Ruxue. Thus, it seemed that Luan Dongsong's side was the weakest. However, beside Luan Dongsong stood Qin Yang. This person was also quite famous in the Outer Alliance. These people were not easy to bully. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in the middle of the chaotic battle in the outer circle. He wore a black robe and a black hat. This attire would not attract attention. He now knew that these fellows would definitely kill each other. If he rushed in now, it was extremely likely that he would become everyone's target. Not to mention Luan Dongsong, it was likely that Yu already had the intention to kill him. At this moment, Mu Yun was not idle in the outer circle. He more or less remembered the martial artists who had rushed in with Kuzhan and Lu Ruochen. These people would be killed without hesitation. Mu Yun attacked directly into the crowd. With the black Yin sword in hand, Mu Yun's aura was fierce. It's you. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Black Iron City. You're the arrogant guy who wants the golden immortal token. I'll remember you. The young man looked at Mu Yun and mocked her. Senior brother Yi Ruxue didn't kill you last time, but now you dare to show up here. You're quite bold. Who are you? The young man was at a loss for words. Why do you care who I am? Senior brother, you spared your life last time, and now you want to snatch the golden immortal token? Can't you have some self-awareness? You're just an earth immortal. I don't care about you. Get lost. You talk too much. Mu Yun raised her sword and charged forward. Since this guy recognized her, he should be one of Yi Ruxue's followers. In that case, there was no need to show mercy. Puff, the long sword was drawn, and blood flowed out. Yi Ruxue's neck was bleeding profusely, bubbling with blood. The young man was dumbfounded. He did not understand until he died. It should not be. How could Mu Yun kill him with a single sword strike? This guy was just a level 9 Earth Immortal. How could he talk so much in front of Mu Yun? He was courting death. However, Mu Yun's action immediately attracted the attention of the disciples who followed Ku Zhen and Lu Ruochen. When they saw Mu Yun, they recognized Mu Yun and rushed toward her. Good. However, Mu Yun smiled when he saw these people. Without saying a word, she slashed out with her sword. Although there were heaven immortals among these disciples, they were only level 1 heaven immortals. They posed no threat to Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun was not worried at all. She took a step forward, and a powerful aura rolled out from the void. Level 1 heaven immortal. Seeing this, the people who besieged her were dumbfounded. They remembered that when they saw Mu Yun, she was only a level 7 or level 8 Earth Immortal. Now, she was a level 1 Heaven Immortal. How long had it been since they parted? Did this guy eat a divine pill? However, Mu Yun didn't have the time to care about what these guys were thinking. As Mu Yun took a step forward, the killing intent in his palm grew even stronger. Once the sword was drawn, it would reap lives. At the same time, the inner region was already trembling. Regardless of whether it was the outer area or the inner area, immortal chi was wreaking havoc everywhere. Rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun had been paying attention to the situation inside. At this moment, Yuji had used some unknown method to join forces with Dong Song, Ku Zhen and Lu Ruochen to attack Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing. 3 against 1, however, Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing were both rank 3 heavenly immortals. Faced with the joint attacks of the crowd, Jiang Yan was easily able to hold her own. As for Yi Wuqing, he was able to take on several people by himself without falling into a disadvantageous position. Haha, Yi Wuqing couldn't help but laugh. You want to punish me, Yi Wuqing, with just the few of you? Aren't you underestimating the strength of the top 10 in the Outer Alliance? Don't worry so much. You guys hold him back. I'll go and see what's so strange about that corpse. Dong Song said directly. All right. Ku Zhen and Lu Ruochen didn't mind. They didn't think that Dong Song would be able to pull any tricks. After all, they had Yi Rushue behind them. When Yi Rushue entered the Inner Alliance in the future, her status would increase by several folds. Even if Dong Song had Yun Shan behind him, they weren't afraid. You want to leave? Yi Wuqing immediately attacked. However, Ku Zhen, Lu Ruochen, Qin Yang and the rest were all rank 2 heavenly immortals. They tried their best to stop Yi Wuqing, but Yi Wuqing couldn't break through their blockade. Lu and Dong Song moved out alone and landed directly on top of the corpse. Seeing this, Mu Yun wanted to rush out. Unfortunately, there were too many people in front of her and she couldn't get close. Buzz, however, the moment Dong Song got close to the corpse, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. The grassland was dancing. It wasn't the rhythm of the grassland wind, but a real dance. The entire grassland seemed to have come alive. In an instant, the ground rumbled. The cracks on the ground gradually spread, and the area became wider and wider. Seeing this, Mu Yun was completely stunned. At this moment, the cracks on the ground, which had been ignored by everyone, spread out in an instant. Gradually, the cracks spread to 100 meters wide. But that wasn't the most important thing. It was the strong suction force that suddenly came from the cracks on the ground. In an instant, everyone felt that their bodies couldn't withstand it. However, at this moment, the tyrannical suction force caused their bodies to tense up. It was too strong. They couldn't resist it. Damn it. What is this? Seeing that the ground was filled with cracks, Lu and Dongsong wanted to fly up. However, how could he fly? The others started to descend from the sky. Some Earth Immortal Realm disciples couldn't withstand the suction force. Their bodies were directly sucked into the cracks. The hundreds of people in the sky were soon reduced to less than a dozen people. These dozen people were all in the Heaven Immortal Realm. It was just that when there were fewer people, everyone could see each other and look at each other. Mu Yun. In the crowd, Dong Song, who was struggling, immediately shouted when he saw Mu Yun. You're actually here to fish in troubled waters. Damn it. Dong Song was panting as he looked at Mu Yun and said fiercely. It's you. Ku Zhen and Lu Ruochen also saw Mu Yun. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. That fellow whom they had previously viewed as an ant was now standing before them. It was truly inconceivable. Mu Yun. Yu Wuqing and Jiang Yan also saw Mu Yun. They were shocked. It turned out that this person had been here all along. She was just hiding. Yuji also looked at Mu Yun and shouted, "Brat, don't forget the grudge between us. That illusion array was your doing, right?" Yuji was furious. "Don't blame me for this." Mu Yun smiled and said, "You, on the other hand, killed my Heaven Sword Tower's 2 close disciples. My Heaven Sword Tower won't ignore this matter." "Me? Killed the Heaven Sword Tower's close disciples?" Yuji roared angrily, "Brat, you're courting death. Everyone, pay attention. This guy has a golden immortal token. He obtained a golden immortal token in the illusion array." Hearing this, Mu Yun wasn't angry. She said, "Yuji, you're the one who obtained a golden immortal token. You're trying to frame me. Do you want me to die? Although my words don't carry much weight, I'm not someone who can be framed by you." Mu Yun snorted and said, "If you want to kill me, just come and kill me. Why do you have to do this? I want to kill you?" Yuji was even more furious. He didn't expect Mu Yun to have such a trick up her sleeve. "Don't worry. I'll definitely kill you." Yuji looked at Mu Yun. The killing intent in his eyes was completely intense. At this moment, the suction force in the crack was getting stronger. Even a heaven immortal would find it difficult to resist it. Looking at the scene, other than Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing, Ku Zhen, Lu Ruochen, Luan Dongsong and Yi Yuji, all of them were looking at her with killing intent. Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. She immediately gave up resisting. If this continued, it would consume a lot of energy. In the end, she couldn't avoid being sucked in. She might as well give up resisting now and see what was below. After making up her mind, Mu Yun's figure instantly disappeared in midair. "Damn it. We can't let her escape. Follow her." Luan Dongsong also shouted at this moment. "Let's go down too." Lu Ruochen also found it difficult to resist. After all, she was a Tier 1 Heaven Immortal. Her strength was slightly inferior. "Go down? We don't know what's below." Ku Zhen immediately shouted. "Who cares what it is?" Lu Ruochen said anxiously. "Instead of wasting time and energy resisting here, it's better to save some energy to deal with the danger below." Her words made sense. Ku Zhen immediately nodded and gave up resisting. Dong dong dong, immediately, the others also realized that the more they resisted, the stronger the suction force. Even if they resisted to the limit, the suction force still didn't decrease. Seeing this scene, everyone simply gave up resisting and fell into the crack below. At this moment, Mu Yun's figure fell into the ground. She felt that her surroundings were extremely dark. Everything looked like an illusion. The sound of the wind rang in her ears. Everything looked very real. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun held her breath. There was endless darkness on both sides. It was so dark that it made one's hair stand on end. She slapped out her palm, and flames appeared. 4 heavenly flames flew in 4 directions around her. However, even when the flames spread and gradually dissipated, Mu Yun still didn't see where was the end. This scene immediately made Mu Yun feel that the ominous light around her was getting stronger and stronger. Bang! Caught off guard, Mu Yun's entire body was slapped to the ground. Bloody marks appeared on the surface of her body. Mu Yun's mouth cracked, and she almost fainted. She forced herself to stand up. Mu Yun realized that she had already landed. Beneath her feet was solid ground. In front of her was a dark scene. She could only see 5 feet. The place where her soul power could explore was no more than 10 meters. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun directly held the blacking sword in her hand. This place was strange and strange. Who knew what kind of place it was? She had to be careful. Otherwise, she would be the one to die. Mu Yun looked at everything calmly. Step by step, she walked out of this dark underground. Gradually, a ray of light appeared in front of her. The dim light seemed to be flickering, and it had an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Mu Yun walked out step by step. She came to the front and looked at everything. There was a hint of coldness and surprise in her eyes. Mu Yun completely calmed down at this moment. In front of her was a city made of black iron. This city looked pitch black from head to toe, and that ray of light appeared from the top of the black iron city. Above the city walls, oil lamps swayed in the breeze, emitting a faint light as if they would never burn out. A breeze blew past, and Mu Yun felt her entire body become clear. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. How could it be him? Phew. Phew. However, as Mu Yun approached, the sound of the wind became louder and louder. It sounded like the whispers of ghosts, making one's hair stand on end. The city in front of him looked like the Yellow Spring City he had seen before. However, the Yellow Spring City was blood red, while this place was pitch black. Mu Yun calmly exhaled and looked ahead without saying a word. She stepped into the city. As the gate opened, the strange atmosphere became even more obvious. This place was like a dead city. However, as soon as Mu Yun arrived at the city, several figures appeared behind Mu Yun. Those people were dressed in white robes that alchemists wore, and there was a medicinal fragrance on the surface of their bodies. The leader was a woman. She was tall, and her loose robes could not hide her impressive figure. Those people had obviously noticed Mu Yun. The woman in the lead walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. She smiled and said, "Friend, have you noticed anything strange about this place?" Mu Yun shook her head and said slowly, "I have just arrived. I did not notice anything strange." When the woman heard this, she looked at Mu Yun and nodded with a smile. Then, she turned around and walked to the back. Not long after, several figures walked forward and stood at the city gate with Mu Yun. They looked at the city and hesitated whether to enter or not. Mu Yun was standing in front of the city gate. Seeing their hesitation, she ignored them and walked forward to enter the city. The surrounding land was dark, and only this place seemed strange. They had been pulled here by the crack in the grassland. It was very likely that this city was the reason why they had been pulled here. Since they were here, they might as well make the best of it. Mu Yun took a deep breath and entered the city. Seeing this scene, the woman in the lead looked at Mu Yun with a trace of admiration. "Senior Sister Qiao, should we go in?" One of the disciples said upon seeing this. "You, what do you think?" The woman looked at a short-haired young man beside her and asked. "Xianxia, look." The young man chuckled. "Previously, when the ground cracked open, we were dragged here. This is enough to show that the problem lies here. Since we are already here, why don't we go in and take a look? Besides, the person who entered the rift isn't in any danger, so we just have to be careful." "All right." Xiaoxinyu said slowly, "Since that's the case, everyone, be careful. Among the 5 great bronze rank forces, our Heavenly Medicine Alliance has always been the weakest. Since we're competing for the Golden Immortal token this time, as long as everyone is careful, I don't think there will be any problems." "Yes." Hearing those words, the crowd proceeded forward and entered. Xiaoxinyu walked in the front, looking at the city and letting out a sigh. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care and directly entered the city. He was alone and had nothing to worry about. Even if there was a problem, he would be able to discover it immediately and retreat. When they entered the city, they saw rows upon rows of houses. The houses looked very orderly. Throughout the city, there were lanterns hanging everywhere. At a glance, they could see that the lanterns filled the entire city. Following the light of the lanterns, they looked into the distance. The entire city was filled with houses, except for a tall pavilion in the center. From the pavilion, a beam of light shot down. The beam of light flickered continuously, looking like a ghost in the night. Whoosh, however, just as Mu Yun was observing the lanterns on the tall tower, there was a whoosh. The lanterns rotated and instantly enveloped his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the next moment, there was the sound of air being torn apart. Following the lanterns, black figures more than a meter tall stretched out their hands and grabbed at Mu Yun. From the lighthouse thousands of meters away, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen black figures charged at him. Clang, raising the blackened sword, Mu Yun slashed it apart. Mu Yun's body was hit by a powerful impact, and he immediately retreated and fell from the roof. However, at this moment, more than a dozen black figures had already surrounded him. All of them were dressed in black robes, and the black figures were tightly wrapped. What was even more surprising was that these figures were all only a meter tall. Upon closer inspection, their entire bodies were covered in black robes, and their noses and eyes could not be seen. However, under the sleeves, each of them held two sharp blades in their hands. They were as sharp as sickles. Raising the black Yin sword again, Mu Yun was very careful as he looked at the dozen figures around him. If these guys were humans, why were they only a meter tall? But if it wasn't a human, its posture was too similar to a human's. Whoosh whoosh. While Mu Yun was still pondering, there was the sound of air being torn apart, and more than a dozen figures instantly swarmed forward. Amidst the flashes and shadows of swords, Mu Yun fought against more than a dozen people alone. At this moment, Xianxia and Liu appeared here with a few people from the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. Seeing that Mu Yun was fighting with those guys, the two of them immediately stopped. This was not a place to be a hero, and they could not act recklessly. However, they did not expect that an unexpected situation would occur as soon as they entered. They rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, they were not the ones who entered just now. However, they did not intend to help Mu Yun. They stood at the back and watched the show. However, the more they watched, the more surprised they were. Mu Yun moved back and forth between more than a dozen people with one sword. His movements were very smooth, and it seemed that the speed and power of his sword moves were very smooth. Gradually, those people could no longer suppress Mu Yun. Puff! After flipping over a figure with one sword, Mu Yun looked ahead and was instantly stunned. The figure that was flipped over by his sword revealed his true appearance under the robe. It was indeed not a human, it was a monkey. Immortal beast, psychic stone monkey. This kind of monkey was very quick-witted. Under human domestication, it could become a very clever helper. The moment Mu Yun saw the corpse, he realized with a start. I was wondering who it was. So it's a monkey. Mu Yun smiled slightly. The remaining dozen psychic stone monkeys immediately rushed forward when they saw their companion die. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately took a step forward. Power rotated between his hands. As Mu Yun waved his palm, flames filled the air, and 3 gusts of wind from his fingers shot out. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, 3 figures were penetrated and fell to the ground, motionless. Mu Yun executed the 9 nether finger consecutively, and his hand movements became faster and faster. Seeing this, the onlookers were extremely surprised. Mu Yun's previous swordsmanship was awe-inspiring. Now, this immortal technique looked very powerful. Liu looked at Xianxia and whispered, "Senior Sister Qiao, this guy's methods are very strange. Don't act rashly." Xianxia stopped him. This guy has such a powerful immortal technique, and he's a first-stage heaven immortal. Even if he's not a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, he's a famous disciple of the 5 great bronze rank forces. It can't be. Liu ridiculed. I know all the disciples of the 5 great bronze rank forces. Yan Ruffing and a few others from the Raging Flame sect, Lu Tianming and a few others from the Thieving Sky Valley, Ko Liming and a few others from the Azure Palace, and Qing Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing from the Heaven Sword Tower. There's no such person. This means that this guy might be a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. We can't act rashly. Xiaoxinyu reminded. This guy doesn't seem to be simple. His swordsmanship is superb. He's most likely a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. Moreover, there's a very famous disciple in the Heaven Sword Tower recently. His name is Mu Yun. How could it be him? Liu smiled. I heard that Mu Yun is a 7th-stage Earth Immortal. This guy is a 1st-stage Heavenly Immortal. Could it be that a 7th-stage Earth Immortal can ascend to a 1st-stage Heavenly Immortal in the blink of an eye? To be able to ascend by 1 stage in 10 years is already considered a genius. To be able to ascend by 3 stages in a year and surpass the barrier between an Earth Immortal and a Heavenly Immortal. That means that he's at least a Heavenly Saint. No, even a Heavenly Saint wouldn't be able to achieve this. Let's not care about this first. This guy is not ordinary. We'd better avoid him. Upon hearing this, Liu did not say anything. However, when he saw that Mu Yun had already taken care of the apes in such a short time, he was even more envious. That celestial technique was a finger technique. It was rare for a finger technique to be able to unleash such a powerful force. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, as the 4 of them were chatting, the light suddenly shone directly onto their bodies. The sound of something breaking through the air was instantly heard. More than 10 figures charged towards them. Those figures were none other than the psychic stone monkeys. Seeing that more than 10 psychic stone monkeys were charging towards them, Xianxia and the others immediately panicked. However, this time, the target of the attack was them. They could no longer watch from the sidelines. After exchanging blows, they realized that these psychic stone monkeys were very powerful. It was not just for show, these guys were really powerful. As they attacked, they were constantly surrounded by the psychic stone monkeys. They broke through their defenses time and time again, but they were surrounded again and again. This time, they finally understood. These psychic stone monkeys were not weak. It was only because Mu Yun was too powerful. However, when they looked again, Mu Yun was nowhere to be seen. This guy, seeing that Mu Yun had disappeared, Liu was instantly displeased. Mu Yun's cultivation was only a first-grade heavenly immortal, which was the same as him. However, that guy could deal with a group of psychic stone monkeys alone. However, it was already very difficult for him to deal with 2 or 3 of them alone. This was simply unbelievable. However, he was even more certain that Mu Yun's finger technique must be very powerful. It was at least a peerless heaven-grade celestial technique. If he could get his hands on this celestial technique, it would definitely be very useful. Lu Yu, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Xiaoxinyu shouted, "Quick, help me look after the other junior brothers and sisters." Oh, okay. Lu Yu immediately focused on dealing with the psychic stone monkeys surrounding them. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing on a rooftop, watching the Heavenly Medicine Alliance disciples being surrounded. He had no intention of helping them. These people were just watching from the sidelines. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Golden Immortal Inheritance. Wherever the light from the central lighthouse shone, the psychic stone monkeys would appear and attack violently. Understanding this, Mu Yun's eyes flashed. Mu Yun's figure flashed. He looked ahead and immediately flew out. However, this time, Mu Yun was scheming. He looked at the lighthouse above. Once the lighthouse began to spin, Mu Yun stopped and looked straight ahead without moving an inch. When the lighthouse stopped spinning, Mu Yun moved forward quickly. At this moment, the light from the lighthouse was like a death sentence. He had to be extremely careful. At the same time, Mu Yun also realized that every time the lighthouse shone, there seemed to be a battle. It seemed that there were more and more people entering this place. Without saying anything, Mu Yun increased his speed and moved towards the tower in the center of the city. Finally, he arrived at the bottom of the tower and saw the 2 doors open. Mu Yun directly entered. Surprisingly, even though the entire city appeared to be incomparably dusky, the interior of the lighthouse was as bright as light. As the light shone through, it was extremely gentle, and not as gloomy and cold as before. Mu Yun leisurely walked into the main hall. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned again. Another picture. Seeing the picture scroll, Mu Yun stopped again. In the depths of the main hall, there was a picture scroll. On the picture scroll, a person was walking alone. A token suddenly appeared in that person's hand. Golden Immortal Token. However, when that person came to the Black City, he originally wanted to put the Golden Immortal Token in the main hall. However, for some reason, he changed his mind. In the last picture, that person directly walked in front of a burly green armored tiger beast and directly embedded the token into the green armored tiger beast's chest. Still worried, that person directly tore off a piece of skin from the green armored tiger beast's chest and sewed the Golden Immortal Token in. Seeing this, Mu Yun suddenly understood. The Golden Immortal Token was long gone. It was with Luan Dongsong. At the last moment, only Luan Dongsong got close to the green armored tiger beast. But before Luan Dongsong could make a sound, the whole ground shook and cracked. This was enough to prove that the Golden Immortal badge on the green armored tiger beast's chest was most likely taken away by Luan Dongsong. It was just that the situation at that time was so chaotic that no one noticed this. By the time everyone noticed this, Luan Dongsong had already disappeared. Now, the picture scroll proved this point. However, upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled slightly. All the previous scrolls indicated that there was a Golden Immortal badge in the body of the green armored tiger. If someone were to discover this place, they would surely know that Luan Dongsong had obtained the Golden Immortal badge. This won't do, Mu Yun smiled and came to the last part of the painting. With a wave of her hand, heavenly fire spread out, and Mu Yun directly destroyed the last part of the scroll. As such, the crowd was able to tell that the person was planning to secretly place the Golden Immortal badge there. Seeing this, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. However, what was at the top of the lighthouse? Why were there so many psychic stone monkeys? After going around the stone wall in the depths of the hall, a passageway appeared behind her. The passageway went straight up the stairs. This tower was obviously not low. However, she did not know what was at the top. However, she had not found Luan Gang yet, so she could only go forward to investigate. Seeing this, Mu Yun directly took a step forward. When she arrived at the second floor, it was empty. When she arrived at the third floor, it was empty. When she arrived at the fourth floor, the fifth floor, in the end, Mu Yun directly arrived at the ninth floor, which was the highest floor. This time, it was finally not empty. However, there was a figure sitting on the ninth floor. "Brat, so you're here." Seeing that figure, Mu Yun could not help but laugh and scold him. If that figure wasn't Rengangang, who else could it be? However, when Mu Yun took a step forward and was about to touch Rengangang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Mu Yun. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, the murderous intent dissipated in an instant, and a smile appeared on Renganggang's face. "Brat, you gave me a fright." Mu Yun pretended to pat her chest and immediately laughed. "Do you think I can scare you?" At this moment, Rengangang was sitting cross-legged on the ground and looked at Mu Yun with a smile. How did you come in?" Rengangang looked at Mu Yun and asked in confusion. "I should be the one asking you this, right?" Mu Yun asked in return, "How did you come in, and why are you here?" As soon as she said that, Mu Yun was indeed puzzled in her heart. How did this guy come in? He came here from the volcano and approached step by step. It could be said that he was surrounded by danger. Rengangang was only a 6th-stage Earth Immortal in the past. Logically speaking, that's not right. At this moment, Mu Yun's gaze fell on Renganggang's body. Looking at Rengangang, she was surprised. This guy's aura was not that of a 6th-stage Earth Immortal. He was a Heaven Immortal, the aura of a Heaven Immortal, and it seemed that he was not only a 1st-stage Heaven Immortal. "What are you doing there? Come down." "I can't move now," Rengangang said with a bitter smile. "What's going on?" Rengangang looked at Mu Yun and said again, "I came here by accident. Then, I found this tower, entered it, and obtained a part of the inheritance." "Inheritance?" Hearing that, Mu Yun looked at Rengangang, dumbfounded. This guy, he even came here by accident. Then, she also wanted to come here once. "Brat, you came here by accident." The inheritance of a Golden Immortal. If it were someone else, they would be overjoyed. I'm not in the mood to be overjoyed here. I just want to get out of here as soon as possible. Rengangang smiled bitterly. "I know what you're worried about." Mu Yun looked at Rengangang and said, "Aren't you just worried about your wife?" "Don't worry, I've already arranged for her to be outside and set up an illusion array. Unless it's a Xian Immortal expert." That's good, that's good." Rengangang heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This inheritance of a Golden Immortal is only a part of it. That's why my cultivation level rose so quickly. However, even this part of the inheritance is enough to prevent me from absorbing it completely." "You mean to say that you haven't used up all the power of inheritance that you've raised to this level?" "Less than 1%, Rengangang said bitterly. Hearing that, Mu Yun was certain. This meant that Renganggang's part of the inheritance of a Golden Immortal was at least 1/5 of the power of a Golden Immortal. Above a Heaven Immortal was a Xian Immortal. Above that was a Genuine Immortal. Above the Genuine Immortal was a Golden Immortal, who could be called a giant, not to mention the entire sword domain. Even in the entire 10 domains of the immortal world, a Golden Immortal was a top existence with tyrannical strength. Mu Yun roughly knew that the 3 leaders of the Triple Heavenly Alliance were only at the Genuine Immortal realm. It could be said that it was harder than ascending to heaven to become a Golden Immortal. Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, and Heaven Immortal. These 3 realms could be said to be one level. and Xian immortal, genuine immortal, and golden immortal were another level of strength. These 6 realms were the main 6 levels of strength in the immortal world. As for why these 6 realms were divided into 9 levels, Muyu had always been puzzled. Since ancient times, the division of strength had always been based on 9 levels. Some people said that 9 levels were Guai, so they were divided into 9 levels. Some people said that in ancient times, there were 9 heavens, and 9 corresponded to heaven. Anyway, there were many different opinions, and none of them could be concluded. However, deep down, Muyun understood that the division of the 9 grades was actually very accurate. There was a clear difference between each major realm and each level of advancement. For example, in the Earth Immortal realm, 9 core whirlpools would be condensed to form a core source, and then a nascent soul would be condensed to become a heaven immortal. 9 core whirlpools. The improvement of each core whirlpool would increase one's strength by several times. This division of 9 levels was very accurate. And in the heaven immortal realm, it was the growth of the nascent soul. The first 5 levels were the growth of the nascent soul's arms, legs, and brain. The last 4 levels were the continuation of the 4 main meridians in the immortal martial artist's body. The division of 9 levels was still very accurate. As for golden immortals, they were above heaven immortals, Xian immortals, and genuine immortals. It was not difficult to understand that there was the word gold in their name. Only cultivators who had reached this stage were truly immortal and indestructible. Devouring gold and petrification to refine one's body. Their meridians were like mountains and rivers, flowing with the power of blood. It could be said that a drop of blood from a martial artist at this level was enough to allow countless top experts in the immortal world to reach the heavens in a single step. And the golden immortal legacy was the lifetime comprehension of strength left behind by a golden immortal realm martial artist before he died. Whether it was heaven immortals, golden immortals, or immortal kings who had reached the peak, their lives were very long, but it was definitely not endless. Once they were unable to break through, the result would still be death. Some golden immortals would leave behind their lifetime knowledge and strength before they died. They would condense it into an inheritance and leave it to the fated person. At this moment, Rengangang had obtained the golden immortal's inheritance. However, according to him, this was only a part of the golden immortal's inheritance. Although it was only a part, it was enough for Rengangang to enjoy for the rest of his life. What are you still doing here now? Seeing that Rengangang had not moved at all, Muyun smiled and asked. The power of the inheritance is too vast. I can't completely digest it alone. A part of the power of the inheritance has already entered my body and been completely transformed into strength. It is in my body and waiting to be developed. I am now transforming the power of the inheritance. I see. Nodding, Muyun understood. However, suddenly, Muyun's expression changed. Oh no. What's wrong? Seeing Muyun's expression change, Rengangang was stunned. There are many people outside now. The disciples from the Triple Heavenly Alliance and the various bronze-ranked forces are all being attacked by the psychic stone monkeys. Once someone comes here and finds out that you are accepting the inheritance here, and with the golden immortal token, Muyun could instantly imagine that those people would definitely not watch Rengangang obtain the inheritance. How much longer do you have? Looking at Rengangang, Muyun asked. I need about an hour. It's already the last moment. An hour was not enough time, Muyun was slightly anxious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Please do me a favor. On the 9th level, more than 10 figures appeared on the staircase. The 2 people leading them were Jiang Yan and Yu Wuqing. Upon seeing the 2 of them, Muyun's eyes were filled with fear. The 2 of them were 3rd-grade sky immortals. Eh? Muyun. However, when the 2 of them saw Muyun, they were slightly surprised. They never expected that the first person they saw would be Muyun. Along the way, their speed was already the fastest. However, they did not expect Muyun to be even faster than them. However, when they saw Rengangang behind Muyun, the 2 of them were even more stunned. Is this the friend you have been risking your life to find? Yu Wuqing said with a smile when he saw Rengangang. Yeah. Yu Wuqing turned to look at Rengangang and said with a smile, you really have a good friend. We are rather envious. In this treacherous immortal world, there is still such a friend who is willing to risk his life for you. It's worth it, Jiang Yan said with a smile. However, when the two of them finished speaking, the scene fell silent. After the initial greeting, Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing began to wonder when they saw Ren Gangang sitting motionlessly on the ground. This fellow was not right. Mu Yun was also carefully looking at the two of them. She was not familiar with Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan. If they were to take action, she had to stop them. The scene turned awkward. However, Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan were not ordinary people. When they saw Ren Gangang motionless, they knew that there was a problem. Seeing Mu Yun's nervous look, Yi Wuqing walked forward. Zeng, with the black yin sword in hand, Mu Yun looked at Yi Wuqing with a warning look in her eyes. Indeed. Yi Wuqing was looking at Jiang Yan with a smile on his lips. Oh? When Mu Yun saw the smiles on their faces, she became even more cautious. This friend of yours must have obtained a certain opportunity here, right? Yi Wuqing chuckled and said, he has not moved since we entered. Furthermore, this is the only place here. It looks very odd. What's weird about it? Although we don't know much about formations, there's clearly one beneath your friend's feet. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legacy of a golden immortal, right? At this moment, Mu Yun looked around Ren Gangang and was stunned. He only saw Ren Gangang and didn't notice it. Now that he saw this, he immediately understood. The two of them should have noticed it from the start. Jiang Yan smiled and said, although the two of us are envious, we won't do such a thing. So, you don't have to be so wary. It's so easy to get the golden immortal legacy. We won't just watch. That was true. Accepting the inheritance, Ren Gangang was now at the final step. Even if Heartless and Jiang Yan were to break it, they would only be destroying the inheritance. It was impossible for them to obtain any power. However, it was hard to say that some people couldn't bear to see others doing well. However, looking at the two of them, Mu Yun realized that she might have been too careful. I, Mu Yun, have gauged the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said, Brother Ren is my best friend in the lower realm. So, I don't want to see anything happen to him. Heartless laughed and said, we are not despicable people. Don't worry. We are only here to search for the golden immortal token. I won't interfere in your matters. However, you have to be careful. The others, look at Yuji and Luan Dongsong. They seem to have a lot of opinions about you. Okay. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun lowered her head and did not say a word. Now, Jiang Yan and Heartless had appeared. If Luan Dongsong, Yuji, Ku Zhen, and company appeared later, things would not be easy. These guys would definitely attack him. With his current cultivation of a first-grade heaven immortal, he could not stop these people. What should he do? Ren Gangang only needed an hour and everything would be complete. An hour. Suddenly, Mu Yun raised her head and looked at Jiang Yan and Heartless. The two of you. Mu Yun slowly said, this time, Mu Yun boldly asks the two of you for a favor. Help you deal with the Yuji and company, right? Before Mu Yun could speak, Jiang Yan said with a bitter smile, at most, we won't interfere, but we won't help you. After all, the two of you have yet to listen to my conditions. Mu Yun said rather confidently. Conditions? What conditions? 2 golden immortal tokens. Mu Yun suddenly said. 2 golden immortal tokens. Upon hearing this, Heartless and Jiang Yan looked at each other and were instantly dumbfounded. Mu Yun's words had really surprised them. In this golden immortal ruin, they had searched for a long time and it was already very difficult to find 1 golden immortal token, let alone 2. In order to find this golden immortal token, they had expended a lot of effort to compete with Yuji and company. Now, Mu Yun had actually asked for 2 golden immortal tokens. This was simply unbelievable. You have 2 golden immortal tokens? However, Mu Yun shook her head at this moment. Upon seeing this scene, the duo was even more puzzled. I only have 1 on me, but I know where the other one is. If the 2 of you want to take it, you can take it yourself. I can also help you take it back. Upon hearing this, Heartless and Jiang Yan were completely stunned. Was this fellow really not toying with them? I only need the 2 of you to help me stop those people who want to harm Ren Gangang for an hour. I believe the 2 of you should be able to do it, right? Stop them for an hour and obtain 2 golden immortal tokens. This was a very good deal. No problem. Jiang Yan was the first to speak. I believe the two of us, together with some of our junior brothers, should be able to do it in an hour. However, without any proof, how can we, here? Mu Yun did not say anything else as she threw out a golden immortal token. That golden immortal token was something she had obtained in the Wooden City. At this moment, Guei had already absorbed the portion that was beneficial to her. To Mu Yun, this golden immortal token was only used to reduce the amount of offerings Heaven Sword Tower had to hand over. Compared to Rengonggong's safety, the offerings that Heaven Sword Tower handed over had nothing to do with her. Alright. Looking at the genuine golden immortal token in his hand, Heartless immediately said with a smile. Jiang Yan also had a smile on her face. This Mu Yun was giving him more and more surprises. In that case, after this matter is done, I, Mu Yun, will hand over the other golden immortal token with both hands. Mu Yun said at this moment. Upon seeing this scene, Heartless and Jiang Yan smiled without saying a word. It was easy to cooperate with smart people. After Mu Yun said that, she left immediately. Where are you going? The two of you wait here. I naturally have to go outside and harass some people. I'll share some of the pressure with you. After Mu Yun said that, she left immediately. Upon seeing this scene, the two immediately looked at each other. This Mu Yun was really strange. She didn't trust them just now, but now she left directly. She seemed to be very assured of them. In that case, let's not idle around. Jiang Yan said with a smile, gather the other senior brothers and junior brothers and guard for an hour. Okay. At this moment, the two of them really admired Mu Yun more and more. She was decisive in doing things and was extremely benevolent towards her friends. If they could be friends with this person, they could really trust their backs to their friends without worry. However, the two of them also understood that the reason why this person had such a deep expression with Mu Yun was most likely because the two of them trusted each other from the beginning. At the same time, Mu Yun's figure followed the tall tower and entered the Black City. Her eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. She was basically certain that the second golden immortal token was in Luan Dongsong's hands. She just needed to find Luan Dongsong. As for the tall tower, Jiang Yan and Heartless were third-grade heaven immortals. The two of them, together with the dozen or so disciples following them, should not have any difficulty stopping the people who rushed in. Luan Dongsong, where is he? Mu Yun constantly searched. Mu Yun followed the light pillars and flew to various places. Not long after, she found a figure. Qin Yang, this person was following behind Luan Dongsong. Although he was a second-grade heaven immortal, he was very respectful towards the first-grade heaven immortal Luan Dongsong. Since Qin Yang was here, Luan Dongsong should not be far from here. Mu Yun constantly scanned the surroundings, trying to find Luan Dongsong's figure. However, there was only Qin Yang and a few disciples here. Opposite Qin Yang, the disciples of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance were fighting with them. Xianxia of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance was among them. However, at this moment, Xianxia's situation was not good. Both Qin Yang and her were second-grade heaven immortals. However, Qin Yang was a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. In addition, the disciples behind Qin Yang were also stronger than the disciples of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. At this moment, Xianxia was forced into a desperate situation and did not have the ability to fight back. The strength of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance's disciple is only SOSO. You are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Qin Yang looked at Xianxia and sneered. Xianxia, is it? The chief disciple of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance, in my opinion, is only SOSO. You, looking at Qin Yang, Xianxia suddenly snorted. She wanted to fight again. However, when she moved her body, it tore open her wound, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yang took a step forward and grabbed Xianxia's neck with his palm. He immediately shouted, weren't you very strong just now? Why are you not showing off now? Cough cough, Xianxia's breathing became hurried when her neck was grabbed. They were both second-grade heaven immortals. However, the gap between them was too big. Seeing this scene, Liu did not dare to say a word. At this moment, they were no match for the people of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Only death awaited them. Brother Yang, this Xiao Xinyu is said to be the chief disciple of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. Not only that, this woman bathes her body with spirit dew every day. Oh? She bathes her body with spirit dew? Hearing this, Qin Yang immediately went forward and leaned on Xiao Xinyu's chest, sniffing fiercely. So fragrant, the delicate fragrance of a virgin. It makes one's heart beat. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Xinyu's face and was immediately filled with excitement. What are you doing? Seeing Qin Yang's other hand reaching in front of her, Xiao Xinyu immediately shouted in horror. What am I doing? Of course it's you. Qin Yang laughed and said, immortal cultivators are not pure of heart and few desires. Compared to the women in the immortal world, you fairies have spiritual energy. Not only do you enjoy the body, but you also enjoy the spirit and sublimate the soul. For the sublimation of our souls, let's. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. I don't mind killing you. Xiao Xinyu's face turned pale as she screamed in fear. She wanted to resist, but she had no strength left. The other Heavenly Medicine Alliance disciples were enraged, but the Triple Heavenly Alliance disciples did not give them a chance. They were suppressed, and they had no strength to resist. Let them open their eyes wide and see how the senior sister immortal, whom they usually think is high and mighty, is enjoying herself under me. Let them see. Qin Yang laughed heartily, his eyes filled with excitement. The other disciples were even more excited. Senior brother Qin, eat the meat. Let's drink. Don't be anxious. Let's watch senior brother Qin show off his skills. One of the disciples burst into laughter. They were Triple Heavenly Alliance disciples. Heavenly Medicine Alliance was only a subordinate bronze organization. So what if he was the chief disciple? Even the chief disciple had to be obedient in front of the outer alliance disciples. Qin Yang's actions were barbaric. He raised his spear and went into battle. His eyes were filled with excitement. Whoosh, however, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. No one expected this sound, but it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a tyrannical explosive force rubbed against the air and charged towards Qin Yang. Puff, a black longsword appeared and pierced Qin Yang's abdomen. Blood gushed out, and the figure retreated. Qin Yang's expression changed. He roared, and the veins on his palm bulged. Xiao Xinyu was also released by him, and she hurriedly put on her clothes. Qin Yang's abdomen was bleeding, and his face was pale. What a pity. Seeing this scene, that person muttered softly. Mu Yun. Qin Yang turned around and saw Mu Yun in front of him. He was furious. This brat dared to sneak an attack on him. How dare you, sneak an attack on me? Qin Yang's voice trembled as he roared, you're courting death. It's not up to you to decide if I'm courting death. Mu Yun said, I'm asking you now, where is Luan Dongsong? Answer me. Answer you? Qin Yang roared, you want me to answer you? Fine, give me your life then. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he signaled the others around him. Swish swish swish, one figure after another flew out at an incredible speed. As they took a step forward, their auras became stable and explosive. Mu Yun looked at him coldly and attacked with her blacking sword. As of now, his control over the power of nascent soul had become more and more skillful. It was impossible for these mere first-tier heavenly immortals to cause him any harm. The blacking sword slashed out, and her aura surged. The sword realm condensed, and a figure was frozen. Mu Yun did not hold back and directly slashed at that person's nascent soul. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Immediately, that disciple's entire body rolled on the ground. He was in extreme pain. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately charged towards the remaining people. Mu Yun was like a mad lion when she made a few sword moves. Her strength was violent and her aura was steady. However, in the midst of his madness, there was a stable eruption of power. In the blink of an eye, the people standing in front of Qin Yang all fell to the ground. Disciples who had yet to reach the heavenly immortal realm were sent flying with a single slash. Even those who had reached the heavenly immortal realm could hardly last more than a few rounds. Seeing this, Qin Yang's eyes were filled with shock. Mu Yun did not look like an ordinary first-tier heavenly immortal. Luan Dongsong was right. this person, could not be measured by her realm. Now, can you tell me where Luan Dongsong is? Mu Yun looked at Qin Yang with bloodstains on her blackened sword and asked coldly. If you don't want to say it, I don't mind killing you and continuing to look for him. I'll say it, I'll say it. Qin Yang immediately said in horror. His body was injured by Mu Yun. Although that sneak attack did not take his life, it directly injured his nascent soul. With his nascent soul injured, his strength was greatly reduced. Especially after seeing Mu Yun's tyrannical attack just now, how could he continue to fight with Mu Yun? Now, he only wanted Mu Yun, this malefic star, to leave quickly. Where is he? Luan Dongsong found a place with a strange aura. He is cultivating there, trying to obtain that opportunity. Qin Yang immediately pointed to the front and said, go straight from here and turn left. After passing through the second street, there is a restaurant with a blood-red signboard at the door. He is there. If you lie, I understand, I understand. Seeing Qin Yang's frightened look, Mu Yun revealed a smile. She did not speak anymore and turned to leave. Not long after, Qin Yang's howl, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, came from behind. Mu Yun understood that Qin Yang's nascent soul had been injured by her, and his strength had decreased by 70 to 80%. Those Heavenly Medicine Alliance disciples knew what to do. The scene was bloody. Xiaoxinyu had already changed into a new set of clothes. Looking at Qin Yang's body lying in a pool of blood, the corners of her mouth turned cold. Senior Sister Qiao, are you all right? Lu Yu walked forward and looked at Xiaoxinyu. She blamed herself and said, it's all our fault for being useless, it's not your fault. Xiaoxinyu looked ahead and said, fortunately, we did not attack this guy. Otherwise, we would have been dead when we entered the city again. Yes. Lu Yu said with lingering fear, I'm afraid that the few of us together would not be a match for this guy. A first-tier heavenly immortal actually has such tyrannical explosive power. This guy, his swordsmanship is also very scary. Alright, now is not the time to think about these things. Xiaoxinyu said again, everyone who entered this place this time is a genius. If we are not careful, we may be buried here. I heard that Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing are also dead. The Heaven Sword Tower is now headed by Mu Yun. This time, you should also know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. If we don't improve our strength, sooner or later, we will be ants to be crushed by others. Yes. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, if Qin Yang of the Triji Heavenly Alliance dies and finds trouble with us, it won't be good. Retreat. Immediately, more than a dozen figures left the place in a flash. At this moment, on the other side, Mu Yun was standing outside the restaurant with the red signboard. Exhaling slightly, Mu Yun stepped into the restaurant. In an instant, the feeling of the world spinning hit her in the face. A gloomy and cold aura spread out. Mixed in the gloomy and cold aura was the cold smell of blood. Immediately, Mu Yun felt the smell of blood in her face, making it difficult for her to breathe. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also surprised. What was going on? Not long after, the gloomy and cold aura gradually spread out. The blood in Mu Yun's body began to condense involuntarily. This feeling was very strange. Whoosh, however, just as Mu Yun was surprised, a subtle sound of something breaking through the air rushed toward her cheeks. The murderous aura spread out in an instant. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the gloomy and cold aura dissipated. However, at this moment, Mu Yun looked extremely calm. She waved her hand, and 3 finger seals shot out. Dong, a dull sound rang out, and Mu Yun kept retreating. As she retreated step by step, Mu Yun could see more clearly what was in front of her. It was a blood guillotine, but there was a mark around the blood guillotine. Before Mu Yun could take a closer look, the blood guillotine exploded. Flames immediately spread out in front of Mu Yun, forming a protective barrier. Even so, the powerful explosive force still caused his body to continuously retreat. When she reached the door sill, Mu Yun looked ahead and became completely cautious. Luan Dongsong. Mu Yun. Their eyes met, and flames appeared suddenly. However, Mu Yun realized that at this moment, Luan Dongsong's entire body was surrounded by a blood-red glow, forming a blood-red armor that covered the surface of his body. It was fine if that was all. That crimson armor appeared to be extraordinarily mighty. There were droplets of blood gathered on it. You actually dared to look for me. Looking at Mu Yun, Luan Dongsong smiled sinisterly. It seems that I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such courage. I should say that I underestimated you. Mu Yun smiled. I should have killed you back then, and there wouldn't be so much trouble. Mu Yun looked at Luan Dongsong with vigilance in her eyes. She pressed her palm on the Blackeen sword and said, Luan Dongsong, hand over the golden immortal token. You are indeed as smart as always. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Luan Dongsong was not surprised. He said directly, if you have the ability to take it, then come and take it, however, don't say that I didn't tell you. If you die, there will be nothing left. Then the one who will die is you. Mu Yun took a step forward, and crackling sounds could be heard all over her body. Essence energy gathered, and Mu Yun took a step forward. 9 nether finger. She pointed 3 fingers, and a low explosive sound could be heard. Dong dong dong, in an instant, 3 explosive sounds could be heard, and Mu Yun's entire body went up. At the same time, Luan Dongsong was not to be outdone, and he took a step forward. Boom, the 2 figures collided, and both of them took a few steps back. However, the strange thing was that even with such a tyrannical explosive force, the small restaurant was still intact. Mu Yun did not think much, and took another step forward, releasing her power. She slashed with the Blackeen sword. Bang, at this very moment, the tyrannical power caused one's body to tense up. However, Luan Dongsong waved his hand and formed a seal. A square seal directly crushed Mu Yun's sword aura. This guy, the power of his seal was getting stronger and stronger. Long ago, Luan Dongsong cultivated the power of his seal. Not to mention his tyrannical strength, his methods were even more unpredictable. Now, this guy seemed to have become even stronger. His understanding of the seal was strong. Mu Yun, do you still think that I am the same Luan Dongsong from before? Luan Dongsong shouted, after entering the immortal realm, my body's potential has been greatly improved. I am no longer the old Luan Dongsong, but the new Luan Dongsong. Do you understand? I understand, your balls. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You have to believe it. Luan Dongsong openly admitted that he had the golden immortal token. That was enough to show that he was very confident in his strength. Since that was the case, there was nothing much he could say. Mu Yun was surprised when she heard the crackling sounds. At that moment, Luan Dongsong's body was bursting with energy. He looked like a man of blood. However, the blood did not flow out from his body. Instead, it was gathered in the small restaurant. At this moment, Mu Yun could not say anything more. He immediately slashed out with his sword. There was a loud explosion as the sword slashed out. Mu Yun's figure moved faster and faster. However, Luan Dongsong was not afraid at all. Gradually, as the two of them exchanged blows, Mu Yun realized that the blood qi around Luan Dongsong's body was becoming increasingly vigorous. At first, he did not feel anything, but now, he actually felt that the blood in his body was being stimulated to a frenzy. Moreover, the power of his blood seemed to be draining away. Brat, he's sucking the power of your blood. Guai shouted. Damn it. Hearing that, Guai smiled. You're still smiling? Why can't I smile? Guai chuckled. He's sucking it. Just let him suck it. Seeing Guai's sinister smile, Mu Yun really wanted to slap him. This guy was really too annoying. However, at that moment, feeling the power of his blood dissipating, Mu Yun knew that Luan Dongsong had probably encountered some kind of opportunity here. It was very likely that it was related to his blood. Anything could happen in the golden immortal relic. This did not surprise Mu Yun. Brat, do you feel that your body is not smooth? Luan Dongsong looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. Do you think that you're still the same as before? I won't make the same mistake twice, and I will never underestimate you again. If I had known that you were in the Iya sword sect and in the same sword domain as me, I would have gone to the Iya sword sect directly and used all means to kill you. But now, it's still not too late. Fortunately, I met you now. Otherwise, when you truly grow up, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress you. With your current strength, wanting to suppress me is no different from daydreaming. A black light appeared on the blacking sword. At this moment, Mu Yan's sword will enveloped her. Her blood was boiling. His bloodline power had been boosted by the indestructible blood codex to begin with. Coupled with the uniqueness of his own bloodline, everything seemed to carry a berserk aura. However, this kind of violence was inside his body and not on the surface. Mu Yan's Heiyin sword slashed out. Amidst the whistling of the wind, sword chi scattered in all directions. I'll let you see everything I've experienced in the past few decades in the immortal world. Luan Dongzong shouted angrily. Mu Yan, I've waited for several decades to kill you. Every day, when I break through the barriers of each realm, I only think of you. It's you who supported me to this step today. Great Sun blood-burning technique. Luan Dongzong shouted and waved his hand. The flying guillotine on the surface of his body gathered into a blood net at this moment. The blood light rubbed against each other, and the blood net spread out. The surface of Luan Dongzong's body seemed to be plated with a layer of blood armor. Amidst his awe-inspiring aura, blood chi surged. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun didn't dare to be careless. As the blacking sword slashed out, the indestructible blood codex was activated. The blood flowed faster and faster. A layer of blood-colored armor slowly spread out on the surface of Mu Yun's body. This was the blood-colored armor that belonged to his bloodline power. 9 nether finger. He waved his hand and pointed his 5 fingers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 5 whooshing sounds could be heard at this moment. Luan Dongzong's eyes turned cold. He also waved his hand, but the power was even more strange. The flying guillotine that had expanded by more than 10 times exploded at this moment. Boom, a dull sound spread out in the small restaurant. However, what surprised Mu Yun once again was that the restaurant was still intact. With their Tier 1 heavenly immortal cultivation, not to mention this restaurant, even a Black Iron City would find it difficult to resist. However, this small restaurant wasn't damaged at all. Mu Yun gradually understood that this small restaurant was most likely another kind of unique barrier. As for what kind of barrier it was, it remained to be seen. However, Mu Yun could determine that the opportunity that Luan Dongzong had obtained here, even if it wasn't the inheritance of a golden immortal, it was at least the tyrannical power left behind by that golden immortal. Die. At this moment, Luan Dongzong seemed to have lost his patience. He waved his hand and his power spread out. Boom boom boom, the intense collision caused the entire tavern to darken as the 2 figures were entangled with each other. Void blade. Suddenly, Mu Yun waved her hand and an invisible void blade surged out. The power of space. Seeing this scene, Luan Dongzong was taken aback. How can this be? Looking at Mu Yun, Luan Dongzong was speechless. Even a profound immortal or genuine immortal couldn't use the void blade so skillfully. How could Mu Yun do it? That was the comprehension of the law of space. How could a mere heavenly immortal comprehend the power of the law of space? Mu Yun had seen his opponents surprise more than once. This time was no exception. However, Luan Dongzong was different this time. The moment this guy saw his attack, there was only surprise on his face. However, there was no fear in his eyes. You seem to be only surprised? Looking at Luan Dongzong, Mu Yun said. Then, what kind of expression do you think I should make? Luan Dongzong smiled and said, I admit that your void blade attack is very powerful and unbelievable. However, it has to be able to hurt me. As Luan Dongzong spoke, he waved his hand and the blood guillotine gathered again. Drops of blood guillotine rushed out. Void whirl. With a thought, Mu Yun waved her hand. The void blade condensed into a whirlpool and charged out. Seeing Mu Yun's action, Luan Dongzong immediately waved his hand. The drops of blood guillotine turned into a blood web again. It was still the same blood web. The power was so strong that it condensed into a wall. Mu Yun's void blade attack missed. Her void whirl attack missed again. The 2 attacks didn't even get close to Luan Dongzong's body. Gradually, Lin Yu's heart became anxious. This guy's attacks all relied on the blood guillotine that appeared on the surface of his body. However, it was precisely those dense flying guillotines that were able to completely block his 2 most tyrannical techniques, air whirl and air blade. Do you have any other ideas? Looking at Mu Yun, a smile appeared at the corner of Luan Dongsong's mouth. That smile was cold and complacent. Luan Dongsong seemed to see that in the lower realm, Mu Yun was just an ant in his eyes. However, this ant had grown into a falcon step by step right under his nose, and then grew into a towering tree that he could only look up to. And now, he met Mu Yun again. He wouldn't let the same thing happen again. Mu Yun must die. Square seal of life and death. Luan Dongsong's hands quickly formed seals. The complicated seals couldn't be seen clearly. Mu Yun had seen the power of this square seal of life and death before. However, she didn't expect that after so many years, this guy could still use this seal in the immortal world. But now, it seemed that this seal was completely different from the one she saw in the lower realm. Moreover, with the support of the blood guillotine, the power of this seal increased by several times. The increase in power and the support of the blood guillotine looked completely different from the past. Break! With a word, the seal was formed. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a buzzing sound exploded in the restaurant. The power was mercilessly released, wantonly destroying the walls. At this moment, the entire restaurant finally began to shake for a moment. Around the walls, cracking sounds could be heard. The situation had finally changed. Puff, after a boom, a figure fell to the ground. It was Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was covered with 7 colored dragon scales. Even so, the dragon scales still couldn't block the killing power of the seal. Blood flowed from the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. At this moment, her aura was slightly impetuous, and her breathing became hurried. Facing a second stage heaven immortal, she had never been in such a sorry state. However, facing a first stage heaven immortal, Luan Dongsong, she suffered a great loss. After so many years, Luan Dongsong's comprehension of the seal's power had increased again. Moreover, this increase was combined with a new power. Tsk tisk, Luan Dongsong looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, I didn't expect that the famous alliance leader Mu Yun, who shocked the 3,000 small worlds, would die in my hands today. Your 3 beautiful wives and your many brothers know about this. Will they seek revenge from me? What do you think? Mu Yun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, Luan Dongsong, don't you think too highly of yourself? I didn't expect that after so many years, you're still so arrogant. Mu Yun smiled. Don't you feel that you've been absorbing the power of my bloodline? Why, do you feel comfortable? Now, shouldn't you spit some of it back? How do you know? How do I know? Hearing this, Mu Yun wanted to laugh. What you've obtained is only the golden immortal's subtle understanding of the power of the bloodline, but what I've obtained is a more thorough understanding of the bloodline. Do you think that I can't sense the change in your bloodline? Absorbing the power of my bloodline, you think too highly of yourself. Mu Yun smiled slightly, her eyes full of mockery. After being beaten for so long, it's time to change the person. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Mu Yun immediately activated the Immortal Blood Codex. Dong, suddenly, Luan Dongsong only felt his heart tremble, and a violent power suddenly spread out. His heart felt as if it was struck by lightning. This kind of change in power almost took his life. But how could this be? Luan Dongsong found it hard to understand. He was about to kill Mu Yun, and just as he was about to succeed, such a change occurred. You're very puzzled, aren't you? Mu Yun smiled and said, the power of the bloodline needs to be taken step by step. Back then, I had been cultivating from the very beginning, condensing the power in my bloodline. How can a half-baked like you surpass me? I don't believe it. You have to believe it. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Xianxia Pilshi opened her palm and formed the blood seal. Blood droplets appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. Those blood droplets appeared on the surface of Luan Dongsong's body. However, at this moment, they were firmly controlled by Mu Yun. How could this be? Seeing Mu Yun's actions, Luan Dongsong was puzzled. He was about to subdue Mu Yun. How could such a problem occur at this moment? This was absolutely intolerable. Die. Luan Dongsong immediately attacked. Stop. Mu Yun waved her palm and released her power. Luan Dongsong's figure was instantly blocked. To be precise, Luan Dongsong's body was immediately controlled and could not move at all. Seeing this, Luan Dongsong was completely stunned. This feeling was simply too dangerous. He was actually controlled by Mu Yun. How was this possible? Give up. Mu Yun looked at Luan Dongsong and said indifferently. How did you do it? Let me know why I died. Luan Dongsong immediately shouted. You want to know? Mu Yun smiled and said, there's no harm in telling you. The opportunity that you received has the inheritance of the bloodline power. However, you know nothing about the bloodline power. Back then, when you wanted to rely on those powers to absorb the bloodline power in my body, you should know that what you faced was only death. Mu Yun said again, the bloodline power that I control should be more powerful than yours. You absorbed my bloodline power, but it made me control your bloodline power unknowingly. You think that you're very smart, right? You can digest my bloodline and devour me without batting an eyelid. You, Luan Dongsong shouted, when did you start cultivating the bloodline power? Since you didn't know. Mu Yun looked directly at Luan Dongsong and shouted, now, can you hand over the golden immortal token? Golden immortal token. Hearing this, Luan Dongsong's eyes bulged and he wanted to curse. However, before he could say anything, Luan Dongsong suddenly felt as if there were many thin needles poking his body continuously. The clash of power was even more painful than being eaten by 10,000 insects. I'll give it to you, give it to you. Luan Dongsong growled and swung his palm. With two clangs, the golden immortal token fell to the ground. However, looking at the ground, Mu Yun was stunned. 2 golden immortal tokens. Luan Dongsong actually had 2 golden immortal badges. However, looking at the 2 golden immortal tokens, Mu Yun remained calm. Only 2? Looking at Luan Dongsong, Mu Yun's tone carried a wisp of doubt as she said, don't force me to make a move. Mu Yun's voice was cold and sinister. Wait. Luan Dongsong immediately opened his mouth and threw out another golden immortal badge. 3 pieces. This guy actually had 3 golden immortal badges. Luan Dongsong, you should know the way Mu Yun, do things. If you know what's good for you, I won't let you suffer. However, if you don't know what's good for you, when you die, you can't blame anyone else. Of course I know you. At this moment, Luan Dongsong gritted his teeth and his face was filled with anger. Here. After saying this, the 4th golden immortal token appeared again. For golden immortal tokens, this guy actually had 4 golden immortal tokens on him. There's really no more this time. Luan Dongsong said with a bitter face. I'll believe you for now. Mu Yun said, however, Luan Dongsong, you should know the consequences of lying to me. I know, I understand. Luan Dongsong exhaled. Puff, however, at this moment, a black sword directly pierced through his neck. Blood flowed out. Luan Dongsong wanted to cover the wound, but it was useless. Blood flowed down. Luan Dongsong's aura gradually dissipated. People always change. Did you forget that I let you go previously? Now, the result is, you want to kill me. After Mu Yun said this, she drew her sword and took a step back. For golden immortal tokens. I think, what if you have more? Instead of letting you lie to me, why don't I kill you now to see if you lied to me? After saying this, the coldness in Mu Yun's eyes gradually dissipated. On Luan Dongsong's body, the aura gradually dissipated. Mu Yun directly took off this guy's interspatial storage ring. Sky Yang pill. Seeing the perfectly round Sky Yang pills in Luan Dongsong's ring, Mu Yun suddenly felt her breathing stagnant. Human immortal realm martial artists relied on human Yang pills to recover their immortal chi and increase their strength. Earth immortal realm martial artists relied on Earth Yang pills. Heaven immortal realm martial artists relied on Sky Yang pills. The reason was that human immortal, Earth immortal, and Heaven immortal realm martial artists had different body structures. The pills they needed were also different. Mu Yun naturally understood this logic. Moreover, the transaction of Sky Yang pills was equivalent to 10,000 Earth Yang pills. This was because the main herb needed to refine Sky Yang pills was the Sky Yang fruit. The Sky Yang fruit had to grow for thousands of years in an extremely hot place. It had to be roasted by the fire of the sun every day. Therefore, the preciousness of the Sky Yang fruit led to the preciousness of the Sky Yang pill. At this moment, there were hundreds of Xianxia pills in Luan Dongzong's interspatial storage ring. 450 pills. Seeing this, Mu Yun was instantly delighted. This Xianxia pill was a heaven-level immortal pill. It was not easy to obtain. As far as she knew, in a bronze-level force like the Heaven Sword Tower, only the Tower Master and a few core elders had the qualifications to cultivate Xianxia pills. From this, it could be seen how precious Xianxia pills were. Looking at the hundreds of Xianxia pills on Luan Dongzong's body, if an Outer League disciple of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance had such wealth, the Inner League disciple would have even more. This was indeed a gap. However, other than some Xianxia pills and a few immortal artifacts, there was nothing else to be surprised about. As for the golden immortal tokens, Mu Yun did not discover them. It seemed that Luan Dongzong had only collected 4 golden immortal tokens. However, the number of 4 was enough to surprise Mu Yun. He had spent a lot of effort to find one, but it had been snatched away by Yi Ruxue. As for the one he had found previously, he had given it to Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing in exchange. Now, it seemed that he was not as busy as Luan Dongzong. Unknowingly, he had already collected 4 golden immortal tokens. One of them would be given to Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing as a reward. The remaining 3 would be enough for him to keep. With Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan's promise, it should be enough to protect Brother Ren. I will take this opportunity to recover first and then stabilize my strength. After making up her mind, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless. She directly swallowed a Xianxia pill. Gradually, the Xianxia pill turned into a pure energy that spread out. Feeling the energy of the Xianxia pill spreading, Mu Yun immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The energy of the pill entered her nascent soul through her abdomen. The pure energy nourished her nascent soul and made her feel very comfortable. Mu Yun immediately smiled. As she guided the energy into her body, Mu Yun's breathing became more and more serious. The energy of her nascent soul was increasing. Now, the nascent soul in Mu Yun's body had been strengthened by the 5-clawed golden dragon's breath and the 7-colored heavenly dragon's eggshell. It was equivalent to wearing an indestructible armor on the outside, firmly protecting her nascent soul. However, this was not Mu Yun's own energy. Mu Yun directly took a step forward and condensed her energy. At this moment, her nascent soul was gradually increasing. A first-stage Heaven Immortal's nascent soul was not real and even somewhat illusory. However, the increase in energy allowed the nascent soul to continuously grow. From her legs and arms to her brain, the nascent soul had 5 stages of growth and her strength increased. At this moment, Mu Yun had only begun to gradually stabilize her nascent soul. She was still far from it. However, this level of stability was gradually increasing. Mu Yun could feel it. After swallowing another Xianxia pill, Mu Yun continued to absorb the medicinal effects. As she swallowed the Xianxia pill, the medicinal effects spread in Mu Yun's body. The Xianxia pill turned into pure energy and gradually increased. After swallowing the Xianxia pills one by one, the immortal qi in Mu Yun's body condensed and her nascent soul became more and more condensed. In the end, when the last Xianxia pill was swallowed, Mu Yun still felt that it was not enough. Was this it? Mu Yun was in disbelief. It was not enough. At this moment, the nascent soul in her mind had already stabilized. However, other places were not stable. This was the stable stage of the first stage Heaven Immortal realm. When the nascent soul was stable in the mind, the first stage Heaven Immortal realm martial artist's mind would become clearer and faster. The increase in strength would also be more obvious. Mu Yun took a deep breath. Even if she did not have enough Xianxia pills, she had to stop cultivating. She had already reached the end. Now, she needed to rush back and see what the situation was like in the head-on battle. Perhaps at this moment, the two sides had already started fighting. Understanding this, Mu Yun quietly concealed her aura and advanced towards the tower. At this moment, the number of martial artists on the streets in the entire city was gradually decreasing. However, when she approached the tower, Mu Yun saw that many figures were gradually gathering in front of the tower. Among those martial artists, there were a few figures that Mu Yun was quite familiar with. Yuji led Yi Xiaoyu, Wang Yan, and dozens of Triji Heavenly Alliance disciples behind them. Ku Zhen and Lu Ruochen also had more than 10 people behind them. There were also Xianxia and Dou Luotian, who she had seen in the Wooden City earlier. They also led dozens of people in the crowd. In front of them, she saw Jiang Yan and Yu Wuqing standing in front, not retreating in the slightest. Jiang Yan, what is the meaning of this? Yuji was panting. Clearly, he had just experienced a great battle. Nothing. Jiang Yan smiled and said, Yuji, Yu Wuqing and I will only wait here for an hour. When the hour is almost up, we will leave immediately. You can explore freely inside. You, at this moment, Kujin also shouted angrily, Jiang Yan, Yu Wuqing, don't think that you can bully others just because you are in the top 10 of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Senior brother Yi, shut your mouth. Before Kujin could finish his words, Heartless said indifferently. Yi Rushue is Yi Rushue. What does it have to do with you? Yu Wuqing said faintly, who do you think you are to criticize me? I, Yi Wuqing, don't need you to tell me what to do. Qinyu's arrival. Yi Wuqing was truly too arrogant. However, this fellow was arrogant. Among the people present, only Yuji could compete with the two of them. The others were no match for them. The two of them had the right to be arrogant. Are you done with your nonsense? Yu Wuqing said impatiently. Yuji has already learned his lesson. If anyone else wants to come, feel free to do so. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This fellow really had some tricks up his sleeve. With the two of them guarding the place, no one dared to approach. Furthermore, he had only gotten the two of them to protect Ring Gang from being disturbed. Now, the two of them had sealed off the entire tower, preventing anyone from entering from the first level. Such means were truly in line with their status as the top 10 of the Three-Pole Sky Alliance. However, upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun was indeed somewhat astonished. The fact that the two of them were so trustworthy left him rather surprised and in disbelief. Why? No one dares to come? Upon seeing everyone remain silent, Yu Wuqing immediately shouted, why? Where's your lofty aspirations from before? With that said, who would dare to answer? Mu Yun was hiding in the crowd at that moment. She smiled faintly when she saw the scene. These two fellows were really interesting. Yu Wuqing, I didn't know that you actually had such a powerful deterrent force in the Three-Pole Sky Alliance. However, at that moment, a sneer suddenly sounded. As soon as the voice sounded, a group of figures rushed over from afar. The person leading the group was thin and had prominent cheekbones. He looked rather gloomy and gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. However, the moment this person appeared, everyone present felt an oppressive aura. This person had such a powerful oppressive aura. Mu Yun felt that today's matter was probably not that simple. Chen Yu. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan immediately became cautious. That nervousness was not an act, but a fear that came from deep within their bones. Yi Wuqing, Jiang Yan, so you know me? Chen Yu walked forward and looked at them. He said with a smile, I thought that Heartless and Jiang Yan, who are ranked 8th and 9th in the Golden Immortal Ruins, were the bosses. Chen Yu, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you. Jiang Yan said coldly. How is it none of my business? However, Chen Yu did not back down and said, this matter is naturally related to me and the Golden Immortal Token. Could it be that only the two of you want to obtain the Golden Immortal Token? You, upon seeing Chen Yu's arrogant manner, Heartless was immediately incensed. Wuqing, don't be rash. Jiang Yan said calmly, don't forget our agreement with Mu Yun. I know. Heartless said with a nod, I will naturally not let such a thing happen. However, this rascal always manages to successfully infuriate me every time I see him. Alright. Let's not bother about this. It's about time. If Chen Yu wants to force his way in, then there's nothing we can do. Yes. The two of them looked at the crowd in front of them. At this moment, because of Chen Yu's appearance, their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Their hearts were also turning colder. They wanted to break through Jiang Yan and Heartless. Naturally, Mu Yun could see what was going on. However, the hour was almost up. It would not be long before that happened. However, Mu Yun had still underestimated Chen Yu's determination. Junior brothers, I advise the both of you. It's best to be careful. After Qingyu said this, he looked at the duo and said, I only want to know the information regarding the golden immortal token. Both of you, please leave. No way. Heartless shouted once again. Upon seeing Heartless in such a state, Jiang Yan could only smile bitterly. He knew that it was impossible for this rascal to retreat so easily. If that was the case, he would not be Heartless. However, since Heartless did not retreat, it was naturally impossible for him to retreat either. He could only carry on like this. If that's the case, let's fight. Qingyu snorted coldly and immediately took a step forward. With his spear in hand, Heartless charged forward without any fear. He had no intention of retreating. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yun knew that the duo would not be able to hold on any longer. Qingyu smiled as he looked at Heartless and charged forward. He was ranked 7th in the Outer League of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Although they were both third-grade Heavenly Immortals, he was stronger than Heartless. The two figures instantly exchanged blows. At the same time, on the other side, Iyuji also walked forward. Jiang Yan, I have always felt helpless about your ranking. Now, why don't we have a match? As soon as Iyuji finished speaking, he had already charged forward. As the two of them were entangled, the others following behind them were entangled by the warriors that Qingyu had brought. Immediately, some people began to charge into the tower. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, however, just as those people were about to charge out, a figure charged out from the crowd. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. That figure charged out from behind at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, his moves were strange. No one noticed it at all. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. That sound was immediately accompanied by the sound of blood flowing and miserable shrieks. Someone suddenly attacked. In an instant, even a few first-grade Heavenly Immortal disciples were killed. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately turned around. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun's figure appear, someone immediately cried out in alarm. Shi Maiyue, Dou Luo Tian, Yi Xiaoyu, Ku Zhen and the others were all dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that the person behind them would be Mu Yun. Moreover, Mu Yun had directly killed a few first-grade Heavenly Immortal disciples among them. What kind of technique was this? Ruochen. Seeing that Lu Ruochen was injured, Ku Zhen was also somewhat at a loss. Although Lu Ruochen was only a first-grade Heavenly Immortal, she was highly regarded by Yi Ruxue. Most importantly, Lu Ruochen was quick-witted and quick-witted. She had often contributed a lot to Yi Ruxue. This was the reason why Yi Ruxue valued Lu Ruochen the most. However, just now, Lu Ruochen had been seriously injured by that inexplicable attack. Several bloody holes had appeared on her body. It looked truly terrifying. Are you all right? Before Lu Ruochen could finish her sentence, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, Ku Zhen's eyes turned even redder. If Lu Ruochen died with him, he would be guilty of a great crime. Yi Ruxue would definitely hold him accountable. He could not bear this responsibility. Mu Yun, you deserve to die. Ku Zhen bellowed and was about to charge out. However, how could Mu Yun be willing to fight with these guys at this moment? Just now, he had used the Void Blade to kill a few first-grade Heavenly Immortal disciples. This was completely out of his expectations. Now, Mu Yun did not intend to stop. What he wanted to do was to stop these people and delay them for a moment. When the time was over, he would immediately escape. Taste this. Mu Yun waved his hand, and a blood bead gathered in his body and shot out. Boom. Boom, the blood bead exploded with a rumbling sound, completely exploding. At this moment, some of the Earth Immortal disciples did not dare to get close. This was not something they could participate in. At this moment, there were only a few Heavenly Immortal disciples standing in front of the tower. Another blood bead exploded, and Lu Ruochen was directly affected and spat out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, Mu Yun did not give these people any time to breathe, and directly used the void vortex. Whoosh! 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 The void vortex exploded, and immediately surrounded the entrance of the tower. In this way, anyone who wanted to get close to the tower would have to break through the obstruction formed by the void blades. The scene suddenly became chaotic. This kid is quite difficult to deal with. Let's work together to kill him first. Xianxia said at this moment, looking at everyone. All right. Mu Yun's 3 moves immediately disrupted the rhythm of the alliance. At this moment, these people joined forces and firmly surrounded Mu Yun. Seeing that no one was going to the tower, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next step was not easy to deal with. Xianxia, Dou Luotian, Ku Jin, Yi Xiaoyu, and Wang Yan, these 5 second-tier heavenly immortal disciples, were not people he could deal with alone. He was still confident that he could hold on for a while. Mu Yun directly held the black Yin sword in his hand and looked at the 5 people surrounding him with a cold smile. Mu Yun, I should have killed you in the castle back then. Ku Jin looked at Mu Yun and immediately roared. He did not expect that the ant back then had grown to this extent. Just now, Lu Ruochen was almost killed. If Lu Ruochen really died in this guy's hands, then he would not have the face to answer to Yi Ruxue. Lu Ruochen could not die, killing intent overflowed from Ku Jin's brows. Suddenly, 5 figures directly attacked. At this moment, the aura of the 5 people spread out, and their strength increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, Mu Yun felt a strong pressure coming from around him. Kill. However, with the black Yin sword raised, Mu Yun directly rushed out, not caring at all. He also wanted to see if the current him was even stronger. Suddenly, a figure attacked. Mu Yun slashed with his sword, and the sword realm condensed, directly controlling Ku Jin. Get lost. With a roar, Ku Jin immediately felt that his body's speed had slowed down. Obviously, he was under the control of the sword realm, and could not use his full strength. However, at this moment, Ku Jin roared with all his might. The power that was originally under the control of the sword realm seemed to have been reduced by more than half, and he directly attacked Mu Yun. You're courting death. Ku Jin sneered and raised his sword to stab. Really? At this moment, Mu Yun left the other 4 people and faced Ku Jin directly. Moreover, at this moment, although the 5 of them had joined forces, the other 4 were naturally happy to see that Ku Jin was willing to take the lead. It was inevitable that Mu Yun would come up with some tricks again. Ku Jin did not think too much at this moment. He said that he would join forces with the other 4 to kill Mu Yun. But in fact, he also wanted to kill Mu Yun directly. In this way, Lu Ruochen would see his efforts and would not be punished in front of Yi Ruxue. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The might of a roar. Even though Mu Yun had seen through them, what she wanted now was their sloppy attitude and behavior. Otherwise, if the 5 of them worked together and charged at him, he would not be able to hold on for long and would be defeated. Understanding this, Mu Yun sneered in her heart when she saw Ku Jin charging at her. 9 Nether Finger. At the critical moment, Mu Yun advanced instead of retreating. She charged forward and attacked with 5 9 Nether Fingers. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, ding. Ku Jin deflected one of the swoosh. However, Ku Jin did not dare to take the second one head-on after sensing the power of that swoosh. This Mu Yun's moves were extremely strange. He could not be careless and lose face. Swoosh. 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 The second, third, fourth, and fifth swoosh. Seeing this, Mu Yun made up her mind and swung her black Yin sword. Humph. Ku Jin sneered in his heart when he saw Mu Yun charging at him when she thought he was powerless. She was simply courting death. Ku Jin immediately gathered his strength and charged at Mu Yun with a killer move. 9 Seal Stacked Kill Roar. After standing still, Mu Yun opened her mouth and let out a low roar. Violent origin power crashed out. Dong, a muffled sound rang out. At this moment, Ku Jin only felt dizzy, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Poof, however, it was only a split second before a splashing sound rang out. However, the blood did not flow out from Ku Jin's body, but from Lu Ruochen. Mu Yun's figure had somehow escaped from the encirclement of the 5 people and charged at Lu Ruochen. Lu Ruochen had already been injured by the air blade and air whirlpool attacks. At this moment, Mu Yun had created a diversion and charged at him. He did not have time to react at all. One slash was enough to take his life. Lu Ruochen. Seeing this scene, Ku Jin was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect that Mu Yun would dare to do such a thing at this time. You're courting death. Courting death. Ku Jin was so angry that he lost his mind. At this moment, when Xianxia and the others saw this scene, they remained silent. This fellow was too strange. He lashed out with his sword, heading straight for Lu Ruochen. Although Lu Ruochen was dead and they did not kill Mu Yun, it was not to the extent that Mu Yun could kill Lu Ruochen while being besieged by the 5 of them. Everyone, now is not the time to watch the show. Ku Zhen's voice was a little hoarse as he said in a low voice, if you want to continue watching the show, then continue watching the show. However, I have to tell you that the real show will only begin when the outcome of the battle is determined. Hearing this, the others immediately looked at each other. They naturally understood the meaning behind Ku Zhen's words. By the time Qinyu, Yi Wuqing, Jiang Yan, and Yi Zhangji finished their battle, they would not be able to obtain any benefits from this place. If he wanted to find out the truth, he would have to act now. Only then would he be able to gain anything. Go. Immediately, Xianxia, Dou Luotian, Yi Xiaoyu, and Wang Yan stopped watching the show and charged out. At this moment, the pressure on Mu Yun instantly doubled. As the pressure increased, Mu Yun immediately faced the attacks of the 5 people. Mu Yun, a first-tier heavenly immortal. It is indeed amazing for you to possess such a cultivation. However, if the 5 of us cannot take you down, then there is no need for us to continue living in the Sovereign's abyss. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, I remember something. You were the one who tricked us in the illusory formation. In the wooden city in the illusory formation, it was you who killed Feng Ruoqing and Qin Tianyu and took the golden immortal tokens, right? You're talking nonsense. Mu Yun immediately shouted, although my relationship with Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing was not good, I would not go so far as to kill them. As for the golden immortal tokens, didn't you and Dou Luotian obtain them? At this moment, Mu Yun naturally would not splash dirty water on himself. Of course, he would not admit to this. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. We will know the result with a single look. Xianxia did not bother to waste her breath on Mu Yun. She immediately charged out after saying those words. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with coldness. The 5 of them were all second-tier heavenly immortals. Moreover, Xianxia and Dou Luotian were disciples that did not fear even Yi Yuji. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyu and Wang Yan were originally disciples of Yi Yuji. The 2 of them were cautious and flawless. As for Ku Zhen, there was no need to mention him. The 9 seals overlaying roar had only stunned him for a moment before he reacted. Of these 5, not a single one of them was someone he could kill right now. Needless to say, the 5 of them had joined hands. I think this kid won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Don't waste your breath on him. Just kill him. At this moment, Ku Zhen's chest was filled with anger as he looked at Mu Yun. This guy had killed Lu Ruochen. How was he going to explain it to Yi Ruxue? This was what he was most worried about. Only by killing Mu Yun and obtaining the golden immortal badge would he be able to explain it to his senior brother Yi Ruxue. As Ku Zhen thought to himself, his attacks became faster and faster. The number of attacks in his hands instantly increased by several folds. Sensing that the attacks of these people were becoming faster and faster, the pressure on Mu Yun also became greater and greater. Raging flame swirl. Nether prison slash. Inferno heavenly sword slash. Each sword attack was stronger than the previous one. At this moment, wounds had already appeared all over Mu Yun's body. Defeat was only a matter of time. In the heavenly immortal realm, the gap between each stage could be said to be a chasm. Needless to say, these 5 people were elites among elites. Furthermore, when they joined hands, how could Mu Yun be a match for them? Seeing this scene, the corner of Mu Yun's mouth revealed a bitter smile. Under such circumstances, defeat was only a matter of time. She can't hold on any longer. Let's go. At this moment, Ku Zhen immediately rushed out and charged towards Mu Yun. Falling flower sword. As the sword was drawn, rays of light swept out from the surface of Ku Zhen's body. Sword chi condensed, falling flowers scattered in all directions, and a murderous aura spread out. Slash. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyu also took a step forward and directly slashed out with his sword. Wang Yan, Xianxia, and Dou Luotian also immediately surrounded her. Immediately, the killing intent of the 5 people was formed, and their aura was monstrous. Mu Yun meandered around the 5 people. Her seemingly leisurely steps were also gradually suppressed, and she was unable to counterattack. 9 Nether finger. 5 fingers burst forth, and power poured out. At this moment, the sound of the air being torn rang out, and directly attacked Kuzhen in front of her. After a series of exchanges, Kuzhen knew how powerful Mu Yan's attack was. He did not dare to delay and immediately retreated. He only forced one person to retreat, but the other 4 people rushed forward. Puff, a sword mark directly slashed Mu Yan's back, and blood immediately flowed out. Mu Yan's entire body's charging momentum was immediately blocked. She can't take it anymore. Seeing this scene, the others immediately shouted, "Kill!" The 5 people surrounded Mu Yan and directly pressed towards her. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Mu Yan immediately roared when she saw everyone surrounding her. "Little 7. Little Daddy. How about cooperating with Little Daddy once?" Okay. Little 7 was overjoyed, and immediately clapped and cheered in the extermination of deity painting. Okay. Mu Yan smiled slightly and directly took a step forward. 9 Seals overlaying kill roar. With a deep roar, she directly took a step forward. Roar, in an instant, with Mu Yan as the center, a dragon's roar spread out. This roar was a roar that made one's hair stand on end. Suddenly, the entire Black Iron City was filled with a deafening roar. Everyone stopped fighting at that moment. As for the 5 people from Xianxia, they directly retreated in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the 5 of them felt as though their eardrums were completely deafened, and blood flowed out. This roar almost took their lives. Mu Yan also looked at this scene in shock. He knew that the power of the 9 Seals overlaying kill roar only accounted for 10% of the roar's power. The real power was from Little 7. "Little Daddy, how is it? Are you satisfied?" "Amazing." Mu Yan only felt that the pressure he had been suppressing earlier had completely dissipated. This time, he felt very comfortable. Hearing this, Little 7 immediately chuckled, and her face was filled with excitement. At that moment, in the sky, Qinyu, Yi Wuqing, Jiang Yan, and Xianxia stopped fighting. Although their power was domineering, it was interrupted by Mu Yan's roar. When she landed, everyone looked at Mu Yan strangely. The power of that shout just now was simply too tyrannical. How could a mere first-stage heavenly immortal realm warrior burst out with such powerful strength? This was simply inconceivable. The scene became a little awkward. Xianxia and Qinyu looked at Mu Yan with surprise in their eyes. Was this guy really just a first-stage heavenly immortal realm? Good guy, you're still hiding this move. Haha, Heartless, on the other hand, laughed out loud happily. In his eyes, it was simply inconceivable that Mu Yan could unleash such a level of power. Alright, there's no need to say any more. We promised you to guard for an hour. Now, it seems that it's impossible for us to do it without your help. Reduce the condition by half. Yi Wuqing said straightforwardly, I also didn't expect such a powerful guy like you to appear in the Heaven Sword Tower. Mu Yan could only smile bitterly. This guy, it didn't seem like the time to joke. Senior brother Chen, when Xianxia saw this scene, he naturally felt indignant. Mu Yan, a mere first-stage heavenly immortal, was able to stop a few second-stage heavenly immortal realm elite disciples from the Triple Heavenly Alliance. It was simply unbelievable. However, this was not the only thing that was unbelievable. How were they going to break through in this way? Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan had put in so much effort to protect the tower, which was enough to prove that there was definitely a secret in the tower. Let's not care about this. Let's just kill. Xianxia shouted, I'll deal with Mu Yan. Don't be rash. Qinyu stopped him. Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing are both third-stage heavenly immortals. They're not people that ordinary warriors can deal with. It's very difficult for us to break through with them here. Are we just going to watch? Xianxia immediately said anxiously. Of course not. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What was this? That guy, who, Xianxia did not know who it was, but he could roughly guess from Qinyu's confident look. This person was probably not simple. At least, he was stronger than Qinyu. Qinyu was ranked 7th in the Outer League of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. He was a third-stage heavenly immortal, but he was much stronger than Yi Wuqing, and Jiang Yan. At this moment, the four of them were present. The only ones stronger than them were those ranked in the top 6. He was the only one who had a good relationship with Qin Yu in the entire Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Hypocrite Lu Junwei, ranked 6th in the outer league of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. There was only one word to describe this person, hypocrite. Yi thought that he was hypocritical enough in his daily life, but compared to Lu Junwei, his hypocrisy was child's play. Lu Junwei was the hypocrite to the extreme. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, as the two sides confronted each other, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. In the distance, figures were flying over. Seeing this scene, everyone turned around. In the lead, there were 4 figures walking over together. The 4 of them were wearing white dresses. They were tall and slender, and their faces were like peach blossoms. They were all beautiful women that could make one's heart ache. Behind the 4 of them, a young man slowly walked over. At that very moment, the man appeared to be walking with light footsteps. However, his frown and smile gave off an extremely cold and sinister feeling. He looked like a very complicated person. This person's footsteps were light, and as he flew over, his gaze seemed to ignore all the men present. His gaze only fell on all the women present. Seeing this, the female disciples immediately blushed. This surprised Mu Yun. Who was this guy? Lu Junwei. However, Jiang Yan said, Mu Yun, this person is ranked 6th in the outer league of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, and he's a 4th stage Heavenly Immortal. I'm afraid we can't help you this time. 4th stage Heavenly Immortal. In the Heavenly Immortal realm, the gap between each of the first 5 stages was huge. A 4th stage Heavenly Immortal and a 3rd stage Heavenly Immortal were 2 completely different concepts. At this moment, Yi Wuqing no longer had the smile on his face. His expression was grave. Mu Yun understood that this time, Lu Junwei, who seemed to only care about women, was not simple. Taking a step forward, Mu Yun's murderous aura intensified. No matter who it was, as long as Ren Gang didn't come out, no one could enter. Jiang Yan and Heartless could not help but be impressed when they saw Mu Yun's unflinching stance. This fellow was truly admirable. To be able to go so far for a friend, it was truly admirable. Brother Lu. When Qin Yu saw Lu Junwei arrive, he stepped forward and clasped his hands with a smile. Looks like it's very lively here. Lu Junwei landed on the ground, and the 4 women immediately split into 2 groups, looking very enthusiastic. Mu Yun did not dare to be careless at this moment. It seemed that this was a helper that Qin Yu had found. Hee, Qin Yu, what is it that you can't handle? Why did you call me over? Lu Junwei smiled and said, I'm very busy. As he spoke, Lu Junwei rubbed his hands on the backs of the 2 women in front of him, and placed them under his nose as if he had not had enough. All the female disciples present immediately blushed. Lu Junwei was called a hypocrite mainly because this fellow had always liked to meddle in other people's business in the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. This meddling had a very big rule. Those who asked him to help meddle in other people's business were definitely those beauties. He would not help those who were not beauties. And the condition was that the beauties must accompany him for a night. Under such circumstances, everyone naturally understood what it meant. As for Lu Junwei himself, he liked some special hobbies. He did not like to force beauties to accompany him for a night, but he would make those beauties swallow some elixirs with special effects, making those beauties become extremely unrestrained. Only under such circumstances would he have the feeling of enjoyment. However, this person was also a man of his word. If he said he would help, he would definitely help. It was just a matter of how many nights he spent. Senior brother Lu. Upon seeing Lu Junwei, Ian cupped his hands. However, Lu Junwei completely ignored him. He looked ahead and said, Heartless, Jiang Yan, this is your fault. Instead of joining forces with us of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, you are helping an outsider. I'm just helping others out when they pay me. Heartless said with a smile, Senior brother Lu, why do you care so much? Mu Yun could tell that although Heartless appeared cold on the surface, he abhorred evil in his heart. If he liked someone, he liked them. If he disliked someone, he disliked them. I'm helping others out when they pay me? Lu Junwei said with a smile, alright, then let's see who is better at helping others out. After Lu Junwei said that, he looked ahead and said, Chen Yu, I'm here to help you. However, the condition, don't worry. As Chen Yu said that, he extended his 5 fingers. The relationship between the two was self-evident. In that case, after Lu Junyi said that, he charged forward. His speed was extremely fast. Before his afterimage even dissipated, he had already arrived in front of Heartless. Seeing this scene, Heartless immediately let out a low growl. He took a step forward and struck out with his palm. All of you, kill that Mu Yun. Qingyu looked at Yuji and the others and said, this time, there won't be any problems, right? Of course not. The few of them immediately looked at each other with cold killing intent in their eyes. At this moment, Jiang Yan could only block Qingyu. When Heartless and Lu Junwei exchanged blows, Yuji was immediately left free. A bunch of trash. Looking at the rest, Yuji said without holding back, he's just a first-tier heavenly immortal. How can the 5 of you make him kill someone when you join forces? Senior brother back off. Yuji snorted and walked forward. He looked at Mu Yun and the entrance behind her and sneered, you think you can stop us from entering? You think too highly of yourself. It's not up to you whether I think highly of myself or not. However, Mu Yun held the black Yin sword in front of her and did not back down at all. This was her principle as a person. This point could not be changed. Seeing Mu Yun's reckless look, Yuji only wanted to laugh in his heart. This guy was too stupid. Since you don't move aside, then die. Yuji let out a low growl. His figure flashed and instantly charged out at an extremely fast speed. Zeng, Yuji's figure dashed forward at lightning speed. Mu Yun did not dare to be careless and directly raised her sword to attack. Bang, suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Puff, blood splattered, and a figure was directly sent flying out. The scene immediately looked rather comical. But at this moment, no one could laugh at all. The figure that flew out was not Mu Yun, but Yuji flew out. Who would still be able to laugh at such a scene? At this moment, Mu Yun was also extremely shocked. I haven't even used my sword. Looking in front of her, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. However, behind her, a figure with a hidden aura gradually spread out. Ren Gangang had completed the inheritance. Mu Yun finally heaved a sigh of relief. If this continued, she was afraid that she would really be killed by Yuji. Who do you think you are? How dare you attack my friend? Ren Gangang stopped at this moment and looked in front of him as he spoke coldly. Once he spoke, the surrounding people were instantly dumbfounded. Who was this guy? How dare he? And most importantly, this guy, how did he defeat Yuji in one go? Completed? Yes. That's good. Without saying anything else, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground. I need to rest well. I was quite tired just now. All right. Ren Gangang smiled and said, leave this to me. Brother Gang. While the two of them were talking, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Xianxia. It was Tian Xianxia. Brother Gang, you're not dead. That's great. Tian Xianxia threw herself into Ren Ganggang's arms. Her eyes were filled with tears as she cried and laughed. Don't worry, it's fine now. Ren Gangang kept comforting Tian Xianxia. He looked ahead and said slowly, whoever dares to step forward will die. Hearing this, Tian Xianxia nodded desperately. At first, she followed Mu Yun's instructions and waited on the spot. However, as time passed and she saw groups of people rushing into the volcano, she couldn't hold back anymore. So she followed. Seeing this scene at this moment, she naturally heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Gang, your strength, we'll talk about this later. Protect Mu Yun and be careful of sneak attacks. Leave everything to me. Okay. Tian Xianxia's eyes were filled with joy at this moment. Ren Gangang didn't die. This was the best news for her. Damn it, where did this bastard come from? You're courting death. Seeing Ren Gangang appear, Yuji's face was covered in blood as he said angrily. Bastard? You're the bastard. Ren Gangang narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, why, are you still not convinced? Convinced my *SS. With a curse, Iyuji went all out this time and directly charged out. Just now, he was only dealing with Mu Yun and didn't use his full strength at all. That was why he was tricked by Rengangang. Now, he was completely cautious. Rengangang was no match for him at all. Get lost. However, just as Iyuji's figure rushed in front of Mu Yun, Rengangang suddenly shouted and punched out. Bang, an explosion sounded. Iyuji's entire face was pale as if he had swallowed a mouthful of filth. His eyes were about to pop out. Seeing this scene, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. This time, it was not like before. The two of them were fighting normally. But this time, Iyuji was defeated in a single exchange. This guy was too ruthless. Renganggang's methods had really surprised them. At this moment, Iyuji was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. What the hell was this? He was actually no match for Rengangang. How was this possible? However, at this moment, Rengangang completely ignored him. Instead, his gaze fell on him. He waved his finger, indicating for him to try attacking again. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It's not too late to kill. What was this? How could Rengangang be compared to him? At this moment, Iyuji only wanted to take a step forward and kick Renganggang's head off. However, he suppressed himself. He did not want to embarrass himself anymore. It seemed that Rengangang was not someone he could bully as he wished. Damn it. What? You're not coming? Seeing Iyuji standing there and not attacking, Rengangang smiled and said, Alright, if you're not coming, I'll look for you. Don't mess around. Seeing that Rengangang had the intention to compete with him, Iyuji immediately shouted. Don't mess around? Rengangang mocked. It seems that the ones messing around are, you guys, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Iyuji immediately took a step forward and wanted to retreat, but Rengangang rushed forward. He naturally knew everything that Mu Yun had done for him. Now, it was time for him to do something for Mu Yun. These guys dared to attack Mu Yun. They were courting death. Moreover, his master was Mu Qingyu, and Mu Yun was his young master. Therefore, he always remembered Mu Qingyu's instructions to him. Even if he had to die, he could not let Mu Yun be in any danger. It was precisely because he firmly remembered this sentence that he was filled with self-blame when he saw Mu Yun protecting him. Now, all that self-blame was about to turn into anger, and this anger was all unleashed on Iyuji. Taking a step forward, Renganggang's murderous aura became even stronger. Seeing this scene, Iyuji was really scared. He did not know what was going on with Rengangang, but he knew that he could not afford to offend this guy. What the hell was this? Why did two freaks appear in the Heaven Sword Tower this time? Mu Yun, a first-stage Heaven Immortal, and 5 second-stage Heaven Immortal elites of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance could not kill her in a short period of time. Now, Rengangang, who jumped out, was even more puzzling. He was at least a 3rd-stage Heaven Immortal. A 3rd-stage Heaven Immortal, but how could such a freak appear in a broken place like the Heaven Sword Tower? Iyuji was completely dumbfounded. And now, the most despicable thing was that this Rengangang still looked as if he hadn't had enough, and was biting him without letting go. That was despicable. Stop it. Seeing Rengang approaching step by step, Iyuji completely panicked. This fellow simply ate people without batting an eyelid. Stop? Now you know how to stop? Too late. But Rengangang did not care at all and directly punched out. Boom! Instantly, Iyuji only felt a boundless power, covering the sky and covering the earth, making him unable to resist. No, not rank 3, but rank 4, Iyuji was completely dumbfounded when he felt the berserk energy coursing through his body. How did this guy's realm increase? However, at this moment, Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground and recovering steadily. His previous consumption was simply too great. Fighting with Kujin's group of 5, not only was he suppressed in terms of strength, but he was also suppressed in terms of spirit. Mu Yun felt as though he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. He could only breathe a sigh of relief now. The 5 Outer League elite disciples of the threefold Heavenly Alliance were all rank 2 Heaven Immortals, and ordinary people would not be able to resist them at all. However, at this moment, Mu Yun forcibly blocked them for a period of time. The difference between them was imaginable. Mu Yun now understood that this little bit of improvement was inseparable from his bloodline. And now, Mu Yun was relieved. Plop, a figure directly fell in front of Mu Yun. Looking closely, who else could it be but Iyuji? However, at this moment, Iyuji's face was swollen, and there was no part of his body that was unharmed. Looking at this scene, Mu Yun was also a little surprised. Rengangang was ruthless enough. Kneel. Rengangang looked at Iyuji and said indifferently. I. Kneel or die. Rengangang did not waste any time with him and directly shouted. I'll kneel. Iyuji did not have any temper at this moment. He was now incomparably sure that Rengangang was at least a rank 4 heaven immortal, and such a terrifying improvement was really unimaginable. Brother Mu, how should we deal with this? You tell me. Rengangang looked at Mu Yun and said slowly. Kill, what, kill? Hearing this, Iyuji completely panicked. Mu Yun dared to kill him, and that was courting death. Was this guy so crazy that he did not know death? It's not good to kill him. After all, he's a disciple of the threefold heavenly alliance, and it's not good to not kill him. Mu Yun said helplessly, this guy really knows how to give people difficult problems. Mu Yun smiled faintly. However, the smile on his face was truly terrifying. However, I've consumed too much energy now, and I need Sky Yang pills to recover. If Brother E can give me some, perhaps this matter will be resolved. I'll give it to you. Iyuji gritted his teeth and directly took out 1,000 Sky Yang pills. These should be enough, right? Iyuji shouted. In his eyes, Mu Yun and Rengangang were only closed-door disciples from the Heaven Sword Tower, and it was probably their first time seeing Sky Yang pills. These two bumpkins did not have any knowledge at all. Are you courting death? Rengangang immediately shouted when he saw Iyuji. Ah, don't. Mu Yun said at this moment, 1,000 is quite a lot. Hearing this, Iyuji despised him even more. He was indeed a bumpkin, and he could not move after seeing these Sky Yang pills. Take these 1,000 Sky Yang pills, and it won't be too late to kill him later. Iyuji was completely dumbfounded when Mu Yun said the second half of her sentence. Okay. Rengangang did not care about anything at this moment and was about to attack. Wait. However, at this moment, Iyuji roared again, stop, I still have. That's right. It's better to take it all out at once, and save yourself the trouble. When Mu Yun finished speaking, Iyuji felt that he had met him, and now he finally knew that Mu Yun was the most ruthless one. There are still 4,000 here. Iyuji waved his hand and could not help but shout. Iyuji, I've already given you a chance. Mu Yun shouted again, 5,000 Sky Yang pills, are you kidding me? Even Qin Yang has a few hundred Sky Yang pills on him, and you only have a few thousand? As the top 10 disciple of the Outer Alliance of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, 5,000 Sky Yang pills, are you sure you're not joking? I'll give them all to you. Iyuji shouted, 20,000 Sky Yang pills, that's all I have. I'm here on an adventure this time, so I naturally can't bring all the Sky Yang pills with me. 20,000, that's more like it. Mu Yun looked at Iyuji and said with a smile, stop pretending. These 20,000 Sky Yang pills are not a big loss to you. You and I both understand. Now, get lost. Looking at Iyuji, the coldness in Mu Yun's eyes deepened. Bullying people with power, he deserved to die. Seeing the coldness in Mu Yun's eyes, Iyuji's face turned pale. This was not because he was beaten up, but because he was humiliated by Mu Yun. It was impossible for him to swallow this anger. Let's go. Iyuji looked at Mu Yun, lowered his head, and shouted. He immediately left with Xiaoyu, Wang Yan, and the rest. This time, he had lost all his face in front of so many Triji Heavenly Alliance disciples. It was truly a disgrace. Are we letting him go just like that? Rengangang asked as he watched Iyuji leave with dozens of people. After all, he's a disciple that Triji Heavenly Alliance's Outer Alliance focused on nurturing. It won't be good if we kill him, Mu Yun said with a smile. However, even if we can't kill him openly, we can still do it secretly. This guy can only tolerate me because you're here. He will definitely find an opportunity to kill me. Then why are you still smiling? Why not? Mu Yun whispered, it's fine if he doesn't find me. If he finds me, I'm afraid, it's hard to say who will live and who will die. Naturally, that will be the next time we meet. Seeing that Mu Yun was still so confident, Ren Gonggong's lips curled into a smile. This guy had always been like this. His confident expression made it difficult for others to hate him. Everything seemed to be fine as long as Mu Yun was around. At the same time, the battle in the sky intensified. "Brother gang, go help Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing," Mu Yun said slowly. It was not that she looked down on Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing, but the two of them had already expended a lot of energy previously. Now that they were facing Chen Yu and Lu Junwei, who were ranked ahead of them, it was indeed difficult for them to gain any advantage. "But you, don't worry. If these guys want to hurt me, it's not enough. Besides, you've already attacked. If they want to attack again, they have to see if they're qualified." "Okay." Ren Gonggong's figure flew into the sky. Not long later, Mu Yun heard a series of curses in the sky. As the curses rang out, the battle in the sky became even more intense. In the end, following a vicious curse, a figure left in a sorry state. Not long later, the other figure also left the place. Upon seeing this, Mu Yun knew that with Ren Gonggong's participation, the battle scene would immediately change. After all, Chen Yu was a third-grade heaven immortal. Even if he was stronger than Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan, he was not much stronger. With Ren Gonggong's help, the two of them would not be a match. As expected, as Chen Yu and Lu Junwei were forced to leave, three figures landed on the ground. Ren Ganggang, Yi Wuqing, and Jiang Yan. However, Yi Wuqing looked like he had an injury on his shoulder. Blood had dyed his clothes red. As for Jiang Yan, her face was pale as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, when their gazes landed on Mu Yun, they smiled faintly. "Are you all right?" Mu Yun asked with concern when she saw the two of them in such a state. Although the two of them said that they had a gentleman's agreement with her, the two of them could have left unilaterally and ignored the agreement. It was truly admirable for them to be able to do so. "I'm just keeping my word. After all, Yi Wuqing, find you, Mu Yun, quite pleasing to the eye. There's no reason for me to help you." Yi Wuqing laughed and did not mind. "However, this brother of yours is quite impressive." Yi Wuqing looked at Ren Ganggang and praised, a fourth-grade heaven immortal. "Such an opportunity of inheritance is truly enviable." "You flatter me." Ren Ganggang cupped his hands and looked around. It seems that even though the big tiger has left, these small shrimps are still unwilling to give up. Ren Ganggang did not deliberately hide his words and spoke directly. Immediately, the crowd dispersed like birds and beasts. How could they still have the chance to compete for these things? Seeing that the surroundings were finally quiet, the few of them immediately sat down. The many disciples of the Triple Heaven Alliance behind them began to spread out and be on guard. At this moment, a token suddenly appeared in Mu Yun's hand. 81 golden immortal tokens. This golden immortal token is what I promised to give to you. Thank you both. Mu Yun took out the golden immortal token and said with a smile. I don't want it. However, Heartless laughed and said, Brother Mu, I like your temperament. For a friend, you are willing to risk your life. Just this point alone is enough for me to admire you. Helping you is something I am willing to do. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun laughed and said, No. This is what I promised. What should be given to you will be given to you. Mu Yun said stubbornly, the two of you did not need to help me so much. I, Mu Yun, am very grateful. This golden immortal token has to be given to fulfill my promise. In that case, we did not fulfill what you said. We even nearly caused you to lose your life. Jiang Yan declined tactfully. Take it back. 1 golden immortal token is already a great bargain for us. Furthermore, in that case, are you not willing to be friends with me, Mu Yun? The moment this was said, Jiang Yan and Heartless immediately looked at each other. Haha. Cut the crap. Take it. Heartless immediately waved his hand and took the golden immortal token. Apart from Guai being able to absorb some of the special existences within the golden immortal token to recover from his injuries, to him, it was only a reduction in the offerings of the Heaven Sword Tower. It did not matter. The few of them opened their hearts and sat down to begin conversing. Brother Mu, your strength has truly surprised me. Heartless looked at Mu Yun and said, you were able to withstand the combined attacks of Ku Zhen and company at the first-grade Sky Immortal realm for so long. I'm afraid none of the first-grade Sky Immortal disciples in the Triple Heavenly Alliance are your match. Is there a need for you to say that? However, Jiang Yan laughed and said, I think Mu Yun still has many tricks up her sleeve. Even I was shocked when I saw the commotion caused by that roar. It's just that I have some life-saving methods. Otherwise, just now, I'm afraid I would have died. I don't think so. Haha, if you can enter my Triple Sky Alliance and become an Inner Alliance disciple in the future, I'm afraid you will definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those few monstrous disciples in the core. Core? Yeah. Heartless smiled. In the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal disciples are the strongest. Those who surpass Tier 5 can pass the test and enter the Inner League. There are several thousand Inner Alliance disciples. All of them are Tier 5 Heavenly Immortals and above. Those stronger than that would be Profound Immortal disciples. Those few disciples are the ones that our Triple Heavenly Alliance focuses on nurturing. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun understood in her heart. The strength of the Inner League disciples of the Triple Heaven Alliance had already surpassed that of the Heaven Sword Tower. The gap between them was several times greater than the gap between the Heaven Sword Tower and the Iya Sword Sect. From the looks of it, as the level of a faction increased, the gap between each level would gradually widen. Mu Yun understood this point. Looking at the few of them, she smiled in her heart. This time, I think the few of us have similar interests. One day in the future, we will have the chance to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword Clan. That would be a worthwhile life. Upon hearing this, Heartless and Jiang Yan looked at each other and gave a wry smile. Why? Did I say something wrong? Mu Yun said awkwardly as she looked at the two of them smiling bitterly. Of course not. In life, of course, we should head towards the highest direction. Jiang Yan nodded and said, however, there is often a gap between reality and dreams. The two of us only wish to show our prowess in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. The 33 Heavenly Sword Clan is the pinnacle existence in the entire sword domain. Heavenly Immortals are not even qualified to become miscellaneous disciples to them. In their eyes, a silver faction is just a matter of waving their hands. Heartless said self-deprecatingly, only genius disciples with heavenly sage aptitude can show their prowess there. I believe that Mu Yun is definitely qualified. Ren Gangang interrupted at this moment. This fellow is a person with 100% heavenly sage aptitude. Heavenly sage aptitude. Looking at Mu Yun, Jiang Yan and Heartless were immediately stunned. I remember now. Back then, it was said that the Heaven Sword Tower discovered a disciple with heavenly sage aptitude. It was you. Jiang Yan suddenly said, for this, the upper echelons of our Triple Heavenly Alliance seem to have sent people to the South Pole to investigate. So it was you. As they looked at Mu Yun, Jiang Yan and Yu Wuqing were stunned. What heavenly sage aptitude? It's just nonsense. Mu Yun said indifferently. The few of them immediately began discussing. Heartless and Jiang Yan opened their mouths and the four of them immediately had more to say. From the vast immortal world to warrior cultivation, the great Tao of heaven and earth, etc. They talked about everything. It was only through this conversation that Heartless and Jiang Yan realized that there was always someone better than them. After all, Mu Yun was an immortal king reborn. Naturally, she knew more than Heartless and Jiang Yan. On this point, Mu Yun could naturally teach them a lot. In the beginning, the two of them even planned to tell Mu Yun some things about the immortal world to prevent Mu Yun from suffering a great loss in the immortal world. However, in the end, it became Mu Yun telling them about it. This deviation immediately made them feel incredulous. Mu Yun's knowledge and insight were far from what they could compare to. Gradually, the two of them lowered their posture and began to ask Mu Yun about cultivation. The few of them chatted happily, but on the other side, anger soared. Damn it, damn it. Iyuji kept cursing. Senior brother Chen, senior brother Liu, that Mu Yun is too arrogant this time. Jiang Yan and Heartless actually joined forces with outsiders to help that Mu Yun. Iyuji was extremely angry. This time, he had lost a lot of face. What's the use of shouting here now? Lu Junwei said with a fake smile, "Why didn't I see you so imposing just now?" Yuji was speechless. "Alright, now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves." Jinyu said in a low voice, "Everyone, don't forget a question. Jiang Yan and Heartless didn't know Mu Yun before. Why are the two of them willing to help Mu Yun?" As soon as Jinyu said that, the two of them looked at each other, dumbfounded. Unless it was a reason, what benefits did Mu Yun promise the two of them? What benefits could there be in the Golden Immortal ruins that the two of them were interested in? Golden Immortal token. The three of them immediately looked at each other. Yuji said, "I know. Mu Yun killed Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing in that illusion array city. The Golden Immortal token disappeared. It's most likely that he took it." "Is that so?" Lu Junwei said in disbelief. "Lu Junwei, if you don't believe me, you don't have to cooperate with us." Yuji was angry at this moment. He had been humiliated by Rengangang before, and he was already holding back a bellyful of anger. But now, this guy was actually mocking him. How could he take this lying down? Enough. Jinyu couldn't stand it anymore. If Jiang Yan and Heartless really have the Golden Immortal token, the three of us have to work together. The two of them aren't easy to deal with. Jinyu looked at the two of them and said, "Do you want to see Jiang Yan and Heartless get the Golden Immortal token, be promoted to Inner League disciples, and ride on our heads in the future?" Hearing those words, Yuji and Lu Junwei both snorted. Seeing that the two of them finally stopped, Jinyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Then what do we do now?" Lu Junwei said. A Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal suddenly appeared beside Mu Yun. "The three of us can only tie at most if we work together." "No way. This is the ruins of a Golden Immortal. How can they be together all the time?" Jinyu thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we?" The three of them immediately gathered together and started to discuss. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun was indeed working separately from Heartless and Jiang Yan. It had been some time since they entered the ruins of a Golden Immortal. He needed to find Huan Qingsha, Yu Qinglan, and Luo Jianxue. He could not allow anything to happen to these people here. Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga had followed him to the ruins of a Golden Immortal. These people were also the backbone of the Sword sect. They would be his right-hand men in the future. However, the only good news now was that he didn't sense anything happening to them on the Nine Spirits Heaven capturing tablet. It was just too strange that he couldn't get in touch with them. However, the other news that Rengangang told Mu Yun made her very concerned. Rengangang had obtained part of the Golden Immortal's inheritance. At this moment, he was already a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal. He had not even fully digested part of the inheritance. However, Rengangang had obtained part of the memories. Memories of the ruins of a Golden Immortal. At this moment, Rengangang, Mu Yun, and Tian Xianxia were in a forest. After they left the volcano, they started to discuss. "There are a total of 9 Golden Immortal inheritances here. I obtained one of them. There are a total of 81 Golden Immortal tokens in the ruins of a Golden Immortal. There is 1 Golden Immortal tablet. However, I don't know what it looks like or what information it has. Moreover, these 81 Golden Immortal tokens seem to be related to the 81 personal guards of this Golden Immortal. As for what the relationship is, I don't know." Mu Yun kept nodding as she listened to Renganggang's words. Now, she finally knew something about the ruins of a Golden Immortal. She roughly knew some information. There were 81 Golden Immortal tokens in the ruins of a Golden Immortal. These 81 Golden Immortal tokens were scattered in various places. They were most likely related to those scrolls. However, what was the Golden Immortal tablet? Why did the Triple Heavenly Alliance, a silver faction, care so much about the Golden Immortal tablet? This was what puzzled Mu Yun the most. However, it seemed that their understanding of this place was still too little. "Come with me." Most importantly, every time a scroll appeared, it would be accompanied by a Golden Immortal badge. Mu Yun even suspected that it might be a conspiracy. However, it was not something a mere Heaven Immortal like him could figure out. After all, this was the ruins of a Golden Immortal. It was already impressive for a Heaven Immortal like him to find some fortunate encounters here. As for the Golden Immortal boulder, Mu Yun was quite curious about it. The three rested on the spot to recover their strength before continuing their journey. This time, Rengangang had an idea. He had vaguely found a way to another place based on the succession. The 81 golden immortal badges seemed to be related to one another. Where are we going now? Xianxia said with a smile. We're going to look for the golden immortal badges. Mu Yun has lost 2 golden immortal badges because of me. We have to get them back. Ren Gangang said firmly. Alright. It's fine. Mu Yun said, I have 3 golden immortal badges with me now. I befriended Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan with the 2 golden immortal badges. It's worth it. Most of the 81 golden immortal badges are with the disciples of the 3 heavenly alliances. The leaders of the 4 bronze factions, Sky-Stealing Valley, Blazing Flame Sect, Azura Palace, and Heavenly Medicine Alliance, are no match for some of the disciples of the 3 heavenly alliances. Ren Gangang nodded and said, I'm only on par with Lu Junwei, who's ranked 6th among the factions. Aren't you satisfied with that? Mu Yun had an urge to vomit blood after hearing Ren Ganggang's words. Wasn't this guy a little too greedy? Xianxia giggled and said, You're still acting like you're not satisfied with what you have. If that's the case, we have 2 main tasks now. First, find Luo Jianxue and the others. Second, find the golden immortal badges. Mu Yun nodded and said, As for the golden immortal badges, we'll just have to rely on our luck. Alright. The 3 agreed and continued on their journey. Not long after, 3 figures appeared among the ruins. However, as soon as the 3 of them arrived, they saw that there was a dispute in front of them. There were 3 groups of people, and it was obvious that there was a conflict between them. However, when Mu Yun swept her gaze over the crowd, she saw several familiar figures in the crowd. Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and Huan Qingsha are all here. Mu Yun was stunned when she saw the 3 figures. However, why couldn't he sense anything even though the 3 of them were here? However, the current situation of the 3 of them did not seem to be very good. In front of him, there were a dozen figures wearing robes with flames engraved on them. A disciple of the Raging Inferno sect. Ren Gangang was stunned. Oh? Looks like this is going to be interesting. Mu Yun said with a smile. The 3 of them immediately stepped forward. However, at this moment, there was also a group of people on the other side. They were the Heavenly Medicine Union's disciples that Mu Yun had encountered earlier. The leader was Qiao Xinyu. She was dressed in a long dress and stood tall and slender. It was obvious that she was negotiating with the people from the Blazing Flame sect. However, Luo Jianxue and the others were angrier. Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, Huan Qingsha and the others had barely reached the level of a Tier 5 Earth Immortal. However, their aura seemed to have increased again. Mu Yun knew that it was because he had reached the level of a Tier 1 Heaven Immortal. On the other hand, it was likely that the 3 of them had obtained some inheritance in the Golden Immortal Relic. Seeing this, Mu Yun stepped forward. Yan Ruffing, it's true that the Blazing Flame sect is a bronze sect. However, the Sword Washing Pavilion and the Heavenly Master Sword sect are common iron sects under the Heaven Sword Tower. If you stop us like this, you will offend the Heaven Sword Tower. Yu Qinglan's aptitude and cultivation time were longer than Luo Jianxue and Huan Qingsha. Therefore, she looked quite calm. Haha, however, upon hearing this, the red-haired man in a flame-colored robe laughed out loud. Heaven Sword Tower? What is the Heaven Sword Tower? Yan Ruffing laughed and said, Yu Qinglan, are you trying to make me laugh? I remember that the Heaven Sword Tower was ranked 2nd from last. Even if your chief disciples, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing, are here, what can they do to me? They still have to tuck their tails between their legs in front of me. Hearing this, Yu Qinglan couldn't help but curse. What about me? Is there something wrong with what I said? Yan Ruffing laughed and said, Miss Yu Qinglan, I'm not interested in you. However, the 2 beauties behind you are of the highest quality. I, Yan Ruffing, like them very much. Shameless. Despicable. Yan Ruffing laughed and said, This is not called being shameless and despicable. This is called being frank. The disciples of the Blazing Flame sect have always cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques. Even when we absorb immortal chi, it has the power of fire attribute. So, more or less, there's a man's heat in his body. Do you understand? Coincidentally, I've made a breakthrough recently and my strength has increased. Therefore, it's hard to suppress this heat. Why don't, Yan Ruffing looked at Luo Jianxue and Huan Xianxia and said, why don't the two of them accompany me? Accompany you? Bah. Luo Jianxue scolded in a low voice, you should give up. Give up on that idea? I don't think it's necessary. Yan Ruffing gestured for the disciples on both sides to surround them and said slowly, I think the two of you should give up the idea of running away. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures dashed out. Yu Qinglan snorted and swung her longsword as she charged forward. Yu Qinglan immediately displayed the demeanor of a great senior sister. She displayed her swordsmanship without hesitation. Kill her. Yan Ruffing immediately ordered, a mere level 7 earthly celestial dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Yes. The two disciples were level 8 earthly celestials. However, they were unable to make any progress against Yu Qinglang, who was a level 7 earthly celestial. Seeing this, Yan Ruffing became more and more surprised. This woman came from Sword Washing Pavilion. How could she have such strength? Theoretically speaking, a level 6 earthly celestial disciple of the Blazing Flame sect should be able to defeat a level 7 earthly celestial disciple of a level 7 earthly celestial. However, the situation was completely reversed now. At this moment, Yu Qinglan was getting braver as she fought. Sometimes, the increase in her cultivation level was inexplicable. However, she knew that it was all thanks to Mu Yun. The seal of life and death that Mu Yun had signed with her had changed her physique to a large extent. To be more precise, it had changed her nature. That was why she could have such an increase in her cultivation level. In addition to Mu Yun's pointers in the past, he had pointed out a sonorous path for her cultivation. At this moment, facing the two level 8 earthly celestial disciples of the Blazing Flame sect, she was not afraid at all. Instead, she was filled with fighting spirit. Damn it! Get lost. Seeing that the two level 8 earthly celestial disciples were unable to defeat Yu Qinglan, Yan Ruffing was completely enraged. What was going on? Yan Ruffing snorted and took a step forward. At this moment, all the strength in his body was completely tensed up. Dong dong dong, the sound of explosions could be heard. Hot air was rolling on the surface of Yan Ruffing's body as his strength surged. Stop. At this moment, a shout was heard. Xiao Xinyu looked at Yan Ruffing and said, Yan Ruffing, I have to remind you again. Although these people are only disciples of ordinary iron forces, they are from the same place as Mu Yun. They are from the Heaven Sword Tower in the South Pole. If you've made up your mind to suppress these three people, then you must be prepared to prevent Mu Yun from, what Mu Yun and Mu Yun? Yan Ruffing said disdainfully, Xiao Xinyu, what is wrong with you? You are the leader of the Heaven Medicine Alliance. Now you seem to be afraid of Mu Yun? Who does that guy think he is? I heard that he is only a disciple of the Yi Sword sect and the Heaven Sword Tower. If he is like Tang Wenbin, the number one in the outer league of the threefold Heavenly Alliance, or Chen Yuzhu, or Yi Ruxue, I will not lay a finger on them. Mu Yun, who has nothing to do with them, dares to interfere with me. Of course I dare not interfere with you. However, right at that moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Three figures walked out from behind them. The person leading the group was a little skinny. His skin was a little delicate and his entire person looked like a scholar who had just recovered from a serious illness. However, the strand of long hair in front of his forehead gave this person a somewhat frivolous attitude. She was Mu Yun. However, I have to interfere with these people. Mu Yun's gaze fell on Yu Qinglan, Luo Jianxue, and Huan Xianxia. She immediately reprimanded them, what is wrong with the three of you? This is a disciple of the Blazing Flame sect, one of the 5 bronze forces. How dare you? Senior brother Mu. Senior brother Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, the 3 girls were delighted. I'm criticizing you. Do you realize your mistakes? Mu Yun said mercilessly, if you do, apologize immediately. We apologize. Before Luo Jianxue could speak, Yu Qinglan cupped her hands and said, Senior brother Yan Ruffing, I am sorry. The 3 of us failed to recognize you. This was Mu Yun. Seeing this, Yan Ruffing was very pleased. What was this? She was just a coward. Seeing him, she did not even dare to say a word. She only apologized. Humph, a great man does not care about petty people. I will spare your lives. Yan Ruffing waved his hand and replied in an elegant manner. Thank you. Mu Yan cupped her hands and said, in that case, the three of you, come with me. Turning around, Mu Yan looked at the three of them and said with a smile. Come with me? Wait, come with me? Yan Ruffing was stunned. Wait. Seeing that they were really going to leave, Yan Ruffing became anxious. This guy really wanted the three girls to leave with him. What a joke. You are Mu Yun, right? Looking at Mu Yun, Yan Ruffing immediately shouted, you can leave now. As for the others, leave too. However, I have my eyes on these three girls. They must stay. Stay. Hearing this, the smile on Mu Yun's face gradually disappeared. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio don't bring me along, I don't think you understand. Mu Yun looked at Yan Ruffing and said, the three of them have offended you, senior brother Yan. However, they have already apologized. Why can't they leave? Did I ask them to leave? Yan Ruffing shouted, kid, don't play any tricks. I'm only keeping them alive. Don't talk nonsense here. Yan Ruffing couldn't wait any longer. His gaze landed on the exposed thighs, arms, waists, and necks of Luo Jianxue and the other two girls. Looking at the tender skin, his breathing quickened. Brat, don't look for trouble. Get lost. You're Mu Yun, right? You're courting death. Yan Ruffing gestured for the people beside him to attack. You've apologized. What else do you want? I'll spare your lives. However, leave the women to my brother. Yan Ruffing shouted immediately. I see. Mu Yun waved her hand helplessly and said, that's boring. Boring? Seeing this, Yan Ruffing laughed mischievously and said, then I can give you something interesting. For example. I'll do it. What do you think? Hearing Yan Ruffing's words, Xiao Xinyu looked at Yan Ruffing as though she was looking at a dead man. This guy was courting death. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. Mu Yun wasn't someone he could deal with. However, the pitiful thing was that this guy was still amused by Mu Yun. He didn't realize that something was wrong. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Yan Ruffing in silence. These fellows were really blind, Mu Yun shouted in a low voice and took a step forward. His strength became tyrannical, and he no longer had his previous gentle and elegant demeanor. He took a step forward and charged towards Yan Ruffing. This sudden change caused Yan Ruffing's face to turn pale. Bang, a deep bang resounded as Mu Yun's body shot out. The tyrannical shockwave caused Yan Ruffing's body to bend like a prawn. Yan Ruffing vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion immediately turned deathly pale. Mu Yun's speed was simply too fast. Just now, he didn't even see what was going on before he was hit by a punch. Moreover, the strength of this punch was simply enough to make him dizzy. Damn it! After cursing in a low voice, Yan Ruffing looked at Mu Yun and was about to scold her. But Mu Yun did not give him a chance. Mu Yun took a step forward, and with a loud explosion, her entire body exploded. Dong, a muffled explosion resounded. This time, Yan Ruffing completely lost his temper. Do you know what I am now? Mu Yun looked at Yan Ruffing and said indifferently, these two are my men. You can't touch them. Are you not convinced? Mu Yun took another step forward and punched Yan Ruffing's abdomen. If I'm not around, are you going to take these two people by force? Don't you think that you're powerful and unparalleled? Since that's the case, I'll show you who's more powerful. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she punched out. Dong, a muffled explosion was heard from Yan Ruffing's abdomen. A heart-wrenching scream was heard at this moment. Hearing that scream, everyone felt the same way and couldn't help but grimace. But at this moment, Yan Ruffing did not have the time to observe how the others were acting. The piercing pain almost penetrated his body. That kind of pain was unbearable. Yan Ruffing vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The expressions of the few disciples standing behind him changed drastically when they saw this scene. Yan Ruffing was the strongest among them. Even he was crippled by Mu Yun. What else could they do? The few of them looked at each other and quickly left. At this moment, Yan Ruffing was half lying on the ground. He was panting heavily. His nascent soul was broken. At this moment, the immortal chi in his nascent soul was leaking out continuously. His body was like a shriveled ball, lying limp on the ground. This kind of piercing pain caused his breathing to turn cold. Damn it, damn it. Looking at Mu Yun, Yan Rufeng only wanted to kill her. But now, he didn't have the ability to do so. I've already crippled your nascent soul by not killing you. I think you'll suffer a fate worse than death in this golden immortal relic, right? You're so vicious. That's right. Mu Yun smiled and said, I've never shown mercy to my enemies. Mu Yun's smile was indescribably strange. Looking at that smile, Yan Rufeng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. How could this be the result? He never dreamed that he would be severely injured by Mu Yun to the point where he didn't even have the chance to resist. But what he didn't expect even more was that Mu Yun was so cunning. She didn't kill him but crippled his nascent soul. In this golden immortal relic, without his nascent soul, his strength would be greatly reduced. Anyone could kill him. More importantly, he was the eldest senior brother of the Blazing Inferno sect. Without his strength, not only could he not find his senior brothers in the golden immortal relic, but he also had to hide from them. Right now, it was likely that the ones who wanted him dead the most were his fellow disciples. Mu Yun was too vicious. Get lost. Looking at Yan Rufeng, Mu Yun immediately shouted. Alright, I'll get lost. Yan Rufeng let out a deep cry before turning around to leave. Puff, however, as soon as he turned, a beautiful figure rushed forward and killed Yan Rufeng with a sword. The person who attacked was Luo Jianxue. Looking at Mu Yun, Luo Jianxue said, Senior brother Mu, this person raped a female disciple of the Heavenly Master Sword sect not long ago. I have to avenge this. Luo Jianxue's words were sonorous, and a determined look appeared on her face. Forget it. Mu Yun waved his hand and said nonchalantly. His main opponents now were the disciples of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Among the 5 great bronze forces, there were very few who could be his match. Seeing this scene, Xianxia was a little shocked. She did not expect Luo Jianxue to be so scheming. Mr. Mu Yun, I'm very grateful for your help last time. Xianxia hurriedly expressed her stance. Luo Jianxue had killed the Blazing Inferno sect's disciple, Yan Rufeng. If news of this spread, Luo Jianxue would definitely be in trouble. And now, there seemed to be no outsiders except for them. I didn't kill Qin Yang for you either. I did it for myself. Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and said, but since you said this, I'm sure you know that if news of this spread, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. I think, I understand. Xianxia hurriedly said, I'll keep my mouth shut. Don't worry, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. As long as you keep your mouth shut, I won't kill you. However, if someone leaks the news, the result, definitely not. Xianxia hurriedly said. At this moment, Xianxia finally realized that Mu Yun was not as simple as she seemed. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia cupped her hands and immediately left the ruins with a dozen people behind her. Did you hear what I said just now? Xianxia said, if anyone leaks this, don't blame me for being impolite. Senior Sister Qiao, this is a conflict between the Heaven Sword Tower and the Blazing Inferno sect. If news of this spreads, then the Heaven Sword Tower and the Blazing Inferno sect will definitely, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Looking at Lu Yu, Xianxia immediately said, can't you see how powerful Mu Yun is? Moreover, Rengangang has reached the level of a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal. Among the 5 great bronze forces, who can kill him? We're just a speck of dust in this vast world. Don't dream of stirring up a storm. Stepping on our own strength and doing what we're doing is the most important thing. Moreover, Rengangang has directly reached the level of a Tier 4 Heavenly Immortal after obtaining the Golden Immortal's inheritance. It's a huge leap. If we can obtain the Golden Immortal's inheritance, our Heavenly Medicine Alliance won't be last in this Golden Immortal's ruins. Understood. Lu Yu cupped his hands. On the other side, after watching Xianxia and the others leave, Luo Jianxue said, Master, why don't you? It's fine. Mu Yun said directly. These fellows won't be a hindrance to us. After this trial in the Golden Immortal's ruins, our Heaven Sword Tower will be the top of the 5 great bronze forces in the Sovereign's Abyss. Mu Yun was never one to speak without thinking. Knowing this, Luo Jianxue didn't say anything else. Mu Yun looked around and said slowly, "What's going on this time? Why can't I get in touch with you?" "We don't know either." Luo Jianxue was also puzzled. "When I entered this Golden Immortal's ruins, I met up with Sister Yu Qinglan and Huan Xianxia. We passed by several places, but I didn't sense Master's aura. It seems that there's something strange about this Golden Immortal's ruins." Mu Yun nodded. This was very strange. His dark seal of life and death was special to begin with. Now that it was combined with the 9 spirits heaven-capturing steel and his own bloodline, it was even more mysterious. What could suppress the aura of his dark seal of life and death? Mu Yun was rather puzzled by this. "Alright, let's meet up and explore this Golden Immortal's ruins together. During this period, there's a total of 81 Golden Immortal tokens. This time, not only the 5 Great Bronze Forces will fight for them, but also the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. The disciples of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance are powerful. We can't face them head-on, so let's search for the Golden Immortal tokens with all our might." "Yes." Luo Jianxue cupped her hands and 2 golden lights appeared in her palms. "Master, these are the Golden Immortal tokens we found in the Golden Immortal's ruins." 2 Golden Immortal tokens. Mu Yun was stunned when he saw the 2 Golden Immortal tokens. He didn't expect Luo Jianxue and the other 2 to also have Golden Immortal tokens. After taking the 2 Golden Immortal tokens, Mu Yun now had 5 Golden Immortal tokens. "It seems that you found something big." Mu Yun looked at the 3 girls and said, "Your cultivation seems to have improved faster recently. It's all thanks to Master's imprint." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who are you guys? Senior Sister Yu is mocking me again. You are the one. Huan Qingsha was not talkative and said shyly, "The Pavilion Master also suspected us, but he couldn't find the seal of life and death after checking us over and over again. That's why he treated us as key disciples and trained us without reservation." Very good." Mu Yun nodded again and said, "Don't worry, I will let you stay in the Heavenly Master Sword Sect and the Sword Washing Pavilion. I think you have seen the development of the ES Sword Sect. I have become the acting sect master of the ES Sword Sect. The ES Sword Sect is rising rapidly, and the other 4 mortal forces can't keep up. Now, since you are my people, I will naturally train you and let you become the leaders of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect and the Sword Washing Pavilion." "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Master." The 3 of them immediately cupped their hands. "This place also looks very strange. Why would you all be here?" Mu Yun looked at the 3 of them and asked. "Actually, we didn't come here on purpose. The 3 of us worked together and found 2 Golden Immortal tokens. Xiao Xinyu seemed to have found some clues and wanted to follow us. But we happened to meet Yan Rufeng, so Xiao Xinyu didn't attack. Yu Qinglan reported, 'This guy is very smart.' Later, when he heard us mention your name, he tried to persuade him. It turns out that you have saved him before." She knows what's good for her." Mu Yun looked around and said slowly, "This ruin is not small. You guys check the surroundings carefully. If you don't find anything, we will leave this place." "Yes." The few of them immediately scattered. At the same time, Yu Qinglan pulled Huan Qingsha and walked in a direction. However, Huan Qingsha's beautiful eyes were always on Mu Yun. "Good sister, Master is not someone we can dream of." Yu Qinglan smiled bitterly and said, "When you and I met him, what was his cultivation level? He was only a rank 1 human immortal. How about now? It has only been a dozen years since he became a rank 1 heavenly immortal. A master with heavenly saint aptitude is something we can't dream of." "I understand." Huan Qingsha's face revealed a trace of helplessness as she smiled bitterly. "I know that Master already has someone in his heart, but sometimes I even hope that he can be a little more beastly. Even if I can't obtain his heart, I still want to give myself to him." "Silly sister." Hearing this, Yu Qinglan rubbed Qingsha's head with a little heartache. On the other side, Mu Yun looked at Ren Gangang and said, "It's up to you." "Yes." Ren Gangang looked around and gradually calmed down, not saying a word. "That way." Suddenly, Ren Gangang spoke. Following Ren Gangang's instructions, several people immediately rushed over. Among the ruins, the location that Rengang had locked onto was much cleaner. There was no other reason than the fact that in the middle of the ruins, there was a patch of air. In the middle of that patch of air was, shockingly, an ancient well. Upon seeing the empty space, Mu Yun waved her hand to indicate to everyone to be careful. He slowly approached the ancient well. The entire ancient well was octagonal. At this moment, there was nothing special about the edge of the ancient well. Everything seemed very calm. However, the more it was so, the more Mu Yun did not dare to be careless. Be careful. Rengang reminded Mu Yun at this moment. Yes. Step by step, they approached the ancient well. Nothing was out of the ordinary. However, the moment Mu Yun took a step forward, she lowered her head and looked at the ancient well. At this moment, everything changed. Inside the ancient well, the water rippled and Mu Yun's figure disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Rengang immediately became anxious. He took a step forward and walked into the ancient well. However, in the next moment, Renggang's figure also disappeared. On the other side, Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and Xianxia hurriedly ran over when they heard Xianxia's shout. Seeing this, the four of them immediately lost their composure. What should we do? Xianxia was at a loss as to what to do. Let's go in and see what's going on. Luo Jianxue took the lead. She took a step forward and entered the well. Seeing Luo Jianxue rush out, Xianxia naturally could not wait to approach the ancient well. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures disappeared into the well. The ancient well was still the same as before. It was as if all of this had never happened. At the same time, Mu Yun and Rengang looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. At this moment, the moment the two of them were sucked into the ancient well, they appeared in the middle of an ocean. To be precise, it was an endless lake, not an ocean. The two of them stood still in the water and looked around with slight surprise. From the entrance of the well to here, they did not know what had happened at all. They just appeared in this place. However, while the two of them were surprised, 4 figures landed directly. Brother Gang. Master. These 4 people were Xianxia and the other 3. Seeing that Mu Yun and Rengang were safe and sound, the 4 of them all heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, be careful. Mu Yun looked around and said, this place is very strange. Yes. The few of them nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun looked ahead in silence. There were strange places everywhere in the Golden Immortal ruins. If this continent was once the Golden Immortals' territory, then there were 81 Golden Immortal guards in this territory. As for the 81 Golden Immortal guards, for some unknown reason, each of them took a Golden Immortal badge and went into hiding. These 81 Golden Immortal tokens were most likely in various places in the Golden Immortal ruins. There were 81 different places. Now, Mu Yun could be considered to have made some progress. Since Rengang had sensed a Golden Immortal token, it proved that there was most likely a Golden Immortal token here. Understanding this, Mu Yun was even more certain that they had entered this strange place. There should be a Golden Immortal token here. Everyone, let's walk together and see what's so strange about this place. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Rengang walked in front. Turning around to look at Mu Yun, Rengang smiled and said, I'm stronger than you now. I'll be in front. If anything happens, I'll be able to react immediately. Mu Yun knew that Rengang was worried about her. Understanding this, Mu Yun did not stop him. She smiled and said, let's go, senior brother Ren. The few of them walked forward together. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around and spread her soul power. She wanted to see what was so strange at the bottom of the well. As they continued to move forward, the scene in front of them gradually became different. Logically speaking, they were at the bottom of the well and should be in a dim environment. However, the water around them seemed to be emitting light. Wherever they went, it was bright. Gradually, the scene in front of them seemed to be different. That's, in front of them, at the bottom of the well, a bright light flickered with a faint light. A bubble appeared in front of them. It wasn't just a simple blister. Instead, it was a bubble that was thousands of meters wide. At this moment, they could not see what was inside the bubble clearly. However, they could see that all the water suddenly made a detour when it passed by the bubble. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. This bubble was so strange. She kept feeling that there was a unique aura appearing. Brother Ren, did you notice any unique aura in this bubble? Mu Yun asked. After all, Ren Gangang was a 4th grade heaven immortal. In terms of cultivation realm, he was stronger than Mu Yun. No. Ren Gangang used his heart to sense, but there was nothing different around him. No? There's really nothing. Mu Yun's expression became strange. Could it be that he was thinking too much? Thinking of this, Mu Yun could not help but curse Mingyue Shen in his heart. The 2 times he met this woman, both of them were related to water. And the crux of the problem was that every time he met this woman, she would be very thirsty and force herself on him, the 2 times they met, and now they were basically in a dangerous place in the water. He always felt that Mingyue Shen might appear at any time. This made him very displeased. This feeling was really sullen. Now, almost every time they encountered a treasure land in the water, he would have a shadow in his heart. In that case, let's go in and investigate. Okay. Ren Gangang was in front, and Mu Yun was vigilant of the surroundings. The 6 figures directly approached the huge bubble. Ren Gangang walked in front, looked at the bubble, and stretched out his palm. Suddenly, Ren Gongong's palm directly passed through the bubble and entered the bubble. Seeing this scene, the few of them were extremely surprised. The few of them stepped forward and extended their palms. With ease, all of them entered the bubble. Immediately, the clear air, along with the warm weather, blew against his face. At this moment, they passed through the bubble in an instant and entered the bubble. However, when they saw the scenery inside the bubble, they were all stunned. Inside the huge bubble, there were rare underwater creatures everywhere. Corals, seaweed, and other rare underwater treasures could not be seen at a glance here. This place was like an underwater paradise, filled with precious existences. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. This place was really novel. So beautiful. Xianxia could not help but exclaim. Don't touch those things. Mu Yun did not forget to remind them, the more beautiful a place is, the more it kills without leaving a trace. Mu Yun's words made them immediately react. They were now at the bottom of the sea, in the ruins of a golden immortal, and not here to sightsee. Okay. The few of them immediately looked around carefully. Under such circumstances, if they were not careful, they might die without a burial place. Who are you? However, just as Mu Yun and the others were observing their surroundings, a shout suddenly sounded. There were about a dozen figures, and the person in the lead was a bald man. The bald man looked at the few of them and immediately shouted. Hearing this, Ren Gangang frowned. Who are you? You're courting death. Hearing Ren Gongong's rude answer, the bald man shouted, this place was discovered by the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Hurry up and get lost, or else what? I'll kill all of you. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation GU. I'd like to see how you're going to kill us all. Ren Gangang sneered and stepped forward. The bald man sneered and stepped forward, throwing a fist the size of a vinegar jar. Dong, Ren Gangang did not hold back and threw a punch. Since the man was so shameless, there was no need for him to hold back. Now, he was obviously the strongest among them. There was no need for Mu Yun to make a move. He could do it. Kill! The bald man yelled. After the explosion, the 2 figures were knocked back. However, the bald man's face turned pale and he groaned. He had obviously suffered a loss. Ren Gangang was shocked when he saw the man. Rank 3 Heaven Immortal. The man was definitely one of the strongest in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Gu Jing, how are you? I'm fine. The bald man shook his head and said, F***K, this guy is a rank 4 Heaven Immortal. Rank 4 Heaven Immortal? A very enchanting man next to the bald man was very surprised. Which sect are you from? I don't think there's anyone like you in the outer alliance of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Why should I tell you? Ren Gangang said, we entered this place by accident. You just met and you're already shouting about fighting and killing. Are you trying to scare a widow with a bird? You, Gu Jing yelled furiously and was about to charge forward. Don't be rash. He's a rank 4 heaven immortal. There's no way he's a nobody. Lin Hao, why are you afraid of him? Gu Jing said rudely, I think this guy is too arrogant. Lin Hao immediately stopped Gu Jing and said, don't be hasty. Lin Hao walked forward and looked at Mu Yun and the others. Everyone, I'm sorry. This place was discovered by the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Senior brother Jiyu is inside, so please leave. Lin Hao's words were firm, as if they were reasonable. The meaning behind his words was very clear. They were the ones who discovered this place first. Therefore, Mu Yun and the others were not welcomed here. However, Ren Gangang laughed and said, then this entire golden immortal ruin was discovered by your Triple Heaven Alliance. It seems that the disciples of the other sects shouldn't have entered? The 3 leaders of your 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance are so magnanimous, but you guys are so narrow-minded. Friend, don't you think it's inappropriate to say that? Then you guys can stay here and do your thing. We'll look for our own things. It doesn't seem to be a problem for you, does it? As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately became hostile. Between the few of them, their auras were extremely aggressive and abnormal. What's the point of talking nonsense with them? Do they think that they can challenge our Triple Celestial Alliance just because they obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Golden Immortal Ruins? Any one of our inner league disciples from the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance can annihilate a small power like yours. Gu Jing immediately shouted. You also said that you're an inner league disciple, too bad you're not. Mu Yun said, you guys discovered this place first. Can't others come here? Do you have the right to interrupt? Gu Jing looked at Mu Yun and shouted, pretty boy, I think you're tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jing immediately charged towards Mu Yun. You're courting death. However, how could Ren Gangang allow such a situation to happen? With a low shout, Ren Gangang took a step forward. His aura immediately spread out. With a bang, a low explosion sounded. The 2 figures instantly exchanged blows. However, the current Ren Gangang was no longer the same as before. With a step forward, his aura spread out. Once again, Gu Jing's aura erupted from his entire body. This time, his aura instantly filled the entire place. The surface of his body was as smooth as if it was coated with a layer of oil. Clang, clang, Gu Jing crossed his arms. The surface of his body emitted clanging sounds. Come on! With a loud shout, Gu Jing charged forward. Dong, 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 after a series of collisions, crackling sounds immediately spread out at this moment. However, this time everyone could clearly feel that the entire bubble was trembling. However, Ren Gangang was after all a rank 4 heavenly immortal. The way he used his power was completely different from the ordinary ones. Dong, 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 explosions sounded. The 2 figures fought more and more fiercely. However, in the end, along with a muffled groan, Gu Jing's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was defeated. He was no match for Ren Gangang. Gu Jing. Seeing Gu Jing land, Lin Hao immediately reached out to catch him. However, the 2 figures were directly knocked back by the powerful aftershock of the collision. Seeing this, Mu Yun nodded. How could the inheritance of a golden immortal be compared to the simple acquisition of power? Ren Gangang had obtained the power of a golden immortal. His strength had been greatly improved. This kind of improvement was like walking the path of a golden immortal anew. The circulation of power was at his fingertips. There were no side effects at all. Damn it! Gu Jing's face turned cold. Just as he was about to charge out again, he was stopped by Lin Hao. Forget it. This guy is a rank 4 heavenly immortal. The 2 of us together are no match for him. Damn it. Gu Jing glared fiercely at Mu Yun. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could also see that the 6 people in front of him, 2 men and 4 women, were centered around Mu Yun. When Ren Gangang saw that he was about to attack Mu Yun, he was even angrier than before. He used his true strength. Can we stay here now? Ren Gangang said coldly. In the immortal world, everything was based on strength. The strong preyed on the weak. It had always been like this. However, the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance were too arrogant. They were the ones who discovered this place. So, others couldn't come in? Ren Gangang didn't have a competitive heart. He didn't want to fight, but Mu Yun was Mu Qingyu's son and his young master. And Tian Xianxia was his wife. He couldn't tolerate any of them being slandered. Seeing that Gu Jing and Lin Haoran had shut up, Ren Gangang gave them a warning look. Are we going to let them in just like that? Gu Jing said unhappily. Bear with it for a while. Lin Haoran said. These guys, other than that one, are all very weak. They won't amount to much. Bear with it? Why? Should we? However, as soon as Lin Haoran finished speaking, a mocking voice sounded. A man holding 2 black pearls walked out from behind them. Zhao Yu, why are you here? When he saw who it was, Lin Haoran urged, Senior brother Ji Yu ordered us to guard various places. Why did you run over here? If I don't come, won't they just come in here? The 2 pearls in the man's hand started spinning. He looked at Lin Haoran and Gu Jing and smiled. Although the 2 of you aren't in the top 10 of the Outer Alliance, why haven't you grown up at all following senior brother Ji Yu? You, what about me? Zhao Yu looked at Gu Jing and said, you're just a bronze man. Look at you, you look like you want to eat the world. Be careful. Zhao Yu turned around and looked at Mu Yun and the rest. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Didn't I tell you? This is the place that senior brother Ji Yu discovered. No one else is allowed in. What kind of rule is this? Rules? Hearing these words, Zhao Yu chuckled and said, rules? You're talking about rules with me. Senior brother Ji Yu, 5th in the Outer Alliance, these are the rules. Do you understand? Now, scram or die. Scram? We won't, but die. We don't want to die. Mu Yun smiled. I think this place is pretty good. Those who want to die have a look around. Then you're courting death. Seeing that Mu Yun was still in the mood to joke, Zhao Yu felt that his dazzling entrance had dimmed significantly. Without another word, he stood up and attacked. You two, hold that guy back. I'll kill this annoying thing. Okay. The 3 of them immediately joined forces and attacked. Stop. However, as the 3 figures flew out, a shout suddenly sounded. The 3 figures stopped in their tracks the moment they heard the shout. Senior brother Ji Yu. Senior brother Ji Yu. That voice sounded, and a figure leisurely walked over. The person was dressed in a purple robe with a belt around his waist. He looked tall and had an extraordinary aura. This was Ji Yu. He was the 5th in the Outer Alliance of the 3 Extremes Heavenly Alliance. His strength should be stronger than the 6th, Lu Junwei. This person was at least a 4th grade Heaven Immortal. A 4th grade Heaven Immortal. However, it was unknown who was stronger between Ren Gangang and him. Ji Yu stood in front of them and looked at Mu Yun and the rest. We discovered this place by accident. How can you not let others in? As Ji Yu spoke, his gaze shifted from Mu Yun and the others to Gu Jing and the others. He said, even the alliance leader and the others opened their hearts and allowed the disciples of their subordinate sects to enter. How can the few of you bully others? Ji Yu's words carried a hint of teaching them a lesson. However, these words sounded awkward no matter how one listened to them. Mu Yun did not mind. Among the disciples of the 3 Extremes Heavenly Alliance, except for some who were sincere like Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan, it was not surprising that the others looked at others with prejudice. Everyone, there are some precious items in the bottom of the sea that can be used to refine pills. However, some of these precious items also have great destructive power. Everyone, please be careful of the dangers inside. Thank you for the reminder. Ren Gangang replied casually. Since Ji Yu was ranked 5th and was stronger than Lu Junwei, his true strength might be stronger than Lu Junwei's. However, since this guy did not attack, there was no need for him to argue with them here. Let's go. Glancing at Mu Yun, the 2 nodded and went around Ji Yu and the rest, entering the ground below. Seeing Mu Yun and the rest leave, Zhao Yu's face immediately turned cold. At this moment, Gu Jing could not help but shout, Senior brother Ji Yu, these guys are too despicable. Why did you let them go? Stone Trough, this place is strange. I'm afraid it's related to the Golden Immortal Badge since there's such a place at the bottom of the well. Ji Yu said, since we can't discover its secrets, perhaps the others will be able to find something. As long as it isn't Tang Wenbin, Qing Yuzhu, Yi Ru Xue, or Gan Xian, those 4 freaks, whoever comes here and whatever they discover here will belong to me, Jiyu. Jiyu glanced at Gu Jing and said, you should learn more in the future. Don't just use your brain for everything. You'll die sooner or later because of that. I don't care. Gu Jing harumphed, as long as I'm strong enough, I'll just smash anyone who dares to death with a single punch. Jiyu frowned after hearing the words. Keep an eye on them. Report to us immediately if you discover anything. We can't let them take advantage of us. Got it. Jiyu frowned as he looked into the distance. Ren Gangang gave him a dangerous feeling. And Mu Yun, it seemed like he was the leader of the group. These people were not as simple as they seemed. As soon as Jiyu finished speaking, the group of disciples gradually spread out to continue their investigation. They wanted to see just what was so strange about the bubble. At the same time, Mu Yun brought Ren Gangang and the other 4 to a sea of coral. The water bubble covered a huge area. Jiyu had only brought a few dozen people with him, thus it was impossible for them to investigate it thoroughly. Meanwhile, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief as she looked ahead. This place did look extremely strange. However, she wondered how these people were treating this place. Brother Ren, did you discover anything? Mu Yun asked Ren Gangang. I'm not sure. The golden immortal badge might still be here. I can't see anything special about it, but there's a strange aura everywhere. Everywhere? Mu Yun was curious after hearing this. This place couldn't possibly be filled with such strange things, right? Look, that direction, and that side. These directions don't seem to be compatible with this underwater world. Mu Yun looked in the direction Ren Gangang pointed to and discovered that it was indeed the case. Let's go take a look. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he went to the first direction that Ren Baqian had pointed out. And in this direction, there was a sea of corals that formed colorful ribbons. Those ribbons appeared smooth, exquisite, and soft, without the slightest ripple. However, such a simple seaweed coral seemed to have formed a very strange structure at this moment. Mu Yun knew that it was strange, but she still took a step forward and entered the sea of corals. At the sight of this, Mu Yun instantly felt his aura fluctuate, and a strong sense of oppression came from the surrounding heaven and earth. At this moment, a powerful aura exploded out from his body. Panting heavily, Mu Yun's face was flushed red. His body felt as heavy as a mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Mu Yun did not withdraw from the sea of corals. Mu Yun slashed with the blacking sword in her hand. Puff, instantly, the seaweed was torn apart. Mu Yun opened his mouth and breathed even more heavily. His entire body was filled with a berserk aura. Thump, 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 however, the sound of her heart beating could be heard. Mu Yun was fully immersed in the sea of corals again. Bang, in an instant, the corals and sea of corals grew wildly again. They were boundless and wrapped around Mu Yun's body. The sea of corals wrapped around Mu Yun's body. Blood flowed out continuously. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. How could this be? No one could understand. But at this moment, the sea of corals grew wildly and gradually swallowed Mu Yun's body. Seeing this, Ren Gangang immediately charged out. However, before Ren Gangang could charge in, the sea of corals formed a ball of seaweed. Kelp appeared on the surface and completely wrapped around Mu Yun's body. All of this happened too suddenly. The few of them were at a loss. Puff puff, however, just as they were at a loss, a series of puffing sounds came from the sea of corals. Puff. Puff. Mu Yun's body was bound, and his entire body was glued together. The liquid that stuck to her body was dark blue and smelled extremely fishy. Mu Yun. Ren Gangang took a step forward and grabbed Mu Yun's shoulder with one hand, pulling his entire body out. This time, everyone looked at the sea of corals in front of them with a solemn expression. The sea of corals looked extremely soft, but when combined, they had a very strong binding ability. If one was not careful, they might be bound and unable to extricate themselves. When Mu Yun saw this, he immediately exhaled. How is it? It's okay. Mu Yun nodded. I know the strange place here. What's the situation? Ren Gangang and the others looked at Mu Yun. This guy was almost bound to death by the corals of the Sea of Corals. Now that he was out, he actually said that he knew the strange place here. These Sea of Corals should have been planted here by someone. However, they are not the most important thing. There must be something unusual in the Sea of Corals around them. Everyone, let's look for it. At this moment, the few of them no longer asked Mu Yun what the hell was going on. To them, Mu Yun had always been like this. What he said was usually right. As long as they followed what he said, it would be fine. There were a total of 4 clumps of seaweed around this cluster of corals. However, no matter how they looked at it, the 4 clusters of corals were much smaller than the cluster in the center. The few of them carefully cut open the corals. As expected, they found a protruding stone trough in the 4 clusters of corals. The 4 of you, each stand in a direction and press down on the stone trough. Mu Yun was also eager to give it a try. He had only seen such a mechanism once in his previous life. He did not expect it to be the same here. However, in his previous life, when he pressed down on the stone trough, the situation he saw was extremely dangerous. This time, he did not know what would be in the center. Brother Ren, follow me. Pay attention to the center and be careful. Okay. The 2 of them had a clear division of labor. They each took out their long swords and looked forward carefully, one on the left and one on the right. Begin. As Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, the 4 of them immediately pressed down on the stone trough in the 4 clusters of corals. Crack, 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 suddenly, cracking sounds were heard. As the stone trough fell, the cluster of corals in the center immediately spread out. As the corals spread out, they could see that the corals were withering inch by inch. It looked as if they were withering. However, as the seaweed and corals withered, a square stone box gradually appeared on the ground. The stone box was 1 meter in length, width, and height. It looked squarish and there was nothing special on its surface. There was only a protruding stone trough in the center. This thing looked exactly the same as the surrounding stone troughs. It was just that its size had expanded a few times. Seeing this scene, the few of them were very curious. As expected, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly at this moment. Just now, Rengangang had said that there were a few strange places in this bubble world. This was just one of them. They, on the other hand, had only discovered the oddity of this place. If they wanted to find out the strangeness of this bubble world, they had to do the same in the other places and break them together. However, there were only 6 of them in the bubble world. There were many people from the Triji Heavenly Alliance. If they split up like this, they would definitely encounter danger. There's no other way. Mu Yun looked at the few of them and said, "It seems that we can only cooperate." Cooperate, seeing Mu Yun's bitter smile, Rengangang already understood. Let's cooperate. That Jiyu can't possibly eat us up, right? Okay. Mu Yun nodded and looked around. Everyone, remember. If all the stone troughs are opened, everyone must protect themselves immediately. Don't be anxious. The treasures are important, but your lives are more important. The reason why Mu Yun repeatedly reminded them was that she had seen this happen time and time again. Many people had already forgotten about the danger the moment they saw the treasures. They directly charged out without caring about anything else. Understood. After the discussion, the few of them went to look for Jiyu. What are you doing here again? However, on Jiyu's side, Gu Jing, a disciple of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, rubbed his bald head when he saw Mu Yun and immediately shouted, "We don't welcome you here. Kid, don't go overboard. Everyone is here to search for treasures. If we find something that we can't solve alone, we naturally have to find partners." What did you find? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Gu Jing immediately shouted. You are not qualified to talk to me. You're courting death. Hearing Mu Yun's contemptuous words, Gu Jing immediately wanted to attack. However, Rengangang was standing beside Mu Yun. How could he let Gu Jing act recklessly? Stop. At this moment, Jiyu finally spoke. Senior brother Jiyu, this guy, stand down. Jiyu ignored Gu Jing at this moment. He looked at Mu Yun and said, What strange place did you find? Of course. Mu Yun said, I think you should know that this place doesn't look like other places. It's very strange. However, I noticed something that you didn't notice. Oh? Mu Yun's words could be said to be looking down on Jiyu. However, he had to admit that he did not find anything here. Tell me about it. Alright. Mu Yun said, first of all, the real mechanisms here are hidden in the seaweed. You didn't find it, but I did. Secondly, these mechanisms need everyone to work together to open them. So, I can work with you. Mechanisms? Jiyu was stunned when he heard this. He froze his own thoughts. This was the immortal realm. Who would use mechanisms to set up a secret area? Who could those mechanisms possibly defend against? However, it just so happened that there was a mechanism inside, and not a spirit formation or any other obstructions. Looking at Mu Yun again, Jiyu felt that this person was not simple. Alright, I'll work with you. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The huge maze. The reason was simple. If he dragged his feet, he might not be able to discover anything. Since Mu Yun had already found a clue, he would follow Mu Yun and see if there was anything strange about this place. After all, even if there was something strange, in the end, Mu Yun's side was weaker. He could take it if he wanted to. After making up his mind, Jiyu did not hesitate. Mu Yun smiled faintly as she looked at Jiyu. If that's the case, let's begin. Mu Yun did not hesitate and said directly, 3,000 meters east from here, there's a patch of seaweed. There are 4 clusters of seaweed surrounding it. You'll be able to discover the strange place. It's the same for the south, north, and west. Press the 4 stone troughs at the same time and you'll find a large stone trough. Press the 4 stone troughs at the same time and you'll find some clues. Mu Yun said slowly, I've already explained the situation clearly. However, there's something I have to say. What is it? When the stone trough is opened, even I, Mu Yun, don't know what it is. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, no one knows. Are you willing to cooperate? Stinking brat, are you going to take responsibility if someone dies? Gu Jing reprimanded. I'll say it again. I don't know. Mu Yun looked at Gu Jing and shouted, if you don't want to take the risk, then forget it. Opportunity and danger coexist. Of course, we know that. Alright, let's agree on a signal and attack at the same time. Jiyu said directly. If that's the case, goodbye. The 6 of them turned around and walked toward the east. Senior brother Jiyu, shut up. Jiyu looked at Gu Jing and shouted, you can't accomplish anything, but you're good at spoiling things. If they're not afraid of danger, what are you afraid of? Since you're afraid, get lost. Senior brother Jiyu, I'm not afraid. It's just that, shut up. Lin Howren said, Senior brother Jiyu is a level 4 heavenly immortal. That person who calls herself Mu Yun only has a level 4 heavenly immortal by her side. If they're not afraid, we. Naturally, there's no need for us to be afraid. I understand. Gu Jing nodded furiously. Looking at the backs of Mu Yun and the others as they left, he only felt aggrieved. This Mu Yun was an eyesore no matter how she looked at her. Let's go. We'll split up and act separately. We'll agree on the number of signals. Yes. Swoosh. 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 And at that moment, Mu Yun and the others had already returned to their original positions. Looking ahead, at the 3 positions, the 6 of them held their breaths. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at that instant, 3 rays of light rose into the sky. The moment they saw the light, the people in all directions immediately pressed down on the stone trough. In an instant, the entire bubble world became deathly silent. Nothing had changed. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. This, boom, however, after an instant, the entire bubble world was filled with the sound of explosions. The rumbling sound continued to spread. The entire world seemed to have turned upside down and was about to explode. This Mu Yun is just messing around. Senior brother Jiyu, I think we should just kill that kid. I'm afraid this bubble will burst. Gu Jing couldn't help but shout. Can't you use your brain a little? Jiyu couldn't help but shout angrily. The matter hasn't been decided yet. What are you shouting for? Shut your mouth. Moreover, even if there's any danger, Mu Yun and the others have a higher chance of dying than us. At that moment, Jiyu was truly furious. This guy didn't seem to have a brain when he was born. The rumbling sound gradually rose, and the entire ground trembled completely at that moment. Seeing this scene, Jiyu was fully focused and immediately retreated. Gujing also stopped talking at that moment. However, the earth's rhythm was becoming more and more intense at that moment. The rumbling sound continued to spread. For a moment, everyone could only retreat. However, as they retreated, everyone looked ahead with their mouths agape. They were completely stunned. Gujing and the others were completely dumbfounded. On the originally flat ground, bricks and tiles appeared one after another. Those bricks and tiles looked like they rose from the ground, appearing out of thin air. It was very strange. However, when they looked at those bricks and tiles, they immediately felt that they were very strange and unpredictable. The bricks and tiles gathered together and directly landed on the ground as if they were performing acrobatics. In less than 10 breaths of time, a tall city wall appeared in front of everyone. And in front of them was the only entrance to the city wall. This scene was really shocking. Senior brother Jiyu, go in. Jiyu didn't say anything else and directly stepped into it. At that moment, on the other side, a wall also appeared in front of Mu Yun and the others. In the center of the wall, facing them, there was also a passage that led into it. This is too amazing. Ren Gangang couldn't help but sigh. The appearance of this place was really amazing. Not only that, the scenery in front of them was simply a wonderful creation. Everyone, be careful. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she resolutely stepped into the wall. In front of this 1,000-meter-tall wall, the 6 figures looked like ants. At the same time, at the 4 entrances, 4 groups of people all entered. However, no one noticed that there was an entrance in each of the 4 corners of the wall. However, the inside was like a maze, twisting and turning, and the only place that led to was the center. At the center, a faint golden light was shining at this moment. I feel it. Ren Gangang suddenly said. I feel the existence of the golden immortal token. It's right in front. As soon as he said that, Mu Yun directly jumped and flew up. However, the strange thing was that the wall that looked to be only 1,000 meters tall seemed to have no end at this moment. As Mu Yun's figure flew out, the wall also flew up at this moment. After a full 15 minutes, Mu Yun didn't know how high she had flown, but the wall still didn't seem to have an end. He landed on the ground and looked up. The wall was only 1,000 meters high. How strange. Mu Yun couldn't help but frown. Why did you stop in midair just now? Ren Gangang also asked curiously. Stop in midair? Hearing this, Mu Yun was dumbfounded. He didn't stop in midair at all. You'll understand when you go up and take a look. Mu Yun said at this moment. Hearing this, Ren Gangang flew up and looked up at the sky. Swoosh, 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 seeing Ren Gangang rush out, as expected, when he was a few hundred meters away, Ren Gongong's figure seemed to be motionless and stopped there. Not long after, Ren Gangang also flew down. It seems that we have entered a place like a maze. Mu Yun shook her head and said. Look behind us? Tian Xianxia exclaimed at this moment. At this moment, they realized that behind them, the entrance that they had just explored had disappeared. Behind them was a wall. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They couldn't fly up and couldn't see the end. The exit behind them was also gone, the meaning was obvious. They could only walk forward and choose the passage. Everyone, be careful. Mu Yun looked ahead and knew that they had probably entered a maze. With his eyesight, he could see the clues of this setting. Since Ren Gangang sensed the existence of the golden immortal token ahead, then, there should really be a golden immortal token. They just needed to walk to the end to find out where the golden immortal token was. Since that was the case, they would charge in. Mu Yun and the others weren't the only ones who encountered this problem. Jiyu and the others also encountered the same problem at this moment. The road ahead was long, and they could no longer see the way up or back. There was only the front. Let's go. At this moment, Jiyu wasn't surprised by this change. Instead, he was very surprised. They didn't encounter any obstacles in this bubble world, but they couldn't find anything. Mu Yun came and found these strange places. This was enough to show that this place was very strange. Knowing this, Jiyu was filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. There might be a golden immortal token. The group followed the passageway and walked forward. There were many intersections and paths, and they looked very complicated. However, everyone walked around and around, but they couldn't see where to go. That's not right. Lin Howren said in surprise, we seem to have just been here. Following Lin Howren's surprise, everyone also realized that this was indeed the case. They seemed to have just passed by this place. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately looked at each other. We can't continue like this. Jiyu pondered for a moment and said, everyone, split up now. We should have entered a maze. It will be difficult to find a way out if everyone gathers together. However, no matter how big this maze is, we should be able to find a way out if we split up. Looking at everyone, Jiyu said again, for doors, for entrances. Everyone has already split up. Now that we split up again, we will definitely meet our companions. As long as someone succeeds, we will use the transmission talisman to contact each other. Alright. Now, pay attention. 2 people in a team. Everyone, remember that Mu Yun and the others are also here. If you meet the expert beside Mu Yun, be nice. If you meet other people, if you are alone, kill them directly. Understood. Hearing Jiyu's words, Guzheng finally heaved a sigh of relief. That was right. They should just kill the dregs of the subordinate factions. Leaving them alive would sooner or later be a disaster. Disperse. As soon as Jiyu finished speaking, everyone immediately dispersed. The figures continued to advance along the path. When they encountered a fork in the road, they dispersed. When they encountered another fork in the road, they dispersed again. Time trickled by, and everyone disappeared. Jiyu nodded when he saw this. His figure flashed as he left the area. If there was a golden immortal token here, he, Jiyu, was determined to obtain it. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun led 5 people to explore the passage behind the entrance. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Purple-Toothed Heaven-Splitting Hound. Even Mu Yun herself could not explain it. Just now, the 5 of them were still behind her, but when she turned around again, the 5 of them actually disappeared without a trace. And the passage behind her turned into a wall. This was a moving wall maze. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. If that was the case, then the entire journey they had taken would have been for naught. If the wall moved after walking for a while, when would she be able to find the exit? Mu Yun also felt a headache coming on. However, the more it was so, the more she could not be anxious. Mu Yun touched the wall with her palm, and the heavenly fire slowly spread from her palm. The scorching heavenly fire grilled the hard wall, but it was useless. The wall looked incomparably sturdy, and there were no flaws at all. The heavenly fire did not have any effect on grilling the wall. Mu Yun really had no other way now. There's no other way. Mu Yun sighed. She could only continue moving forward. At this moment, the sound of the wind suddenly sounded in front of her. Hearing the sound of the wind, Mu Yun's expression changed. There was wind here, which proved that there was probably an exit here. She turned around the corner and looked ahead. The surprise on Mu Yun's face gradually turned into shock. There was indeed wind, but it was not a naturally formed wind, but an immortal beast. At this moment, a huge figure appeared in front of Mu Yun. That huge figure seemed to have completely blocked off the entire passageway. And the sound of the wind came from the huge immortal beast's breath. Purple-toothed heaven-splitting hound, seeing the immortal beast with a mouth full of fangs, 2 upturned nostrils, a body of hundreds of meters tall, and 2 fan-like ears lying there, Mu Yun immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This purple-toothed heaven-splitting hound was a genuine immortal beast with heavenly bloodline. A heavenly hound of the heaven immortal realm, and more importantly, it was not an ordinary heavenly bloodline. This fellow was at least a 2nd stage to 5th stage heaven immortal. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately took a step back without saying a word. However, with this step, the purple-tooth-splitting heaven dog's ears suddenly flashed and its eyes opened in a daze. The moment it saw Mu Yun, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound immediately perked up. Woof woof, 2 loud and clear dog barks instantly caused Mu Yun's entire body to tremble. Run! Almost instantly, Mu Yun fled the place without a second thought. Seeing this scene, the purple-toothed heaven-splitting hound seemed to have discovered something fun in the world. It immediately took a step forward and charged towards Mu Yun. When the big guy stood up, Mu Yun finally felt what terror was. Taking a step forward, Mu Yun's strength was unleashed to the maximum at this moment. However, that purple fang-rending heavenly hound's speed was even faster, and it charged straight for Mu Yun. Bang bang bang, a series of bangs rang out. The thick walls behind Mu Yun couldn't be damaged by his heavenly fire, but the purple fang-rending celestial hound was able to create a terrifying hole in the wall with a single slap. Seeing this scene, he thought that if this slap landed on his body, he would probably be crippled even if he did not die. Mu Yun increased his speed again. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he compare to that purple fang-rending heavenly hound? Woof woof, the dog barked continuously, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. However, Mu Yun did not reduce his speed. Seeing that a bend suddenly appeared in front of him, Mu Yun's figure immediately flashed, and he turned directly. As for that purple fang-rending heavenly hound, its body slipped as it turned, and with a bang, it shattered the wall around the bend. However, it was also because of this that the purple fang-rending heavenly hound's speed instantly decreased. Now that Mu Yun had a chance to catch his breath, he immediately increased his speed. However, that big guy persevered and chased after Mu Yun. It was completely addicted. One human and one beast, the game of chase between them had completely begun. Before the purple fang-rending heavenly hound could get close to Mu Yun changed direction and widened the distance between them. This kind of escape became even more intense. However, Mu Yun felt that there was no end to it. Did this beast have to be so excited to see him? When he turned around and saw that purple fang-rending heavenly hound looking at him with an excited expression, its huge tongue drooling as it looked at him lecherously, Mu Yun immediately shivered and ran for his life. Big brother, don't chase me. I didn't offend you. Mu Yun gradually felt that he could not take it anymore, and he could not help but turn around and shout. If this continued, he would be caught sooner or later. However, after Mu Yun finished speaking, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound completely ignored Mu Yun. Woof woof, its excited barks caused Mu Yun's ears to ring. Your sister, don't you know how to speak? Mu Yun looked at that purple fang-rending heavenly hound and immediately shouted, I didn't mean to offend you. Woof woof, however, what welcomed Mu Yun was still wild barks. With this shout, Mu Yun also lost his temper. He directly drew the blacking sword in his hand and slashed. Zung, a sword aura directly attacked behind him. However, that purple fang-rending heavenly hound pounced with its claws, opened its mouth, and bit the sword aura in one breath. With a crack, the attack was broken. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. You're amazing. Mu Yun gave a thumbs up and ran again. However, he could not help but admire that this purple fang-rending heavenly hound was really too persistent. It chased step by step and did not give up from the beginning to the end. Mu Yun only wanted to increase the distance between them. He changed the passageway again and again and continued to move forward. However, in the end, Mu Yun walked into a dead end. Looking at the three walls in front of him, Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. Dead end, it's over. Looking at the three walls in front of him, Mu Yun completely lost his confidence. A dead end. How could he run? Mu Yun directly turned around, and the blacking sword landed in front of him. He looked at the purple fang-rending heavenly hound and breathed heavily. This big guy must have some motive for chasing him, right? Looking coldly at the purple fang-rending heavenly hound, Mu Yun's breathing gradually became heavier. However, at this moment, that purple fang-rending heavenly hound seemed to know that Mu Yun was already at the end of the road. Seeing that Mu Yun was standing on the spot and no longer running, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound also sat on the ground with its two front limbs supporting its body. It's huge. Tongue flicked and dripped with sweat. What are you trying to do? Mu Yun saw the purple fang-rending heavenly hound's strange actions and immediately shouted, You chased me for half the way. Aren't you trying to kill me? Woof woof. However, when the ear-splitting barking sounded, Mu Yun hurriedly covered his ears and shouted, Stop, stop, stop. I can't stand your voice. However, that was not all. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound really stopped barking. However, looking at Mu Yun's appearance, it whimpered softly as if it was very anxious. Mu Yun had seen such an expression on Little Black back then. You want me to go with you? The purple fang-rending heavenly hound looked at Mu Yun and immediately wanted to open its mouth and bark. Stop, stop, stop. However, seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately raised her hand and said, Don't bark. Nod if yes, shake your head if no. I have never seen an immortal beast that can't transform into a human form when it speaks. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound immediately nodded frantically. You should have said so earlier. Mu Yun exhaled and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Where are we going? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound wagged its tail excitedly. However, it kept nodding and signaled Mu Yun to sit on its back. Don't tell me you're trying to trick me and swallow me in one bite? Whimper. Hearing this, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound immediately whimpered softly and looked at Mu Yun with a pleading gaze. Okay, okay, okay. I'll sit. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, If I don't sit, I think you'll really bite me to death. Mu Yun immediately jumped up and sat directly on the purple fang-rending heavenly hound's back. However, compared to the purple fang-rending heavenly hound that was hundreds of meters tall, his figure was really too small. However, just as he sat on the purple fang-rending heavenly hound's back, that heavenly hound immediately charged forward. What was ahead? A wall. What was this damn dog doing? Even if it wanted to commit suicide, it didn't have to drag him along, right? However, in the next moment, Mu Yun knew that he was thinking too much. Boom, a loud boom sounded. In front of Mu Yun, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound directly smashed the wall in front of it. Smashed. Smashed. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded. He tried using heavenly fire, but it could not move the slightest bit. Neither could mutant water. True lightning and color televisions were all useless. However, this fellow actually directly smashed it. How was this possible? However, the truth was right before his eyes. Continuing forward, one man and one beast continuously smashed through one wall after another. And Mu Yun gradually realized that this fellow seemed to be leading him deeper into the maze. Could it be that they were heading straight for the center? However, at this moment, Mu Yun inadvertently turned back to look and discovered that the wall that was smashed by the purple fang-rending heavenly hound was slowly healing at this moment. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was even more surprised. This maze was becoming more and more strange. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun paid attention to his surroundings in his heart. Gradually, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound seemed to have finally brought him to his destination. Panting heavily, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound stopped and bent down. Mu Yun jumped and landed directly on the ground. At this moment, the space in front of the man and beast was empty. There were walls all around. This place looked like an open-air secret room without a roof. An open-air, secret room, it sounded very strange, but that was the feeling that it gave Mu Yun. Thinking back to how the purple fang-rending heavenly hound had directly brought him here, Mu Yun was instantly surprised. This is the center of the maze? Mu Yun turned back to look at the purple fang-rending heavenly hound in surprise. Nodding fiercely, the purple fang-rending heavenly hound stretched out its claws and pointed directly at the center of the huge room. At this moment, in the center of the room, a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged. His clothes were neat and tidy, and his eyes were slightly closed. He looked very peaceful. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was instantly stunned. A living person? Azure Jade Bracelet. Not a living person, but a dead person. Looking at the person before her, Mu Yun nodded slightly. A dead person had actually appeared in this place. However, this dead person appeared to be very peaceful. However, when her gaze landed on the dead person's palm, Mu Yun was stunned once again. Golden Immortal Badge, woo. However, just as Mu Yun was about to go forward and hold the Golden Immortal Badge in her hand, the purple-toothed heaven-splitting hound behind her let out a woo sound and blocked in front of Mu Yun with its paw. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was immediately puzzled. What's wrong? The purple-toothed heaven-splitting hound shook its head and indicated to Mu Yun to look at the surroundings. At this moment, Mu Yun raised her head and looked at the surroundings. It was only then that she discovered that scrolls had appeared on the surrounding walls. However, these scrolls were completely different from the ones that Mu Yun had seen before. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. What was going on? Walking to the side of the wall, Mu Yun revealed a pondering expression as she looked at the undulations on the wall. A faint light appeared on the wall. The scrolls were connected to one another. The information on the scrolls surprised Mu Yun. These scrolls were completely different from the ones that she had seen before. There was no scene of a group of people surrounding a bonfire. There was only a purple-robed figure standing in front. Below that purple-robed person was a gray-robed man. He was standing with his body bowed in an extremely respectful manner. Turning around, he looked to the front. The dead man who was sitting there was dressed in gray-robed. Immediately after, the purple-robed man tossed a golden immortal badge to the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man received the golden immortal badge. He had a depressed expression and appeared to be very unwilling. Then, holding the golden immortal badge, the gray-robed man found a golden-robed man. The two of them whispered and discussed. Then, the two of them separated. The gray-robed man took the golden immortal badge and found one person after another. Without exception, all of them had a golden immortal badge. The gray-robed man held the golden immortal token and met with one person after another. He met a total of 80 people. In the end, these 80 people gathered together, as if they were discussing something important. They were extremely cautious. The gray-robed man saw all of this with his eyes. Following that, 80 people each held a golden immortal token as if they were preparing to do something. But then, the scroll disappeared. The four walls probably only told him this much. Mu Yun already had a guess in her heart. Combined with what Ren Gang said before, Mu Yun gradually understood. First of all, the golden immortal guards had only gathered after listening to the gray-robed man's words. It was likely that the golden immortal guards would take the golden immortal badges and go into hiding. But why, logically speaking, these golden immortal guards were the guardians of that golden immortal? What exactly did this gray-robed man say? Mu Yun didn't know. Along the way, she only saw scrolls. There wasn't even a caption. How could she understand the reason behind this? But it seemed that these things were inseparable from that golden immortal. A golden immortal could be said to be standing at the top of the entire immortal world. What did this person do? Mu Yun didn't want to think about this at this moment. But after looking at these scrolls, Mu Yun still didn't understand what the purple-toothed heaven-splitting hound was trying to tell her. What are you trying to tell me? Can't the golden immortal token be moved? Mu Yun was puzzled. But I can't see anything wrong with this scroll. The purple-toothed heaven-splitting hound immediately looked at Mu Yun anxiously. It bared its fangs and couldn't wait to open its mouth and tell Mu Yun everything. Unfortunately, it couldn't say a word. Alright, you can't say anything now. I don't know what you're thinking either. Mu Yun said. In that case, don't worry about this. Just tell me if this golden immortal token can be moved. Hearing this, the purple-toothed heaven-splitting hound looked at Mu Yun and nodded, but then shook its head. I really don't understand what you mean. Mu Yun said helplessly. In that case, I'll take this golden immortal token and see what's strange about it. As Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of her changed drastically. Everything became different. Mu Yun was shocked. She wanted to retreat, but there was no chance. Illusion Array, seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately looked around calmly. In an instant, the world changed drastically. In front of Mu Yun, figures charged directly at her. Those figures were extremely powerful. They penetrated Mu Yun's body and stabbed at Mu Yun's soul. However, Mu Yun knew that all of this was just an illusion. She only needed to remain motionless. However, the power of this illusion array was beyond Mu Yun's imagination. In an instant, Mu Yun couldn't control the impulse in her heart and charged out. However, just as Mu Yun charged out, everything changed again. The scene she saw just now completely disappeared at this moment. Mu Yun stared in front of her, dumbfounded. The ground trembled and cracked. A tyrannical figure stood directly in front of her. That tyrannical pressure made Mu Yun's breathing become heavy. This painful feeling made Mu Yun unable to breathe. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun only wanted to shout loudly, but she didn't have the ability to do so. gasped, she spat out a mouthful of blood. That person took a step forward. Muyan felt as if his heart was being stepped on. Pain spread throughout her body. Even though she knew that this was an illusion array and everything was illusory, Muyan's body was still tense. Her face was pale, and blood kept flowing from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, the purple fang-rending heavenly dog kept barking outside. Its barking reached Muyan's heart. Suddenly, Muyan opened her eyes. Illusion array. He muttered in his heart and activated the bloodline power in his body. The first 3 levels of the indestructible blood codex that he was familiar with was activated again. Muyan regained her clarity. At this point, he already knew the power of the indestructible blood codex and the strangeness of his bloodline. At this moment, the bloodline power was fully activated, and Muyan's breathing immediately became smooth. It was effective. Slowly, Muyan continued to activate the bloodline power in her body, and the illusory power gradually dissipated. Sensing this change, Muyan's heart became clear again. When she looked around again, the illusory scene had all disappeared. The purple fang-rending heavenly dog was still barking wildly. Thank you. Seeing the purple fang-rending heavenly dog's agitated appearance, Muyan immediately smiled. At this moment, looking forward again, Muyan directly waved her hand. The golden immortal token fell into her hand. However, looking at the golden immortal token in her hand, Muyan was immediately stunned. This golden immortal token looked completely different from the golden immortal tokens she had obtained before. It could be said that the difference was huge. Muyan took out the 5 golden immortal tokens from before. Looking at the 6 golden immortal tokens, Muyan could tell the difference at a glance. Of the 6 golden immortal badges, the first 5 had the mark of a flame, but this one had the mark of a flying guillotine. That's right, it looked like a drop of blood dripping down. This was very strange. Seeing this, Muyan could not help but frown. However, this was not the time to think about this. Suddenly, cracking sounds rang in Muyan's ears. At this moment, the grey-robed man's corpse directly turned into ashes and disappeared. However, with a clanking sound, an item fell to the ground. Looking carefully, it was a bracelet. A green jade bracelet. Muyan was not careless at this moment. A bracelet on the wrist of a golden immortal guard was probably not that simple. Above the 3 major realms of human immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal were the 3 major realms of mystic immortal, perfected immortal, and golden immortal. A golden immortal expert who stood among the top experts in the entire sword domain would at least have a perfected immortal guard. A jade bracelet that could be worn by a powerful perfected immortal could not be a simple ornament. Muyan bent down, picked up the green jade bracelet, and played with it in her hand. Seeing this, the purple fang-rending heavenly dog's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. It immediately stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail, appearing very excited. In its eyes, the golden immortal badge wasn't anything special. Muyan took the golden immortal token, walked out of the area, and came to the purple fang-rending heavenly dog's side. At this moment, seeing Muyan walk over, the purple fang-rending heavenly dog immediately shook its head and wagged its tail. It walked step by step toward Muyan. However, as it walked, the purple fang-rending heavenly dog's figure gradually became smaller. In the end, it became 2 to 3 meters long and more than a meter tall. It was as majestic as a purple wolf with purple fur all over its body. So it can become smaller. Then why didn't you become smaller just now? Looking at the purple fang-rending heavenly dog, Muyan complained. What's your name? Muyan secretly scolded herself for being stupid. I forgot that you can't speak human language. Now it seems that you can't even take human form. Since that's the case, I'll call you Purple Fang for the time being. Muyan looked at the purple fang-rending heavenly dog and said with a smile, it's fate that we met here. I don't think you want to kill me. You just care about this bracelet very much. Hearing this, Purple Fang nodded desperately. If that's the case, why don't you take it yourself? Purple Fang shook its head and looked ahead, revealing a frightened expression. I understand. You can't go near there. So, this guy is your master? Purple Fang immediately shook its head. No? Then who is your master? It can't be that golden immortal, right? Hearing this, Purple Fang immediately nodded. However, Mu Yun was puzzled. Purple Fang was indeed powerful. However, it was only more powerful than him. It was only between the third and fifth stage heavenly immortal realm. If that golden immortal was its master, how could he only be at this stage? A golden immortal chose a heavenly immortal realm immortal beast as a companion. Was he keeping a pet? Even if he was keeping a pet, he wouldn't choose such a weak one. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 10 Treasure Boxes. Mu Yun did not care about this at this moment and said again, "You really want to get the things in this bracelet, right?" Hearing this, the excitement in Ziya's eyes became even more exuberant. Mu Yun nodded and said, "All right, I'll help you open it and see what's inside." As Mu Yun finished speaking, his soul power entered the bracelet. This bracelet was indeed not a treasure. It was just a ring similar to a storage immortal ring. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun rushed into the barriers in the bracelet. The space in each immortal ring was very vast. An ordinary mortal immortal ring had at least 1,000 cubic meters of space. And an earth-level immortal ring had a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters. But a heaven-level immortal realm had a range of 100,000 feet like a mountain. And inside the spatial bracelet, Mu Yun barged in and was immediately shocked. If the restrictions on this bracelet were intact, he would probably not be able to open it at all. However, this restriction seemed to have been damaged, and Mu Yun opened it. However, seeing the scenery inside, Mu Yun was indeed scared silly. The space inside was very wide, so wide that Mu Yun could not react for a moment. It was not that he had never seen an immortal ring with such a wide space, but he did not expect that this golden immortal guard would have such a treasure. It was only when he saw the things inside that Mu Yun was truly shocked. The entire green jade bracelet seemed to have traces of mist, but if one took a careful breath of the mist, one could feel the heaviness of the aura. Mu Yun's soul power condensed into a figure and stood in the green jade bracelet. Looking at the scene in front of him, he forced his breathing to calm down. He could not help but be surprised. This space appeared to be as vast as a vast ocean. And in this vast ocean, there were all kinds of treasure chests and brocade boxes, as if they were endless. Looking carefully, it was impossible to count how many there were at a glance. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was shocked. This place was really too unbelievable. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was at a loss. He had never seen such a vast spatial jade bracelet, not to mention the various treasure chests inside. Those treasure chests and brocade boxes were of various sizes, and when they were piled up, they were simply like the martial skills displayed in the martial pavilion of the sect, and they stretched out into the distance. Xianxia walked up to a treasure chest and opened it. The fragrance of pills wafted into his nose. Mortal Yang pill. Upon seeing this, Mu Yun was stunned. This box was filled with mortal Yang pills. There were at least 10,000 of them. Continuing forward, Mu Yun kept opening treasure chests as she walked towards the center. Earth Yang pill. Heaven Yang pill. Opening one treasure chest after another, Mu Yun was completely stunned. Various types of immortal pills appeared in the treasure chest. There was a huge amount of them. And this was only the tip of the ocean. Looking further inside, Mu Yun discovered that some treasure chests were incomparably huge. He opened the treasure chest, and a cauldron appeared before him. A heaven-grade immortal artifact alchemy cauldron. Mu Yun stroked the cauldron and exclaimed in surprise. However, these seemed to be just the beginning. There were even more treasures behind. Mu Yun even suspected that the treasures stored inside could not be compared to the entire Triple Heavenly Alliance. Standing on the spot, Mu Yun suppressed his breathing. After a long time, he slowly exhaled. Calm down, I must calm down. However, how could Mu Yun remain calm? The treasures stored in the green jade bracelet were comparable to the treasures stored by a silver-grade faction, and all of these now belonged to him. How could he regain his composure? In the space jade bracelet, Mu Yun stood still for a long time. It was only when he felt Purple Fang grabbing his clothes that Mu Yun regained his senses and exited the space jade bracelet. What is this? Mu Yun looked at Purple Fang and could not help but ask. However, he had forgotten that Purple Fang could not speak the human language now. Forget it, forget it. You can't answer even if I ask you. Mu Yun said helplessly, but there are, really a lot of treasures inside. Woof, woof. However, at this moment, Purple Fang appeared very anxious. It barked loudly and looked at Mu Yun expectantly. You still want me to continue searching? Mu Yun said in a daze, but I've already finished looking inside. Woof, woof. However, Purple Fang did not care. It only barked wildly as if urging Mu Yun. Okay. I'll look again. I must have missed something. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he reached into the space jade bracelet again. This time, Mu Yun almost browsed through the entire space inside the jade bracelet. The vast array of treasures inside also accelerated his bloodline once more. However, Mu Yun remained patient and searched inside. Finally, after sweeping past layers of treasure chests, Mu Yun's gaze fixed on the innermost part of the green jade bracelet. Over there were 10 1-meter-tall stone platforms that were divided into different categories. On those 10 platforms, 10 treasure chests were listed. The moment he saw the 10 treasure chests, Mu Yun was stunned. There were actually 10 treasure chests inside. Moreover, looking at the position of the treasure chests, their status seemed to be different from the previous treasure chests. Mu Yun walked forward and reached out to open it. However, he did not open it when he reached out. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. Restriction. There was a restriction on the side of this treasure chest. Mu Yun rubbed his hands and tried again, but he still failed. This restriction was set up by relying on a small-scale array formation. However, Mu Yun looked at it for a long time, and could not open it. With his understanding of array formations and his imagination of the restriction, he could not open it at all. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also completely stunned. After trying for a long time, the result was still failure. Mu Yun gave up. He knew that this restriction was not something that he could open with his current strength. Withdrawing from the green jade bracelet, Mu Yun looked at Purple Fang's expectant gaze and immediately smiled bitterly. Sorry, Purple Fang. I found 10 treasure chests inside and placed them on the stone platform. Hearing Mu Yun's words, Purple Fang's face immediately revealed an excited glow. But I can't open it. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Xiyu was completely stunned. Its tail was originally wagging left and right, but in an instant, it stood on the spot and did not move at all. Even the hair on its body stood up as if it was electrocuted. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, I need to study this restriction. Moreover, with my current realm, the array talismans that I can create are limited. At most, it can be at the level of a high-level immortal array grandmaster. This restriction should require an immortal array grandmaster to open. However, don't worry. Once my strength increases and I can use more unique array formations, I can definitely open this restriction. Woof woof. Hearing this, Purple Fang's tail wagged again. You're willing to wait? Woof woof. Purple Fang barked excitedly. All right. Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, you can stay by my side first. When I open this restriction in the future, I will definitely help you find what you want. Is that okay? Hearing this, Purple Fang immediately nodded. At this moment, Mu Yun was also filled with joy. This green jade bracelet was as if it had fallen from the heavens. With the treasures in the green jade bracelet, the Sword Sect's strength would increase by leaps and bounds under his leadership. This was equivalent to the resources and treasures stored by a silver rank force. Not to mention the Sword Sect, even the Heaven Sword Tower could be built into a silver rank force. Even if he built a force empty-handed, it could be upgraded in a short period of time. This caused him to be incomparably excited. Now, there was only time left. Let's go. In that case, let's leave this place first. Mu Yun gazed at Violet Fang and smiled. In the future, stay by my side for now. I don't know your name, so I'll just call you Violet Fang. Once I help you get what you want, then you can go wherever you want. Woof woof. Hearing this, Purple Fang wagged its tail excitedly and gestured for Mu Yun to sit on its back. One person and one beast left this place directly. Purple Fang naturally used the most barbaric and direct method to leave this place with Mu Yun. Purple Fang, I have a few friends who are still here. I need to find them. Mu Yun sat on Purple Fang's back and said. Woof woof. Hearing Purple Fang's barking, Mu Yun understood. There are a total of 5 people, 1 man and 4 women. These 5 people came in with me previously, but we were separated. I should have their auras on me. Can you find them? Woof woof. Hearing this, Purple Fang barked again. Although this fellow could not speak human language and only knew how to bark, Mu Yun roughly understood what it meant. Moreover, this fellow was an immortal beast. Its intelligence was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Mu Yun understood this point and was relieved. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he sat on Purple Fang's back and began to slowly explore the treasures in the green jade bracelet. At the same time, he began to organize the treasures in the green jade bracelet. First, he moved out the treasure chests of the mortal young pills and transported them all to the divine space treasure cave in the chart of extermination of deity. This transportation did not take Mu Yun a long time. However, the quantity left Mu Yun completely dumbfounded. Even if it was measured in terms of hundreds of millions, there were hundreds of millions of mortal young pills. As for the earth young pills, there were hundreds of millions of them. As for the heaven young pills, there were tens of millions of them, extremely rich. Even though Mu Yun already knew about the treasures in the green jade bracelet, he was even more amazed now that he was gradually moving them. This batch of pills was enough to sustain the disciples of the Iya sword sect for hundreds of years or even thousands of years of cultivation. Moreover, it was not just these. However, just as Mu Yun was about to continue exploring, Purple Fang suddenly barked. Found it? Mu Yun looked ahead and was immediately energized. 2 beauties, why are you alone? Is it because you can't find your lover? In a passage, a few figures stood still. The leader of those few people was the bald Gu Jing. Opposite him stood 2 beautiful figures. They were Yu Qinglan and Huan Xianxia. However, at this moment, the 2 of them looked pale and their breathing was rapid. Their chests were moving up and down, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, which made them even more attractive. Why? Are the 2 of you still thinking that your lover will step on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and shout to save you? Gu Jing licked his lips and chuckled. I didn't expect that there would be such beautiful women in the subordinate forces of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. After staying in the Golden Immortal Ruins for a while, it's rare to meet 2 beautiful women. Brothers, do you want to enjoy yourself? Yes. Of course. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What are you going to do? Don't be presumptuous. Yu Qinglan shouted, if Senior Brother Mu and Senior Brother Ren see you, they will make you beg for death. Ioyo, I'm so scared. Gu Jing grinned and said, but where are they? Senior Brother Gu, don't talk nonsense with them. Time is limited. Let us have some fun first. Alright, Qi Yan, you go first. Let me see how good you are in bed. Alright. The man named Qi Yan rubbed his hands and looked at the 2 people in front of him. He smiled and said, 2 beauties, which one of you will go first? Presumptuous. Yu Qinglan shouted again, be prepared to bear the wrath of Senior Brother Mu Yun. Even if we die, we will not be sullied by you. You keep calling me Mu Yun. Can your Senior Brother Mu Yun break out of the wall and trample me to death? Boom, as soon as Qi Yan finished his words, a loud explosion was heard. The wall on the left suddenly exploded. A figure was sitting on a giant purple-furred dog, breaking through the wall and coming over. As for that enormous dog, with a swipe of its forelimbs, it trampled Qi Yan into a pulp. Qi Yan's body was trampled into pieces. His eyes were wide open in fear as he looked at the figure in front of him. He was stunned. He had never dreamed that Mu Yun would break out of the wall. However, he didn't have the time or ability to think about it. Purple Fang stomped him into minced meat, turning him into a corpse. Senior Brother Mu. Senior Brother Mu. Yu Qinglan and Huan Xianxia were pleasantly surprised when they saw the scene. They thought that they were in a hopeless situation. They did not expect Mu Yun to appear at this moment. No one had expected this under such circumstances. Gu Jing was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Qi Yan. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Gu Jing glared at Mu Yun and immediately roared, you brat, nothing good happens every time you appear. If Senior Brother Ji doesn't kill you, I will. Kill me? Mu Yun looked at Gu Jing and said with a smile, Xia, someone wants to kill me. What will you do if you kill me? After Mu Yun said that, Ziya's eyes were immediately filled with a cold glint as he stared at Gu Jing. Damn it. Seeing Ziya under Mu Yun, Gu Jing's expression changed. The violet fang-rending heavenly hound was a genuine heavenly bloodline immortal beast. Bloodline immortal beasts had their own limits. Mortal class bloodline, earth class bloodline, and heavenly class bloodline. Most importantly, the limits of these bloodlines could be improved. A mortal class bloodline could be upgraded to an earth class bloodline, and an earth class bloodline could be upgraded to a heavenly class bloodline. This violet fang-rending heavenly hound had a heavenly class bloodline, which meant that it was at least in the heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, who knew what level of heavenly immortal this big guy was? All of you, go and kill this big guy. Seeing this scene, Gu Jing immediately shouted. The few disciples following behind him immediately charged out. Seeing this scene, Ziya slowly wagged its tail and charged out. Ah, screams sounded. Not long after, the few people who charged out had their stomachs cut open. They were all foaming at the mouth and died without a burial place. Miserable, seeing this scene, Gu Jing was completely dumbfounded. He was almost certain that he would not be able to gain an advantage in front of this big guy even though he was only a third-stage heavenly immortal. Run, although Gu Jing was rash and careless, he was not stupid. Previously, he had been shouting that he wanted to kill Mu Yun because he felt that Mu Yun was a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone. But now, it was not Mu Yun but the violet fang-rending heavenly hound. This big guy was not something that Mu Yun could compare to. Ziya, you can't let him run away. Otherwise, what will you do if he wants to kill me one day? Mu Yun hurriedly said at this moment. What will you do? Upon hearing this, Ziya immediately went berserk. It barked and charged out directly. The two figures immediately grappled with each other. However, Mu Yun did not care at all at this moment. A mere Gu Jing, who was not a third-stage heavenly immortal, could escape from Ziya's hands. That would be really rare. Turning around to look at Yu Qinglan and Huan Qingsha, Mu Yun smiled and said, Are you guys alright? Yes. Yu Qinglan nodded and said slowly, This Gu Jing is really hateful. We did not provoke him at all. In this golden immortal relic, the third-stage heavenly alliance is the top existence. They naturally think that they are the unique geniuses and we are just country bumpkins. Mu Yun shook her head and said, Don't worry about it. One day, the South Pole will become the most dazzling existence in the entire sword domain. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at the two of them and said, These are some mortal yang pills, earth yang pills, and heaven yang pills. Keep them well. When you return to the sect, you can use them to win people's hearts. As Mu Yun spoke, she took out the pills and gave them to the two of them. Seeing those pills, the two of them were immediately shocked. However, they didn't ask any questions and simply accepted the pills. They did not need to ask much about Mu Yun's matters. They only needed to obey. Enough. Suddenly, Yu Qinglan said shyly. Why are you being so polite with me? It would be best if you can become stronger and become the pavilion master of the sword-washing pavilion. Mu Yun smiled and continued to transfer the pills. No, Huan Qingsha's face was also red at this moment and said, The spatial immortal ring is full. Hearing this, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. Cough, I was careless. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said again, Then I'll give these two spatial immortal rings to you. There are also mortal yang pills, earth yang pills, and some heaven yang pills inside. You can use them to cultivate and win people's hearts. Yes. The two of them took the spatial immortal ring and immediately checked it. They were shocked. The pills in the spatial immortal ring were simply beyond their understanding. Not only that, there were some immortal swords and other immortal artifacts in the spatial immortal ring. Mu Yun's move was simply full of heroic spirit. The two of you, don't worry about cultivating. If Xianxia nurtures you as her successor, the sword-washing pavilion will continue to exist. Otherwise, I don't mind forcing a confession. Mu Yun said proudly, The sword-washing pavilion will definitely belong to the two of you. Thank you, Master. The two of them immediately cupped their hands and responded. At this moment, Gu Jing was already entangled by purple fang and was completely unable to escape. Mu Yun, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Gu Jing shouted at this moment, his eyes filled with anger. He was no match for this dog. It was simply worse than a dog. Fight you? Do I need to make a move? At this moment, Mu Yun placed one hand behind his back and said with a smile, defeat my friend first, then fight with me. You're shameless. I'm shameless. What can you do about it? Guzheng was really speechless at this moment. Purple Fang was really powerful. He was no match for it at all. It was fine if that was all, but this Mu Yun was even more detestable. She did not fight with him at all. Instead, she kept mocking him, and he could not do anything to her. Pfft, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Gu Zhang's bald head was covered in bloody scars. He was badly mutilated by Purple Fang's claws. His breathing became labored. His internal organs and flesh were stuck between his respiratory tract, causing him to be in incomparable pain. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with coldness. She walked forward step by step and came in front of Gu Zhang. You're really annoying. Mu Yun looked at Gu Zhang and shouted, although most of the people in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance are trash like you, I'll definitely take revenge on those who offend me. Who do you think you are? Gu Zhang's body was covered in blood. He looked at Mu Yun and shouted without begging for mercy, if I die, you'll definitely die too. Senior brother Ji, you will not let you go. Just wait for your death. Wait for my death? Mu Yun sneered and said, if Ji Yu could kill me, he would have done so long ago. He's smarter than you. Unfortunately, you've always been stupid. I'm stupid? Yes. Although my realm is low, Ji Yu saw Brother Ren, a tier 4 heaven immortal beside me. He once said that he wanted to kill me. Who do you think you are? A tier 3 heaven immortal who has a deep grudge against me? You, don't worry. You're only the first. Not only you, but the others in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance will also die. For example, Yi Rushue. Senior brother Yi? Guzheng was stunned and shouted, you're crazy. Haha. Senior brother Yi is a tier 5 heaven immortal. He's the top disciple in the outer league of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. You want to kill him? Haha. Just wait for your death. Don't worry. Before I die, you won't be able to see it. After Mu Yun finished her words, she quickly attacked. Blood spurted out and an explosion sounded. At this moment, Guzheng had no strength to fight back. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Mu Yun frowned. His current realm was not low among the disciples of the Bronze Forces. However, it was not worth mentioning among the disciples of the Silver Forces. A tier 1 heaven immortal was not enough. However, even so, Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry to improve his strength at the moment. He had jumped from tier 8 earth immortal to tier 1 heaven immortal. He needed to think about the difference of 3 tiers before he could steadily increase his realm. Rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. He could not rush. Let's go. Mu Yun turned around and looked at the two of them. There's nothing worth investigating in this place. Let's go to other places and find Brother Ren, Xianxia, and Luo Jianxue first. Okay. The three of them sat on Purple Fang and set off again. Purple Fang stood up immediately. However, it did not follow the passage. Instead, it broke through the wall. The two beauties, Yu Qinglan and Huan Qingsha, turned pale with fright at this moment. This fellow had directly crashed into the wall. Mu Yun wanted to break through the wall earlier. However, he saw clearly that it was futile. Could this Purple Fang splitting heavenly dog break through the wall? With a loud bang, the wall shattered. The three of them and one beast passed through it directly. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Find a way out. Mu Yun sat on Purple Fang's back, but he was rather calm. Purple Fang was extremely fast as it moved forward. It seemed to have endless energy in its heart. Mu Yun was surprised to see Purple Fang's speed. This guy was simply like a bolt of lightning. However, when she thought about what she said, she guessed that Purple Fang only wanted to help her to open the treasure chests. However, Mu Yun was also curious about what was in the treasure chests. Not all of the 10 treasure chests were needed by Purple Fang. When the time came, Mu Yun wanted to see what was inside. However, she still needed to lay a solid foundation for now. Not long after, Mu Yun found Rengangang, Tianxia, and Luo Jianxue under Purple Fang's lead. The 6 of them sat on Purple Fang's back. It was spacious and they charged out of the maze. At this moment, Ji Yu's face was ashen. What the hell is this? Ji Yu couldn't help but curse. There's no way out of this place. We've walked for so long and we're still here. Damn it. Senior brother Ji Yu, we haven't seen Gu Jing, Lin Haoran said worriedly. Moreover, we've split up, but we're still back at the same place. Zhao Yu and the rest have also gathered, but we haven't seen Gu Jing. And Mu Yun and the rest, we haven't seen them either. Lin Haoran had a bad feeling. Damn it. Ji Yu shouted. This Gu Jing can't do anything right. What should we do? What should we do? Find a way out. Ji Yu shouted. Remember, if you see Mu Yun and the rest, capture the rest. As for Mu Yun, leave him alive. If he can't find the treasure or the exit, kill the people around him. Yes, sir. However, Ji Yu didn't know that Mu Yun had already rushed out of the maze on Celestial Hound. After arriving at the bottom of the well, Mu Yun looked at the towering city wall and sighed. If not for Purple Fang, he might not have been able to get out. However, now, Ji Yu was probably going to have a good time inside. Go. With 6 golden immortal tokens in hand, coupled with what she had obtained this time, Mu Yun was really happy. What he obtained from the green jade bracelet was as vast as smoke. Ren Gangang, Tian Xian and Luo Jianxue were naturally given a share. Mu Yun intended for Luo Jianxue to be in charge of the Heavenly Master Sword sect. Naturally, she had to nurture her with all her heart. It would be fine if Tong Zhong was handed over to Luo Jianxue. However, if Tong Zhong refused to open his eyes, he wouldn't mind using force. As for Ren Gangang, he was not worried. In the Heaven Sword Tower, only he and Ren Gangang were left. After leaving the Golden Immortal Ruins, the position of Tower Master would definitely belong to Ren Gangang. The deaths of Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing left Tian Junyu with no other choice. The outcome had been decided. Mu Yun thought that the 5 mortal factions and the Bronze faction Heaven Sword Tower in the South Pole would all be under his control in the future. This would be the sharp sword behind the 33 Heaven Sword sects. At the critical moment, it would explode and kill. Mu Yun didn't dare to think about it before. Because even if he controlled these existences, he couldn't make them grow stronger. But now, he dared. There was no other reason. The wealth in the green jade bracelet was enough to rival a silver faction. It was enough for him to build a super South Pole. The Bronze faction Heaven Sword Tower. Among the 5 mortal factions, the Iya Sword sect was the leader. The Heavenly Master Sword sect and the Sword Washing Pavilion had nurtured Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and Huan Qingsha. As for the Starmoon Sword sect and the 9-Stack sect, he had his ways. This time, hadn't Lu Buji and Han Yufei of the Starmoon Sword sect and Sherpeng of the 9-Stack sect come to the Golden Immortal Ruins, if he took them down, the Starmoon Sword sect and the 9-Stack sect would also belong to him. He would find them in the Golden Immortal Ruins. But these people were all Tier 6 and Tier 7 Earth Immortals before they came in. Please, don't die. Mu Yun and the others left the bubble world. Then, they broke through the ancient well and appeared above the ruins. Looking at the vast heaven and earth, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, this time around, the few of them felt as if they had just taken a tour around the place, and somehow managed to obtain a large amount of immortal pills. Now, we'll look for the other golden immortal tokens while looking for Lu Buji and Han Yufei of the Starmoon Sword sect and Sherpeng of the 9-Stack sect. Why are you looking for them? Ren Gangang was puzzled. Looking for them is to better control the South Pole. As Mu Yun's words fell, Ren Gangang suddenly understood. This guy's ambition was not small. But don't forget one thing. Lu Buji, Han Yufei, and Sherpeng were kidnapped by you. You even spent tens of millions of immortal pills to redeem them. Of course I won't forget. Mu Yun smiled calmly and said, but, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal friends, right? If they are not convinced, then I can only use my tyrannical strength to convince them. Seeing Mu Yun's solemn look, Ren Gangang knew that this guy had always been a restless person. Among them, Huan Qingsha's eyes were as clear as water. She looked at Mu Yun with a face like peach blossoms. They immediately left the place and continued to move forward. The Golden Immortal ruins were vast and there were more ruins than what they had found. However, time passed by bit. Everyone had already been in this Golden Immortal ruins for 3 years now. During these 3 years, almost every ruin in the Golden Immortal ruins had been discovered by the disciples who had entered this place. But after all, there were only 81 Golden Immortal tokens. No one was sure who had gotten them. Mu Yan also could not be sure. However, as expected, after 3 years, most of the disciples in the Golden Immortal ruins had disappeared. No one could be sure that they had died by accident or were killed by someone. But this kind of thing, in this place, no one would be so bored to look for it. They just counted how many people had died and how many people were left. Mu Yun naturally would not do that. In 3 years, they had obtained 10 Golden Immortal tokens. Mu Yun and the others had only obtained 4 Golden Immortal tokens in these 3 years. And they had obtained them in the previous year. In the next 2 years, they did not obtain much. There were a total of 81 Golden Immortal tokens. The disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance had taken at least half of them. The rest were divided equally among the 5 bronze-level forces. In this way, 10 Golden Immortal tokens were not a small number. At this moment, a group of more than 10 people was standing around a cave. A few figures were standing guard outside. Inside, Rengangang and the others were among them. Senior Brother Mu has been in seclusion for more than half a year. This time, he should be breaking through to the 2nd grade Heaven Immortal realm. Yu Qinglan's gaze fell on a cave and said with a smile. Yes. Huan Qingsha also said enviously, Brother Mu's progress in cultivation is really fast compared to ours. Ordinary disciples need at least 10 years or even 100 years to advance by 1 level. Even geniuses need an average of 10 years to advance by 1 level. Luo Jianxia said with a smile, Qingsha, you forgot that Brother Mu has the aptitude of a heavenly sage. Compared to geniuses, he is more than 1 level higher. His comprehension and cultivation are naturally incomparable. You guys don't have to guess. Rengangang said with a faint smile, I have never seen this guy facing any obstacles in his progress. For him, it's not about whether he can advance, but whether he wants to or not. You guys don't know that this guy took less than 100 years to advance from a martial artist to a top honorable in the lower world. Look at him now, he has reached the Heaven Immortal realm in less than 30 years. This guy's cultivation speed did not decrease because of his advancement to the Heaven Immortal realm. Instead, it increased. We have to believe in this evil. Hearing this, Yu Qinglan, Huan Qingsha and the others were dumbfounded. This speed of advancement was terrifying, the aptitude of a heavenly sage was really terrifying. This guy is amazing in many ways. The more you know about him, the more terrifying you will find him. I'd better tell you less about him. Senior Brother Ren, you don't have to be so modest. We would like to hear more about him. Huan Qingsha said shyly, Senior Brother Mu's past must be very exciting. Hee, it's indeed very interesting. You guys don't know this, but Senior Brother Mu has encountered many beauties along the way. He has 3 beautiful wives, and each of them is different from the others. If they were in the celestial world, they would be top-notch women. Rengangang, you talk a lot when I'm not here. However, before Rengangang could finish his words, a figure slowly walked out from the other side of the cave. He was dressed in a green robe with a black cloak draped over his body. A hood was placed on his back, and his long hair was tied up. A strand of hair fluttered in front of his forehead. He was dressed as usual, and he still gave off the vibe of an evil scholar. She was Mu Yun, however, at this moment, Mu Yun's aura was completely different. You should have reached the 2nd stage Heaven Immortal realm, right? What do you think? Mu Yun looked at the few of them and smiled. This time, there were no accidents. Her nascent soul was refined, and she reached the 2nd stage Heaven Immortal realm. This was all thanks to the inexhaustible supply of Heaven Yang pills. The current Mu Yun was truly a nouveau riche, her wealth was comparable to that of a silver-level force. Since all of you are here, I'll demonstrate a swordsmanship here. Watch carefully. Mu Yun gathered everyone here and said, this swordsmanship is called the 9 Tribulations Immortal Sword Technique. There are a total of 9 moves. The first 3 moves, the middle 3 moves, and the last 3 moves can be said to be the comprehension of 3 different aspects. I've been familiarizing myself with it for the past 6 months. Now, I'll demonstrate it to you. Hearing this, the few of them were immediately interested. Ren Gangang was even more eager to try. He did not know where Mu Yun got her swordsmanship from, but each swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Yuri. All finished. With that, Mu Yun pulled out the Black-Yin sword. This immortal sword had already become a low-grade heaven-level immortal artifact. With the Black-Yin sword in hand, Mu Yun's aura grew. In an instant, the sword chi increased in speed. Sword Rain of Calamity. Sword of Life Judgment. Sword of Death Judgment. In one breath, Mu Yun executed 3 sword moves consecutively. After performing the 3 sword moves, Mu Yun stopped and looked at everyone. He said, "All of you are cultivating swordsmanship. I will demonstrate it for you this time. I hope it will help you comprehend sword will and achieve your own swordsmanship. Let's do it again this time." The first move, Sword Rain of Calamity. Relying on the gathering of powerful sword chi, immortal chi accumulates on the sword and then turns into sword chi. Together with the sword Dao concept, it spreads out and forms a rain of swords. Each wave of this rain of swords is stronger than the previous. The second move, Sword of Life Judgment. With one move, life is determined. It emphasizes the dominance of power. The third move, Sword of Death Judgment. With one move, death is determined. The second and third moves intersect and kill. With one move, life and death is determined. It is the fourth move, Sword of Life and Death. Mu Yun stood among the dozen people and performed the 9 Tribulation Immortal Sword technique once. He explained the fast and slow moves, as well as his understanding and attainments of this sword technique. He did not want them to cultivate this sword technique. Instead, he hoped that his explanation could bring them some understanding. After practicing a set of sword principles, Mu Yun comprehended something in his heart, so he performed it again. This 9 Tribulation Immortal Sword technique was selected by Mu Yun from his previous martial techniques. It was most suitable for him now. His sword heart was the Nirvana sword heart. Therefore, his sword Dao was also the Nirvana sword Dao. The Nirvana sword Dao emphasized parasitic death, destroying heaven and earth, and advancing courageously. Therefore, all along, his sword techniques were more inclined toward killing. After the demonstration, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged and looked at the dozen people. "You can ask any questions directly." The moment he said that, the disciples present were all eager to try. Among the dozen or so disciples, several were disciples of the Iya sword sect. It was all because of Mu Yun's guidance that they had improved tremendously in those 10 years. Knowing that Mu Yun's comprehension of swordsmanship was monstrous, they naturally would not let go of this rare opportunity. In just a short while, more than a dozen people came one after another. It really made Mu Yun's mouth dry. However, this kind of explanation was not only helpful to the other disciples, but it also allowed him to familiarize himself with what he had comprehended in the past. Just like in every sect, there would be some lectures held by the elders. Firstly, it was to nurture the disciples, and secondly, it was to let the elders in the sect understand and experience their own strength. Mu Yun's explanation always gave them a feeling of enlightenment. This feeling made them feel very comfortable. For the next few days, the group did not leave this place. Mu Yun familiarized herself with the swordsmanship every day and explained it to them. It was very fulfilling. In fact, the most important thing was that Mu Yun felt that her recent comprehension of the sword Dao seemed to be improving. That was why she kept practicing the principles she once understood in order to achieve a breakthrough. There were always some things that could be due to her negligence. Sensing this slight negligence, Mu Yun kept perfecting it in order to achieve a breakthrough. And now, the entire Golden Immortal Ruins were in a state of saturation. This saturation was between the various groups. Those who could survive were basically those who stuck close to each other and were not crushed by others. As for the Golden Immortal tokens, after more than 3 years of searching, everyone had almost searched every corner of the Golden Immortal Ruins. The only difference was that no one knew how many Golden Immortal tokens each person had. And this saturation was bound to change because of some people's restlessness. On this day, Mu Yun and the others encountered such a group that broke the balance. As usual, Mu Yun began to comprehend her own sword Dao. However, suddenly, there were sounds of breaking through the air. Someone had entered this forest. Mu Yun was not unfamiliar with the two people leading the group. Xianxia, Dou Luo Tian. Seeing the two of them, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Based on his understanding of the two of them, these two fellows would definitely not remain indifferent as they looked at them at this moment. And that was indeed the case. When Xianxia and Dou Luo Tian saw Mu Yun and the others, they immediately became interested. The two fellows' eyes revealed the light of excitement. At this moment, Ren Gangang happened to be not present. Xianxia directly led dozens of people and appeared around the mountain peak. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun, Xianxia was wary. However, seeing that Ren Gangang was not among the dozen or so people, Xianxia was very excited. It's really a coincidence to run into you. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more words. Hand over the golden immortal tokens. Dou Luo Tian said directly without the slightest trace of trickery. He did not beat around the bush and directly rushed forward. In these 3 years, there's really little news about you. I didn't expect that you were hiding here to increase your strength. Since that's the case, hand over the golden immortal tokens. Xianxia said directly. Are you sure you want to do this? Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun said with a smile, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. Aren't you afraid that I already have the strength to kill you? Haha, hearing this, Xianxia immediately laughed loudly and said, are you dreaming? I'm not dreaming. The ones who are dreaming are you. At this moment, in the Golden Immortal ruins, basically all the ruins that could be excavated had been turned upside down by the crowd. In other words, all the Golden Immortal tokens that could be found had been found by the crowd. Therefore, now that they had finished excavating the resources, if they wanted to increase their own resources, they could only plunder others. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest. Naturally, they would start with the weakest. Xianxia and Dou Luo Tian were originally worried that Ren Gangang was here. However, now that they saw that Ren Gangang was not here, the two of them immediately made a decision. They would quickly engage in battle, plunder the golden immortal tokens, and then quickly retreat. Kill them directly. At this moment, the two of them did not hesitate at all and attacked together. At this moment, the dozens of people behind them also charged out. Immediately, the two sides began to fight. However, seeing Xianxia and Dou Luo Tian charging over, Mu Yun was not worried. In the slightest. In fact, she was eager to fight with the two of them. 3 years ago, in front of the tall tower, she had almost been killed by the 5 of them. Now, it was no longer 3 years ago. She had already reached the level of a rank 2 heavenly immortal. As he took a step forward, Mu Yun's muscles and bones emitted cracking sounds. His entire body was completely taut at this moment. Rank 2 heavenly immortal. Seeing Mu Yun's current level of cultivation, Xianxia and Dou Luo Tian were immediately astonished. This girl's strength had increased once again. For a rank 2 heavenly immortal to rise by another rank in just 3 years was simply inconceivable. However, although they were astonished, the two of them were not afraid in the slightest. They immediately attacked. At this moment, they could not hesitate in the slightest. Xianxia and Dou Luo Tian, one on the left and one on the right, directly looked at Mu Yun in front of them. Brazenly fearless, they charged forward. Tribulation sword rain. Suddenly, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword. Xiao. 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 Like a heavy rain, the sword she shot toward Xianxia and Dou Luo Tian. Seeing this, the two of them sneered in their hearts. Even if Mu Yun had increased her cultivation to that of a rank 2 heavenly immortal, the two of them were rank 2 heavenly immortals to begin with. Could this attack of hers possibly injure the two of them? Bang! 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 Suddenly, as the two of them drew their swords and charged forward, they suddenly felt that something was amiss. The attack before them was very strange. That rain of swords was condensing and appearing one after another. It was too powerful. Bang! 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 The sound of swords raining down was enough to cause one's heart to tremble. Damn it! Seeing this, the two of them could only continuously retreat. Life Judgment Sword. However, Mu Yun was not willing to let them go. She slashed out a second time. Sword cries rang out. At this moment, an enormous sword chi as large as a mountain condensed out of thin air. As for Mu Yan's figure, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. It was truly too strange. At this moment, Mu Yun had increased her cultivation to that of a rank 2 heavenly immortal. Her entire person had changed. Compared to a rank 1 heavenly immortal, her entire person seemed to have increased dozens of times. This was simply unimaginable. Passively taking a beating would not do. Xianxia and Dou Luotian immediately looked at each other. Then, they both nodded. Sword descends from the heavens. Sword descends from the deep sea. Immediately, the two of them took a step forward at the same time. With a sword in hand, they slashed out. Boom! Boom, boom. In an instant, the cries of swords rang out between the two of them. Violent immortal chi destroyed the surrounding mountain range. Seeing this, Mu Yan still smiled slightly. It was as if there was only a smile in her eyes. Taking a step forward, Mu Yan's entire body was filled with power. What was the most terrifying thing about a swordsman who had comprehended the way of the sword? The sword realm. With Mu Yan's advancement, her comprehension of the sword realm had increased. In addition, during this period of time, Mu Yan's comprehension of the 9 tribulation immortal sword technique had increased. The power of the sword realm was also constantly increasing. This increase was not in range, but in control. The strength of the sword realm was, firstly, in its range, and secondly, in its control. It could be said that 9 out of 10 martial artists within the sword realm would die. This time, Mu Yun had once again increased the control of the sword realm. And now, it was time to test the results. Sword realm, condense. With a low shout in her heart, a concept spread out. At this moment, a crazy power suddenly spread out. The powerful explosive power made people feel as if the entire world was beginning to tremble. Dong. Dong, dull sounds rang out. In an instant, Xianxia and Dou Luotian only felt that the world had quieted down. They could no longer feel the fluctuations of power in the outside world. It was as if everything had stopped at this moment. This feeling shocked them all. Unbelievable. You're all finished. However, at this moment, Mu Yun took a step forward and entered her sword realm. Its length, width, and height each had a range of 10 meters, enough to control the two of them. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He had always been like this. This is the sword realm. Dou Luotian came to his senses and shouted, I am a swordsman who has comprehended the sword Dao. It's just that, you don't know about it, right? Mu Yun didn't bother replying. She said, now, hand over your golden immortal medallion. I think we're all adults, so there's no need for me to torture you, right? The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Dou Luotian shouted. Mu Yun, you didn't win, but we didn't lose either. We didn't lose? Mu Yun slashed out with her sword as soon as she finished speaking. Invisible sword chi tore a hole in Dou Luotian's abdomen, causing blood to flow out. Dou Luotian was shocked to find that the sword was infinitely close to the nascent soul in his core source. As long as Mu Yun thought about it, this sword strike might have already broken his core source. This scene made Dou Luotian sweat profusely. I'll give it to you. Dou Luotian said. Stop. We are disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. If you harm us, you will die. Hand over your golden immortal medallion. I don't want to repeat myself. Mu Yan's expression was cold. She said, are you handing it over or not? She didn't bother talking to the two of them. In the eyes of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance disciples, the disciples of their subordinate forces deserved to be bullied. They were high and mighty, and they could just kill them when they encountered a dispute. Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to talk to them about this. Mu Yun, you'd better think this through. Xianxia shouted. Today, the two of us are no match for you. We underestimated you, but in the future, I'll repeat myself one last time. Are you handing over your golden immortal medallion or not? Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to talk to them. she said again, I don't want to repeat myself a third time. Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said impatiently, I can just kill the two of you and search for your golden immortal medallion myself. These are all my people. I don't think anyone will know about this. I'll give it to you. I said I'll give it to you. At this moment, Dou Luotian was extremely furious. He looked at Xianxia and said, just give it to him. Why do you insist on fighting for face? When Xianxia heard this, she was also inwardly furious. Here. A golden immortal badge appeared in Dou Luotian's hand. At this moment, Xianxia had nothing else to say. She directly tossed out a golden immortal medallion. After collecting the 2 golden immortal tokens, Mu Yun looked at the two of them and said with a smile, thank you, but, are there only 2? Only 2 pieces. Dou Luotian lamented, there are only 81 golden immortal tokens in the golden immortal ruins. It's not easy for us to get 2 of them. Then I'll believe you for now. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she turned around and left the sword realm. Hey, let us go. Xianxia said hatefully. Let you go? Mu Yun suddenly turned around and looked at the two. She smiled and said, sorry, I don't think I said I'll let you go if you take the golden immortal tokens. You, also, I don't believe that you only have 2 golden immortal tokens. So. I'm going to kill you and check how many golden immortal tokens you have. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she turned around and left. Come back, come back. Mu Yun left the sword realm and looked ahead. She immediately let out a sigh of relief. The screams gradually weakened. Within the sword realm, the two's bodies had already been minced into pieces. Mu Yun turned around and grabbed. 2 spatial immortal rings appeared in her hand. When she saw this, there was a hint of confusion in Mu Yun's eyes. Suddenly, after checking the 2 spatial rings, Mu Yun really did not find any other golden immortal tokens. Immediately, Mu Yun looked at the two's bodies that had turned into powder. She smiled bitterly and said, sorry, I didn't expect you two to be telling the truth, so I killed you. Although she said that, Mu Yun did not feel a trace of guilt in her heart. At this moment, the other dozens of people were shocked when they saw Xianxia and Dou Luotian's tragic deaths. They did not dare to stay here and fled in all directions. Purple Fang, you can't let them escape. Otherwise, if they take revenge on me and I die, what will you do? Mu Yun shouted at this moment. Woof woof, Purple Fang immediately barked and took a step forward. In a flash, it had already chased after Mu Yun. Looking around, Mu Yun understood a little. The 81 golden immortal tokens were probably already divided among the disciples in the golden immortal ruins. And a new shuffle was about to begin. Xianxia and Dou Luotian's appearance indicated that the real battle was about to begin. This time, it was an all-out battle, either you live or I die. At this moment, Mu Yun was filled with great ambition. Chaos was about to arrive, so he could fish in troubled waters. Mu Yun had already made up her mind. Purple Fang chased after them. In less than 15 minutes, it returned. Looking at Mu Yun, it smiled proudly and wagged its tail. Everyone reorganized themselves and prepared to move forward again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Ren Gangang also appeared at this moment. Mu Yun. As soon as Ren Gangang appeared, he directly called out to Mu Yun. This time, he called her by her name as if something urgent had happened. What's wrong? Looking at Ren Ganggang's nervous expression, Mu Yun could not help but ask. We found Zhan Tianling and the other 2. Ren Ganggang's tone was a little heavy. Found them, where are they? Mu Yun looked at Ren Gangang and immediately said excitedly, these 3 guys, I've been searching for a long time, but there's been no news. In this golden immortal ruins, my dark seal of life and death actually lost its effect. A trace of melancholy appeared on Ren Ganggang's face. Take a look for yourself. Ren Gangang moved aside, and a figure appeared behind him. Zhan Tianling. Looking at the current Zhan Tianling at this moment, Mu Yun suddenly clenched her hands into fists, her nails deeply embedded into her flesh. Blood flowed down her fingers. Looking at Zhan Tianling's current appearance, Mu Yun was suddenly speechless. At this moment, Zhan Tianling's hands, feet, eyes, and ears were all chopped off. His tongue was obviously missing, and his nose was cut off. He was completely turned into a human swine. Who was it, to be so ruthless? Mu Yun immediately opened her mouth and shouted. Tianling, where are Feng Rui and Chao Tianga? Looking at Zhang Tianling, Mu Yun immediately opened her mouth and asked. However, at this moment, Zhang Tianling could not speak, and his ears could not hear. Only a weak soul power floated faintly. When we found him, he was already, Ren Gangang slowly said, his body and limbs were eaten by some wild beasts. If we were half a step late, I'm afraid his life would be in danger. And I communicated with him, and found out that Feng Rui and Chao Tianga are already dead. The person who persecuted them is called Tang Wenwu. Tang Wenwu. Mu Yun muttered at this moment and immediately began to treat Zhang Tianling. However, Zhang Tianling's hands and arms did not regenerate. At this moment, his vitality was almost non-existent. Mu Yun wanted to treat him, but she needed time. Immediately, a cauldron was taken out, and Mu Yun said, Zhang Tianling, hold on for a while longer. I'll refine pills for you. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I'll definitely avenge Feng Rui and Chao Tianga, and avenge you. The cauldron appeared, and the heavenly fire rose. Mu Yun immediately prepared to refine pills. Mu Yun, however, at this moment, Ren Gangang suddenly said, he is already dead. Once this was said, Mu Yun's body froze. Dead? Impossible, Mu Yun immediately roared, who allowed you to die? Wake up, I can save you, I can save you. Just hold on for a while longer. Mu Yun's eyes were red as she roared. Zhang Tianling, Chao Tianga, and Feng Rui could be said to have some ties with him back then, but they were subdued by his dark seal of life and death. The three of them were now doing their best. Putting aside the control of the dark seal of life and death, these three people were sincerely loyal to him. Just like Wu Jiao Tian back then. However, Wu Jiao Tian was dead, and he could not stop him in time. Now, the three of them were also dead. Mu Yun only felt anger and annoyance once again. Tang Wenwu. Mu Yun said coldly, Tang Wenwu, I'll remember you. In the golden immortal ruins, if I don't kill you, I'm not human. The cold words spread faintly. At this moment, Mu Yun was already extremely angry. With a wave of her hand, the heavenly fire spread, and Zhang Tianling's body was burned to ashes. A brocade box appeared in Mu Yun's hand, and the ashes were stably collected. However, looking at the ashes, Mu Yun's heart was in pain. He died without a complete corpse. Zhang Tianling died without a complete corpse. What was more hateful was that Feng Rui and Chao Tianga's whereabouts were unknown. After putting away the brocade box, Mu Yun slowly put on a cloak and a black hat. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Tang Wenwu, is it? Yes, this person is Tang Wenbin's younger brother. In the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, he relied on the fact that his elder brother, Tang Wenbin, is the number one in the outer league. Usually, he is a little overlord, and no one dares to provoke him, Ren Gangang said slowly, Mu Yun, this matter needs to be considered carefully. That Tang Wenbin is the number one in the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. He is a Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal, and his strength should be stronger than our house master. Moreover, there are many experts gathered around him, no need. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, I just want to pay with my life. Tang Wenwu must die. At this moment, Mu Yun really needed to pay with his life, no matter who it was. Now, whether he was impulsive or reckless, what he wanted to do now was to kill Tang Wenwu, human swine. How ruthless was it to turn Zhang Tianling into a human swine? At this moment, Mu Yun could not calm down. Let's go. With that, Mu Yun took the lead and rushed to the front. Seeing Mu Yun's crazy stance, Ren Gangang immediately shook his head. Brother Gang. Brother Mu, he has always been like this. Ren Gangang said bitterly, this guy, once it involves the people around him, he has always been reckless and crazy. On the contrary, when it comes to himself, he is very tolerant. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 9 Water Bridges. Brother Gang, you must be very happy to be his friend, right? Tian Xianxia asked. Yes, I'm very happy to be his friend. Even if I have to take a risk for him, it's worth it. Ren Gangang looked ahead and smiled. Anyway, it's not the first time I've seen him go crazy. Why not go crazy again? Seeing Mu Yun's expression at this moment, Ren Gangang immediately followed her. A group of more than 10 people followed along. They saw Zhang Tianling's miserable state and Mu Yun's anger. However, at this moment, they were even more respectful to Mu Yun. The group of more than 10 people immediately united and flew away. The golden immortal ruins were vast and varied. There were only about 10,000 people who entered this time. At this time, there were probably not even 10,000 people left. For 3 days, Mu Yun led the group but did not find anyone. During this aimless search, Mu Yun didn't say a word from beginning to end. Seeing this, Ren Gangang also knew that Mu Yun was not feeling good, so he did not say anything. On this day, the group of more than 10 people rested on a grassland. In these few days, they came and went and met some small groups. However, they still could not find any news about Tang Wenwu. Mu Yun was also getting more and more frustrated. Boom boom boom. However, just as everyone was resting on the grassland, a series of explosions suddenly came from the ground. The berserk power completely spread out. This explosion could be said to have spread throughout the entire golden immortal ruins. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately stood up. Ren Gangang walked over and said cautiously, "It seems that someone has touched something that shouldn't be touched. It's not that they shouldn't be touched." Mu Yun exhaled and said, "It's a place that should be touched, but no one has touched it." However, when the explosion sounded and Mu Yun was about to move, a voice came directly from thousands of miles away. "All disciples who have obtained the golden immortal token, please gather quickly. This is related to the golden immortal tablet." This sentence was directly transmitted thousands of miles away. This method was indeed brilliant. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately smiled and said, "It seems that someone has found the key. Let's go." At this moment, Mu Yun was no longer anxious. The appearance of the Golden Immortal Monument also indicated that the exploration of the Golden Immortal Ruins had reached its end. The top 10 disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance would most likely join forces. At that time, Tang Wenwu would definitely appear. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she understood this. Go. Everyone immediately set off. At the same time, along the way, Mu Yun discovered that more and more people were gathering in the direction of the voice. No one could sit back and do nothing when it concerned the Golden Immortal Token and Golden Immortal Steel. After traveling for half a day, Mu Yun and the others finally arrived at their destination. However, Mu Yun and the rest were stunned when they saw the scene before them. They had been here before. It was the sky-piercing water pillar that he had seen at the beginning. Below the water column was a lake. But now, the lake had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by 9 water bridges that led to the heavens. The 9 water bridges that led to the water column were scattered around the water column. One could see that the cracks on the ground were spreading from these 9 water bridges. At that moment, more and more figures had gathered in the surroundings. Furthermore, more and more people were gathering in that direction. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun led the group and gathered in the crowd. They did not reveal themselves. "That's Tang Wenwu." Ren Gangang pointed to the front. However, they saw a few figures standing near the water column. One of them looked gentle and refined. He was dressed in a long robe and looked very free and easy. However, he stood there without smiling and looked very cold. This person should be Tang Wenbin. Beside Tang Wenbin, there was a young man who looked rather similar to Tang Wenbin. However, he was chattering non-stop. "Tang Wenwu, are you for real? You even made him into a human swine. You really know how to play." A young man laughed and said, "You're really something to treat the disciples of your subordinate sex like this." "So what?" Tang Wenwu, who had a head of yellow hair and a skinny figure, chuckled. "Those fellows were courting death. They should have taken a look at themselves first. Do you know what's the funniest thing? Those 3 fellows, before they died, they even said that their master would definitely avenge them. Haha. I'm dying of laughter." Tang Wenwu laughed without the slightest bit of restraint, while the surrounding youths also echoed his words. Enough. However, not long after, Tang Wenbin frowned and said indifferently, "The civil and military officials are messing around, and you guys are also messing around? Entering the inner league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance this time is very important. If we find the Golden Immortal Monument, we will have 10 slots to enter the inner league directly. Don't you want to enter the inner league? Big brother, why are you so nervous? Tang Wenwu chuckled. Even without the Golden Immortal Monument and Golden Immortal Token, you will definitely enter the inner league. Besides, in this Golden Immortal Ruins, who can fight you? Wenwu, if you fool around again, I'll lock you in the isolation room again next time. You won't be able to leave. Tang Wenbin shouted immediately. Now that you've discovered the information about the Golden Immortal Monument, all of you must buck up. If any of you make a mistake, don't blame me for falling out with you. Yes. Yes. Tang Wenbin was the strongest in the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. His reputation in the Triple Heavenly Alliance was even greater than that of the elders in the outer league. Because he was first, there were many who gathered around him. Gradually, a small group called the Tang League appeared in the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Their words carried more weight than the elders in the outer league. Tang Wenbin's reputation was naturally even greater. That's Tang Wenbin and Tang Wenwu? Mu Yun looked at the two and said, I'll remember that. We can't act rashly now. More Triple Heavenly Alliance disciples will arrive in a while. Moreover, these people must have improved a lot in 3 years. We can't be careless. I understand. Mu Yun nodded and said, there will always be a chance to kill him. When that time comes, it won't just be the pain of a human swine. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, while the few of them were conversing with one another, more and more figures were flying over. The person in the lead had bright eyes and white teeth. Her long hair was casually scattered behind her head. She was tall and slender, and her chest was puffed out. She was proud of herself, and her slender waist gave people the feeling that they could hold her in their arms. Most importantly, she had an aura that was as beautiful as a rose. It made people lust for her and forget to leave. As for the 2 women following behind him, both of them were peerlessly beautiful and could not be underestimated. Senior Sister Chen is here. It's Senior Sister Chen. Senior Sister Chen is still so beautiful, cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. Who is this person? Seeing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Chen Yuzhu. Ren Gangang replied, the second strongest in the outer league. It's said that this person is the daughter of Alliance leader Chen Luo, one of the 3 Alliance leaders. However, no one has been able to verify it. Chen Yuzhu, Mu Yun nodded slightly. Junior Sister Chen. Seeing Chen Yuzhu's arrival, Tang Wenbin's attitude changed drastically. A smile appeared on his face, a very sincere smile. However, this smile only received a slight nod from Chen Yuzhu. Senior brother Tang, did you discover anything? Of course. Tang Wenbin was exhilarated. This is where we first entered this place. It runs through the entire Golden Immortal Ruins. It can be said to be the pillar of the Golden Immortal Ruins. Junior Sister Chen, please take a look. These 9 water bridges were not here at the beginning. I think this is the passage to the key area. However, it requires 81 Golden Immortal tokens to open it. That's why I gathered everyone here. I see. Hearing this, Chen Yuzhu nodded slightly and did not say anything else. Junior Sister Chen, if we open the passage later and enter an unknown place, you can join forces with me. That way, no one will be able to harm you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior Brother Tang. However, I'm alone. No one can harm me. After Chen Yuzhu finished speaking, she bowed slightly and turned to leave. Hearing this, Tang Wenbin's face darkened. Big brother, isn't Chen Yuzhu the daughter of the Alliance Master? What's there to be proud of? Tang Wenwu couldn't stand it any longer and said, in my opinion, Big brother should just take care of her and make her submit to Big brother. Once the rice is cooked, the Alliance head son-in-law will be you. Moreover, this woman, don't look at how arrogant she usually is. As long as you subdue her in bed, she will be obedient to you. Shut up. Tang Wenbin immediately shouted, you should mind your own business. If you drag me down again, I won't let you off. Hearing this, Tang Wenwu only curled his lips and continued to chat with the people beside him. However, after Chen Yuzhu turned around and left with the people behind her, she seemed to be scanning the crowd for something. In the end, that pair of beautiful eyes landed directly on Mu Yun. The two of them were 5 steps apart, and their eyes met. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely calm. However, when she saw Qin Yuzhu staring at her, she was rather puzzled. Ever since she entered the Golden Immortal Ruins, she didn't seem to have any interaction with this woman. You are Mu Yun? Slowly, Qin Yuzhu seemed to size up Mu Yun seriously from head to toe before saying, so that's what you look like. So that's what you look like. Hearing this, Mu Yun's face was instantly filled with black lines. What did she mean by that? If she didn't look like that, what would she look like? When Mu Yun saw Qin Yuzhu run over for no reason and ask him such a question, he couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. Everyone should look like this, right? Miss Chen, if you say that I don't look like you, that's right. After all, men and women are different. Mu Yun immediately teased. How dare you? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Suicide. As an apology, Mu Yun smiled bitterly when she saw the anger on the baby-faced woman's face. If you were in her shoes, and someone suddenly came over and said to you, so that's what happened, what would you say? What about this apple-faced beauty? Apple-faced beauty? The woman's almond-shaped eyes were filled with anger when she heard that. Bauer, don't be rude. Qin Yuzhu smiled faintly and said, what an interesting fellow. However, I hope that you are lucky enough to leave this place. When that time comes, we can have a good chat. Qin Yuzhu left with the others after she finished speaking. Mu Yun was even more curious when she saw that. He did not know this woman at all. Why did she suddenly find him? That's strange, Mu Yun was puzzled. What's so strange about that? Ren Gangang took over the conversation and said, you are a very famous prodigy in the South Pole. You have the talent of a heavenly saint. How can it be strange? Qin Yuzhu knows about you. Perhaps Alliance leader Chen Luo of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance is paying attention to you. When that time comes, you might become the ideal son-in-law. Ideal my ass. Mu Yun looked at Ren Gangang and scolded jokingly, this time, we are not done with the proper business. If there really is a Golden Immortal Monument here, I think that after this, the exploration of the Golden Immortal Ruins will be over. When that time comes, I'm afraid that there will be no lack of disputes between the various factions. That's true. The disciples of the various bronze factions are killing each other in the Golden Immortal Ruins. In addition, the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance is bullying others. I reckon that there will be chaos once we leave the Golden Immortal Ruins. These are not things that we can think about or stop now. I am also very curious about the Golden Immortal Tablet. And that Tang Wenwu will definitely die this time. Mu Yun raised her head and looked up as she spoke. However, when she looked up, Mu Yun immediately realized that a figure was looking at her provocatively. Mu Yun smiled faintly when she saw that. Tang Wenbin. Earlier, when Qin Yuzhu had arrived, she had merely greeted Tang Wenbin before walking toward him. Likely, this Tang Wenbin had thought that the two of them had a good relationship. Now that Qin Yuzhu was looking at him, there was likely a deeper meaning behind his gaze. Big brother, who is that? Tang Wenwu looked at Mu Yun and said in a low voice, this brat dares to talk to Qin Yuzhu. I will help you now. Wenwu. Tang Wenbin's face immediately. Killing someone in public is not good for the reputation of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. Furthermore, we are here to look for the Golden Immortal Tablet. This fellow will not affect us. Although he said those words, Tang Wenbin placed his hands behind his back. The palms within his sleeves were tightly clenched into fists. No one knew what he was thinking. At this very moment, numerous figures were flying over at full speed. Wow, it's Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi is so handsome. Yes, some of the female disciples could not help but be infatuated with him. Yi Rushue was indeed very handsome. His long hair and handsome face made him look like a handsome man. It's Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi is here too. Senior Brother Yi was the lowest disciple in the Outer Alliance. It was said that his cultivation talent was average, but he caught up later. No one expected that. Yes, not only is he handsome, but he is also very strong. If I were a woman, I would marry Senior Brother Yi. Lu Han, don't be so shameless. If you were a woman, senior brother Yi would not dare to touch you. Haha, within the crowd, the male disciples were also constantly joking around. Although Yi Ruxue was cold, he was more popular than Tang Wenbin, the #1 disciple in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Seeing this, Tang Wenbin's expression turned ugly. He was ranked first in the outer league of the Triple Heaven Alliance, while Qin Yuzhu was ranked second. He did not want to fight with Qin Yuzhu over a woman, but Yi Ruxue was ranked third. She was even more famous than he was. This was something he could not accept. Moreover, the top 3 disciples of the outer alliance of the Triple Heavenly Alliance were not very different from each other. At most, they would be 1 or 2 moves behind each other. It was very likely that Yi Ruxue had obtained some opportunity in the Golden Immortal Relic and surpassed him. Big brother, Yi Ruxue is in the limelight. I think, shut up. Tang Wenbin said coldly. Would it kill you to shut up? Seeing Tang Wenbin's angry look, Tang Wenwu pursed his lips and said no more. His big brother was very proud and cared about his image. He was a typical gentleman. He did not know why he cared about his reputation. Being shameless was just being shameless. The top 3 disciples of the outer alliance of the Triple Heavenly Alliance were all here. Everyone was eager to try. They looked at the center, wanting to know what was going on. Senior brother Tang, now that junior brother Yi is here, I think, we can start? Qin Yuzhu said with a smile. What did you find? Okay. Tang Wenbin walked up and looked at the two. He was about to start. Wait. At this moment, Yi Ruxue stood up. Junior brother Yi, what's wrong? Nothing. Yi Ruxue said indifferently. Just some small ants that need to be dealt with. Small ants? Yi Ruxue ignored Tang Wenbin and Qin Yuzhu's surprise. She scanned the crowd and fixed her eyes on Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun knew that what was to come would come. You are Mu Yun, right? Yi Ruxue stepped forward and looked at Mu Yun. Whoosh! 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 The disciples behind Yi Ruxue surrounded Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled bitterly and did not do anything. What was to come would come. He had killed Lu Ruochen, and Kuzhen had seen it clearly. There was no way he could deny this. Yi Ruxue would definitely settle the score with him. In this way, they would gather here and meet on the battlefield sooner or later. Yes. Mu Yun looked at Yi Ruxue and nodded slightly. Very good, you dare to admit it. Very good. Yi Ruxue put one hand in front and the other hand behind her back and said indifferently, in this case, hand over your golden immortal token and commit suicide as an apology. Commit suicide as an apology. Hearing this, the crowd was very surprised. What happened? Yi Ruxue wanted Mu Yun to commit suicide as an apology. Many people in the crowd did not know who Mu Yun was. The scene became lively. Commit suicide as an apology? What did I do wrong? What did you do wrong? Did you kill Lu Ruochen? So what if I did? Mu Yun smiled and said, everyone here has killed someone before. If killing someone means committing suicide as an apology, then all of us might as well commit seppuku. You killed someone you shouldn't have killed? What do you mean by someone I shouldn't have killed? They wanted to kill my people. Do you think I should stretch out my neck and let them kill me? Mu Yun replied directly without any trace of politeness. How dare you? Kuzhen roared. Lu Ruochen is senior brother Ye's right-hand man. Who doesn't know that? Who in the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance dares to touch him? You don't have to be so loud. I can hear you. No one in the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance dares to touch him. I am not a disciple of the outer league of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Why wouldn't I dare to touch him? Insolent, hearing Mu Yun's words, the crowd burst into an uproar. Mu Yun's words were too insolent. She was simply condescending. But in the crowd, Tang Wenbin was happy to see Mu Yun and Yi Ruxue in conflict. He didn't find Mu Yun pleasing to the eye just now. Now, it seemed that she was more pleasing to the eye, but when Tang Wenbin turned around, he saw Qin Yuzhu's beautiful eyes on Mu Yun and a smile on her lips. His expression changed instantly. He looked at Mu Yun again. No matter how he looked at her, He felt annoyed. At this moment, the atmosphere had become somewhat hostile. Mu Yun didn't back down at all, and Yi Rushue couldn't back down either. Don't you know who you shouldn't kill and who you should kill? Then let me tell you, you shouldn't have killed my men. Sorry. Hearing Yi Rushue's words, Mu Yun smiled and said, I only know that those who want to kill me should be killed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Kill. Yi Rushue waved her hand, and dozens of people rushed forward. Purple Fang, woof, woof. Mu Yun wanted to say, Purple Fang, what will you do if I die? But apparently, Purple Fang had heard enough. The moment Mu Yun opened her mouth, Purple Fang roared and its body became 100 meters long. The puppy beside Mu Yun turned into a wild dog in an instant. Purple Fang heaven-splitting hound. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately let out a cry of surprise, and they couldn't help but retreat a little. The Purple Fang heaven-splitting hound was a heavenly bloodline immortal beast. No one knew what realm this Purple Fang hound was at. No wonder you're so confident. Seeing this, Yi Rushue sneered. You're just a dog. You want to stop me? Purple Fang, this guy said you're a dog. I don't think so. You're obviously a celestial hound. Woof, woof, Purple Fang was furious. It roared and charged toward Yi Rushue. Yi Rushue, a level 5 heaven immortal, was naturally not afraid of Purple Fang. A dog and a human began to fight. At this moment, the others didn't act rashly. Everyone wanted to see what realm this Purple Fang heaven-splitting hound had reached. Boom, a human and a dog began to fight. In mid-air, a loud explosion could be heard as the two figures began to wrestle with one another. Mu Yun had witnessed Purple Fang's strength. As for Yi Rushue, he wasn't too sure. However, as they exchanged blows, Mu Yun realized that neither man nor dog seemed to be able to suppress him. Purple Fang, come back! Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. Purple Fang immediately retreated. It was panting heavily, looking extremely excited. On the other side, Yi Rushue was no longer as confident as before. How is it? Yi Rushue. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations I am sorry. Woof, woof. Hearing this, Xia looked at Mu Yun and barked in a low voice. Cough, cough. Sorry, it's a celestial hound. Mu Yun immediately coughed. Damn it. Yi Rushue scolded in a low voice. Never could he have imagined that a trifling Mu Yun, whom he had viewed as nothing more than an ant, would suddenly achieve a breakthrough in the ruins of a golden immortal, and even have an immortal hound by his side. She was as powerful as his celestial hound. This made Yi Rushue feel very troubled. Just where did this guy come from? She was just a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. How did she get such a great opportunity? Now, it was Yi Rushue's turn to be troubled. The reason was that Xia, who was with Mu Yun, was too powerful for him to suppress. He would have to spend a lot of time and energy to deal with Mu Yun. If he encountered the golden immortal steel in the 9 water bridges, how could he compete with Qin Yuzhu, Tang Wenbin, and the others? Yi Rushue was troubled. Senior brother Yi, you deal with this dog, and we'll kill this person. What do you think? At this moment, the sound of something flying through the air could be heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures flew over. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately revealed a look of surprise. Lu Junyi, who was ranked 6th in the Outer Alliance, Qin Yu, who was ranked 7th, Yu, who was ranked 10th, these 3 people also had a grudge against Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people immediately looked at each other, their hearts filled with astonishment. Seeing their arrival, Mu Yun narrowed his eyes. It seemed that enemies had gathered. The others looked at Mu Yun with pity in their eyes. A disciple of an ordinary iron force had offended so many top disciples of silver forces. Was Mu Yun tired of living? Instantly, hundreds of figures rushed over. The crowd was getting more and more lively. They did not know what was going on, but they knew that Mu Yun had offended a lot of people. This is going to be difficult. Ren Gangang had a worried look on his face. In a short period of time, he could only stop 2 or 3 people, but what about the others? Moreover, Yi Rushue had many experts by her side. It's nothing difficult. Mu Yun breathed out a sigh of relief and said, a 3rd-tier heaven immortal? I would like to experience it as well. Hearing this, Rengangang was pleasantly surprised. He had forgotten. In the past, every time Mu Yun broke through, she could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Not only that, but to Mu Yun, who had the aptitude of a heavenly saint, it was not impossible. Previously, Mu Yun had already verified this point in front of the 5 second-tier heavenly immortals. Even when the 5 of them surrounded him, they were unable to kill him. Instead, he took advantage of the opening and killed Lu Ruochen. It was even more so now. Rengangang immediately nodded. Haha. Brother Mu, long time no see. How are you? However, at this moment, a loud laughter suddenly sounded from the crowd. More than 10 figures arrived at the scene. The person in the lead had a confident and dignified appearance. Who else could it be but Yi Wuqing? Moreover, beside Yi Wuqing, Jiang Yan stood firmly. After not seeing them for 3 years, the two of them seemed to have improved in strength. Brother Yi, brother. Jiang. Seeing the two of them, Mu Yun immediately cupped his hands and greeted them with a smile. Good fellow. In 3 years, you have broken through to the 2nd-tier heavenly immortal realm. You really put us to shame. Yi Wuqing laughed and said. When old friends met, it was especially good news. At the same time, Mu Yun also had a look of joy between her eyebrows. These two people had become his friends. Naturally, they would help him when they saw him this time. You seem to be in a bit of trouble. Yi Wuqing looked at the people opposite him and said, You have offended so many people. It can't be helped, don't worry, I will help you settle it. However, Heartless said without minding it at all. Yi Wuqing. However, at this moment, Lu Junwei suddenly shouted, Are you a traitor? Don't forget that you are a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. It's fine if you don't help the Triple Heavenly Alliance, but why are you helping outsiders? That's right. Do you want to be enemies with us? Are you crazy? The few of them immediately roared. It doesn't matter if I'm crazy or not. Just stop the two of them. However, at this moment, a figure descended. Jiyu. The moment Jiyu appeared, he looked at Mu Yun and his eyes immediately turned red. Mu Yun, you're dead, you're dead. Jiyu was furious to the point of madness. For 3 years, he had been staying in the maze for 3 whole years. It was only a few days ago that he found the passage. 3 years, and he had gained nothing. The outside world would have probably found many golden immortal tokens. Jiyu, what does it have to do with me that you were trapped in the maze? Jiyu immediately shouted, It has nothing to do with you? Was Gujing killed by you? Gujing? How could I have killed him? Weren't you together? Don't pour dirty water on me, okay? I don't care. Jiyu directly shouted, You are dead today. Don't even think of leaving this golden immortal ruin alive. In that case, there's nothing else to say. Mu Yun looked at Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan and said, Gentlemen, I'm afraid I will have a fierce battle today. This matter has nothing to do with the two of you, cut the crap. Yi Wuqing laughed and said, I said that you are my friend. Today, no one can touch you with me here. Seeing the usually silent Yi Wuqing speak so much, Jiang Yan knew that Yi Wuqing really treated Mu Yun as a friend. Friend, after so many years in the immortal world, didn't she only make one friend in Yi Wuqing? Jiang Yan looked at Mu Yun and said, Don't refuse. We have recognized you as our friend. How can we sit back and do nothing? This time, let's go through thick and thin together. Last time, it was because of the golden immortal token. This time, it is because of friendship. Friendship. Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately nodded. On the other side, Yi Rushue sneered and said, Friendship? The strong only pay attention to strength, while the weak pay attention to friendship. Since ancient times, which strong person would call friends? That's because you are ignorant. Yi Wuqing shouted, Yi Rushue, do you think your position and strength in the top 3 of the Outer Alliance is enough to be proud of? Who said that strong people don't have friends? Back then, the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun, was one of the 10 great celestial kings. She had friends all over the world. The people of the Cloud Alliance managed to hold on until now, even after she disappeared for 10,000 years. What did they rely on? Friendship, isn't it? Then, take your friendship with you and go straight to hell. Yi Rushue shouted coldly. She took a step forward, and her murderous aura surged. Kill. Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan's aura surged. Tier 4 Heaven Immortal. Immediately, following the display of the two's strength, everyone was incomparably shocked. What did it mean to be a level 4 Heaven Immortal? A level 4 Heaven Immortal in the top 10 of the Outer Alliance was enough to rise one rank. Instantly, Lu Junwei, Qin Yu, and Yi were startled. What was going on? How was it possible for the two of them to rise by a level in just 3 years? They were already surprised that Mu Yun could rise in rank. But when they thought of Mu Yun's heavenly sage quality, they could accept it, even though they were unwilling. But how could Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan rise to such a level? Something was wrong. The two of you, haha, we received the inheritance of a golden immortal. We received it together, and our strength rose. Yi Wuqing smiled and said, we have to thank you for this. Thank me? Alright, let's not talk about this. It's time to fight. Yi Wuqing laughed, and his eyes were filled with the desire to fight. Seeing this, Yi Rushue and the others did not look good. The arrival of 2 helpers was already a headache for them. And now, 2 more rank 4 heavenly immortals had come to help them. Heartless and Jiang Yan had truly hit the jackpot. Senior brother Yi, Ji Yu, Lu Junwei, and the others looked at Yi Rushue. Kill them. Yi Rushue would not back down. He was in the top 3 of the Outer Alliance, and his status did not allow him to back down. Now that he had offended Mu Yun, who would listen to him in the future if he continued to grow, in this case, when Mu Yun rose in rank and surpassed him, the one who would be killed would be him, Yi Rushue. Yi Rushue was very calm. Everyone, please listen to me. But the battle between the two sides was unavoidable. However, at that moment, a cultured and refined voice was suddenly heard. Qin Yuzhu, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke. Qin Yuzhu smiled and said, everyone, what are we looking for in this golden immortal relic? The golden immortal steel is the most important thing. Isn't it unwise to fight here before finding the golden immortal steel? Yi Rushue, I don't care about your grudges, but I want to open the 9 water bridges and see what it looks like. Hearing this, Yi Rushue frowned. What did Qin Yuzhu mean by jumping out at this time? What if I say no? Yi Rushue said coldly. Then I'm sorry. I can only fight you with Mu Yun, kill you all, and then, enter to find the golden immortal steel. Qin Yuzhu smiled again. She was like a rose with thorns. At this moment, the smile on Qin Yuzhu's face contained a trace of playfulness. If it had been someone else, this would not have been a threat at all. But when it came from Qin Yuzhu, it made people think more. But Qin Yuzhu's action was obviously to help Mu Yun. Why? Not only did they not know why, but even Mu Yun did not know why. Since the first time he saw Qin Yuzhu, which was just now, he only felt that this woman had a good figure and good looks. She was like a red rose full of passion, and people could not help but want to get closer to her. But the two of them had never met before. Qin Yuzhu would not help him, right? Hearing this, Yi Rushue fell silent. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio A Competition of Numbers. He could deal with the purple-toothed celestial hound, but he would not be able to deal with Qin Yuzhu. But why would Qin Yuzhu help Mu Yun? He was not the only one who was puzzled. Tang Wenbin was also puzzled. He had been happy to see Mu Yun dying. But now that Mu Yun was not going to die, he was furious. But why would Qin Yuzhu help Mu Yun? The scene became even more lively when Qin Yuzhu stepped forward. Everyone had thought that this was just a simple fight between a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance and a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Qin Yuzhu, do you really want to be my enemy? Yi Rushue said coldly. Give me a reason. Why are you helping him? Yi Rushue said in a low voice, we are all smart people. You are not doing this for the golden immortal steel, but for him. Could it be that you like him? You want a reason? Qin Yuzhu chuckled and said, okay, I will give you a reason. The reason is. But no one could hear the second half of her sentence clearly. Qin Yuzhu's words were condensed into a thread and transmitted into Yi Rushue's ears. But Yi Rushue's expression changed instantly when she heard it. Everyone was shocked when they saw Yi Rushue's expression change. What kind of reason could make Yi Rushue's expression change? Yi Rushue looked at Mu Yun and fell silent. Finally, she turned around and walked to the other side. That's it, Ji Yu, Lu Junwei, and the others looked at each other in confusion when they saw Yi Rushue step back. What is this? Qin Yuzhu walked forward and looked at them. She said indifferently, if you want to fight, do as you please. This time, Ji Yu, Lu Junwei, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Why would they fight? If Yi Rushue did not take the lead, how could they fight against Mu Yun? Moreover, they had seen Purple Fang's strength. Except for Yi Rushue, the others were no match for him. You're not going to make a move? Qin Yuzhu said domineeringly, since that's the case, senior brother Tang, please tell us how to enter the mysterious space within the 9 water bridges. At this moment, Tang Wenbin was also somewhat bored. He didn't expect Yi Rushue to be so terrified. A great battle that should have started had ended just like that. Boring, Tang Wenbin rose to his feet and said, I've taken a look at the 9 bridges. Only the golden immortal badges are capable of activating them. Therefore, I'll need everyone to take out your golden immortal badges and work together to activate the bridges. However, I, Tang Wenbin, have to make it clear that I'm not too sure what's hidden here. Therefore, I won't force you to take a look. Since that's the case, it's simple. Qin Yuzhu said, then let's make a decision. The minority obeys the majority. If anyone disagrees, just kill them. If anyone was dissatisfied, he could just kill them. Qin Yuzhu's words were truly domineering. However, the crowd was extremely worried at this moment. It wasn't easy for them to obtain the golden immortal badges. If they were to take them out now, their efforts over the past few years would be in vain. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. I'll be the first to set an example. Tang Wenbin said smilingly, I was the first to discover this place. Since everyone is hesitating, I'll be the first to set an example. Following this, Tang Wenbin went to one of the water bridges. With a whoosh, 10 golden immortal badges appeared in front of him. 10 badges. Seeing the golden immortal badges in Tang Wenbin's hand, the disciples were envious. There were only 81 golden immortal badges in the golden immortal ruins. Tang Wenbin had taken 1/8 of them. Impressive. Tang Wenbin wore a smile on his face. He had taken 10 out of the 81 golden immortal badges, which was 1/8 of them. Among the 10,000 disciples here, only 5 were comparable to him. Tang Wenbin suddenly recalled a saying. The wealth of the world was divided into 10 buckets. He would take 1, while the others would be like poor worms fighting for the remaining 9 buckets. In the golden immortal ruins, the golden immortal badges were wealth. At this moment, Tang Wenbin waved his hand. The 10 golden immortal badges immediately shone brightly and shone above the water bridges. In that case, I, Qin Yuzhu, will be the second. After Qin Yuzhu finished speaking, she took a step forward and arrived before another water bridge. 12 badges, 12 golden immortal badges appeared in Qin Yuzhu's hand. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed again. Qin Yuzhu had collected more golden immortal badges than Tang Wenbin. Junior sister Chen, it seems that you have gained a lot in the golden immortal ruins. Tang Wenbin said with a smile. However, this smile was not as carefree and confident as it was before. Qin Yuzhu had more golden immortal badges than him. He had lost face. Humph. Yi Rushue, on the other hand, led the dozens of people behind her to the 3rd water bridge without saying a word. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, with a whoosh, 12 golden immortal badges appeared again. 12 again. Seeing this, the crowd was stunned. As expected of the top 3 of the Outer League of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. These 3 already had 34 golden immortal badges. The rest could only drink soup. The smile on Tang Wenbin's face was completely gone. He had accepted that Qin Yuzhu had surpassed him, but now Yi Rushue had appeared. Damn it, whoosh, a whoosh came from the crowd. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. He threw out 3 golden immortal tokens and imprinted them on the water bridge. Seeing this, the crowd was not too surprised. It's Gan Xian. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. This guy is also a freak. In the Triple Heaven Alliance, he has always been a loner. He has no friends, and he doesn't fight for anything. He is only 4th in the Outer League because another 4th in the Outer League challenged him directly and wanted to kill him. In the end, this guy challenged him to a life and death battle and killed his opponent. He became famous. I am not surprised that he only has 3 badges. The 4th in the outer league, Gan Xian. This guy was really rare. Next, the 5th Jiyu took the field and threw out 2 golden immortal badges. He had gotten these 2 badges 3 years ago. In these 3 years, he had only cared about getting out of the maze and did not have time to look for them. Next was the 6th Lu Junwei. Lu Junwei walked out of the crowd arrogantly and threw out his golden immortal badges. 7 golden immortal badges. Seeing Lu Junwei's arrogance, Jiyu was furious. If not for Mu Yun, he would have at least 7 golden immortal badges. At this moment, the 7th ranked Chen Yu also stepped forward. He threw out 5 golden immortal badges. At this moment, Iyuji stood in the crowd, his face ashen. Almost all the top 10 in the outer league of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance had golden immortal badges. But he did not have a single one. How strange. This was too embarrassing. At this moment, Tang Wenbin's face finally looked better. Other than Chen Yuzhu and Yi Ruxue who had 12 golden immortal badges, the others only had a few. This way, he was not too embarrassed. After all, Chen Yuzhu and Yi Ruxue were not much weaker than him, and they did have some connections in the outer league of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. Now that we have 51 golden immortal badges, are the others not going to hand them over? Tang Wenbin looked at the crowd, his voice filled with authority. 3 from the Heavenly Medicine Alliance. At this moment, Xiao Xinyu of the Heavenly Medicine Alliance walked out. She handed over 3 golden immortal badges. 3 from the Azure Palace, Cultivation. Among the Azure Palace martial artists, a man with a hawk's beak slowly stepped forward and said coldly. 2 from the Raging Inferno sect, Li Li and Zhang Yun. 2 from the Sky-Stealing Valley and Lu Tianming. The 4 Bronze Forces chief disciples all stepped forward and handed over their golden immortal badges. After this comparison, the smell of gunpowder between the 4 Bronze Forces disciples intensified. For the disciples of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance, the golden immortal badges were the key to whether they could enter the inner league. To the disciples of the Bronze Rank Forces, this was the key to the sect's tribute. Whoever obtained the most golden immortal badges would be able to reduce the amount of tribute their sect had to pay. Naturally, they would be able to become the sect's contributors and receive great rewards from the sect. The smell of gunpowder gradually thickened. The 4 Bronze Forces disciples looked at each other, unwilling to accept the result. Xiao Xinyu, I didn't expect your Heavenly Medicine Alliance to have 3 golden immortal badges. Congratulations. Lu Tianming of the Sky-Stealing Valley said with a fake smile. I also didn't expect you, Lu Tianming, to be able to obtain 2 inner badges. Lu Tianming, there's no meaning in fighting at this time, right? Cultivation of the Azure Palace said faintly, it seems like the Heavenly Medicine Alliance and the Raging Inferno sect are going to fight for first place. Our 2 forces will have to work hard, it's too early to speak. Isn't there still the Heaven Sword Tower? Lili of the Raging Inferno sect sneered, they haven't shown it yet. Lili and Zhang Yun were originally Yan Rufeng's right-hand men. However, after Yan Rufeng's death, the 2 of them became the leaders of the Raging Inferno sect's disciples. Coincidentally, the 2 of them had obtained many fortuitous encounters in the past 3 years. Their strength had increased rapidly, and they had reached the 2nd-tier Heavenly Immortal Realm. In the end, all of this was thanks to Mu Yun. Are you kidding me? Li Li. Lu Tianming sneered, the 2 final disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing, are both dead. What do they have to compete with us? I reckon they don't even have a single golden immortal badge. Lu Tianming, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Xiao Xinyu sneered even more, Qin Tianyu and Feng Ruoqing are dead, but the 4 final disciples, Ren Ganggang and Mu Yun are still alive. Those 2 aren't to be trifled with. Xiao Xinyu wasn't being biased. She was speaking the truth. Now that she saw Mu Yun, she was terrified from the bottom of her heart. Hearing this, Lu Tianming didn't say anything. He only snorted. Without the 2 final disciples, the Heaven Sword Tower was now completely useless. After the exploration of the Golden Immortal Ruins ended, the Heaven Sword Tower would fall to the bottom of the 5 Great Bronze Forces for a period of time. At this moment, there were already 61 Golden Immortal badges. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio I am just teasing him. Tang Wenbin spoke again. Everyone, if you have any golden immortal tokens, take them out and activate the array. The golden immortal tokens will still belong to everyone. We are only here for the existence inside. Tang Wenbin heaved a sigh of relief. 20 tokens. It seemed like no one would have a higher token than him, Qing Yuzhu, and Yi Ruxue. Brother Mu, do you want to hand them over? Of course. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, Brother Jiang and Brother Yi should have a few pieces on them. Let me guess. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he looked at the two of them and said, it should be 6 pieces. Upon hearing this, Heartless and Jiang Yan were immediately taken aback. However, they were both smart people. They already knew why Mu Yun had guessed so accurately. Yi Wuqing took a step forward and came to a water bridge. He waved his hand. 6 golden immortal badges suddenly appeared. There were still 14 golden immortal tokens. Everyone could not help but wonder if the remaining 14 golden immortal tokens were gone. Could it be that they still haven't recovered all the golden immortal tokens? While everyone was still in shock, Mu Yun slowly stepped forward. She waved her hand and a light flashed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 14 tokens. Seeing this, the smile that was about to appear on Tang Wenbin's face instantly froze. 14 tokens, how could Mu Yun have 14 golden immortal tokens? Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. When Mu Yun asked them, they had already guessed it. That said, even though they were thinking about it, they were still astonished upon seeing it. Mu Yun was not the strongest person in the golden immortal ruins, but he had managed to gather 14 golden immortal badges. Moreover, this was after he had given them 2 golden immortal badges earlier. Mu Yun was also helpless. He did not want to be in the limelight. Initially, he only had 12 golden immortal tokens. However, in the past 3 years, he had coincidentally discovered 2 of them. That was why he had 14 tokens. It seemed like he was the one who had the most golden immortal badges among the crowd. This was rather awkward. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the surrounding people, Mu Yun coughed and stood motionless on the spot. At this moment, Tang Wenbin's chest was filled with a flame that was even more vigorous than the heavenly fire. What the F***ck is this? He accepted that Qin Yuzhu had surpassed him. He had to accept that Yi Ruxue had surpassed him. After all, these 2 fellows were also the top 3 in the outer league of the 3 extremes heavenly alliance. The difference of 1 or 2 golden immortal badges could be considered as their luck being slightly better than his. But now, Mu Yun had jumped out, and she had more golden immortal tokens than him. How could he tolerate this? Who does this Mu Yun think she is? She has 14 golden immortal tokens. However, Tang Wenbin was not the only one whose chest was swelling with anger. Ji Yu, Lu Junwei, and Qin Yu felt as if they were about to explode from anger. At this moment, the disciples of the 4 bronze-ranked forces were completely speechless. What was the point of competing? The total number of golden immortal tokens obtained by the 4 major sects was not even comparable to Mu Yun's. The first place belonged to Heaven Sword Tower, Xiao Xinyu said mockingly. Lu Tianming, you have nothing to say now, right? Humph. Lu Tianming snorted and said, what's there to be proud of? We haven't reached the final step yet. We don't know who's the king and who's the bastard yet. Xiao Xinyu laughed inwardly when she heard that. She admitted that the benefits she had gained in the golden immortal ruins and the improvement in her cultivation base over the past 3 years were something that could only be achieved in the outside world after decades. However, she was also certain that Mu Yun's improvement here was only greater than theirs. Moreover, Mu Yun's improvement came from her own strength and the people around her. Ren Gangang, a 4th-tier heavenly immortal, was willing to be at Mu Yun's beck and call. There was also the immortal beast Purple Fang, whose strength was on par with Yi Rushue's, but it was also willing to be enslaved behind her back. This could only mean one thing. Although Mu Yun's strength was not as good as theirs, her ability to recruit talents was above theirs. When they thought about how Mu Yun had directly crippled Yan Ruffing for Yu Qinglan and the others, it was easy for them to admire her and be willing to follow her. Perhaps this was the charm of a leader. Although it was a little mysterious, Mu Yun was indeed very charming. However, at this moment, they did not have the time to continue being surprised. At this very moment, the 9 water bridges in the sky had already begun to change. At this moment, the 9 water bridges were completely connected into one. They danced in the air, moving faster and faster. In the end, the 9 water bridges passed through and entered the towering pillar of water. At the same time, 9 water gates opened on the surface of the towering water pillar. The 9 water gates were all 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. However, when one looked inside, it was all hazy. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other, not daring to try. Humph. However, at this moment, Xianxia snorted and walked onto the bridge. With a wave of his hand, the 12 golden immortal tokens were collected. Without another word, he entered the water gate and disappeared. Brother Mu, let's go in too. Yi Wuqing said impatiently. I can't wait to see what's inside. Okay. Mu Yun, Yi Wuqing, Jiang Yan, and the others stepped onto the water bridge, collected the golden immortal tokens, and entered the water gate. Seeing that the people from the various factions had begun to take action, the others could no longer hold back. One by one, they began to attack. One by one, they entered the water pillar along the water bridge. No one knew what was inside, but they knew that no matter what it was, they had to find out. Whoosh, after passing through the mist, the crowd suddenly appeared in a mysterious and vast space. Heaven and earth seemed to have a faint golden aquamarine color. The surrounding heaven and earth looked too illusory. However, in this illusory state, a majestic palace appeared in front of everyone. The palace stood quietly, like a deep-sea titan standing in front of everyone. It was huge, vast, and awe-inspiring. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but gasp. Mu Yan's eyes fell on the palace in front of him, but his gaze was strange. This palace was simply too strange. He was always worried that when he encountered water, that woman would appear. After all, she was the water god. With a nervous heart, Mu Yan stepped into it step by step. At the same time, on the other side, the crowd had already circled around the huge palace for a while. This palace is so majestic. Yes, as expected of the golden immortal relic. But I don't know what's inside. Could it be the golden immortal tablet? As long as we find the golden immortal tablet, we can directly enter the inner league. If we find the golden immortal tablet, we can also be exempted from paying tribute. The sect will definitely reward us handsomely. For a moment, whether it was the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance or the 5 great bronze rank forces, they were all discussing spiritedly. At this moment, there was only one palace door in front of them. As for the 2 sides, it seemed to be endless, with no end in sight. This palace. How do we enter? Seeing this scene, a disciple could not help but ask. With this question, everyone was stunned. Yes, they had found the palace door, but how did they enter? At this moment, the palace door looked majestic and valiant, but they were as small as ants. Mu Yan stood in front of the door and looked carefully. The 2 doors were about 100 meters tall, but 200 to 300 meters wide. Moreover, the top seemed to be completely sealed, and there was no way to enter. However, this door, even if it was just a slit between the 2 doors in the middle, it was almost invisible. There were already disciples who went to open the slit, but after losing a few immortal swords, they had no choice but to give up. Mu Yan stood in front of the door, swaying left and right. Looking at the door, she kept frowning. At this moment, Jiyu could not help but look at Mu Yan swaying back and forth. He shouted, "Why are you swaying there? You're so annoying." That's right. If you can't think of a way, don't show off there as if you have a way, Lu Junwei added and shouted. You're just deliberately mystifying. Jinyu snorted coldly. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Mu Yan's face. He was not angry. So, you have a way? Jiyu snorted. If we don't have a way, do you? Me? Of course I do. Mu Yan turned around with interest and looked at Jiyu. I'm not like some people who only use brute force. Their shouting skills are strong, but their brains are not enough. Who are you scolding? I'm not scolding anyone. Mu Yan immediately laughed. I'm scolding whoever's not enough brains. Jiyu immediately wanted to attack, but when he looked at Ren Gang and Purple Fong, he held back his anger. Why don't we make a bet? Mu Yan looked at Jiyu and said with a smile, if I open this door, you will slap yourself 3 times. If I can't open it, Mu Yun, will slap myself 3 times. How about that? Upon hearing Mu Yun's provocative words, Jiyu immediately felt hot blood rush to his head. Just as he was about to agree, Jiyu hesitated when he recalled the scene of Mu Yun gathering 14 golden immortal tokens. Could it be that this punk had really found a way to enter? Jiyu immediately did not dare to make the bet. Why? You don't dare? Mu Yun scoffed and turned to walk to the other side. Damn it! Jiyu cursed silently. And at that moment, Heartless looked at Mu Yun and said with a smile, did Brother Mu really find a way? No. Mu Yun said casually, I'm just teasing him. When Jiyu heard this, he almost staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. This Mu Yun was truly despicable, and at that moment, everyone was still racking their brains to think of a solution. After entering this mysterious Earth stage, if they were stopped by a huge door, that would be too embarrassing, and at that moment, everyone outside the door was completely scratching their heads. Mu Yun, if you have a solution, just say it. Why are you making us wait? Chinyu could not help but ask. Why go through so much trouble? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios apologized to Mi Tangwen Wu stepped forward and looked at Mu Yun. He immediately shouted, Mu Yun, you'd better not forget your identity. You're just a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. You have no right to be arrogant in front of us. If you know a way, then open the door. Tang Wenwu was confident that his elder brother was Tang Wenbin, the strongest person in the outer alliance of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. He spoke without holding back. Seeing this, a murderous intent appeared in the corner of Mu Yun's eyes. The murderous intent disappeared in a flash, but it gave Tang Wenwu the illusion that he had been targeted by the Grim Reaper. I have a way. Mu Yun suddenly spoke. As soon as she said this, everyone immediately gathered around. What way? Tell me. Tang Wenwu immediately shouted. However, Mu Yun's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. I can tell you, but I need you to apologize to me. Mu Yun's words were sonorous and powerful. Apologize? Hearing this, Tang Wenwu immediately laughed loudly. Mu Yun, you want me to apologize to you? Sure. Tang Wenwu immediately took a step forward and threw a punch at Mu Yun. However, when he saw this, Mu Yun coldly snorted and brazenly attacked. She was not afraid of Tang Wenwu attacking. She was afraid that Tang Wenwu would not attack. Boom, immediately, the two figures' fists collided. With a loud explosion, the two figures immediately retreated. However, as they retreated, Mu Yun stepped on the ground and did not move. On the other side, Tang Wenwu cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire arm was trembling slightly. This punch had clearly caused him to suffer quite a bit of damage. Seeing this, everyone looked at Mu Yun with a solemn expression. This guy was not simple. Tang Wenwu was a second-stage heavenly immortal. Moreover, he was very famous in the outer alliance of the Three Extremes Heavenly Alliance. This fame did not only come from his elder brother, Tang Wenbin, but also from his own strength. As a rank 2 heavenly immortal, his strength was superior to Xianxia, Dou Luo Tian and the others. Is this your apology? Mu Yun looked at Tang Wenwu and sneered. Such an apology is really unflattering. You, Wenwu. Tang Wenwu wanted to step forward, but Tang Wenbin shouted, apologize. Big brother, Tang Wenwu was instantly enraged. Big brother actually wanted him to apologize. This was an unbearable humiliation. Apologize. At this moment, Tang Wenbin looked at Tang Wenwu and said in an unquestionable manner, if you apologize now and he opens the door, we will naturally enter. Compared to your personal humiliation, which is more important? If you apologize and he still can't open the door, then, he will definitely die, and no one will be able to save him. Tang Wenbin's words were considered a blatant threat. However, how could Mu Yun take these things to heart? Okay, I apologize. Tang Wenwu looked at Mu Yun and said fiercely, I'm sorry, Mu Yun. Stop. However, just as Tang Wenwu finished speaking, Mu Yun directly stretched out her palm and said, I haven't said how you should apologize. What else? Do you want? Simple, if you want to apologize, slap yourself 3 times with a loud sound. Mu Yun directly stretched out her palm, looked in front of her, and snorted coldly. The 3 slaps were only the interest. The real goal was to take Tang Wenwu's life, but not now. You're courting death. Tang Wenwu was completely furious at this moment. If you want me to apologize to you, then die now. After saying that, Tang Wenwu still wanted to step forward. Get lost. Mu Yun did not say anything and directly waved her palm. The tyrannical force directly sent Tang Wenwu's body flying before he could even get close. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Was Tang Wenwu really that weak? It was Mu Yun who was too strong. Mu Yun, don't go overboard. Enough is enough. Tang Wenbin's expression finally changed. It's not a good thing for you to offend an outer disciple of a silver-ranked force. Are you threatening me? Mu Yun directly said, just tell me directly that it's not a good thing to offend you, Tang Wenbin. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? I can tell you with confidence that you're not worthy of my offending. I just want to tell him that the basic moral bottom line is to be polite when you see people. Otherwise, if he offends me today and I'm kind enough to let him slap himself, if he offends others in the future, they might want his life. Tang Wenbin was instantly furious. However, Xianxia, who was beside Mu Yun, was really difficult to deal with. Everyone, this guy has a way, but he's unwilling to hand it over. Can we join forces and interrogate him? Tang Wenbin looked at the rest of the people and immediately said. At this moment, Mu Yun laughed and said, great, you want to unite everyone, right? In that case, who wants to participate? Don't worry, I promise that even if the people around me die, I'll drag 2 of them down with me. Xianxia, how many people do you think you can drag down with you? Woof, 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 Xianxia immediately barked arrogantly. You're saying that no one will be left? Mu Yun immediately pretended to be surprised. Seeing Mu Yun's arrogant look, everyone present, including some disciples, were already dissatisfied. But what if Mu Yun was a lunatic? What should they do? Who would be willing to be dragged down with them? Tang Wenbin looked at Qin Yuzhu. This woman had the intention to help Mu Yun previously. She definitely wouldn't attack Mu Yun now. He then looked at Yiru Shui. This guy didn't even attack just now. It was even more impossible now. There was no hope for the rest of them. Suddenly, Tang Wenbin realized that he actually had a feeling of riding a tiger and not being able to get off. How could this Mu Yun be so capable? Tang Wenbin was instantly furious. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at everyone's performance and sneered in her heart. These disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance thought that the Triple Heavenly Alliance was a silver force and looked down on the disciples of the Bronze and Iron forces. But at the critical moment, they were just cowards. Mu Yun looked at these people with disdain in her heart. What? You don't plan to attack? Mu Yun spoke again, then I'll have to remind everyone that if it's not out of everyone's expectations, this door is a formation. This formation has a fixed pattern. If it's not broken in half an hour, then we'll all leave this place together. What? Everyone panicked when they heard this. Half an hour. If it couldn't be opened, then it would never be opened. Looking at the brothers Tang Wenbin and Tang Wenwu again, everyone was instantly anxious. Mu Yun was determined and would not back down. If everyone joined forces to deal with Mu Yun, there would definitely be heavy casualties. After all, Purple Fang was enough of a deterrent. However, Tang Wenbin only wanted his brother, Tang Wenwu, to apologize and slap his own mouth. It would not have any substantial effect. Therefore, everyone naturally hoped that Tang Wenwu would give in. Tang Wenwu, don't make it so that we can't enter this hall because of yourself? That's right. A disciple immediately shouted, isn't it just slapping your own mouth? What's the big deal? Jiyu also spoke at this moment. Tang Wenwu, you're a man. You can get back the face you've lost in the future. Looking at the people around him who were speaking indifferently, Tang Wenwu immediately cursed in his heart, I'm the one who slapped my own mouth, not you guys. Of course, you guys don't care. Looking at Mu Yun again, Tang Wenwu was really furious. Why did he have to provoke this jinx? Wenwu, slap your own mouth. As long as we enter this hall, I'll definitely help you kill this person if I have the chance. Tang Wenbin transmitted his voice spiritually. Alright, I'll tolerate this. Tang Wenwu immediately clenched his fists and said, Mu Yun, slap your own mouth. Tang Wenwu, will do it. If you can't open the door, I'll definitely crush your bones. No problem. Mu Yun smiled and said, however, based on what you said, it won't be 3, but 10. Don't go overboard. 15. Tang Wenwu completely stopped talking. Mu Yun was simply a scoundrel. He also did not understand why Mu Yun had to be so narrow-minded just because of a few words of provocation. Such a person was destined to be unable to achieve great things. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was not just because of this. What he wanted was not only his own face, but also to get back what Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tiange deserved. This was just the interest. Slap, slap. Slap, slap. 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 Tang Wenwu waved his palm and slapped himself. 15 slaps were very loud. However, to Tang Wenwu, it was not physical torture, but mental torture. This time, he hated Mu Yun half to death. It's over. Tang Wenwu finally exhaled and said, Mu Yun, now that the slaps are over, it's your turn. Watch carefully, trash. Mu Yun directly shouted, looked at Tang Wenwu, and turned to walk to the door. How dare you scold me, Wenwu? At this moment, Tang Wenbin pulled Tang Wenwu and shook his head. I've already endured to this extent. There's no need to wait until the last moment. Tang Wenwu suppressed the impulse in his heart and looked at Mu Yun. He wanted to see how Mu Yun would open the door. However, at this moment, Mu Yun walked to the door and waved her hand. Immediately, rays of light spread out. No one saw clearly what Mu Yun did. In the blink of an eye, a crack slowly spread from the crack of the door. A ray of light completely appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What did Mu Yun do? The door was opened just like that? Enter. The moment the door opened, Yi Rushue could not wait and directly rushed in with dozens of people. At this moment, the crowd was like a beehive that had been activated, rushing directly into the gate. The relic was completely opened in front of them. This was the real relic of a golden immortal, and it was the most important thing for their trip. Everyone could not wait and directly rushed out. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in the crowd. Looking ahead, she was stunned. For some reason, the moment the door opened, she felt a familiar feeling from the bottom of her heart. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios stone pits looked like words brother Mu. Seeing Mu Yun in a daze, Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing nudged Mu Yun. Oh? Brother Mu, how did you open it? I don't think it's an array formation. Yi Wuqing asked curiously. Of course it's not an array formation. Mu Yun smiled and said, it's just using the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements. This door is made of the power of the metal element and is sealed. Earth restrains metal. I just obtained some strange earth element items a few years ago and happened to restrain the metal door. When I opened a crack, the metal door collapsed on its own. Haha, hearing this, Yi Wuqing immediately laughed and said, but Mu Yun is really bold. When I saw Tang Wenbin and Tang Wenwu's expressions just now, I couldn't help but want to laugh. But brother Mu, you have to be careful. Between these two brothers, Tang Wenbin can be said to be a real hypocrite. You have to be careful. As for Tang Wenwu, he is a villain. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble when you enter this time. I'm not afraid of trouble coming. I'm just afraid that trouble won't come. Mu Yun muttered, this time, even if they don't find trouble with me, I will find trouble with them. As soon as she said that, they entered the main hall. But unexpectedly, a stone wall stood in front of everyone in the main hall. The stone wall was smooth and clean. The entire stone wall was blood red in color. It looked like a blood-stained wall. The huge stone wall blocked the path in front of the entire palace. Everyone had no choice but to leap up and stand on top of the stone wall. In just an instant, almost everyone was completely scared out of their wits. Beyond the stone wall, a boundless blood-colored land appeared before everyone's eyes. To be precise, it was not the ground, but the stone slabs. The stone slabs spread out. The surface was bumpy, and there was no end in sight. But it gave people a strange feeling. The ground was paved with stone slabs, but the surface was bumpy. It looked like a jungle covered with thorns. It was very irregular. Moreover, each pothole was dozens of meters deep and more than 10 meters wide. This time everyone was completely mesmerized by the scenery. No one knew what kind of scenery this was. Such a magnificent scenery, I really wonder who created it. That's right. This floor doesn't look like something that could be done by humans. Could it have been formed naturally? I can't even see the end of this stone floor. Who knows how long it is? Everyone immediately started discussing. Mu Yun stood at the top of the stone slab and couldn't help but turn around to look. Behind them, a few hundred meters away, was the gate through which they had just entered. However, there was a stone wall that was hundreds of meters high, and it seemed that the ground of the secret plane was above the stone wall. There was always a very strange feeling. There were also these complicated deep pits, one after another, without any pattern. What did he mean? Mu Yun could not find the rules either. However, just as he was about to fly up and look into the distance to investigate, his body suddenly felt as if it had a force of 10,000 kilograms. He was firmly rooted to the ground and could only rise a few meters before he could no longer fly up. The others naturally noticed this as well, and they were all astonished. What was going on? There seemed to be a violent suction force coming from the ground, tugging at their bodies, preventing them from flying up. For a moment, no one could fly up. They could only stand on the ground and look ahead. Now is not the time to be surprised. Let's check if there is a golden immortal monument here. Okay. Tang Wenbin and the others whispered to each other and immediately flew away. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan and Yu Wuqing immediately looked at Mu Yun. Brother Yun, this place, be careful. Mu Yun exhaled and said, this place is very strange. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Alright. Immediately, the few of them carefully moved forward. However, everyone was extremely cautious. The army of nearly 10,000 people gradually dispersed, but everyone only walked on the flat stone floor. As for the stone pits, no one dared to take the risk and step into them. Ren Gangang followed behind Mu Yun and watched the crowd fly over. He was puzzled. Mu Yun, do you feel that these stone pits are very strange? It is very strange. Mu Yun also kept looking at the stone pits along the way. Those stone pits were thick and thin. Some were straight, some were curved, and some were piled up together. It was very complicated. Ren Gangang frowned and said, it's a pity that we can't fly up to observe. I keep feeling that these stone pits are like words engraved on the ground. Boom, when Ren Gangang finished speaking, Mu Yun was stunned. Words engraved on the ground, words, that's right, words, Mu Yun was completely stunned. What's wrong? Seeing Mu Yun in a daze, Ren Gangang was puzzled and said, I'm just guessing. Anyway, it feels very strange. It is very strange. Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and looked behind her. She said with a smile, I also didn't expect it to be like this. He finally understood why a wall appeared in front of everyone when they entered this place. How was that a wall? It was a monument that was placed horizontally on the ground. Just its thickness alone was hundreds of meters. And at this moment, they were standing on the front of this huge monument. Therefore, those stone pits, grooves, and strange trajectories did not appear inexplicably. They were real words. They were stepping on a monument, not a stone slab. Mu Yun's breathing suddenly became heavy. Those Triji Heavenly Alliance disciples did not realize that the golden immortal monument that they had been searching for so long was under their feet at this moment. However, what exactly were the words engraved on this golden immortal monument? Mu Yun naturally could not subdue this monument now. He had no way of subduing it at all. The others were already moving forward at this moment. Mu Yun and the rest were at the back at a steady pace. Wow, however, at this moment, a series of exclamations suddenly sounded. There seemed to be a discovery in front. Mu Yun and the rest rushed forward. Suddenly, a huge hall appeared before everyone's eyes. Now, it seemed that this large hall was the real location. And in front, everyone's eyes were already shining when they looked at the large hall. The 3 large doors were completely open. Inside the large hall, golden light was shining, and the scene inside could not be seen clearly. But in an instant, everyone was already fighting to be the first to enter the main hall. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun stopped in his tracks. Brother Yun, aren't you going in? Yi Wuqing immediately asked in puzzlement when he saw Mu Yun standing on the spot. You guys go in first. I still have some things to do and need to make some preparations. Preparations? What preparations? However, Mu Yun did not say much in front of these people. He was not completely confident, but he had to give it a try. And now was the best opportunity. Everyone entered the large hall. Mu Yun let Ren Gangang lead everyone into the large hall. In the blink of an eye, only his figure was left outside the large hall. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Brat, you're not stupid, are you? Looking at Mu Yun, Guai chuckled and said, I thought you would be stupid beyond belief. Is that possible? Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. I've never understood what the golden immortal steel is. I didn't expect it to be the 9-spirit heaven capturing steel. No wonder the 3 leaders of the Triple Heaven Alliance care so much about the golden immortal steel. Mu Yun smiled and said, since that's the case, there's no need to talk nonsense. In fact, Mu Yun only thought of this because of Ren Gongong's inexplicable words. There was one point that could not be ignored. Words, the 3 9-spirit heaven capturing steels that he had collected previously all had subtitles on them. Moreover, what Mu Yun was most certain of was that his seal of life and death had failed. The seal of life and death allowed him to contact Luo Jianxue and the others at all times. But this time it failed. He did not even know that Feng Rui and Chao Tiange had died. This was enough to show that there was something in this golden immortal ruins that blocked his senses. Only the 9-spirit heaven capturing steel had such an effect. Clang, 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 in an instant, 3 clanging sounds were heard. 3 9-spirit heaven capturing steels that were hundreds of meters tall appeared in front of Mu Yun. Mu Yun had obtained the 3 9-spirit heaven capturing steels on his way here. As for the indestructible blood codex on the 3 9-spirit heaven capturing steels, Mu Yun had already comprehended it thoroughly. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately communicated in his mind. The 3 9-spirit heaven capturing steels trembled continuously at this moment. A buzzing sound was heard, and streaks of blood appeared on the surface of the 9-spirit heaven capturing steels. Immediately after, the streaks of blood in the 3 9-spirit heaven capturing steels condensed into a figure. It was Mu Yun's figure. The 100-meter-tall bloody figure Mu Yun grabbed at the 9-spirit heaven capturing steels on the ground with his palm. Rumbling sounds of explosions could be heard. Suddenly, the 9-spirit heaven capturing steels on the ground shook and instantly shrunk hundreds of times, becoming hundreds of meters tall. It was fine if that was all, but a figure gradually appeared on the blood steels. He was dressed in a long golden robe, and his hair was fluttering in the wind. His appearance was blurry. As soon as the figure appeared, he looked at Mu Yun with a cold expression. Seeing this, Mu Yun's heart turned cold. However, when the figure looked at Mu Yun, he instantly grunted. 3 blood steels. Little brat, where did you get these blood steels? Where they came from has nothing to do with a dead person like you. This 4th 9-spirit heaven capturing steel also belongs to me. However, Mu Yun did not care at all and directly attacked. He had 3 9-spirit heaven capturing steels. At this moment, how could he be afraid of a dead golden immortal? Moreover, this golden immortal was obviously a soul that had condensed on the blood steel when he was cultivating the indestructible blood codex. A golden immortal of this strength was not a threat to him at all. When I was at my peak, killing you was as easy as killing a dog. You also said that you were at your peak, but obviously not now. However, Mu Yun snorted and directly took a step forward, his killing intent raging. Boom, immediately, the 2 bloody figures exchanged blows. Mu Yun's true body stood on a 9-spirit heaven capturing steel and finally silently recited the indestructible blood codex. At this moment, the words on the 4th 9-spirit heaven capturing steel under the golden immortal's feet entered his eyes. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Scattered Inheritances. The golden immortal was enraged. Ant-like thing, you're courting death. The golden immortal took a step forward and roared angrily. In an instant, 7 rays of light shot out from 7 different places in the golden immortal's ruins. The 7 rays of light contained a strong aura of heaven and earth. The power of the rules was very powerful. Seeing this, Mu Yun understood. This guy had gathered 7 of the 9 inheritances that he had left behind when he was alive. If Ren Gangang had not obtained 1 inheritance, Jiang Yan and Yu Wuqing had not obtained 1, this guy would have gathered all 9 inheritances. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He did not believe that he could not deal with a dead person. The 3 9 spirits heaven-capturing steels crushed out at this moment. At this moment, the frenzied power exploded. The power of the 3 steels raged at this moment. Before the golden immortal could restrain the power in his body, Mu Yun's powerful pressure had already swept over. The golden immortal panicked when he saw this. How can you cultivate the 3 9 spirits heaven-capturing steels? Impossible, impossible. I have cultivated for thousands of years to study the blood codex on the steels, but I have gained nothing. That's because your bloodline is different from mine. Mu Yun was extremely arrogant at this moment. It was not that he was arrogant, but he was not afraid of the person in front of him now that he had cultivated the 3rd level of the indestructible blood codex. You've summoned the 7 inheritances. It's just enough to increase my strength. I'll show you what the real 9 spirits heaven-capturing steels is. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun's blood boiled. At this moment, he seemed to have completely opened the treasure of the bloodline in his body. As his bloodline doubled, his power surged. Suppress! With a low roar, the bloody man waved his hand. The golden immortal did not have the strength to fight back at all and was forced to retreat. Blood marks appeared on his body, making him look extremely terrifying. Mu Yun's face turned cold when he saw this. Boom boom boom. Mu Yun struck out with her palms consecutively. At this moment, she was using the suppression of her bloodline. The ferocious bloodline pressure left the golden immortal with no room to breathe. Scram! The gold immortal bellowed furiously. But at this moment, nothing had changed. Mu Yun, with her powerful deterrence, directly caused the golden immortal to be completely dispirited. Seeing this, Mu Yun's lips curled into a smile. I'll accept the 7 inheritances. Mu Yun waved her hand, and the crushed golden immortal could not move at all. Mu Yun, who had turned into a bloody person, tore the golden immortal into pieces and swallowed them all. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun only felt an inexplicable power surging in her body. How comfortable! Mu Yun was immediately overjoyed. Without another word, the bloody man devoured the entire golden immortal. With a wave of his hand, the 7 streams of power of inheritance turned into 7 clumps of light, which he subdued and entered Mu Yun's body. What are you doing? Going crazy? Mu Yun smiled. I, Mu Yun, will devour all 7 inheritances. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she immediately took action. You're crazy. If you do this, your body will explode. No. Mu Yun said confidently. The power in my body has reached its peak state at this moment. The power of these 7 inheritances is just enough to raise my realm. In addition, I've cultivated the 4th level of the indestructible blood codex. My body will reach a higher level and become even more powerful. As long as the power of my bloodline increases, I will definitely be able to absorb these inheritances. Even if I can't, I will be able to convert these powers to those who have signed the life and death seal with me. At that time, my power will increase again. That's a good idea, but don't forget that this is the inheritance of a golden immortal. Of course, I won't forget. Mu Yun smiled. This time, I'm going crazy. I'm going to trigger the power of my bloodline in my body to the extreme. Only then can I uncover the secret of my body. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun had already started to take action. The 7 inheritances were all shot into her body. At this moment, Mu Yun's body was like a huge dye vat. Endless power gathered in her body. Not only that, Mu Yun also began to deeply engrave the indestructible blood codex of the 4th 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet in her mind. This deprivation of power caused Mu Yun's entire body to emit a bloody light. It's coming. As she cultivated the indestructible blood codex, she merged all the 7 inheritances together. At this moment, Mu Yun realized that the strength of these 7 inheritances was different. It was no wonder that Ren Gangang had reached the 4th level of Heaven Immortal after receiving 1 inheritance. As for Jiang Yan and Yu Wuqing, they had only received 1 inheritance. It seemed that the strength of the 9 inheritances was different. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not care about this. She merged all the 7 inheritances into her body. Boom! Boom! Instantly, a series of muffled thunder-like explosions came from his body, as if a thunderbolt bomb was about to explode. Boom! Boom! Cracks appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. The tyrannical power was damaging his body. Seeing this, Mu Yun was not anxious. The elemental energy formed by the 9 elements heavenly gathering technique wrapped around her entire body tightly. At this moment, the 7 inheritances completely exploded. However, Mu Yun was multitasking. The indestructible blood codex continued to merge, and the bloodline in her body continued to improve. The 7 inheritances continued to wreak havoc, and the power continued to increase. As for Mu Yun, he was already very familiar with the comprehension of the realm. Therefore, now that the power had reached his body, he wildly pulled and absorbed it. The second level of Heaven Immortal Realm was increasing. The nascent soul was strengthening. His legs were completed and upgraded once more. Then, her arms. Her left arm was upgraded to the 3rd level of Heaven Immortal Realm, her right arm was upgraded to the 4th level of Heaven Immortal Realm, her nascent soul's brain was also upgraded at this moment. 5th level of Heaven Immortal Realm, at this moment, Mu Yun had almost forged her nascent soul into a perfect state in one breath. The first 5 levels of the Heaven Immortal Realm were constantly improving in the perfect nascent soul. However, after Mu Yun had forged her nascent soul from top to bottom, she suddenly realized that there was still about 80% of the power left. Seeing this, Mu Yun did not panic. The wisps of light in the soul sea of her true soul gradually lit up. At this moment, Mu Yun had subdued the 4th 9 spirits heaven-capturing steel and was able to communicate with Luo Jianxue and the others. Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, Xianxia. Mu Yun's voice suddenly sounded in the minds of the 3 people in the palace, and they were immediately shocked. The 3 of you, sit cross-legged on the ground and carefully comprehend. What happened? Don't ask so much, just do as I say. Mu Yun did not explain much. On the other side, Mu Yun also informed Gu Feng of the Biluo Huangquan school. The 3rd elder of the Heaven Sword Tower, Xiao Ding Tian, and the 12 internal sword pavilion disciples, led by Xing Wuming and Zhang Tianbu. The 3 grand elders of the Yi sword sect, Lu Qingsong, Qin Wenbin, and Yan Ziqiu. There were also Lin Jixio, Fan Wuyan, Luo Qing, and Luo Ming. There were nearly 30 people, all of whom had signed the seal of life and death with her. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately transmitted a message to everyone at the same time. Next, relax your bodies and prepare to withstand the power baptism. When you reach your limit, tell me. Remember, bear with it as much as you can, because this will be your first time advancing by leaps and bounds. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun waved her hand directly, and the power directly erupted at this moment. Boom boom boom, instantly, all the martial artists who had signed the seal of life and death with Mu Yun felt as if a majestic power had descended from the sky. This power came from the unseen world, and it was incomparably mysterious and indescribable. However, at this moment, all of their confusion and physical limitations were broken. The power kept flowing into them. Gu Feng was originally a Tier 1 heavenly immortal, but at this moment, the immortal power and comprehension in his body skyrocketed. Tier 2. Tier 3. Tier 4. Tier 5. After reaching Tier 5, Gu Feng felt that the power in his body could not be expanded any further. Xiao Ding Tian was originally a Tier 2 heavenly immortal, but at this moment, he was also promoted to Tier 5. The 3 grand elders, Lu Qingsong and the other 2 grand elders, were the most attentive. The 3 of them were completely dumbfounded by the increase in power. Directly from Tier 2 to Tier 5 heavenly immortal, and the nascent soul was fully released. What kind of feeling was this? At the same time, Luo Jianxue, Huan Qingsha, and Yu Qinglan were pleasantly surprised. At this moment, the 3 of them were promoted to heavenly immortal. They were originally Tier 5 earthly immortal, but now they were directly promoted to heavenly immortal. What was this kind of promotion? Incredible? Shocking, this was simply unheard of. In the Yi sword sect, Lin Jixio, Fan Wuyan, Luo Qing, and Luo Yun were the real formation. They were directly promoted to Tier 9 earthly immortal. Previously, they were only Tier 1 earthly immortals. Now, they were directly promoted to Tier 9. This was simply a legendary ascension. Tier 9 earthly immortals were the top disciples in the iron level forces. They were even stronger than the elders in the sect. Unbelievable. Everything was settled. Mu Yun felt that these people could no longer bear it. However, there was still 50% of the power of the golden immortal inheritance in Mu Yun's body. Now, this was embarrassing. Mu Yun had consumed 20% of the power. She thought that these people could consume the rest, but she did not expect that it was only 30%. He had forgotten that the strength of his body was refined step by step from the beginning, through the use of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as various elixirs. Moreover, his nascent soul contained the 7-colored heavenly dragon's egg, which could be said to be extremely powerful. Therefore, the amount of power of inheritance he consumed was naturally much higher. However, the others did not have such a powerful nascent soul like him. If he did not digest 50% of the power of inheritance, it would directly cause his body to explode. Mu Yun had overestimated her own ability. She also underestimated how powerful the power of inheritance left behind by a golden immortal was. So what if I die? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The fourth piece. Mu Yun had no choice but to gather all the power of inheritance in his body. At this moment, the power of his bloodline was increasing rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yun merged the power of inheritance into his bloodline. This was not an increase in strength, but an increase in the power of his bloodline. Gradually, the circulation of the immortal blood codex increased, and Mu Yun's bloodline began to boil as if it was going to burn. Sensing this, Mu Yun immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Next, it was time to continue. However, not long after, Mu Yun found another awkward problem. The bloodline in his body could not bear the bursting power at this moment. At the beginning, his body was like a wooden bucket, and the power of inheritance was like stones being thrown into his body. Now, relying on the circulation of his bloodline, the power of inheritance slowly entered his body like water. But now, it was indeed full. There was no more. Bone Man. A thought flashed in Mu Yun's mind. He still had 300 blood guards with him. The 300 blood guards were all in the human immortal realm. Now, it was time to upgrade them. Most importantly, Luo Tianqing was in the earth immortal realm before. Now, it was time to upgrade him. Moreover, the most important thing was that these blood guards were all bone men. They would not suffer the pain and suffering of ordinary cultivators. The limit of power they could bear was even greater. Understanding this, Mu Yun immediately leaped up. He took a step forward, and all the power was raging, rushing into the immortal extermination painting and adhering to the 300 blood guards. At this moment, a drastic change happened. The power on the surface of the 300 blood guards kept increasing. Especially Luo Tianqing. At this moment, the surface of his body changed from white bones to silver bones. How do you feel? Mu Yun looked at Luo Tianqing and asked. Awesome. Luo Tianqing immediately spread out his arms and crossed his upper and lower jaws. It's too comfortable. This power allows me to improve without any restrictions. Is there anything wrong? Mu Yun said in surprise. No, master. However much power you have, just spread it all over my body. Luo Tianqing said excitedly, I need it. I feel like I really need this power. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun immediately felt embarrassed. What was going on? Could it be that this fellow didn't feel uncomfortable at all? That was impossible. At this moment, he turned around and looked at the other 300 blood guards. Their bodies changed from the initial gray bone color to the color of white bones. In the end, each and every one of them turned into the color of silver bones. This change really made people feel very surprised. What the hell was this? These blood guards seemed to be absorbing the power of the Golden Immortal's legacy effortlessly. Furthermore, they were thirsting for it endlessly. In the end, 50% of the Golden Immortal's legacy was sucked dry. Mu Yun looked at the blood guards in shock. Luo Tianqing, roughly what level are you at right now? Tier 7 Heavenly Immortal. Luo Tianqing chuckled. What kind of power is this? Why does it feel so good? I only feel that it's not enough. If I obtain a little more, then perhaps I'll be able to directly step foot into the mysterious immortal realm. Step foot into the mysterious immortal realm, Mu Yan suddenly felt a little dazed. Wasn't this fellow exaggerating a little? She looked at the 300 blood guards. At this moment, all of them were covered in silver from head to toe. They looked really majestic. Could it be that these fellows have all advanced to the heavenly immortal realm? Of course. Luo Tianqing laughed heartily. We've been refined into skeletons. When our strength increases, our bones will naturally change as well. They should have all reached the heavenly immortal realm. Mu Yun suddenly felt that it was as simple as eating and drinking. This increase in cultivation level was too fast. Actually, when Master merged with the fourth stone tablet just now, we already felt the strong energy fluctuation. It's just that Master didn't call out to us, so we didn't say anything. When Mu Yun heard this, she could only feel helpless. She didn't expect this either. However, from the looks of it now, everything seemed to be out of her expectations. It was a blessing in disguise. After doing all this, the area from the main hall to the door was finally empty. The distance of tens of thousands of meters looked really spacious. At this moment, Mu Yun looked in front of her and exhaled. The 4 9 spirits heaven-capturing steels were all absorbed into the deity punishment painting and firmly rooted in it. The blood guards once again returned to the 9 spirits heaven-capturing steels and greedily absorbed the energy. The increase in strength this time was a pleasant surprise for the skeletons. At this moment, Mu Yun was observing the 4th 9 spirits heaven-capturing steels. The 4th level of the Immortal Blood Codex, he had already firmly imprinted it in his mind. With the experience of the first 3 levels, it was not difficult to understand the 4th level. This time, Mu Yun was determined to explore the power of the bloodline in his body. Previously, he had been using the power of the bloodline inexplicably. However, this time, after comprehending the 4th level of the Immortal Blood Codex, Mu Yun realized that the power of the bloodline was not without a unified theory. According to the Immortal Blood Codex, the power of the bloodline required the improvement of the bloodline. This improvement came from the cultivation of the martial artist's own bloodline. The Immortal Blood Codex was such a cultivation method. However, for martial artists who had condensed the power of the bloodline, the use of the power of the bloodline was also divided into 9 paths. Mu Yun judged that he was at most on the path of the bloodline now. He was only using the Immortal Blood Codex to stimulate the power in his bloodline and improve his strength. This was the simplest use. The path of the bloodline. After Mu Yun understood this point, he was somewhat delighted. In this way, he could gradually use some of the martial techniques in the Immortal Blood Codex. The Immortal Blood Codex was all-encompassing. It naturally had the corresponding martial techniques to improve the power of the bloodline. Blood techniques. As early as the first level of the Immortal Blood Codex, there were already blood techniques. However, Mu Yun could not use them at all at that time. Now, after cultivating the 4th level of the Immortal Blood Codex, the power of the bloodline had reached the level of the path of the bloodline. He could try to use these blood techniques. Mu Yun thought about the contents of the first 4 levels and chose the first blood technique, 9 Hell Blood Claw. The 9 Hell Blood Claw was very powerful. More importantly, this was a technique that relied on the power of the bloodline. It was different from the origin energy that he had condensed by himself. This was a bloodline martial technique that no one in the immortal world could use. 9 Hell Blood Claw condenses the power of the bloodline, connects to the nascent soul, and stimulates the blood aura in the body, Mu Yun muttered to himself, and his palm began to slowly unfold. 9 Hell Blood Claw. Mu Yun directly said and reached out with his hand. Whoosh, there was a piercing sound, and a blood-colored claw directly swept out in front of him. The blood-colored claw was at least 100 meters long. Its 5 fingers were bent, and the color of blood was eerie. It gave people a very terrifying feeling. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was stunned. The eerie aura gave people a very cold feeling. Was this the true use of the power of the bloodline? It was also the first time Mu Yun knew that the bloodline could have such a powerful effect. At the beginning of the world, there were souls first, and then there was life. Souls gave birth to blood, blood gave birth to bones, bones gave birth to flesh, and flesh gave birth to man. Just from this point alone, his bloodline was still the bloodline of his previous life. This special bloodline power came from his previous life. This made Mu Yun even more certain that everything in his previous life did not seem to be a coincidence. And in this life, there were also many wonderful things. For example, this 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablet, there was no coincidence in the time and place that he obtained the 4 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablets. But there was one thing that was too coincidental. The 4 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablets happened to be in the order from the first to the fourth. The reason why this golden immortal could not comprehend the 4th 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablet was that he did not know the first 3 levels of the indestructible blood codex. However, Mu Yun had directly collected all the way from the first to the fourth. If it was a coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence that the 4 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablets were discovered and obtained by him according to the order? This made people feel suspicious. There were too many things in his previous life that puzzled him. It seems that there is still a long way to go. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a lot more relaxed. Looking at the main hall behind him, Mu Yun was ready to set off. In just half a day, he had reached the 5th stage from the 2nd stage of the heavenly immortal realm. This speed of growth could no longer be described as terrifying. Now, it was time to see what else existed in here other than the so-called golden immortal tablet. After making up his mind, Mu Yun stepped out and entered the main hall. In an instant, the scene in front of him changed drastically. Behind him, it seemed to have become a wall instead of an open door. And there seemed to be no movement outside. It was no wonder that no one inside noticed that he had caused such a big commotion just now. At this moment, Mu Yun stood at the entrance of the main hall, looking inside. At this moment, there was no one around the entrance. Mu Yun immediately began to contact Luo Jianxia and the others. At the same time, Luo Jianxia, Huan Qingxia, Yu Qinglan and the others were standing in a house. The 3 girls stood up. Ren Gangang, Tian Xian and the others were all envious. How is it? I have reached the 1st stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Luo Jianxia said excitedly, not only that, after this experience, I may be able to break through to the 2nd stage of the heavenly immortal realm soon. Yu Qinglan and Huan Qingxia nodded in agreement. We can feel senior brother Mu's power. It is very powerful. Brother Mu must have found something extraordinary outside. Yu Qinglan's joy was written all over her face. This guy, could it be? Ren Gangang was also puzzled. Could it be that his words made Mu Yun discover something strange? Master sent a message. Luo Jianxia said hurriedly, he asked where we are. Don't worry, let's go out and find him. Okay. The group of more than 10 people opened the door and were about to walk out. Eh? None of them are allowed to escape. The person leading the group held his head high with an imposing appearance, giving him a domineering aura. Tang Wenwu, Ren Gangang and the others immediately wore cold expressions upon seeing this. Tang Wenwu had killed Chao Tianga and the others. It was time for Mu Yun to find trouble with him. They did not expect him to confront them head-on. It's you guys. Tang Wenwu was overjoyed when he saw Ren Gangang and the others. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet. He was really lucky to have bumped into them here. What are you thinking? Tang Wenwu waved his hand and stood in front of them with an arrogant look, as if he was blocking their way. Tang Wenwu, I think Mu Yun hasn't taught you a lesson yet? Ren Gangang immediately snapped, if you want me to teach you a lesson, I don't mind. You think you're qualified to teach me a lesson? Tang Wenwu immediately snapped, Ren Gangang, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Wenwu took a step back and said slowly, Senior brothers Lian and Xin Yuan, this fellow thinks that he can look down on everyone just because he's a 4th stage heavenly immortal. Please help me teach this arrogant and conceited fellow a lesson. Sure. 2 figures immediately stepped forward as soon as Tang Wenwu finished speaking. The 2 figures were tall and muscular with strong auras. They were clearly 4th grade heaven immortals too. Go and find Mu Yun at once. I'll handle this. Oh? Mu Yun is nearby? Great, come out and die together. Tang Wenwu wore a ferocious look. Despite saying so, he knew what was going on in his heart. Mu Yun's immortal hound was very difficult to deal with. Even his brother was no match against it. Now, he had to capture these guys while they were separated. by then Mu Yun would surely hold back. It would be easier for him to deal with them. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A few figures immediately charged forward. Ladies, where are you going? Tang Wenwu waved his hand casually when he saw Luo Jianxue and the others trying to leave. Ren Gangang wanted to attack. However, at that moment, Lu Yan and Xin Yuan directly moved to stop Ren Gangang. However, Tang Wenwu directly stopped the three women. With a wave of his hand, a burst of fist might burst forth. Seeing this, the three women looked at each other and immediately attacked. Bang bang bang, three bangs rang out, and the three women's figures were immediately stopped. Eh? Seeing this, Tang Wenwu was stunned. What was going on? That shouldn't be the case. With his strength, he should be able to subdue the three women with a wave of his hand. He was a second-tier heaven immortal. Thus, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with three women who had yet to reach the heaven immortal realm. Wenwu, be careful. These three women seemed to have reached the heaven immortal realm. What? Tang Wenwu was dumbfounded when he heard someone's reminder. Reaching the heavenly immortal realm? How was this possible? Just a moment ago, the three women were still in the earth immortal realm. Moreover, they were only tier 7 and tier 6 earth immortals. And now, they had all reached the heavenly immortal realm? All the more reason to stop them. Tang Wenwu sneered and said, force them to tell me how they managed to increase their strength. All right. Suddenly, more than a dozen people behind Tang Wenwu dashed out with murderous intent. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Luo Jianxue, Yu Qinglan, and Huan Qingsha knew that it would be difficult for them to escape this time. They looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Kill. Suddenly, three figures dashed out. The three of them had reached the heaven immortal realm. They were no longer ordinary earth immortals, nor were they disciples of the iron-class forces who were looked down upon. Now, they were considered as geniuses even in the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. The dark seal of life and death had changed their lives. Boom boom boom, suddenly, the three figures dashed out. The rest of the people also dashed out. However, as the fight continued, the situation gradually turned unfavorable. Whether it was the disciples of the Iya Sword faction or the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower who had been subdued by Mu Yun, their strength had increased tremendously in the past few years. However, most of them were between the 5th and 9th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. However, the dozen people around Tang Wenwu were all in the Heaven Immortal Realm. The gap between them was too big. If it were not for those people who wanted to make fun of them, they would have been killed. Even so, they were finding it difficult to hold on. The gap in their overall strength was too big. Seeing this scene, Tang Wenwu immediately laughed loudly and said, all of you, prepare to become my, Tang Wenwu's, hostages. This Ren Gangang, I will also make him into a human swine and let him die without a burial ground. Is this how you killed Zhang Tianling, Feng Rui, and Chao Tianga? However, as soon as Tang Wenwu finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. When the voice fell, Tang Wenwu was stunned. With a swoosh, a figure brushed past him. The figure waved his hand gently. A puff was heard. Tang Wenwu immediately screamed. My arm. Tang Wenwu's eyes were wide open and his mouth was agape. He immediately cried out in pain. His arm was completely crippled at this moment. A figure stopped in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was Mu Yun. However, the current Mu Yun looked completely different from when they had separated earlier. Terrifying, that's right, the feeling she gave him was terrifying. Mu Yun, when did she become so terrifying? Tang Wenwu was astonished. All of you deserve to die. Looking at the rest of the people, Mu Yun waved her hand and sneered, now, all of you really deserve to die. Swoosh, 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 suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Mu Yun waved her hand and silver bone figures flew out. However, among the silver bone figures, there was a huge purple celestial hound that was exceptionally dazzling. Purple Fong, you don't have to go. Take this guy with you. Mu Yun shouted at this moment. Woof, woof, Purple Fong immediately barked, jumped and slapped out with its paw. The paw hit Tang Wenwu's back with a bang. Tang Wenwu immediately screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn dog, how dare you! Woof, woof, Hearing that Tang Wenwu still dared to scold it, Purple Fang immediately slapped out with its paw and hit Tang Wenwu's body. At the same time, the Silver Bone Blood Guards had already charged out. At this moment, Luo Tianqing, a level 7 Heaven Immortal, directly charged out. Step by step, no one could stop him. The powerful strength of a level 7 Heaven Immortal was the overlord here. Moreover, Mu Yun now understood why only disciples below the level 5 Earth Immortal realm could enter. That was because of the deterrence of the 9 Spirits Heaven Capturing Tablet. Now that the 9 Spirits Heaven Capturing Tablet had been subdued by him, the deterrence had disappeared. Luo Tianqing could only appear here. Now, it was time for Mu Yun to fulfill his promise. Tang Wenwu, dead. However, at this moment, the disciples who followed Tang Wenwu were completely in trouble. They were being chased and killed by the blood guards who were unknown to them. At this moment, Mu Yun showed no mercy at all. You just said that you want to become a human swine, right? Mu Yun bowed slightly and said coldly, I see that you seem to like human swine very much. If that's the case, then, wouldn't it be best if you become a human swine? Puff, puff, puff. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she directly cut off Tang Wenwu's other arm and legs. As blood flowed out, Tang Wenwu was completely howling in grief. What are you doing? What are you trying to do? Tang Wenwu shouted crazily, my elder brother is Tang Wenbin. Mu Yun, aren't you afraid that my elder brother will know what you're doing to me? Your elder brother will know? Mu Yun directly put it away and lifted Tang Wenwu up. She said in a low voice, if he wants to seek revenge from me, then he'd better be prepared to die. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun directly kneaded Tang Wenwu's body into meat paste. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Leave no one alive. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand, and the sound of killing was immediately heard. The scene immediately became bloody. At this moment, Rengangang walked to Mu Yun's side and looked at Mu Yun. He smiled and said, You, what exactly did you do just now? Now, you've completely changed. Thanks to your auspicious words, I obtained some opportunities. Unfortunately, I can't share them with you. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. As she did not sign the life and death seal with Rengangang, she could not directly transmit the power of the Golden Immortal's inheritance to Rengangang. However, Renganggang's body originally contained the power of the Golden Immortal's inheritance. A large portion of it was still in her body to digest. It was almost certain that she would advance in the future. Are you really so decisive to kill them all? Looking at the few figures fleeing, Rengangang looked at Mu Yun and asked for her opinion. Of course. Mu Yun directly said, none of these guys can escape. Yes. At this moment, Luo Tianqing personally took action. Naturally, it was easy to capture them. Not long after, the screams in the field gradually disappeared. One by one, the corpses stopped at the feet of everyone. Seeing this scene, the few of them looked at Mu Yun with slight respect. Mu Yun was very close to them, but Mu Yun was not courteous to her enemies. This also made them understand from the bottom of their hearts that Mu Yun was a person who treated them well. Those who betrayed her could only die. Your strength, it has increased a little again. You've reached the 5th stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm. F***ck, hearing Mu Yun's words, the few disciples present could not help but curse in their hearts. Increased a little, to the 5th stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm. This was called increasing a little, from the 2nd stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm to the 5th stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm. This was too exaggerated. Seeing Mu Yun's current state, the few people present really could not help but want to go forward and beat Mu Yun up. It's within my expectations, Rengangang said with a smile, you always do not play by the rules. This time, you don't need me to be your shield. You can finally relax. In your dreams. Mu Yun scolded jokingly, if you don't work, who will? Boom. Boom. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. His heart was really big. The sound of a violent explosion could be heard from far away. Hearing the explosion, the figures of the few people instantly trembled, and the ground shook involuntarily. What's going on? Looking into the distance, the expressions of the few people changed. Let's go and take a look. Mu Yun, on the other hand, was filled with interest. He was already a level 5 heavenly immortal. In addition, Ziyu was also a level 5 heavenly immortal, and there was also Luo Tianxing who was a level 7 heavenly immortal. This time, he would kill anyone who dared to stop him. Not only that, it was time to settle the grudges from before. Let's go. Mu Yun waved his hand, and led the group away from this place. Tang Wenwu's corpse on the ground gradually turned cold. Boom. Boom, boom. At this moment, they could see a square palace standing in front of them in the mysterious space. The palace was shimmering with golden light. At this moment, almost all of the figures were gathered here. Seeing this, Mu Yun and the others gradually came forward. Tang Wenbin, Qin Yuzhu, Yi Ruxue, and the others were working together, as if they were trying to open a restriction in front of the palace. The restriction was shining brightly in front of the palace. All of the restriction seemed to be shrouded by the stone tablet in front of them. It was a stone tablet that looked like the 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet, but it was 100 times smaller, and its aura was completely different from the 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet. At this moment, everyone was working together, as if they were trying to open the restriction on the stone tablet. Seeing this, Mu Yun led a few people and stood to the side. Mu Yun! Mu Yun! When they saw Mu Yun and the others appear, voices rang out from the crowd. You've come at the right time. Let's work together to open this restriction. The golden immortal tablet is most likely in this palace. Ji Yu said when he saw Mu Yun. That's right. Don't just stand there. If you don't do it now, once we open this palace and get the golden immortal tablet and other things, you won't be able to get anything. Chen Yu chimed in. Mu Yun sneered in her heart when she saw these people looking at her and singing the same tune. These fellows even treated him as a disciple of a subordinate sect that could come and go as they wished. What a big heart. Mu Yun walked to the front without batting an eyelid. That Yuji immediately snorted and said, dilly-dallying, who knows what kind of shameful thing you're doing? Don't tell me that you're still thinking of excitement at this time and want to fight 1 against 3? Yuji's words were filled with evasiveness. He looked at Mu Yun and Luo Jianxue and laughed mischievously. You talk too much. At this moment, Mu Yun snorted. What did you say? I say, you should shut your stinking mouth. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she walked to the front without even looking at Yuji. Stop right there. You shouldn't be in front. This is the place. Yuji immediately shouted angrily out of humiliation. Even if Mu Yun had Ziya and Ren Gangang by her side, this was the place where the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance gathered. What could he do? If he acted recklessly and delayed everyone's matters, everyone's interests would be lost. No one would be willing to do that. At that time, if he aroused everyone's anger and everyone joined forces, this guy would be finished. I told you to shut up, but you didn't listen. Mu Yun stopped and turned around to look at Yuji. Then, she directly pointed her finger. 9 nether finger. Seeing Mu Yun directly attacking him, Yuji was completely enraged. This guy was too daring. You're courting death. After all, Yuji was a 3rd stage heaven immortal. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of Mu Yun. In fact, if it weren't for Ziya and Ren Gangang, Mu Yun would have been killed by Yi Ruxue and Tang Wenbin. Seeing this scene, Yuji was furious. Mu Yun actually dared to attack him. She was courting death. At this moment, Mu Yun's 9 nether finger spread out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 7 fingerprints directly penetrated Yuji's body from top to bottom. Bloody holes appeared one after another. Yuji immediately cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuji pointed at Mu Yun and shouted, you're not a 2nd stage heaven immortal. At this moment, the others finally realized that Mu Yun's current realm was not a 2nd stage heaven immortal. She was at least a 3rd or 4th stage heaven immortal. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. They had only separated for half a day. What happened? Next time, before you shout, remember to look clearly at who is standing in front of you. Mu Yun's voice was slightly cold. After saying this, she turned around and looked at the others. Everyone, continue. Mu Yun spread out her hands and said with a smile, I think it's fine if I join now, right? The few of them were silent. Mu Yun did not say much. She waved her hand and a surging power was directly absorbed into it. As soon as he joined in, everyone looked at each other in silence. Mu Yun's strength had indeed increased. Moreover, it had become vast and boundless. For a moment, even they could not figure out what realm Mu Yun was at. However, based on Mu Yun's current strength, she was at least a 4th stage heaven immortal. But, that was impossible, she was just a 2nd stage heaven immortal earlier. How could she be at least a 4th stage heaven immortal now? This was too inconceivable. However, at this moment, the crowd could only suppress the doubts in their hearts. After all, the golden immortal steel might appear later. At that time, the golden immortal steel would be the object of everyone's competition. Seeing this, Mu Yun did not care about them. Now, even if all of them joined forces, she was not afraid at all. Crack! Crack, crack! Crack! Just as everyone was having different thoughts, cracking sounds were heard. Cracks began to appear under their feet. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It seemed like there was some progress. Everyone immediately looked ahead. Due to their powerful pressure, cracks gradually began to appear on the towering stone tablet that was over 10 meters tall. The cracks appeared on the stone tablet and began to spread until they reached the door of the hall in front of him. Boom! Instantly, the door turned into silver powder. Charge! In the blink of an eye, everyone rushed into the hall without saying a word. However, when a blood-curdling scream rang out from the front, everyone hurriedly retreated, scared out of their wits. What the hell was going on? Swoosh 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 sounds appeared as numerous figures flew out from within the large hall. The figures were all dressed in golden robes and golden armor. There was even a golden cloak on their backs. They looked majestic and extraordinarily handsome. This is, golden immortal bodyguards. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the figures charging out one after another. A total of 80 figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Those 80 figures were either holding swords, spears, or sabers in their hands. However, without exception, all 80 of them were surging with killing intent. Puff! Puff! This sudden occurrence caused the disciples at the scene to be completely dumbfounded. It was simply too shocking. This was simply incomprehensible to them. Such a violent scene was truly shocking. Everyone, don't worry. Let's just charge in. This is just a smokescreen. Someone in the crowd shouted. In an instant, everyone looked ahead with bloodshot eyes. They were only one step away from the long journey of 10,000 miles. How could they give up now? Everyone immediately charged out. However, the strength of those 80 golden immortal bodyguards had clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. When they were alive, they were very likely profound immortals, or even peak true immortals. And now, they were powerhouses among heavenly immortals. 80 of them against over 10,000 people. It was a simple massacre. However, Tang Wenbin and the others did not care about that at this moment. Those disciples were like cannonballs, while they charged straight into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was so vast that one could not see the end of it. However, when one entered from both sides of the 1,000-meter-wide Great Hall, one could see strange divine weapons hanging on the walls. It was fine if it was just a divine weapon, but there were also many other strange things. Let's not bother about these things for now. Let's find the golden immortal steel first. The golden immortal steel is the most important thing here. Tang Wenbin immediately gave the order. With the golden immortal steel in hand, he would be promoted to an inner league disciple. What could he not have in the future? Tang Wenbin immediately led dozens of people into the depths of the Great Hall. At this moment, Qin Yuzhu, Yi Ruxue, and the other top 10 Outer League disciples of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance charged out one by one. Seeing this, Ren Gangang walked up to Mu Yun. Don't just stand there. Mu Yun smiled and said, these are all heavenly immortal artifacts. It would be a waste if we don't take them. Then the golden immortal steel, why would they want it? If they want it, they have to be able to find it first. Mu Yun's words made Ren Gangang understand instantly. You rascal! After scolding Mu Yun jokingly, Ren Gangang and the others immediately spread out to the two sides and began to search for those heavenly treasures. Mu Yun naturally knew that there was no golden immortal steel in this place. The golden immortal steel was already lying obediently in his chart of immortal extermination. Therefore, now that he had found something good, he could just take it directly. Seeing this, the others immediately swarmed forward. At the same time, the disciples who had charged in also rushed into the Great Hall. They were shocked to see the immortal artifacts on both sides of the Great Hall. They knew that their strength was weak and did not care about the golden immortal steel at this moment. The most important thing was to snatch the treasures. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Fake Steely. However, everyone realized that the treasures hanging on both sides of the main hall were placed in a messy manner. Moreover, there were only some heaven-level inferior grade and middle grade treasures, as if they had been plundered. What a pity, what a pity. Ren Gangang felt his heart ache. There are so many treasures. It's a pity that we can't collect them all. What a pity. You're too greedy. Mu Yun scolded. Time is of the essence. If you choose slowly, those who came in later will definitely fight with you. 1 heaven-level superior-grade celestial artifact is equivalent to 10 heaven-level middle-grade celestial artifacts. Are you still not satisfied? Of course not. I'll only be satisfied if I collect them all. Ren Gangang burst into laughter. Boom, at the same time, a dozen people kept picking the best celestial artifacts and kept them in their bags. They moved forward quickly, leaving behind the people behind them. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from the front. They were fighting. Looking at the explosions in front, Mu Yun laughed. Lead them and collect them here. Purple Fong, you guard here too. If there's a problem, I'll find trouble with you. Woof woof, Purple Fong barked and looked at Mu Yun with disdain. You be careful too. Don't worry. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled confidently and left. Ren Gangang thought about it and felt that he had said too much. Mu Yun was now a 5th grade heaven immortal. In this golden immortal ruins, no one was her match. With such a dramatic increase, the Outer League geniuses would most likely be completely dumbfounded. Everyone, continue to work hard. If the people behind us catch up, the good stuff will be gone. Understood. Immediately, a dozen people rushed out. They did not slow down and started to move at full speed. At the same time, Mu Yun rushed into the depths. Not long after, Mu Yun reached the deepest part. At this moment, hundreds of people were standing in the deepest part of the forest. However, they were like water and fire. Mu Yun was slightly taken aback when he saw this. These guys, when Mu Yun looked around, he discovered a wall in the deepest part of the cave. As for that wall, it stood alone in front of them. All the disciples who had entered this place had red eyes as they stared at the stone wall without blinking. At this moment, a few words were engraved on the stone wall. They were especially eye-catching. Indestructible Blood Codex. Seeing those 4 words, Mu Yun was stunned. What was going on? Why was there a stone tablet here? While Mu Yun was still in shock, his gaze landed on the stone tablet. When he saw the contents of the stone tablet, he smiled bitterly. The Immortal Blood Codex was indeed written on the stone tablet. However, the contents had been tampered with. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun. This golden immortal was truly scheming. Even in death, he could not rest in peace. He placed the real blood steel outside the Grand Hall. No one would be able to tell that the golden immortal steel was actually being stepped on by them. However, a stone tablet was deliberately placed here to lure everyone in. This little bit of scheming was well played. At the same time, Mu Yun stood outside the crowd. She had no intention of getting involved. Brother Yun. Brother Yun. Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan were panting. They came to Mu Yun and said slowly, Brother Yun, don't you have any thoughts about the golden immortal tablet? Of course I do. Mu Yun looked at the two and said slowly, I naturally have thoughts about the golden immortal tablet. But now, Tang Wenbin, Qin Yuzhu, and Yi Ruxue are there. How can we fight for it? Why don't we just stay here and watch the show? Aren't you too calm? Yi Wuqing looked at Mu Yun and said with a wry smile, I can't stay calm when I see the golden immortal tablet. Listen to my advice. Why don't you go outside and collect some handy immortal artifacts? See if there are any good treasures. Otherwise, you will be the one suffering. Kid, don't tell me. Looking at Mu Yun, the two were shocked. Could it be that Mu Yun had already obtained the golden immortal tablet? That was impossible. The two were completely stunned. However, looking at the current Mu Yun, the two of them felt that it was entirely possible. Brother Mu, don't tell me you have the golden immortal tablet? Looking at the two, Mu Yun pondered for a moment and said, I didn't get the golden immortal tablet. However, this golden immortal tablet is fake. Fake? Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other, dumbfounded. If the two of you believe me, Mu Yun, why don't you go outside and find some treasures? It's not worth wasting time here. Mu Yun could only tell them this. After all, a golden immortal tablet was of great importance. Although he treated the two of them as friends, he could not treat them the same way he treated Ren Gang Gang. All right. Yi Wuqing said decisively. If even you don't want it, this golden immortal tablet is most likely fake. We don't need it. All right. Seeing that the two of them believed him, Mu Yun was stunned. Don't worry. If you believe me now, you will feel lucky in the end. All right. At this moment, the top 10 disciples of the Outer League had already formed a circle in front of the stone tablet. The disciples behind them stood outside to prevent the other disciples from taking advantage of the situation. Qin Yuzhu, why should we fight for this golden immortal tablet? You are the daughter of the leader. Isn't it only a matter of time before you enter the Inner League? Tang Wenbin looked at Qin Yuzhu and smiled slowly. It has nothing to do with that. Qin Yuzhu said coldly. Whether I can enter the Inner League depends on my strength, not my identity. Tang Wenbin, if you have the ability, just snatch the golden immortal tablet. Yi Ruxue also said coldly, let's just look at our own strength. These three could be said to be the three strongest people in the golden immortal ruins. With the three of them fighting, the chances of the others obtaining the tablet were slim. At this moment, Mu Yun realized that Ji Yu, Lu Junwei, Qin Yu, and Yi Yuji were all here. However, Gan Xian, who was ranked 4th, was not here. Although he found it strange, Mu Yun did not say anything. He stood outside the group and watched everything. These guys were bound to have a huge battle. In that case, let's see who's stronger. Tang Wenbin looked at Ji Yu and the rest and said, if any of you are willing to help me, Tang Wenbin, obtain the golden immortal tablet, I will give all my golden immortal tokens to you. You will be promoted to Inner League disciple. This time, the Triple Heavenly Alliance disciples who obtained the golden immortal tablet would be promoted to Inner League disciple. Those who obtained the most golden immortal tokens would also be promoted to Inner League disciple. Tang Wenbin's move was very clever. However, Mu Yun could not help but laugh when he heard this. Tang Wenbin's wishful thinking was very good. However, the golden immortal tablet was fake. He had not calculated it at all. Qin Yuzhu frowned and shouted, if you are willing to help me, I have no use for the golden immortal tokens. How about it? Yi Ruxue was unwilling to fall behind. In an instant, the three disciples used their trump cards to tempt them. The golden immortal tokens made Ji Yu and the rest waver. It was too difficult to snatch the golden immortal tablet from the hands of the three disciples. However, if the three of them fought for the golden immortal tablet, the rest of them would fight for the golden immortal tokens. Let me help you, senior brother Tang. Ji Yu said immediately. Let me help you too, senior brother Tang. Lu Junwei also said. Let us help you, senior brother Yi. On the other side, Qin Yu and Yi Yuji also spoke. Immediately, the top 10 disciples chose their factions. However, to everyone's surprise, no one chose to side with Qin Yuzhu. This made Mu Yun feel strange. Qin Yuzhu is the daughter of the Alliance Master. She has always been arrogant and has a temper. Yi Wuqing explained in a low voice. What about the three of you? Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun, Yi Wuqing, and Jiang Yan and asked immediately. That depends on what conditions you offer, Mu Yun said with a smile. Regardless of success or failure, I will give all the golden immortal tokens to the three of you. How about that? As soon as he said this, Mu Yun rubbed his hands. Deal. If Tang Wenbin and Yi Ruxue managed to snatch the golden immortal tablet, they would each have 10 or 12 golden immortal tokens. Adding them to the others, they might even surpass him. Mu Yun did not want to take this risk. Seeing Mu Yun nod, Tang Wenbin and Yi Ruxue's expressions turned ugly. Xia, who was by this fellow's side, was no joke. Mu Yun, this is a matter between the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. It has nothing to do with you. Tang Wenbin immediately shouted, you better think carefully. I've thought it through very clearly. Muyan smiled faintly and said, I just want the golden immortal tokens. If you are willing to give me all the golden immortal tokens, I will leave now. How about that? You, Tang Wenbin. Immediately snorted. Why bother with him? Yi Rushue said coldly, in that case, Tang Wenbin, why don't the two of us join forces? We have to eliminate one of the three enemies first. At this moment, facing the golden immortal tablet, they no longer had any feelings for each other. They could only fight it out. Okay. The two of them immediately reached an agreement. At this moment, Qin Yuzhu shouted at Mu Yun, the three of you, help me block the others. As for Yi Rushue and Tang Wenbin, I will deal with them. Okay. Mu Yun originally intended to deal with Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushue, but since Qin Yuzhu said so, he did not mind. As for the enmity between him and Yi Rushue, it would not be too late to talk about it after this matter was settled. Hee. Mu Yun, I did not expect that after 3 days, I really have to look at you in a new light. Ji Yu and the others immediately surrounded Mu Yun, Yi Wuqing, and Jiang Yan. It is time to look at you in a new light. Mu Yun exhaled and said slowly, I just don't know if you can bear the pain of losing your eyesight. Lu Junwei, the two of us will hold back Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan. Let Qin Yu and Yi Yuji kill this guy first. How about that? Okay. Ji Yu and Lu Junwei were originally level 4 heavenly immortals. Now that Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing had both become level 4 heavenly immortals, it would not be a problem for the two of them to hold back Mu Yun. Qin Yu, Yi Yuji, do the two of you have any problems dealing with Mu Yun? No problem. Yi Yuji said hatefully, this time, I want to regain my dignity. Okay. Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushue immediately attacked Qin Yuzhu. Ji Yu and Lu Junwei charged towards Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio A Massacre. Mu Yun, it's your bad luck that you're up against the two of us. Yi Yuji snorted. Bad luck? Mu Yun smiled and said, did you forget just now? How am I embarrassed? Yi Yuji's face darkened. He was severely injured by Mu Yun just now. If he didn't have a life-saving elixir, it would be difficult for him to even stand now. At the mention of this, Yi Yuji's face turned red. This guy was despicable. Kill him. Why are you talking nonsense? Qin Yu growled, and a machete appeared in his hand. A purple light appeared on the surface of the machete, and it charged toward Mu Yun. Humph. However, Mu Yun sneered when he saw Qin Yu's actions. If these two guys wanted to play, then she would play with them. Boom, Mu Yun pointed her finger. Seeing Mu Yun's move, how could Qin Yu be careless? He had seen that Yi Yuji almost suffered a destructive blow because of this move. Of course, he wouldn't be careless now. On the purple blade, a strange light was emitted. The strange light spread out with a dizzying aura. Get lost. Mu Yun pointed her finger. This time, the 9 nether finger was still 7 finger auras, but the difference was that the aura of these 7 fingers was more than 10 times stronger than before. Boom, the finger imprint shot out and collided with the blade. Immediately, a rumbling sound was heard. Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. The machete in his hand fell to the ground, and he was completely dispirited. This scene made Yi Yuji's heart tremble. This wasn't right, Mu Yun's current attack was even stronger than before. How could this be? Yi Yuji looked at Mu Yun, and it became more and more difficult to understand. What realm are you at now? Yi Yuji looked at Mu Yun and shouted, you're not only a 3rd grade heaven immortal, but also a 4th grade heaven immortal. Who told you that I'm a 3rd grade or 4th grade heaven immortal? At this moment, Mu Yun smiled and said, you must die today. In your dreams. Yi Yuji roared and charged forward. Bang, however, before he could get close to Mu Yun, Yi Yuji's entire body was blocked. Sword Realm, at this moment, Mu Yun's Sword Realm had already reached a very powerful realm when combined with her strength. A mere rank 3 was nothing in his eyes. Yi Yuji's face turned cold, and he was just about to attack when he caught sight of Qin Yu running away. Qin Yu, why are you running? Yi Yuji couldn't help but roar. You might want to stay here and be killed, but I don't. Can't you tell that this guy is not a rank 3 or rank 4 heavenly immortal? He's a rank 5 heavenly immortal. At this moment, Jinyu finally understood. This Mu Yun was completely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This guy might have really been a pig before, but who knew what had happened to him now? He had turned into a tiger. Moreover, it was a tiger as ferocious as Tang Wenbin and the other two. Now that he provoked Mu Yun, he was courting death. Iyuji's face was full of shock at this moment. That's right, he could definitely kill a rank 3 heavenly immortal. It was impossible for him and Jinyu to not have any ability to resist a rank 4 heavenly immortal. Only a rank 5 heavenly immortal, a rank 5 heavenly immortal with a refined nascent soul. The immortal chi in his body was surging like the mountains and seas, whistling and gushing. You, Iyuji was completely trembling. He really couldn't understand how a mere disciple of a bronze force could reach such a level. He was an outstanding member of the Outer League of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. This was simply unrealistic. Mu Yun didn't care whether it was realistic or not. Boom, she took a step forward and lifted Iyuji with one hand. Aren't you very arrogant? Mu Yun said slowly, you tried to kill me several times, how do you feel now? I'm a disciple of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. If you kill me, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance won't sit back and do nothing. Oh? You still want to threaten me now? Mu Yun smiled and said, you must die. With a wave of her hand, a tyrannical force erupted. A rumbling sound was heard at this moment. Iyuji's entire body was instantly dejected, and he stopped breathing. This scene immediately made everyone present feel that Mu Yun had gone crazy. At this moment, Jiyu and Lu Junwei stopped. They looked at Mu Yun with shock. What was going on? Where did Qingyu run off to? Iyuji was killed by Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, the two of them were extremely shocked. The two of them were already very troublesome when facing Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan, but they didn't expect that Mu Yun was even more troublesome. These two pieces of trash can't even stop a single Mu Yun. Let's not talk about this first. Iyuji was killed. The two of them looked at Mu Yun with shock in their eyes. This fellow actually dared to kill. Iyuji was killed. Iyuji was in the top 10 of the Outer League. Even though the status and position of an Outer League disciple in the Triji Heavenly Alliance was much lower than that of an Inner League disciple, it shouldn't be to the extent that a top disciple would be killed like this. You're dead, Mu Yun. Iyuji was in the top 10 of the Outer League of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. What does it mean to be in the top 10? He was watched by the warriors in the Alliance. If he was killed, the Alliance would definitely pay close attention. Jiyu shouted, no matter how powerful you are, you're just trash compared to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Since that's the case, I'll just kill all of you. What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Jiyu and Lu Junwei were stunned. How arrogant of you. Jiyu immediately reacted and understood Mu Yun's meaning. Silence them, Jiyu was completely enraged. Lu Junwei was even more furious. You mean to kill all of us? Dream on. I'm not dreaming. Mu Yun smiled and said, that's the truth. With a wave of her hand, a finger seal shot out and a majestic aura erupted. Mu Yun took a step forward and attacked with her palm without using her sword. Bang bang, two muffled bangs rang out, and Jiyu and Lu Junwei immediately screamed as they retreated. At this moment, they felt as if a wall had appeared in front of them. That wall was filled with steel, and they punched it with a pair of soft fists. Their strength was too weak. You're not Mu Yun. Jiyu suddenly roared. Mu Yun is only a Tier 1 Heaven Immortal. Even if she has improved, it's impossible for her to reach Tier 5 Heaven Immortal in just 3 years. How can there be so many impossible things? Mu Yun took another step forward. Her every step made Jiyu and Lu Junwei's hearts tremble. This person was too terrifying. Wait, we won't participate in this matter. Jiyu and Lu Junwei suddenly spoke at the same time. Won't participate in this matter? Mu Yun smiled. Sorry, it's too late now. With a wave of her hand, Mu Yun directly attacked. A Tier 5 Heaven Immortal against a Tier 4 Heaven Immortal. In addition, Mu Yun's Tier 5 Heaven Immortal was at the great mastery of the nascent soul realm. The power of her 5 limbs immediately roared out. Seeing Mu Yun's explosive power, the two of them were completely dumbfounded. This was impossible. boom boom, following a loud boom, the two figures fell to the ground. Facing Mu Yun, there was nothing they could resist. At least for now, at this moment, Mu Yun's heart was at ease. This was the tyrannical power of strength. All the humiliation he had suffered in the ruins of the Golden Immortal, the contempt, the suppression, and the oppression he had suffered were all released at this moment. Mu Yun felt refreshed. This was the benefit of advancing in strength. If not for the 7 Golden Immortal inheritances and the 9 Spirit Heaven capturing tablet, she would need at least another 10 years to advance to Tier 5 Heaven Immortal. This time it could be said to be a harvest. At this moment, Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan, who were standing at the side, were completely dumbfounded. This person was too abnormal? Brother Yun, Jiang Yan was in a daze and could not speak for a long time. This was really unbelievable, but now, the two of them had nothing to say. I only killed the 2 of them, it's okay. Mu Yun said slowly, this time, the Golden Immortal ruins are for the disciples of the various factions to eat each other. If the disciples of the other bronze rank factions can die, why can't the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance die? Haha, hearing this, Jiang Yan could only smile bitterly. This person did not care about the consequences when she did things. Bang, at this moment, a loud bang sounded from the top of the hall, and a figure fell straight down. Looking at the falling figure, Mu Yun directly flew out and reached out her hand to catch that person. Qin Yuzhu. At this moment, Qin Yuzhu's face looked a little pale, and blood kept flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Mu Yun took out a pill from his body and fed it to her. Cough cough, however, before Qin Yuzhu could consume the pill, she spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. Why are you forcing yourself? Looking at Qin Yuzhu, Mu Yun said with a smile, I'll help you deal with these 2 guys, but don't forget about the Golden Immortal tokens. I'll give them to you now. Qin Yuzhu waved her hand. 12 Golden Immortal tokens landed in Mu Yun's hands. In addition to the 9 Golden Immortal tokens from Lu Junwei and Ji Yu, a total of 35 Golden Immortal tokens were in Mu Yun's hands. Seeing this, Mu Yun nodded. I took their money, and I'm helping them. These 2, just kill them. Qin Yuzhu coughed out a mouthful of blood and said coldly, kill them. If anything happens, I'll guarantee your safety. Seeing Qin Yuzhu's serious look, Mu Yun nodded. It seemed that this little girl was not simple, however, even if Qin Yuzhu did not say it, these 2 people were already on his must-kill list. Putting Qin Yuzhu down, Mu Yun could still feel the lingering fragrance of this woman's body. He smiled and took a step forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures were already standing still. They were Tang Wenbin and Yi Ruxue. They were the 2 strongest people in the outer league of the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance. Seeing this, Mu Yun let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that an insignificant small fry would want to stand out and play the hero at this crucial moment. Tang Wenbin looked at Mu Yun and said indifferently. Small fry? Mu Yun opened her mouth. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio The Ultimate Emperor Clan. Mu Yun said with a smile, so, I should be grateful that you didn't kill me? What do you think? Yi Ruxue said indifferently, an ant should have the awareness of an ant. In this world, if you want to become an expert, you need not only talent but also luck. Luck, do you understand? Of course I understand. Mu Yun said with a smile, that's why I don't think I have any luck. However, I prefer to steal other people's luck and use it for myself. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, the atmosphere turned cold. Kill. Immediately, 2 figures charged forward. Seeing this, a smile appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. 9 nether finger. She pointed her 7 fingers and spread out her finger. Dong dong dong, a dull sound could be heard as Mu Yun closed in. You're courting death. As for Yi Ruxue and Tang Wenbin, they attacked Mu Yun at the same time. 9 Cloud Sky Fist. Overlord's Chant. The 2 figures charged toward Mu Yun with their own moves. Seeing this, Mu Yun sneered inwardly. Bang bang bang, the 3 figures collided with each other and retreated. It was just a test, so the 3 of them did not suffer any damage. However, Tang Wenbin and Yi Ruxue's expressions changed. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun's strength was beyond their imagination. It did not seem like she had just entered the level 5 Heaven Immortal realm. She seemed to have been in the level 5 heaven immortal realm for a longer time than they had. This was terrifying. Tang Wenbin, I hope you can show me your full strength. Yi Rushue waved her hand, and a long sword appeared in her hand. The long sword was almost 4 feet long, and its blade was less than 2 fingers wide. The slender blade gave off a cold, devouring aura. I hope the two of us don't add up to 0. Tang Wenbin naturally understood what Yi Rushue meant. Then you'd better remember what our goal is right now. I don't want you to snatch the golden immortal tablet halfway through. Of course. Tang Wenbin looked at Yi Rushue and nodded. He waved his hand. Following this, surging auras spread into the surroundings. A set of armor appeared on the surface of Tang Wenbin's body. At this moment, a pair of traps appeared on his hands. On the surface of the gauntlet, there were countless black light spots of various sizes. At this moment, they seemed to have condensed into starlight, which was extremely dazzling. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be displaying their true strength. Are you ready to get serious? Mu Yun looked at the two of them and smiled. With a whoosh, a long sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the long sword, Mu Yun held it in her hand and muttered softly. Hey Jian, along the way, you are the one who makes me feel the most at ease. Hearing this, a sword hum came from the blacking sword. That voice sounded extremely clear and melodious, and it carried an aura that caused one's heart and soul to sway. Let's play with these two fellows. A buzzing sound was transmitted from the blacking sword. Mu Yun immediately understood. The blacking sword was filled with joy. Kill! Kill! Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushue immediately sprang forward. Mu Yun smiled faintly, her eyes full of ridicule. With a swoosh, the sword realm condensed, and Mu Yun charged out. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures dashed forward. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at the two people in front of her, and her fighting spirit immediately rose. Calamitous sword rain. At that moment, Mu Yun's figure became solemn and indifferent. She became someone who could not be bullied. This was who he was. Ever since his rebirth, he had never let go of the sword. On the contrary, his current understanding of the sword had surpassed that of his previous life. Rumbling sounds could be heard. At this moment, Mu Yun was completely stirred up. The 3 figures were entangled with one another, as if they were completely mixed together. And at that moment, Qin Yuzhu, Yi Wuqing and Jiang Yan were completely dumbfounded. Was this still Mu Yun? They knew how powerful Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushue were. But what they did not know was, when did Mu Yun become someone who could contend with the two of them, even if Mu Yun had directly killed Yi Yuji, Ji Yu and Lu Junwei. But the 3 of them were 3rd and 4th stage heavenly immortals, not 5th stage heavenly immortals. Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushue were 5th stage heavenly immortals, and the best among them. But Mu Yun was not at a disadvantage against the two of them. This guy was too abnormal. The two of you seem to be very familiar with him? Ah, we are somewhat familiar. Jiang Yan was stunned. Then do you know why he suddenly became so strong? Jiang Yan and Yi Wuqing immediately shook their heads. In fact, the two of them had already guessed it. Mu Yun's current strength was most likely related to the golden immortal steel. When Mu Yun reminded them earlier, the two of them did not react. But now that they thought about it carefully, could the golden immortal steel in front of them be fake? The two of them were shocked. Could it be that the real golden immortal steel had already been obtained by Mu Yun, so this guy? But it could not be. If Mu Yun had really obtained the golden immortal steel, how could the two of them not know? There had not been any abnormalities along the way, but now was not the time for them to think too much. The battle between the 3 of them had made them look at them in a new light. Not only were they impressed by the strength displayed by Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushue, but they were also impressed by Mu Yun's improvement. Bang bang, while the 3 of them were still in shock, 2 bangs were heard. On the ground of the palace, 2 figures fell to the ground like 2 cannonballs. Seeing this, the 3 of them were completely convinced. Qin Yuzhu was slightly stunned. No wonder, father. With a swoosh, Mu Yun's figure appeared in the air, looking at the 2 people in front of her. At this moment, Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushue were lying on the ground, and blood was flowing out from the corners of their mouths. They looked extremely miserable. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Yan and Heartless drew a cold gasp. Qin Yuzhu's reaction was not bad. She was only surprised, as if she had known Mu Yun had such strength. You, puff, before Tang Wenbin could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Yun's swordsmanship, together with his sword principle, and his strength as a 5th-grade heaven immortal, could be said to be the strongest combination. How did this guy do it? But now was not the time to think about this. The two of them were out of breath. Looking at Mu Yun, they were only thinking about how to leave this place. They could forget about the golden immortal steel, and now they could not even keep their lives. At this moment, Mu Yun stood where he was and let out a sigh. This result was expected. With the strength of a 5th-grade heaven immortal, Tang Wenbin and the others were nothing. Are you convinced now? Mu Yun looked at the two of them. The blacking sword was still stained with blood. Their auras were fluctuating as they looked at Mu Yun, their eyes filled with anger. Bang, however, just as they were confronting each other, a bang was suddenly heard from outside the main hall. At this moment, a loud explosion was heard. The crowd immediately scattered. The figure passed through the hall and slammed into the steel at the center of the hall with a loud crash. A lump of flesh was stuck on the steel. Qin Yu, wasn't this guy already dead? Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. Swoosh. 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard outside the main hall. As the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, many figures appeared in the main hall. Looking outside, one could see that some of the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance were either dead or injured. They were screaming and wailing. Haha. Interesting, interesting. It really is the golden immortal steel. In front of the crowd, a figure in a green robe and holding a feather fan stood in front of the crowd. Huang Jian. Seeing this person, Qin Yuzhu was stunned. Eh? Sister Yuzhu. The young man saw Qin Yuzhu and smiled. Long time no see, Sister Yuzhu. So you're here too. How is your sister? My brother Wu Qian misses your sister very much. How is she? How is Sister Yu Fei? Humph, don't be so glib. Why are you here? Seeing Huang Jian, Qin Yuzhu knew that she was in trouble. This time, things were not so simple. You Triple Heavenly Alliance are too despicable. After discovering the golden immortal tablet, you actually want to take it for yourself. Our royal family is also one of the 4 great silver forces under the 9 immortal pavilion, just like your Triple Heavenly Alliance. Is it really okay to hide it from us? Huang Jian put away the feather fan and smiled. The royal family. One of the 4 silver forces in the southern sword region. The only gold force in the southern sword region was the 9 immortal pavilion. Under the 9 immortal pavilion, there were 4 gold rank forces. Among them, the Triple Heavenly Alliance ruled the Abyss of the Sovereigns, while the royal family ruled the Fallen Land in the east of the southern sword region. The Sea of Oblivion was the border between the Triple Heavenly Alliance's Abyss of the Sovereigns and the Fallen Land of the royal family. The entire southern sword region was under the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. The 4 sword regions in the east, west, south, and north were ruled by the 4 gold forces. The southern sword region belonged to the gold force, the 9 immortal pavilion. The southern sword region was also divided into 5 major areas. In the north was the Purple Phoenix land ruled by the Silver Force, the Purple Phoenix Tower. In the west was the Chankuan Mountain Range ruled by the Chankuan Mountain Manor. In the south was the area ruled by the Triple Heavenly Alliance, known as the Ruler's Abyss. In the east was the Fallen Land that the royal family had told them about. The 5th major area was naturally ruled by the 9 immortal pavilion. The Fallen Sea that the Triple Heavenly Alliance had discovered was located at the border between the Fallen Land and the Ruler's Abyss. It could be said to be a public area for both sides. Naturally, there was no need for the Triple Heavenly Alliance to inform the royal family that they had entered the Golden Immortal Ruins. Qin Yuzhu knew that someone must have leaked the news in advance. It seemed that the Triple Heavenly Alliance was not completely secretive after all. Stop saying such pretty words. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Yuan Wheel. Huang Jian smiled. Sister Yuzhu, don't be so angry. If the Triple Heavenly Alliance wants the Golden Immortal Steel, so does the royal family. In your dreams. In my dreams? I don't think so. Huang Jian shrugged. Look at Tang Wenbin and Yi Ruxue. You don't look so good either. Shouldn't you give the golden immortal steel to the royal family? Qin Yuzhu was inwardly furious. She did not understand how the people of the royal family had been able to enter this place. Qin Yuzhu forced herself to stand up and looked at Huang Jian. You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can kill all of us as a tier 5 heavenly immortal? No, no, no. Huang Jian shook his head. Sister Yuzhu, you're wrong. I'm not a tier 5 heavenly immortal. As soon as Huang Jian finished speaking, his aura suddenly increased. Behind him, a wheel of light appeared. The wheel of light shone brightly. It flickered in and out of existence. A tier 6 heavenly immortal. Seeing this scene, Qin Yuzhu's expression changed. Huang Jian was a tier 6 heavenly immortal. Impossible. Qin Yuzhu shouted. Even if you're a tier 6 heavenly immortal, you can't enter the golden immortal ruins. This golden immortal ruins, tisk, tisk, Huang Jian laughed again. Sister Yuzhu, have you forgotten? Nothing stays the same. I couldn't enter this place before, but now I can. It's strange, but it's the truth. Hearing those words, Qin Yuzhu was shocked. Could it be that the golden immortal steel's appearance had dispelled the suppression? This was bad. Those who had entered the golden immortal ruins were all Outer League disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Huang Jian had come prepared. She was afraid, the odds were against him. Moreover, I'm not the only one here. Huang Jian's words left Qin Yuzhu completely stunned. Alright, let's cut the crap. Sister Yuzhu, you're Uncle Chen Luo's daughter, so I won't do anything to you. However, I'll have to take the golden immortal steel. You, on the other side, Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushua wore unfriendly looks upon seeing this. This fellow was truly despicable. Huang Jian used to be a tier 5 heavenly immortal. Who would have thought that he would advance to a tier 6 heavenly immortal in just a few years? The most despicable thing was that they were now seriously injured. All of this could be attributed to Mu Yun. This despicable fellow. By the way, where's Mu Yun? Hey, stinking brat, that golden immortal tablet is not something you can touch. However, at that moment, Huang Jian suddenly shouted as he looked into the distance. All they saw was that Mu Yun was recklessly walking toward the golden immortal tablet and preparing to take it. Was this guy's brain flooded with water? Was this the time to subdue the golden immortal steel? Huang Jian was one of the famous geniuses of the royal family. This fellow still had the time to think about the golden immortal monument. Mu Yun turned around and looked at Huang Jian. Are you calling me? Heh, Huang Jian's lips curled up slightly. He had met an interesting fellow. Yes, I'm talking about you. Put down the golden immortal tablet. Huang Jian ordered. I'm afraid I can't. Mu Yun smiled awkwardly. I promised Qin Yuzhu that I would help her get the golden immortal tablet. Otherwise, I'll be blinded if I take it. Qin Yuzhu smiled bitterly when she heard that. This Mu Yun. She really could not figure it out. Then you don't have to worry. You'll be blinded if you take it. Unfortunately, this problem will not exist if you're dead. As soon as Huang Jian finished speaking, he struck out with his hand. The wheel of light behind him shone brightly as it slashed toward Mu Yun. A majestic giant hand surged out of the light wheel and charged towards Mu Yun. Boom, in an instant, there was a loud explosion in front of the golden immortal tablet. Mu Yun's figure disappeared in the light. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the power of a tier 6 heavenly immortal. In the heavenly immortal realm, the first 5 stages were to form and strengthen the nascent soul. From the hands to the feet, and then to the head, the nascent soul would be perfected after 5 stages. The next 5 stages were completely different. Once the nascent soul was refined, the origin wheel would be formed. And the origin wheel was the most powerful attack in the heavenly immortal realm. All moves and attacks would appear from the origin wheel. To be precise, the origin wheel was a hub that connected the body and nascent soul of a heavenly immortal realm martial artist. The stronger the origin wheel, the more power it could unleash. Another aspect was the amplification. The same immortal technique could be amplified tenfold through the origin wheel of a heavenly immortal realm martial artist. This amplification came from heaven and earth, not the martial artist. Therefore, the difference between Tier 5 Heavenly Immortal Realm and Tier 1 Heavenly Immortal Realm was like heaven and earth. Huang Jian's attack seemed simple, but it would not be so powerful if it was unleashed at Tier 5. But at Tier 6, it was an explosion of power. Boom boom boom, the explosions continued to take place. Upon seeing this, Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushua both let out a sigh of relief. They were happy to see Mu Yun die. However, when they thought about how they might be the ones to face such a scene, the two of them were unable to smile. Huang Jian, you're courting death. Qin Yuzhu immediately shouted, this kid is the disciple that my father and the other two alliance leaders have their eyes on. If you kill him, the Triple Heavenly Alliance will not let this go. Ah? Huang Jian exclaimed, Sister Yuzhu, why didn't you say so earlier? If you did, Huang Jian's voice was hoarse, and he sneered, I would have hit harder. At this moment, Qin Yuzhu had no other choice. A Tier 6 Heavenly Immortal was too powerful. If it was a Tier 4 against a Tier 5, she was confident that she could win. But now, she had no chance of winning. Cough cough, however, right at that moment, within the lingering smoke, a figure covered his mouth and involuntarily coughed. I haven't finished speaking. You're Huang Jian, right? Why are you in such a hurry? A voice sounded in the smoke. Mu Yun. Qin Yuzhu was stunned when she saw Mu Yun. But then, she was dumbfounded. Not only her, but everyone present was also dumbfounded. What was going on? F***ck. Yu Wuqing could not help but curse. He was not the only one. Jiang Yan, who was more mature, also cursed in his heart. At this moment, smoke and dust lingered around Mu Yun's body. However, outside his body, an illusory figure that was almost identical to him was slowly condensing. That shadow was the nascent soul, using his nascent soul to protect himself? Was Mu Yun a lunatic? No one could have imagined that such a scene would occur. What was the most important thing for a heavenly immortal warrior during a fight? Naturally, it was the nascent soul. In the heavenly immortal realm, the nascent soul was the core of the body's power, but its defense was too weak. Therefore, every heavenly immortal warrior would protect the nascent soul firmly in their elixir source, wishing that they could add layer after layer of protection. The nascent soul was strong, but it was also weak. But what was Mu Yun doing now? He, who was a 5th stage heavenly immortal, had actually used his nascent soul to protect his physical body. Who would dare to do that? Who would not use their physical body to protect their weak nascent soul? But Mu Yun was using his nascent soul to protect his strong physical body. It went against common sense. Mu Yun coughed and waved the smoke and dust around him. He said unhappily, I said that I have to fulfill my promise to others. Why are you attacking me? Mu Yun was naturally not afraid. His nascent soul was the eggshell of the rainbow dragon. It turned into a rainbow light and poured into his nascent soul. Even a 9th stage heavenly immortal would find it difficult to destroy his nascent soul, let alone a 6th stage heavenly immortal like Huang Jian. Huang Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Yun. He clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. This guy seemed to be thick-skinned, but in reality, he did not take him seriously at all. A mere 5th stage heavenly immortal, who he had never heard of, dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Although your name is impatient, you can't be so impatient. Brat, watch your words. A young man beside Huang Jian stood up and shouted at Mu Yun, this is a matter between the royal family and the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Who do you think you are? Leave the Golden Immortal Monument behind and come over quickly. Kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, there will be no place for me in this world. Wherever I go, your royal family will hunt me down and crush my bones and scatter my ashes. At this moment, Mu Yun took over the conversation and said leisurely. The young man scratched his head after hearing Mu Yun's words. He did not know what to say for a long time. Change your words to threaten me. Why is it that after 10,000 years, the immortal world still uses such threatening words? Mu Yun said impatiently, I'll say it again. I will do what I promised. As for Tang Wenbin and Yi Rushua, you can kill them if you want. Mu Yun, don't be careless. The royal family is also a silver rank force. This Huang Jian is a 6th stage, I know. Mu Yun looked at Qin Yuzhu's worried eyes and said with a smile, Miss Chen, you don't look like a thorny rose now. Instead, you look like a rose that wants to be protected. Jin Yuzhu blushed when she heard that Mu Yun was still in the mood to tease her. This guy, Huang Jian looked at the two beside him and raised his eyebrows. The two of them immediately understood what he meant and rushed out like they were flying. Mu Yun did not care at all. She looked at the golden immortal monument in front of her and prepared to collect it. Although the golden immortal monument was fake, it looked real. The golden immortal must have put in a lot of effort when he was alive. End of chapter 1153. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.